Chapter 1. The Fusion of Blood Power, Born in the Snowstorm. In the heart of a glacier, a piercingly cold wind howled frantically, while flurries of snowflakes descended from the pallid sky like delicate, milky feathers. Here, life seemed utterly absent, as if all vitality lay buried beneath the harsh embrace of the frozen expanse. This glacial realm was blanketed in pristine white, with the frigid gusts swirling the snowflakes into a dance of glistening bodies amidst the tempestuous snowfall. Amidst the vast, snow-covered terrain stood a colossal ice pillar, erect and imposing like a sentinel. The pillar was hollow within, while the heavy snowstorm cascaded around it, its crystalline blue surface reflecting the enchanting scene of snowflakes drifting in the air. This extraordinary ice column was unlike any other, for within its massive structure swirled a peculiar red gas, flowing like a gentle stream. More astonishingly, these gases seemed to possess a consciousness, gradually converging towards the center of the ice pillar, where a massive crimson orb resided. As the red gas flowed languidly, the blood-colored sphere expanded, and once it reached the inner edge of the pillar, the entire structure began to tremble violently, transitioning from a slow quiver to a rapid shudder. The ice pillar was seemingly indestructible, remaining intact even under the tremendous pressure exerted by the pulsating crimson sphere. Yet, the force grew increasingly ferocious, its intensity surging with each passing second, causing the surrounding snow to sway in tandem with the pillar, accompanied by thunderous sounds reminiscent of temple bells ringing out in the distance. Suddenly, the blood-red orb ceased its expansion, and a pair of eyes, glowing with a sanguine radiance, slowly opened within the vast sphere. A dazzling beam of crimson light erupted from the orb, striking fiercely against the ice pillar. With a resounding boom, the tremors intensified, and moments later, the brilliant red light diminished, revealing alarming cracks on the smooth, hardened surface of the ice pillar. The surrounding tumult began to subside, while the flow of red gas within the pillar accelerated with a sudden urgency, irresistibly drawn toward the center of the blood-colored orb, as if guided by the mesmerizing gaze of those jewel-like eyes. Yet, in a bewildering twist, the crimson orb abruptly halted its expansion. Despite the influx of red gas, its size remained unchanged, impervious to any influence. As the blood-red gas surged inward rapidly, a tall, perfect silhouette began to emerge within the orb, gradually becoming clearer. Within mere moments, all the crimson gas had been absorbed into the massive blood-red sphere. In an instant, the enormous orb shrank dramatically, revealing the previously indistinct figure within. As the tall form fully materialized, the reason for the orb's contraction became evident. It was this figure swiftly inhaling the red gas into their being. As the last wisp of crimson gas fused into his body, a slender young man emerged within the ice pillar. His eyes burned a vivid red, his expression cold and indifferent, evoking an involuntary chill. With porcelain skin, fiery red hair, elegantly arched crimson brows, perfect peach blossom eyes, a straight and noble nose, and a face as sharp as a sword. "Where's this place?" he pondered, floating at the center of the ice pillar, a look of confusion crossing his austere features. Gazing at the snow-laden sky, a wave of desolation washed over him. Peering through the ice pillar at the obscured path ahead, he raised a slender finger and flicked it lightly. A torrent of fierce blood energy surged from his arm, forcefully colliding against the already fractured giant pillar. With a thunderous explosion, the ice pillar erupted, sending countless shards of ice flying in all directions, embedding themselves into the snow-laden ground. In a flash, he propelled himself from the shattered center of the ice pillar. However, as soon as he broke free, an overwhelming weakness overtook him, plummeting him to the ground like an eagle with broken wings. He landed heavily upon the snow, bracing himself with his hands, panting heavily. The exertion had left him utterly drained, perhaps a consequence of his prolonged confinement within the ice pillar. Quickly regaining his breath, he pushed himself up and ventured into the vast, white unknown before him. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to escape this frigid wasteland swiftly. The biting cold was far too intense for prolonged exposure, especially given his scant attire. He wore a tattered white long coat and thin black trousers. Perhaps due to the protective nature of the red gas he had just employed, he had narrowly avoided the fate of becoming a frozen statue. Yet the piercing chill had already compelled him to shiver involuntarily. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace, the sound of his hurried footsteps echoing sharply across the vast, snowy glacier. In another part of the glacier, a strikingly beautiful visage emerged, a heart-shaped face, large, glistening eyes, a delicate and exquisite nose, and soft, alluring lips. Her black hair cascaded down her chest and back like a waterfall, her alluring figure captivating in its entirety. Even clad in a cotton coat, her delicate waist and fair skin were irresistibly enchanting. Yet her cheeks, flushed from the cold, bore an expression of dissatisfaction and frustration, a stark contrast to her privileged upbringing. This unexpected predicament was utterly unforeseen. She pouted her rosy lips, expressing her grievances towards fate, her pitiful demeanor invoking sympathy. Having lived a life of luxury, she was unaccustomed to such indignities. This venture into the perilous wilderness with friends was meant to demonstrate to her father that she was capable of navigating this frigid realm. However, amidst the howling winds and treacherous terrain, her sheltered upbringing left her ill-prepared for such trials. Naturally, she fell to the back of the group, and at that moment, she lost her footing, tumbling down the snowbank, unnoticed amidst the cacophony of the storm. Now isolated and helpless, panic gripped her heart. If she lingered in this icy expanse, the supplies stored in her ring would last only 5 days at most. For someone unfamiliar with this place, escaping seemed as daunting as scaling the heavens. With a heavy sigh, she felt an overwhelming sense of despair creeping into her being, as if destined to perish in this frigid wasteland. Just as despair threatened to consume her, distinct footsteps resonated through the veil of snow before her. Instantly, her heart tightened, and she furrowed her brows, peering intently in the direction of the approaching sound. Chapter 2. Mysterious Powers. Entrapped in peril as the footsteps drew nearer, her heart tightened with anxiety. The swirling snowflakes obscured her vision, rendering her unable to discern the source of the approaching sounds. She gazed intently at the flurrying snow, while secretly channeling the profound energy within her. An intense blue aura surged forth from her delicate form. She had never encountered such an individual from the British Isles. Particularly captivated by his deep crimson eyes, which sparkled like radiant jewels, drawing her deeper into their allure. Ling Tian noticed the woman before him gazing at him in a daze and furrowed his brows, asking, "Have you seen enough? Is that so?" Ling Tian replied, skepticism evident in his expression as his scarlet eyes narrowed slightly. The woman immediately nodded, feigning composure as she declared, "Indeed, it is absolutely true." Ling Tian's long, thread-like red hair swayed in the chilling wind, yet he chose not to delve further into the matter, instead inquiring, "Do you know where this place is?" The woman, adopting a grave demeanor, replied earnestly, "The land of extreme cold." Ling Tian's piercing words, cold as ice, enveloped her, causing her already frigid body to shiver uncontrollably. The river of cold extinction. The river of cold extinction? Ling Tian searched his mind, but found it blank. Subsequently, he scrutinized the woman from head to toe with his crimson gaze. Instinctively, the woman covered her chest, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do?" A look of disappointment flickered across Ling Tian's face. "That I intend nothing. It is merely my misfortune to encounter a lost soul." The woman, her brow furrowed in confusion, asked, "How do you know I am lost?" Ling Tian, maintaining an indifferent expression, fixed his gaze on her delicate features and replied, "Your disheveled hair and disheveled appearance give it away. Then you must know how to get out." Her face lit up with hope as she looked at Ling Tian's exquisite visage, as if she had grasped a lifeline. "Do you truly believe that someone unfamiliar with this place would know the way out?" Ling Tian instinctively slipped his left hand into his pocket, his tall figure slightly bent, resembling a finely painted portrait. Upon hearing his words, her hope was instantly dashed, and she replied, her face falling, "Indeed, how foolish of me to ask such a redundant question." Ling Tian frowned again, contemplating why she would ask a question he deemed unnecessary. Resolving to move on, he stepped past her and continued forward. The woman, witnessing him brush past, turned to gaze at his lithe silhouette, questioning aloud, "Where are you going?" Ling Tian parted his lips, revealing a cold demeanor as he replied, "Do not follow me. Tread lightly." Upon hearing his disdainful tone, her once beautiful face transformed into a mask of fury. Enraged, she shouted at Ling Tian's retreating figure, "How dare you disdain me? Watch how I teach you a lesson." With that, she unleashed a surge of profound energy, raising her hand to strike at Ling Tian's back with a delicate fist, sending a wave of energy racing forth. Ling Tian sensed the energy wave approaching from behind and swiftly sidestepped, his form flashing like lightning to the side, leaving only a crimson afterimage in his wake. The wave of energy surged through the illusion he left behind. The woman witnessed the ethereal wave of energy poised to strike Ling Tian's back, only to see him evade it with an almost supernatural speed. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, as expected, she was not mistaken. His swift movement was as rapid as the wind, a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary speed techniques. Even more astonishing was the peculiar red shadow he left in his wake as he darted away. Yet, the most perplexing aspect was that this Englishman exhibited no trace of energy fluctuation, rendering him seemingly an ordinary person of the lowest caliber in this world. How could he possess such terrifying speed? While the woman pondered this, Ling Tian had already ventured far away, soon to vanish entirely into the snowy curtain before her. Observing his retreating figure, she clenched her delicate fist. Throughout her life, this was the first time a man had treated her with such indifference. In her experience, men had always shown her utmost reverence, captivated by her breathtaking beauty. Yet here was a man who dismissed her so callously. Could she allow him to simply walk away? A tiger does not show its might, and you presume I am but a frail cat? With that thought, she let out another roar. Following her shout, she summoned the energy within her, propelling her body forward like a bullet from a gun. As she soared through the air, she silently recited her technique, significantly increasing her speed, darting towards Ling Tian's back like a shooting star. "Humph! Taste my deadly kick, you scoundrel!" In the blink of an eye, she had reached Ling Tian's rear, leaping into a spinning kick that was both swift and powerful. Ling Tian had anticipated that the woman would not pursue him relentlessly, yet her reaction took him by surprise. He swiftly raised his right hand, firmly grasping her incoming foot. Caught off guard, she succumbed to gravity and fell into the snow, landing in a most undignified manner. How could a lady of her stature endure such humiliation? She sobbed quietly, lamenting her misfortune. After all this time, she finally encounters someone, only to be met with such cold indifference. Was she destined to perish in this desolate land? Ling Tian, hearing her words, released her foot and frowned, retorting, "What does it have to do with me?" With that, he resumed his stride, seeing him disregard her. The woman leaped forward, wrapping her arms around his waist, desperately pleading, "Please, do not abandon me. I am but a fragile woman in this frigid wilderness, left with no options but death. I do not wish to meet my end at such a young age. If you can take me away from here, I will fulfill any request you make. I shall wash your clothes, cook your meals, and spend all my money on you." As she spoke, her tears flowed freely, a testament to her profound humiliation. Ling Tian had intended to express his anger, but the sudden outburst of tears doused his fury like a bucket of cold water. He turned to face her, his crimson eyes fixed upon her tear-streaked visage. For reasons unknown, he felt a twinge of compassion. With a deep sigh, he said, "If you wish to follow, then do so, but please refrain from clinging to my waist. Your tears are soaking my clothes." Upon hearing this, the woman abruptly ceased her weeping, releasing her hold on him and retrieving a white handkerchief from her pocket to dry her face and the corners of her eyes. Meanwhile, she coldly resolved, "This man is as frigid as he appears. Once I am free from this place, I shall ensure he is brought low." Ling Tian took another step forward, now accompanied by a stunning woman by his side. After a while, the woman's mood slightly calmed, and she cast a furtive glare at Ling Tian's chiseled profile, feeling a simmering resentment within her heart. "Once I escape from this place, I shall ensure you suffer immensely. This humiliation will be repaid tenfold." After walking for a while longer, the woman found herself utterly bored and gazed at Ling Tian's exquisitely sculpted side face, saying, "Since we have crossed paths, it must be fate. I am Yi Qing, And may I ask how you are addressed, cold-faced hero? Observing his impassive expression, Yi Qing remarked with evident boredom. You truly are insufferably dull, she continued. I am a formidable practitioner at the Xianling level. I sense no fluctuations of Xuanqi radiating from you. Should you encounter any beast in this place, you would undoubtedly meet your demise. With a powerful ally like me by your side, your life is assured. As she spoke, she placed her jade hand on her waist, proudly tilting her head upwards. In the realm of Luotian continent, the cultivation levels are categorized as Xianyin, Xianming, Xianshi, Xianling, Xianxing, Xianzong, Xianhuang, Xianzun, Xiandi, Xianman, Duxian, Xianyin, Xianchu, Xianing, Xianren, Dixin, Gushin, Tianshin, Shenzun, Shendi, the Lord of all gods, super god to immortal, lower immortal, upper immortal, heavenly immortal, and immortal emperor. Each cultivation level is further divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. Is that so? A flicker of disdain crossed Ling Tian's face. Yi Qing's beautiful visage turned to anger, her expression akin to a steam engine about to burst. You must not go too far. How dare you question my strength? Were it not for the frigid environment, she would have unleashed her true power to render Ling Tian utterly defeated, begging for mercy. Ling Tian remained silent, his icy hands tucked into his pockets as he continued onward. Indifferent to her presence, she gazed at Ling Tian's breathtaking outline and the way his crimson hair danced in the wind. Her heart inexplicably stirred. His strength was far from ordinary, aside from his cold demeanor. He possessed an undeniable charisma. Staring for too long could lead one to become entranced. Yet after experiencing that moment of humiliation, her feelings towards Ling Tian were predominantly filled with resentment. After some time, Yi Qing inquired again. By the way, do you know where we are headed? Ling Tian furrowed his elegantly arched red brows, wondering when this woman would finally quiet down. In a frigid tone, he replied, a force has been guiding me all along. I shall follow its direction, and perhaps it will lead us out of this glacier. This force had emanated from a shattered pillar, initially faint, but gradually intensifying. Like an arrowhead poised to vanish, guiding him steadily forward as he moved in this direction. The sensation grew stronger. Yi Qing's face lit up with excitement at his words. That's wonderful. We can finally escape. I was worried that the food in my storage ring would not suffice. Ling Tian realized then that this woman was not only incessantly chatty, but also rather simple-minded. Quite literally big-chested and brainless. I merely said we might be able to escape, not that we definitely would. If you do not trust me, you are welcome to find another path. He stated coolly that I never said I did not trust you. Besides, I have already decided to follow you, so I will not flee from your side. Rest assured, I will protect you. Yi Qing retorted. Please, I implore you to escape. Ling Tian thought, but refrained from uttering it aloud, knowing that if he did, she would chatter incessantly like a fly. All he desired was a moment of peace and quiet. Yi Qing observed Ling Tian's silence, and, filled with curiosity, remarked, in such frigid weather, how is it that you are clad so lightly without turning into an ice sculpture? Could it be that you possess some extraordinary technique? With a skeptical look, Yi Qing questioned, is that truly the case? Suddenly, an intense sense of peril surged from behind Ling Tian. In an instant, he propelled Yi Qing away and swiftly evaded, as a sharp ice spike hurtled past the spot where they had just stood. Yi Qing, knocked to the ground by Ling Tian, let out a pained sea or wide as the ice spike zipped by. Her heart instantly tightened with anxiety. Rising to her feet, she summoned a potent aura of profound energy that enveloped her form. From the swirling snowstorm, 3 formidable beasts emerged, surrounding the two. Upon discerning the appearance of the creatures, Yi Qing's expression turned grave. These are earth-tier beasts, the ice condensation beasts. With my current strength, I can manage at most 2. Yet, I will strive to buy you time to escape. When the moment is right, make your dash. The ice condensation beasts were not particularly large, resembling the stature of a human, their bodies akin to that of a feline. Their fur a striking blue. Having dwelled in icy realms for eons, their primary mode of attack involved their sharp foreclaws in close combat, while they utilized condensed ice spikes for ranged assaults. The potency of their strikes escalated with their cultivation. In the realm of the Luotian continent, the beasts' cultivation levels ranged from profound tier, earth tier, heaven tier, saint tier, to emperor tier. The most notable trait of the ice condensation beasts was their swift attack speed and agility, making them exceedingly troublesome foes. Ling Tian's crimson eyes were obscured by the vibrant red hair before him. Why was she acting thus? Yi Qing furrowed her brows, her expression earnest as she gazed at him. Because I promised to protect you. You possess no profound energy. It is impossible for you to contend with Earth-tier beasts. They are not foes that can be vanquished merely with fists. Ling Tian regarded her serious demeanor with a hint of disdain, thinking to himself that she was indeed an unabashed fool. However, her fearless spirit was commendable that a slight, perfect arc graced his stern visage as he replied, "Take care of yourself, especially your legs." Yi Qing felt her cheeks flush at Ling Tian's words, for her legs trembled uncontrollably. Although her mentor had spoken of the beasts, she had never engaged one in combat, and her heart now throbbed with tension. With a swift motion, she brandished her serpent-belly sword, which elongated and twisted, forming a semi-spherical shield of profound energy around them. The charging beasts struck the shield formed by her serpent-belly sword with their razor-sharp claws that Yi Qing hastily channeled her inner energy, unleashing a powerful shockwave from the sword that forcefully repelled all three beasts. Realizing their assaults had proven ineffective, the creatures howled in frustration and began to circle the pair, searching for an opportune moment to strike. Yi Qing cast a glance at Ling Tian's composed and austere face, her heart racing. These three beasts are quite tenacious. It seems they are deliberating a strategy. Ling Tian scoffed at the notion of strategy. Then let us strike until they can no longer think. Just as Yi Qing was about to respond, Ling Tian propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, akin to an arrow released from its bow. Moving with lightning speed, in the blink of an eye, he was upon one of the beasts. Startled, the creature instinctively swiped at him with its claws, but Ling Tian deftly sidestepped, twisting in midair to deliver a sweeping kick to the beast's side. The force that could overturn mountains and seas emanated from Ling Tian's legs, accompanied by the resounding thud of the demon beast collapsing and its piercing cries of agony. Yi Qing stood there, utterly astounded by the astonishing spectacle before her, marveling inwardly, "This is truly remarkable. To have defeated a terrestrial-level demon beast solely through sheer strength, surely an ordinary person would have been sent flying by a single kick." However, she swiftly set aside her astonishment, for two demon beasts before her had already conjured sharp ice spikes, launching them towards her with great precision. With a fierce swing of her sword, the azure blade elongated instantaneously, slicing the incoming ice spikes in half. Subsequently, she once again wielded her sword, the extended blade darting swiftly towards the two demon beasts. Sensing the imminent threat, the beasts nimbly leapt aside, evading the sweeping sword while gradually closing the distance between themselves and Yi Qing. Frowning, Yi Qing declared, "Star shot." With that, several beams of blue cold light shot forth from her sword point. One of the demon beasts, realizing the danger, hastily raised its sharp foreclaws to shield its head, conjuring a white protective barrier before it. The multitude of cold light struck against the barrier, gradually forcing the beast back, leaving a shocking scar upon the pristine white snow. Meanwhile, the other demon beast had vanished in an instant, just as Yi Qing pondered this sudden disappearance. The beast reappeared behind her, its sharp claws poised to strike at her back. Feeling a chilling presence behind her, Yi Qing turned to see the deadly claws approaching. Her pupils constricted sharply, the glint of the lethal claws magnifying within her narrowed black eyes. Characters have something to say. Little theater, Yi Qing. I protest. Why am I so inadequate? Friends, please click the bookmark and comment to support my protest against this author. This is utterly intolerable. Ling Tian. Chapter 3. The Power of Desolation. Facing mortal peril, it turned out that this ice beast had already reached the pinnacle of the terrestrial level, possessing the ability of Ghost Flash, rendering its form nearly impossible to capture, akin to a form of instantaneous movement. Just as the demon beast's claws were about to make contact with Yi Qing's back, Ling Tian's tall figure appeared beside the beast in an instant. He lifted his leg and, like a bolt of lightning, delivered a powerful kick to the beast's abdomen. The forceful impact sent the demon beast flying, causing its foreclaws, which were about to strike Yi Qing, to miss their target. Yi Qing, seeing this, clutched her chest and exhaled deeply, exclaiming, "You scared me to death. I thought I was done for. Thankfully, you appeared just in time." Ling Tian regarded her with a cold stare, laced with mockery, and retorted, "You claim to protect me, yet it seems you struggle to safeguard yourself." Yi Qing's cheeks flushed crimson at his words. "I merely underestimated my opponent for a moment." Ling Tian then cast his gaze upon the demon beasts before them, his expression stoic as he stated, "You should focus your energy on the trouble at hand." Unbeknownst to them, 3 more demon beasts had encircled the two. Yi Qing's expression turned grave, her demeanor tense as she remarked, "The demon beast we just faced possessed the Ghost Flash ability, moving as swiftly as lightning. Our speed cannot possibly match it." Ling Tian pondered for a moment before asking in a calm tone, "Are you skilled in binding techniques?" A captivating smile graced Ling Tian's lips as he calmly stated, "In a moment, you shall use this technique to bind them, while I will lift them into the air and deliver a decisive blow." Yi Qing, taken aback, widened her eyes and hesitated, replying, "But my binding can only hold them for a few seconds at most. In such a brief span, how could you possibly elevate all three beasts into the air?" Ling Tian shot her a piercing glance, his tone resolute and unyielding. "At this juncture, impossibility must be rendered possible, or we face only the path of death." Acknowledging the soundness of his words, Yi Qing nodded with a smile. "Then I shall rely on you, mighty warrior." Without delay, Yi Qing summoned the profound energy within her, which surged forth, enveloping her form in a powerful aura. She silently chanted her incantation. A dark red halo rapidly spread from her glistening lips. The beasts, sensing the feeble energy of the halo, dismissed it as a trivial threat. Realizing the beasts had fallen for her ruse, Yi Qing's heart swelled with joy as she silently intoned, "Soul-binding array." Instantly, a purple array manifested on the snow beneath the three beasts, securely entrapping them in place. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Tian appeared before one of the beasts with a ghostly swiftness, delivering a powerful uppercut to its jaw. The overwhelming force erupted forth, launching the beast into the in a flash. He then materialized before another beast, and before it could react, he executed a kick that sent it soaring as well. Without pausing to retract his leg, he swiftly confronted the final beast, delivering a rising punch that propelled it into the snowy expanse above. These actions unfolded in mere moments, leaving only a few faint, blurred afterimages in their wake. Yi Qing watched, dumbfounded, as the beast ascended into the air, her inability to articulate the sheer velocity of Ling Tian's movements overwhelming her. Ling Tian's voice thundered, "Resolve it with speed." Prompted by his command, Yi Qing quickly shook off her astonishment and deftly hurled her serpent's belly sword into the air, calling out, "Heavenly feather sword, transform." Instantly, the sword split into three, elongating with her gesture, piercing through the descending beasts and splattering green blood in all directions. Ling Tian had just concentrated all his strength into his legs, astonished by the terrifying speed he had achieved, that It felt as though he could manipulate the flow of his entire strength at will. He pondered whether he could similarly control the power exerted by others. Meanwhile, a strained smile formed on Yi Qing's beautiful face, her eyes dimming with despair as she uttered, "It seems we are destined to perish here. Perhaps this is our fate." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian's previously relaxed brows furrowed once more. It turned out that Yi Qing's assault had only dispatched two of the beasts, while the third had managed to evade capture. In the moment of her attack, one of the peak Earth tier beasts had successfully broken through in a life-or-death crisis, ascending to the heaven tier. This breakthrough unleashed a powerful wave of profound energy, which deflected the ascending swords away. In moments of life and death, there exists a minuscule probability for individuals to transcend their limits and ascend to the next realm. Yet, the likelihood of such an occurrence is a mere 1 in a billion. The same holds true for the demonic beasts. Yi Qing continued, and Ling Tian observed the almost despairing visage of Yi Qing, whose extraordinary features were momentarily graced by a perfect arc, as he resolutely declared, "If fate is thus decreed, then let us defy the heavens and alter our destiny." Upon hearing Ling Tian's stirring voice and his audacious proclamation capable of slicing through the darkest of shadows, Yi Qing's heart quaked with sudden exhilaration. She gazed into Ling Tian's eyes, which shimmered with a faint crimson hue, and involuntarily broke into a comforting smile. Within her heart, she surmised that this man before her must belong to the divine lineage, for his eye color and his extraordinary strength and speed were traits only possessed by those of a high bloodline among the divine. Ling Tian then turned his attention to the ice condensation beast that was undergoing evolution. Its form had grown immensely, a sharp horn sprouting from the top of its head, and its elongated claws, several meters in length, were menacingly fierce. What was even more terrifying was the profound energy surging from within its body. The overwhelming force expelled the surrounding air, causing the swirling snowflakes to lash out at the two. Ling Tian's vision was swiftly obscured by the flurry of snowflakes that rushed toward him. He hastily raised his right hand to shield his eyes, as the powerful currents felt akin to a giant hand propelling his body backward, preventing him from advancing even a fraction. Ling Tian could not help but marvel at the fact that while the pinnacle of the Earth stage and the Heaven stage were but a step apart, their powers were worlds apart. This Heaven stage ice condensation beast was several times stronger than before. It was no wonder that Yi Qing had appeared utterly despondent moments ago in the blink of an eye. The fierce gusts began to subside, The demonic beast let out a thunderous roar, its green eyes marred by bloodshot veins. It then glared viciously at Ling Tian and Yi Qing, its countenance grotesque. As if it wished to rend them limb from limb, Ling Tian maintained a calm demeanor while gazing at the fearsome beast before him. For reasons unknown, such expressions had become commonplace in his eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Qing appeared somewhat terrified. The formation she had just executed had drained half of her profound energy. With only the remaining energy to combat a heaven-stage beast, her demise was all but certain. Moreover, even at full strength, she could not hope to match a heaven-stage beast. A minimum of profound saint-level power was required to contend with such an adversary. This realization deepened her sense of desolation. Terrifying profound energy erupted from the beast's colossal form, rapidly converging toward the sharp horn atop its head. In an instant, a blinding white light surged forth from the horn. Within mere moments, a white sphere of light, born from the gathered brilliance, enveloped its tip, and a tempest arose around it. Observing this, Yi Qing hurriedly dashed to Ling Tian's side, mustering every ounce of her remaining profound energy. A blue aura swiftly coiled around her body, and simultaneously, an orange fox materialized above her head. This fox, adorned with 3 bushy tails, was twice the size of a human. I will use my profound spirit to block its attack. You must seize this opportunity to escape. This is our final chance. Though our acquaintance has been brief, you will undoubtedly become a divine sovereign in the future. You must live on in my stead. In that moment, her decision astonished even herself, as if it stemmed from an impulse deep within her heart. What could be the reason behind this? Just as Ling Tian was about to speak, a colossal white beam of light cleaved through the sky, hurtling toward them with unstoppable momentum. Yi Qing immediately extended her hands, and a blue aura shield materialized before her. At that moment, the 3-tailed fox atop her head unleashed a fierce column of blue mystical light from its mouth. The column of light intersected with the shield, causing its form to expand to twice its original size, simultaneously augmenting its strength. The colossal beam violently struck the aura shield, whipping up the white snow on the ground into a frenzy. Yi Qing gritted her teeth, desperately holding her ground, and with great difficulty managed to utter, hurry and go." The beast seemed to perceive Yi Qing's intentions, suddenly letting out a thunderous howl that resonated through the air. In an instant, the immense light beam erupted, sending powerful waves of mystical energy that violently propelled Yi Qing's body away. Ling Tian, witnessing this, swiftly moved, leaping forward to embrace Yi Qing as she soared through the air. He pivoted his elongated form, shielding her behind him, as the formidable energy waves crashed against his back with earth-shattering force. The two were propelled together, crashing onto the flat expanse of snow. Blood surged in Ling Tian's throat, and he spat out a mouthful of crimson. Yi Qing, pinned beneath him in the snow, looked up with concern etched on her beautiful face, her eyes filled with anxiety. "Are you all right?" Ling Tian released her from his grasp, using his slender fingers to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggling Yi Qing. "Moreover, feel free to comment. Tianjie Yaoshou. Hey, do not disregard me." The Demon, Chapter 4, Against All Odds. Blood energy erupts. Ling Tian gazed at the white light before him, his expression calm and unperturbed. For reasons unknown, he felt no fear in the face of death. Suddenly, a fiery red aura flickered before his eyes, a familiar and indescribable power surging within him. In an instant, his tall figure was enveloped by the crimson energy, which then swirled violently, forming a towering wall of blood-red light in front of him. The colossal beam of light struck fiercely against this crimson barrier. Then, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The blood-red wall, like a ravenous wolf, instantly absorbed the massive beam, transforming once more into a swirling crimson mist surrounding Ling Tian. Ling Tian looked down at the blood-red energy clinging to him like a blazing inferno, and he recalled the term blood energy. This force seemed capable of absorbing the opponent's profound energy and converting it for his own use. And this peculiar blood energy was indeed the mysterious power he had unleashed when shattering the pillar. Behind Ling Tian, Yi Qing sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, a terror-inducing force that left her breathless. She gazed at Ling Tian, enveloped in blood energy, and anxiously inquired, "Are you all right?" Ling Tian turned his head to meet her gaze, his crimson eyes shimmering with an eerie brilliance. With a slight smile, he replied, "Stay here. I will handle this." A chilling wind swept by, causing Ling Tian's fiery red hair to flutter, resembling ripples in water. Yi Qing looked at Ling Tian, whose eyes glowed with a red sheen, and smiled gently. "Yes, I will wait for you here." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian's gaze shifted to the imposing demon beast nearby, its face contorted with fury. After absorbing the massive beam of light, the power of the blood energy surged within him, and he believed he could now engage in battle with it. Resolute, he raised his right hand, and a crimson longsword materialized in his grasp, gleaming with light. Ling Tian regarded the crimson sword with a sense of wonder. He had not intended to wield a weapon, yet his right hand instinctively summoned it, as if the action were entirely natural. However, there was no time for hesitation. The priority was to annihilate the demon beast before him. Why not trust his instincts? A terrifying force erupted from Ling Tian's body, sending powerful waves of energy that stirred the snow around him. Yi Qing observed Ling Tian, now enveloped in a shroud of snow. Her expression one of concern. The intensity of the power radiating from him was overwhelming, creating a pressure that nearly suffocated her. Could this truly be his real strength? She marveled inwardly. The demon beast, sensing the immense pressure emanating from Ling Tian, howled defiantly at the sky. Suddenly, several massive ice spikes shot forth from its body. In an instant, Ling Tian swung his longsword, sending forth a dazzling wave of energy. He pushed off with his back foot, transforming his body into a streak of red light that surged forward, following closely behind the crimson wave. The red energy cleaved through the speeding ice spikes, hurtling toward the demon beast, which instinctively raised its massive claws in defense. The red wave collided with the demon's sharp claws, dissipating upon impact. That moment, Ling Tian had already reached the demon beast, which swiftly lashed out with its other gigantic claw, moving with the speed of lightning. Ling Tian leaped forward with the swiftness of the wind, narrowly evading the monstrous beast's massive claws. In a sudden twist, the sword in his grasp elongated, sweeping out with the speed of lightning. The beast, taken aback, attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The crimson blade sliced through its hide, emerald blood cascading down. The wounded creature touched its bleeding wound. Then, in a fit of rage, unleashed a deafening roar at Ling Tian. Grounded from his spin, Ling Tian furrowed his brows upon hearing the beast's piercing It seems you are not merely a monster, but a savage beast. Beasts of the heavenly tier and above possess the ability to understand human speech and exhibit independent thought, endowed with a certain degree of intelligence. Infuriated by Ling Tian's disdainful words, it swiftly brandished its sharp claws, each strike unleashing a streak of white claw light. Ling Tian, undeterred by the oncoming slashes, advanced rather than retreated, propelling himself forward in a mighty leap. In midair, he wielded his sword with the speed of a lightning bolt, sending forth waves of sword energy. The clashes between the sword waves and the claw lights resulted in a momentary disappearance of both, and Ling Tian found himself once more before the beast. In an instant, he swung his sword, a dazzling wave of energy hurtling towards the creature's massive form. Just as the wave was about to make contact, the beast vanished in a flash. As Ling Tian landed steadily upon the snow, his expression remained indifferent. The elusive ghost flash. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from behind. In a split second, he turned, raising his left hand. As a wall of blood manifested instantaneously, the colossal beam of light struck the blood wall, which absorbed it in an instant. The beast reappeared, only to vanish again from Ling Tian's view. Impatiently, he remarked, "Are you planning to try a few more times?" With that, a wave of fatigue surged through him like a roaring tide. Ling Tian grasped his fiery red hair, his countenance darkening. It seems my body can hardly withstand this power any longer. A swift resolution is imperative. A potent sense of peril emanated from his left, prompting him to raise his left hand once more, the blood wall reappearing. The enormous beam of light was absorbed yet again by the wall, which transformed into a surge of blood energy, rushing towards the beast. Seeing this, the creature blinked away once more. Ling Tian pushed off forcefully, his body morphing into a blinding flash of red, arriving at a new location in the blink of an eye. The beast's massive form flickered back into view before him, and in that instant, Ling Tian swung his sword. The beast, startled by the sudden appearance of Ling Tian, reacted quickly, slashing out with its enormous claws. The clash of their forces resonated through the air, a cacophony of sound accompanied by a surge of formidable energy, conjuring a tempest. The blood energy, having absorbed the opponent's force, developed a unique sensitivity to the fluctuations of the beast's power, allowing Ling Tian to discern its position following the ghost flash. Suddenly, his senses sharpened, and the blood energy surrounding him transformed into numerous sharp spikes, striking towards the beast without warning, faster than a flash of lightning. Catching it off guard, before the creature could react, the spikes pierced its colossal body, eliciting a heart-wrenching wail. Blood energy, encase it. Ling Tian spoke with an indifferent tone. The spikes withdrew in an instant, splattering green blood everywhere. Before the beast could emit a pained roar, several sharp thorns instantaneously transformed into thick, crimson vines, securely binding the creature's body, which was stained with green blood, rendering it immobile. Ling Tian, with his tall and slender figure, swiftly leaped back a few meters, raising the long sword in his right hand to shoulder height, from which a blinding red light erupted in an instant. The crimson glow, infused with a surge of blood energy, swirled around his arm, while the sword, enveloped in this red luminescence, suddenly extended to several dozen meters in length. A powerful wave of blood energy surged from beneath his feet, forming a hemispherical red aura that cloaked his body within its protective embrace. The air vibrated with intensity as his fiery red hair stood on end. His crimson eyes flared with a fierce brilliance akin to raging flames, locking onto the massive beast before him, which, weakened by excessive blood loss, glared back with an expression filled with boundless resentment. Ling Tian squinted slightly. The moment the beast launched its ruthless attack, the outcome had been sealed. It would be a battle to the death. Since both were forms of life, each was precious in its own right, yet fate had tilted the scales in his favor, necessitating the sacrifice of one. His eyes turned cold, sharp as a blade, as he declared, "Let this be your liberation." That he stepped forward, and with a sudden horizontal sweep of the blood-infused red sword, he unleashed the blood sword. A dazzling flash of blood light sliced through the air, and in an instant, the beast's body was cleaved in two. Green blood poured down like a gentle rain, gradually staining the pure white snow a vibrant emerald hue. From a distance, it appeared as though a lush green carpet had been laid over the snowy expanse. After slaying the beast, the long sword in Ling Tian's hand and the thick ropes binding the beast's corpse transformed into blood energy, surging into his body. Relieved, he collapsed onto the snow, an overwhelming fatigue washing over him once again. In that moment of exhaustion, he yearned to close his eyes and indulge in a restful slumber, but the thought of Yiqing waiting for him compelled him to grit his teeth and rise with difficulty. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he began to make his way toward Yiqing's location. In a brief interlude. Heavenly Tier Beast. How could a heavenly tier beast like me be so easily defeated by the protagonist? Author, are you even human? Please click to bookmark and leave some comments. This author is truly beyond reason. Chapter 5. Divine Covenant Heaven. Leader of the seven gods, Yiqing's vision was gradually obscured by the gently falling snowflakes. As she observed the swirling flurries before her, her heart brimmed with concern. Just then, a tall figure emerged through the snowy veil. Recognizing this familiar silhouette, Yiqing sprang to her feet with excitement and hurriedly trotted towards Ling Tian. She seemed accustomed to his distant and aloof demeanor, as it was precisely this quality that set him apart from others. "Why are you so slow? I've waited long enough for the flowers to wither," she complained, her tone laced with impatience. After enduring the harrowing ordeal of life and death, her attitude towards Ling Tian had shifted from disdain to admiration, for only such a powerful man could be worthy of her. Ling Tian, perplexed by the inexplicable soreness in his neck, inquired, "Has it really been that long?" Yiqing, pondering as she poked her delicate finger at the ground, replied, "I think it has." Ling Tian furrowed his brows in response, questioning, "What do you mean by I think?" He then glanced around, noticing the encroaching darkness of night. As night approaches, we should first seek a place to rest for the night. Traversing the roads at this hour is rather unwise. In truth, traveling at night is of little concern. What matters most is that he is in urgent need of rest. Yiqing felt that Ling Tian's words held considerable merit and nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "I share the same sentiment. It seems we are truly in sync." Ling Tian, with his left hand tucked into his pocket and his back slightly arched, commented in a detached tone, "I believe you are overthinking it." Upon hearing this, Yiqing pouted in retort, "What do you mean by overthinking? With my intelligence, I have already considered everything you have thought of, and even what you have not." Ling Tian exhaled deeply at her words, thus reiterating that she was indeed overthinking. As he contemplated, his pace quickened. For reasons unknown, he found this woman before him endearingly foolish, and his feelings towards her had transformed into something less disdainful. In order to keep up with Ling Tian's stride, Yiqing hastened her steps as well. The sound of their hurried footsteps resonated distinctly against the snowy ground. Outside the divine realm Shinhua Heavenly Court, soldiers adorned with snow-white wings and clad in golden armor stood solemnly at the entrance of the palace. Beneath the resplendent palace, a throng of people buzzed with excitement. Among them, a young man with striking blue hair turned to his stout-faced companion and remarked, Today marks the birthday of the angelic princess. It is said that she is the most beautiful maiden in the divine realm. I wonder if we shall catch a glimpse of her celestial visage today. The young man in front, upon hearing this, turned his head, replying, I doubt we shall see her. She has never made an appearance at her previous birthday celebrations, were it not for the fear of the angelic clan's patriarch and divine envoy. I would have preferred to avoid this place altogether. The stout-faced youth nodded in agreement. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what significance the divine envoy attaches to this ceremony. Nevertheless, if I could merely lay eyes upon the angelic princess, I would consider it worth any sacrifice. A resounding shout abruptly interrupted the crowd's murmurs. Make way, clear the path. At this utterance, the majority present understood well who was approaching. It was none other than the firstborn of the radiant god clan, Shun Quan Guanglang, who could rival the angelic clan. Following closely was the second son of the radiant god clan, Shun Quan Zijiang. Naturally, the one who had just shouted was one of their attendants. Shun Quan Guanglang, wielding a golden sword and draped in a golden robe, with his chestnut hair cascading down, was indeed a striking figure. Yet, the crowd, intimidated by the might of the radiant god clan, dared not voice their true sentiments. While he reveled in his self-importance, he walked with his head held high, wishing to showcase his noble status. In stark contrast, his brother, Shun Quan Zijiang, donned a crisp white attire that exuded elegance. Complemented by his tall and flawless stature, handsome features, meticulously arranged brown hair, and slender alabaster hands that held a brown fan, his steps were light and graceful, eliciting sighs of admiration from the surrounding women. Exclamations of awe, my Zijiang is so handsome, and Zijiang, I love you. I wish to bear you many children, echoed from the crowd. Following closely was the patriarch of the radiant god clan, Shun Zhuguang Yunqing. A strikingly beautiful woman linked her arm with his, speaking in a sweet voice. Father, these women who call me second brother are quite bothersome. This young lady was none other than the princess of the radiant god clan, Shun Quan Guanglan. The middle-aged man, whose arm was entwined by her grasp, cast a cold glance over the crowd, which immediately fell into a hushed silence. Most of the onlookers, upon meeting the murderous gaze of Guang Yunqing, felt a surge of trepidation within. The entourage from the light divine clan effortlessly parted the throng, making their way to the entrance of the palace atop the high steps. The middle-aged man, with flowing white hair, emerged to greet them, his face beaming with a smile. Brother Yunqing, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Please, come in and take a seat, he said. This was none other than Yanwen, the leader of the Angel clan. Under Yanwen's warm welcome, Guang Yunqing and his companions entered the palace, prompting the crowd below to erupt into fervent discussions once more. Among them, a young woman, her face twisted in disdain, remarked, Isn't the leader of the Angel clan being rather inconsiderate? Treating members of the Light Divine clan with such openness while leaving us neglected beneath the Grand Hall is simply dumb. A man beside her hastily covered her mouth, his expression fraught with urgency as he whispered, Sister, you mustn't speak so recklessly. If others with ties to the Light Divine clan overhear, we may find ourselves in dire straits. After a moment, the sound of drums resounded, and the crowd began to surge toward the palace. In a meticulously arranged chamber, Yanwen and Guang Yunqing engaged in lively conversation, while Guanglang and Zijiang stood to the side, gesticulating animatedly toward the outside. Finally, in exasperation, Zijiang stepped forward, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, Pardon my interruption of the enlightening discussion between father and elders. Guanglang and I thought to take a stroll in the courtyard to enjoy the scenery of the divine promise heaven. May I inquire about the leader's thoughts on this? Yanwen nodded approvingly at his words, replying, It seems that both young lords possess a keen interest in my courtyard. It would indeed be delightful for you to explore at your leisure. Upon hearing this, the two young men beamed with joy and exclaimed in unison, Thank you, clan leader. With that, they excitedly dashed out of the room. Guang Yunqing shook his head with a sigh at their exuberance, muttering, What a lack of maturity. They become so animated over mere scenery. Meanwhile, Guang Lan, standing beside him, had already discerned their true intentions. That a look of disdain crossed her features as she thought, Is it not merely to see Princess Yanqianxue? They always concoct such elaborate excuses. Men truly are nothing but trouble. At that moment, an unexpected guest arrived outside the palace, a striking figure with flowing purple hair, a tall and slender frame, and luminous fair skin. His chiseled eyebrows and captivating, sharp purple eyes, complemented by a straight and elegant nose, thin yet luscious lips, and a pointed chin, formed a handsome visage that captivated all who beheld him, clad in a flowing blue coat. He moved with an effortless grace that elicited gasps from several women. Ah, this man is so handsome. How can someone be so exquisitely beautiful? My heart cannot bear it. I feel as though I might suffocate from his charm. Handsome stranger, come into my embrace. The women in the palace were entranced by the striking appearance of this man, oblivious to the fact that he was none other than Beigong Nanming, the foremost among the 7 divine beings of the celestial realm. Just as the women could no longer contain their eagerness to rush forward, 2 brilliant beams of light erupted on either side of Beigong Nanming, causing a ripple of astonished gasps to spread through the crowd. As the brilliance faded, 2 figures materialized beside Beigong Nanming's tall form. Upon recognizing their faces, the assembly erupted into a clamor of astonishment. Behold, it is the god of greed, Reno, and the god of divine punishment, Zhuang Han, among the 7 deities, except for the supreme leader of the 7, who remains unknown to the world. The other deities are firmly etched in the minds of the populace. It is said that the 7 deities are formidable and terrifying entities. At this moment, the girl yearning to rush forward can only calm her restless heart and suppress her inner turmoil. One can only wonder about the identity of the handsome man caught between these 2 deities. Who treats them as mere attendants, a question shared by all present. Just then, a tall and stunning woman with 2 snow-white wings, a curvaceous figure, and a blue ponytail joyfully approached Beigong Nanming. Brother Nanming, what brings you here? She exclaimed with a sweet smile. Beigong Nanming returned her smile, eliciting a chorus of gasps from the surrounding women. Ah, it's Xiaoro. Quickly, could you summon your lady? It concerns matters regarding Yan. Reno, standing nearby, could not help but shake his head and sigh. Alas, yet another young lady has been whisked away by my elder brother. Zhuang Han cast a scornful glance at Reno, derisively saying, with that ghastly appearance of yours, it's a miracle if you don't frighten the young lady into a faint. Reno glared at Zhuang Han, his anger flaring. You broom-headed fool. If you don't get beaten for 3 days, you think you can just run amok? Zhuang Han puffed out his chest, wearing a fearless expression. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Do you think I fear you? Beigong Nanming furrowed his brows, his voice cold and commanding. Silence, both of you. At his words, they each turned away with disgruntled huffs. Characters have something to say. A little interlude. Beigong Nanming. I've heard that handsome men and beautiful women often receive book collections and comments. Pray, use your delicate fingers to leave me a phrase of praise. Would you? Zhuang Han. Just so you know, Reno is dreadfully ugly. Reno, get lost, you scoundrel, you old goat. Zhuang Han. Chapter 6. The Angelic Goddess. A lifetime of longing in a magnificently constructed pavilion, Zijiang lounged on a stone bench beneath, leisurely fanning himself. He gazed at the cherry blossom petals drifting in the breeze, remarking with delight. Truly, this is the renowned divine court of Shun Nua. Even a humble pavilion is surrounded by such exquisite beauty. Beside him, Guang Lang stood anxiously, fists clenched as he struck the stone table impatiently. You still have the leisure to admire the scenery. We've searched for ages without catching a glimpse of anyone. This place is utterly different from last time. What in the world is this place? Zijiang, maintaining his composure, smirked and replied. It is said that the divine court of Shun Nua is perched like a tiger and coiled like a dragon, with a terrain that is exceedingly enigmatic, changing annually in a specific manner. Indeed, this is a place that lives up to its reputation. The terrain this time is vastly different from that of our visit last year. Guang Lang, upon hearing this, grew exasperated. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Now we are lost. What shall we do? But upon hearing Zijiang's words, Guang Lang's face brightened. Excellent. This means we can pursue Yin Qianshui without any distractions. Just then, a blinding golden light pierced through the cherry blossom trees in front of the pavilion, causing Guang Lang to become alert, sensing a powerful surge of mystical energy. A formidable presence at the Xianman realm approaches unexpectedly. Seated upon a stone bench, Zijiang straightened his posture, rhythmically tapping his palm with a long fan. This must be Jinger, the left-wing guardian of the angelic princess. Her prowess surpasses ours, and perhaps by following her, we may encounter Yin Qianxue. Upon hearing this, Guang Lang was instantly filled with enthusiasm and declared, time is of the essence. We shall set forth immediately. Zijiang smirked, nodded in agreement, and leaned forward, transforming into a streak of blue light that swiftly shot out. With Guang Lang close behind, in the heart of a vast, azure lake, a towering tree stood, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Its leaves, a vibrant tapestry of red and green, intertwined beautifully, while countless crimson ribbons adorned its branches. This tree is revered by the world as the acacia of longing. Beneath its shade lay a lush expanse of verdant land, where a breathtakingly beautiful woman donned in a nude short skirt sat, plucking a zither beneath the tree. The melancholic yet enchanting melodies lingered in the air, evoking a torrent of emotions. Suddenly, a golden light darted towards her seated figure, prompting Jinger to kneel on one leg, supporting herself with her knee, and bow her head respectfully. Miss Bagong Nanming requests an audience. It concerns matters pertaining to Yin. Upon hearing this, Yin Qianxue's long, luscious golden eyelashes quivered, her captivating golden irises sparkling with excitement. She immediately ceased her playing, rising gracefully, her alluring figure brimming with joy. Let us go forth to greet him at once. With that, she transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing from sight. Jinger, still kneeling, was enveloped in confusion. Why was her mistress in such high spirits today? It was the first time she had ever heard the word greet from her lips. Contemplating this, she rose to her feet, channeling her inner energy, and communicated with another woman through Lingtong. Xiao Jin, the mistress has gone to the Great Hall and has ordered us to proceed swiftly. Lingtong is a unique ability that allows for resonance through inner energy, facilitating long-distance communication and telepathic dialogue. In the bamboo grove by the lakeshore, Guanglong erupted in frustration, exclaiming, "What a stroke of bad luck! I barely caught a glimpse of her, and now she is gone." Zijiang replied with a gentle smile, "What of it? Although we cannot match Yin Qianxue's speed, Jinger's swiftness is on par with ours. We can simply follow her closely." Guanglong nodded in appreciation. "Truly, you are my brother. Well-read, worldly, and exceptionally clever. Yet, it is astonishing that Yin Qianxue, of our age, has attained such a divine realm. This is unprecedented." Zijiang sighed, reflecting on the disparity of talent. It is said that the angelic race is sheltered by the celestial emperor, and the offspring of divine messengers are destined to possess extraordinary gifts, paying the price of having but a single descendant. Now, it seems, this is indeed the case. With that thought, he ceased his musings, transforming into blue light to hastily follow Jinger, with Zijiang trailing closely behind. Meanwhile, seated at the central dining table of the Great Hall, Nanming rested his chin on his hand, crossing his legs as he observed the stark contrast between the ravenous Reno and the slow, deliberate Zhuang Han. That he mused to himself how their appearances could differ so drastically. Suddenly, the raucous shouts of men surged into his ears. Recognizing the excited roars of the men, he stood, his tall frame rising as he casually thrust his hands into his pockets and strode forward. A woman of ethereal beauty, resembling a celestial being, gracefully emerged from the rear door of the grand hall, her golden, peach blossom-like eyes shimmering like a tranquil pool of water. With every glance, she exuded an air of regal elegance that captivated all who beheld her. Her delicate and exquisite nose resembled a rosebud on the verge of blooming, evoking an irresistible desire to inhale its subtle fragrance. Her sensuous, rosy lips were breathtakingly enchanting, while her inverted triangular face was a sight to behold. And her exquisitely sculpted chin was utterly mesmerizing. Her skin, as pure as untouched silk, stirred the soul with its pristine whiteness. Flowing down her back, her waist-length golden hair cascaded like radiant threads of sunlight. Yet it was her devilishly alluring figure that truly commanded attention. Towering and statuesque, her long, voluptuous thighs were adorned in a barely their nude miniskirt, rendering onlookers spellbound. Her slender waist accentuated a flawless silhouette. And as she lifted the corners of her mouth in a smile, her golden tresses danced gracefully, creating ripples akin to gentle waves upon water. Indeed, a mere smile from her could bewitch 100 hearts. The phrases national beauty and city's charm scarcely encapsulated the allure and grace of this woman, who was none other than the angelic princess Yin Qianxue, the object of countless dreams and desires. Trailing behind her were two other women, each possessing snow-white wings and beauty akin to that of heavenly maidens, yet in comparison to Yin Qianxue's radiance, they appeared dim and lackluster. Upon sensing the surge of Nanin's mystical power, Yin Qianxue parted the crowd, locking eyes with him. They both came to a halt, and Nanin, gazing at the enchanting Yin Qianxue before him, clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming how truly breathtaking she was. "It has been quite some time. You have become even more stunning," he remarked. That it seems Yin has indeed found himself fortunate in beauty. Yin Qianxue, suppressing her smile, retorted coolly, "Spare me your flattery. I am here solely because of news regarding Yin." Now, Do take your leave. Your presence is quite vexing. Nanine, remaining composed, responded, "It is only natural that you harbor disdain for me. I hold no objections to that. However, I sincerely hope you do not disappoint my expectations of you." Yin Qinshue's tone softened as she declared, "He is the one I have long awaited. This time, I shall protect him, just as he once safeguarded me." Nanine, with hands nestled in his pockets and a slight bend of his back, smirked, suggesting, "This is not a suitable place for discussion. Let us relocate." With her arms crossed over her chest, Yin Qinshui replied softly, "Follow me." She then instructed Jinru and Su Jin, who were by her side, not to accompany them. In an instant, Yin Qinshui and Nanine vanished from sight. This remarkable ability, known as Instant Flash, could only be attained at the divine realm, possessed by only a select few of extraordinary talent. Moreover, its usage was immensely taxing on one's mystical energy and was typically reserved for dire circumstances. Upon witnessing the instantaneous disappearance of Yin Qinshui and the enigmatic handsome man, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. "Is that not the instant flash that only a select few gifted individuals can wield? How enviable!" One man exclaimed amidst the throng. "My goddess is indeed the most beautiful. My goddess is the strongest." In a corner of the grand hall, Guanglong eyed Jiang with curiosity, pondering the origins of the man who had just conversed with Yin Qinshui. Who could he be to possess the ability to instant flash? Yet, he appears rather feeble, far inferior to our snow goddess. With that thought, he lifted a goblet from the table, preparing to indulge in its contents. Zhejiang's countenance was taut, and the long fan in his hand trembled uncontrollably. A palpable fear gripping his heart. The man he had just encountered possessed strength far superior to Yin Qinshui. If his observations were accurate, the man's cultivation was at least at the divine lord level, if not transcending into the realm of immortality. Guanglang, who had just taken a sip of wine, abruptly spewed it out in shock, utterly terrified. How could this be possible? Even our father has only reached the divine sovereign stage. Is he truly stronger than our father? Moreover, he appeared so youthful. How could he wield such formidable power? Nevertheless, despite his words, Guanglang harbored a degree of trust in Zhejiang's insights. For Zhejiang was endowed with an innate ability to perceive the true strength of individuals, capable of discerning their cultivation levels and unraveling all illusions. Zhejiang shook his head gravely, stating, "The world you perceive is far too limited. It is said that each of the 7 gods attained great divinity in their youth. Indeed, there are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond the people. One must not judge solely by appearances." Guanglang, perplexed by Zhejiang's cryptic words, ruffled his hair in confusion. Why was it all so profound? Ahem. Zhejiang felt a flush of embarrassment. A voice interjects. A small theatrical moment. Yin Qinshui. What is the essence of love in this world, that it binds life and death together? Click to collect, and feel free to comment, so that I may reunite with Yin soon. Beigong Nanming. Those who are handsome and beautiful are so generous in clicking to collect. Chapter 7. Deep in the Nightmare. Remnants of the fiery sea. Yin Qinshui and Nanming's figures appeared simultaneously before a crystal-clear pond, surrounded by lush greenery and vibrant flowers. The area was encircled by bamboo groves, lending it an air of seclusion. Yin Qinshui wore a stern expression, her arms crossed over her chest. "Can we speak now?" A gentle breeze rustled through, causing Nanming's long purple hair to cascade like a waterfall at times, and at others, to flutter like soft silk in the wind. "You are quite impatient, but what I am about to say, you already know," Nanming replied calmly. Yin Qinshui, listening to the whispers from the surrounding bamboo, felt her slightly curled golden hair sway in the breeze. Is he awake? Nanming's ethereal purple eyes glimmered with a bright light. Indeed, he has awakened. Not long ago. At this moment, Yin Qinshui stood with her back to Nanming, her stunning beauty breaking into an enchanting smile, causing the surrounding flora to bow in admiration of her allure. She had finally awaited this day, the moment to meet the man she had longed for day and night. For this day, she had burned incense and awaited with fervor. Nanming, aware of Yin Qinshui's overwhelming joy, smiled subtly. "I know you are exceedingly thrilled, although I lack the right to stand before him. I shall assume the responsibility of an elder brother and protect him from the shadows." Yin Qinshui, brimming with excitement, barely registered Nanming's words and turned with a radiant smile. "Where is he now? I must find him immediately." Nanming's expression darkened at her words. He turned slightly, withdrawing his hands from his pockets and placing them behind his waist, his mesmerizing purple gaze fixed on the swaying bamboo leaves. "You cannot seek him out just yet." Yin Qinshui's smile vanished instantly, her voice cold and low. Why not? Nan Ming replied softly. These days mark your birthday celebration. You must understand that you cannot leave this place. A cold smile crossed Yan Qianque's fair visage. Then I shall leave regardless. Nan Ming turned his slender body and regarded her with indifference. Indeed, with your prowess, no one aside from your father could possibly impede your departure from this place. However, your leaving would bring calamity to Yan if you were to encounter him. His situation would become even more dire. Thus, I shall be the first to prevent you from doing so. Upon hearing this, Yan Qianque clenched her fists in anger and retorted, What do you propose then? Nan Ming patted his shoulder and stated, On the day your birthday celebration concludes, I shall reveal to you Yan's precise location. At that time, it will not be too late for you to go to him. Yan Qianque, upon hearing this, closed her beautiful eyes to quell her rising fury. Subsequently, she opened her stunning eyes and, with an icy demeanor, declared, Remember what you have said today. Should you renege on your word, I shall flay your skin. With that, she huffed disdainfully and vanished from Nan Ming's sight. In response, Nan Ming smiled rather than fuming. Lifting his gaze to the indigo sky, his handsome features softening, brother, do not engage in foolishness this time. If you can accept her anew, I shall stand up for you when the time of the divine flame temple arrives in 5 years. Within the cold extinction rivered this moment, the sky appeared shrouded by a dark curtain, enveloped in a gloomy haze, while the bright white snow below illuminated the surroundings like radiant lights. The two walked upon the snowy ground, the cacophony of their footsteps resonating in the air. Suddenly, amidst the tumultuous noise, Yu Qing's voice of complaint broke through. After walking for so long, we have yet to find a place to rest. This is utterly exhausting for this young lady. Ling Tian, suppressing the overwhelming fatigue that threatened to consume him, halted his steps, furrowing his brows. This place resembles an endless plain, devoid of any suitable refuge. It appears we shall have to sleep outdoors tonight. Fortunately, it is not snowing. Otherwise, we would awaken buried beneath the snow. With this thought, he prepared to lie down upon the snow. Yi Qing also came to a stop and, after a moment of contemplation, exclaimed, I remember bringing a tent before we set out. Ling Tian, on the verge of reclining in the snow, suddenly froze out a tent. Yi Qing nodded at Ling Tian, her expression one of obvious expectation. Yes, precisely, a tent. Ling Tian squinted at Yi Qing's face, which was flushed from the cold, and murmured to himself, So, what exactly is a tent? A sudden wave of dizziness crashed over him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. He sat there, struggling to support his weight against the earth, his vision blurring. Noticing Ling Tian suddenly seated in the snow, his complexion pale and his expression weary, Yi Qing quickly retrieved a long coat from her storage ring and rushed to drape it over his shoulders. Her voice gentle as she said, Don't catch a chill. Ling Tian grasped the coat resting upon his shoulders, feeling an unexpected warmth that he gazed at Yi Qing's delicate face. Remaining silent, Yi Qing stood tall, extracting a neatly folded piece of fabric and several white poles from her storage ring, and announced nonchalantly, In light of your triumph over the heavenly tier beast today, you may rest there without needing to assist. With that, she began to set up the tent. Ling Tian, upon hearing this, lifted his chin slightly, his crimson eyes fixed upon the pitch-black sky. Even if you desired my help, I am utterly incapable of offering it. After a while, Yi Qing skillfully erected the tent, its yellow cylindrical edges complemented by a conical top, spacious enough to accommodate at least 7 or 8 individuals. She clapped her hands and turned to Ling Tian, declaring, The task is accomplished. Yet before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Ling Tian seated in the snow, eyes closed, his expression serene. Ling Tian's extraordinary visage, akin to an unfathomable mire, ensnared her in a captivating spell, rendering her unable to escape its allure. It dawned upon her that beneath his usual aloofness, he possessed an enchanting beauty. His flawless features were nothing short of a divine creation, utterly impeccable. All the words to describe handsomeness seemed inadequate to capture the splendor of his countenance at that moment. Ling Tian was roused from his slumber by Yi Qing's shrill call, his brows furrowing as he fixed a piercing gaze upon her, his eyes glinting like sword light, icily admonishing, What madness is this? Yi Qing felt a shiver run down her spine under his frosty stare, the mere thought of that gaze capable of freezing a person to their core. Yet, she was unafraid, for Ling Tian had valiantly vanquished the celestial tier demon beasts for her sake. She pursed her alluring lips, approached him, and gently removed the trench coat draped over his shoulders, folding it in her hands. She then supported him, guiding one of his arms around her neck, her voice softening. I am aware that you sustained grave injuries in your battle against the celestial tier beasts, but you refrained from mentioning it all the way here to spare me worry to ensure your recovery. We must find a refuge shielded from the wind and snow." With that, she assisted Ling Tian in a slow walk towards the tent. Ling Tian's icy demeanor gradually softened, and as time wore on, his body felt increasingly feeble, now in a state of extreme weakness, devoid of any strength. Although Yi Qing's words were not what he had wished to hear, this time he lacked the energy to contest her. She helped him into the tent, gently laying him down in the center, advising, "Rest well." Ling Tian, feeling the softness and comfort beneath him, managed a faint smile, his voice barely audible. "Why didn't you bring this out sooner?" Truly, before he could finish his thought, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Yi Qing softly draped the trench coat over Ling Tian's tall frame, then extended her delicate hand, a blue luminescence flickering to life in her palm. She used the azure glow to admire his sculpted features, a smile gradually gracing her face. In the azure sky, several capricious white clouds floated, and beneath this vast expanse lay an emerald expanse of grass. "Slow down. Be careful not to fall," a tall, beautiful woman called out anxiously as she chased after two children. Suddenly, the younger brother's small foot slipped on a stone, causing him to tumble onto the grass with a cry. He scrambled up, tears welling in his eyes, and in an instant, the world around him transformed. The once azure sky morphed into a blood-red hue, and the grassy meadow erupted into chaos, engulfed in fierce flames. His small frame trembled, his cherubic face etched with terror. He cried out, "Mom, brother, where are you? Don't leave me alone. I'm scared." The beautiful woman from moments ago now stood before him amidst the inferno. Her face shrouded in darkness, rendering her unrecognizable. With a heart-wrenching scream, she cried out, "Child, flee swiftly. Mother will always guard you. Mother will forever love." Before she could finish her words, several large blades pierced her body. Crimson blood splattering in every direction, the little boy's expression changed drastically, and he wailed in despair, "Mother." Ling Tian was abruptly awakened from his dream, sitting up and gasping for breath. His slender fingers tangled in his dampened red hair, his countenance exceedingly grim. After a short while, as his breathing steadied, he covered his face with his hands, beads of sweat trickling down his ears like precious pearls. Outside the tent, the sky was already dimly illuminated. Yeqing, still lost in slumber, turned over, mumbling in her dreams, Cotton candy. Such a big cotton candy. It's all mine." After a moment, Ling Tian lifted the coat from his feet and stepped out of the tent. A voice from the characters, "Little Theater, Ling Tian. Want to know more about my origins? Quickly click the bookmark and leave a comment." Chapter 8. Finally emerging from the snowfield. The stone gate in the forest outside the tent, gentle snowflakes began to fall, drifting gracefully like goose feathers in the wind, swirling down in a flurry. Ling Tian gazed up at the grayish sky, watching as the snowflakes melted into crystalline droplets that slid down his face. It was merely a dream, yet why did it feel so excruciatingly painful? Ling Tian pondered, his crimson pupils gradually dimming. As the sky brightened, Yeqing blinked awake, stretching comfortably before realizing that Ling Tian, who had been lying beside her, had vanished. A tremor of unease shot through her heart as she hurriedly unzipped the tent. A biting, frigid wind rushed towards her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Spotting Ling Tian standing a short distance away with his back to her, she questioned in confusion, "What are you doing standing there?" Upon hearing Yeqing's voice, Ling Tian turned his head and replied in a subdued tone, "If you're up, let us continue on our journey." Yeqing, perceiving the indifference in his tone, placed her hands on her hips. "That won't do. You're still injured. We should wait until you feel better before we leave." Ling Tian ran his slender fingers through his disheveled red hair, his expression calm as he stated, "I'm perfectly fine now. That power has already reached a balance. If you wish to swiftly conclude this tedious expedition, it's best not to waste any more time." Yeqing felt a wave of frustration wash over her. How foolish it was to worry for him. With a furrowed brow, she insisted, "At the very least, we should eat something before we go." Upon hearing her words, Ling Tian realized he had scarcely eaten anything since the previous day and felt a sudden pang of hunger. Swallowing hard, he replied nonchalantly, "All right." With that, he strode over to Yeqing. The two settled inside the tent, where Yeqing retrieved several cans of meat from her storage space, and they devoured them in a whirlwind. After their meal, Yeqing packed up the tent, and they walked side by side. Time swiftly passed to midday, and under Yeqing's incessant chatter, Ling Tian reluctantly agreed to take a break. Yeqing spread a blanket on the snow-covered ground, sitting upon it with her arms wrapped around her legs, declaring, "I have a question I'm very eager to ask." Ling Tian also sat on the blanket, propping himself slightly backward with one hand. "Go ahead." Yeqing tightly hugged her knees, her delicate form resting against her legs as she gazed downwards, asking softly, you daughter of the divine race, aren't you? Ling Tian straightened his posture upon hearing her inquiry. Responding in a low, somber tone, I do not know that Wei Yiqing had long anticipated his response, and continued, the mysterious red energy within you harbors a formidable power, akin to the divine force found within the Celestial Clan. Celestial Clan? Divine force. Ling Tian murmured in bewilderment. Wei Yiqing sighed. This is common knowledge. The Celestial Clan refers to the race dwelling in the divine realm, blessed with prolonged lifespans and extraordinary talents, revered by the human race. The divine force is a potent energy that one attains after reaching the divine human realm, a power not bestowed upon every member of the Celestial Clan, according to worldly legends, apart from the 7 deities. Those possessing divine force within the Celestial Clan are exceedingly rare. Are mortals then incapable of possessing divine force? Ling Tian inquired. Upon hearing the name, a sudden, piercing pain surged through his head, as if he had encountered it before. He furrowed his brows and, after a moment of silence, remarked, why does the human race hold the Celestial Clan in such high regard, solely for their longevity and talents? Yiqing shook her head and clarified. Not quite. The Luotian continent serves as a platform for power and authority, where the survival of the fittest prevails. The Celestial Clan's extended lifespans and exceptional talents enable them to attain lofty levels of strength. Reaching the divine human realm is a coveted aspiration for mortals, yet for the celestial beings, it is merely a matter of time. Does that mean the human race shall forever remain beneath the Celestial Clan? Ling Tian continued. After pondering for a moment, Yiqing replied with a gentle demeanor, I recall my father once mentioning a figure in human history who instilled fear in the Celestial Clan. His name seems to be Ming Tian. Ling Tian's expression relaxed slightly, and he remarked with intrigue, another with the surname D. Surely this individual must share a bloodline with the person you just mentioned? Yiqing, lost in thought, murmured, I'm not entirely certain of the specifics. After a brief pause, Ling Tian set aside his contemplations and, after sharing a modest meal with Yiqing, resumed their journey. After several hours of walking, they finally beheld scattered trees. Wei Yiqing, beaming with delight, patted Ling Tian's broad shoulder, expressing her satisfaction. I knew you would lead me out. Ling Tian maintained his usual stoic demeanor and replied in a low tone. Being able to emerge merely indicates that your fortune is indeed favorable. Upon hearing this, Yiqing proudly lifted the corners of her lips, dismissing his remark, of course. Ling Tian chose to ignore her and continued onward. He sensed the guiding force within him growing ever stronger, leaving him puzzled. What was this power, and why was it directing him? Yet, driven by intuition, he felt an inseparable bond with this force, with a cheerful stride. Yiqing followed closely behind Ling Tian as dusk fell. He, guided by that force, arrived at a towering stone door. The door was adorned with a myriad of intricate carvings, many of which had become indistinct after years of erosion by the elements. Yiqing rested her chin on her hand in astonishment. Oh, there's a stone door here. Ling Tian squinted slightly, declaring, the force is within this stone cave. I must enter. Yiqing stepped forward, channeling her mysterious energy into the stone door, and immediately furrowed her delicate brows, saying, this stone door is indestructible. My energy has not yet fully recovered. Breaking it seems exceedingly difficult. Ling Tian took a step forward and placed his hand on the stone door as well. Yiqing shot him an incredulous glance, thinking to herself, you have no energy. Placing your hand there is futile. That I truly do not understand your reasoning. Suddenly, a surge of potent blood energy erupted from within Ling Tian. Accompanied by a fierce gust of wind that stirred up the surrounding dust, the blood energy gradually enveloped the entire stone door, causing it to tremble violently as dirt from above cascaded down like a gentle rain. Yiqing, witnessing this scene, felt a silent slap of reality across her face. In disbelief, she exclaimed, no, it can't be, as the stone door slowly creaked open amidst her astonishment. Once the door was ajar, the surrounding blood energy swiftly flowed into Ling Tian's body. Observing this influx of crimson energy, Yiqing mused that this red mist was likely far more than mere divine power. Ling Tian turned to her, remarking, what can't be? Yiqing widened her eyes, her expression reflecting a heightened sense of panic as she stammered, in nothing. Ling Tian then gazed into the pitch-black cave ahead, just as he lifted his leg to step inside, only to be seized by Yiqing's grip on his arm. After walking for a considerable while, the stone path beneath Ling Tian's feet gradually became level, while vibrant hues began to shimmer upon the surrounding walls, although he was somewhat unacquainted with the world. He certainly recognized the essence of crystal. However, he had no intention of squandering his time collecting crystals and thus continued to advance. As he approached a grand entrance, a sound reminiscent of a dog gnawing on a bone emanated from beside the door. Ling Tian halted, but alas, it was too late. 3 formidable wolves, their backs adorned with crystals, sprang forth from the heaps of crystal flanking the entrance, their fierce eyes glaring at him, baring their fangs, gazing at the trio of wolves before him. Ling Tian maintained an expression as placid as still water and inquired, "Do you wish to engage in combat?" The largest wolf, positioned at the forefront, exhibited an imposing stature, its sharp claws scraping against the ground like a rampaging bull. Signaling its intent to charge ahead, Ling Tian, with a hint of disdain, curled his lips into a smirk, his gaze sharp as a sword, beckoning the foremost wolf with a slender finger and jesting. "Do you wish to be the first to lose your head?" A dense, azure aura erupted from the body of the wolf, enveloping it entirely. Then, with a powerful push of its hind legs, it transformed into a streak of blinding blue light. Hurtling towards Ling Tian, rather than retreating, Ling Tian advanced, stepping forward before delivering a swift kick with his rear leg. The force of his kick surged like a tempest, and he accurately struck the incoming blue light, unleashing an unstoppable force that redirected it like a soccer ball forcibly kicked aside. With a resounding crash, the wolf emitted a mournful howl, accompanied by the sound of scattering debris as it plummeted to the ground, expelling a stream of azure blood before it struggled a few times and lay lifeless. The 2 remaining wolves, witnessing this, howled in unison, their bodies enveloped in blue energy, before charging simultaneously at Ling Tian. He too propelled himself forward, sprinting towards the adjacent stone wall, with one wolf hot on his heels. As Ling Tian reached the wall, the pursuing wolf pounced upon him with the swiftness of a thunderous leopard, transforming into a burst of blue light aimed at his back. In a flash, Ling Tian leaped forward, arching his body backward, and with one leg propelled himself off the wall, utilizing the recoil as Ling Tian stepped over the gate lying flat on the ground. The vista before him suddenly expanded. The area was vast and level, with conical stone spikes adorning the walls above. A gentle breeze, seemingly from nowhere, brushed against him, causing Ling Tian's brows to furrow tightly. The breeze carried with it a putrid odor, reminiscent of the foul stench emitted from decaying corpses. He surveyed his surroundings. Apart from a few scattered bones not far away, there was nothing else in sight. Could the earlier scent have originated from these bones? With that thought, he slipped his hands into his pockets, slightly bent his long back, and walked forward with an air of calm composure. As he approached the skeletons, several eerie columns of black flames erupted from the remains lying on the ground. Dust swirled around him, and fragments of rock danced in the air. Ling Tian raised his hand to shield himself from the oncoming dust. Leaping back several meters, once the dust settled, he fixed his cold gaze upon the rising black mist in the distance. After a moment, the ascending dark vapor gradually subsided, and the skeletons on the ground began to rise stiffly. The bizarre black mist clung to the surface of the skeletons like raging flames. Ling Tian straightened his tall figure, his expression as cold as ice. What in the world? Before him stood 3 skeletons, each exuding an aura of inscrutable mystery. Blinding rays of light flickered from their hands, and soon 2 of them wielded a massive axe and a staff, respectively. The unarmed skeleton took a step forward, then shot toward Ling Tian like a bolt of black lightning. In its trajectory, it unleashed a fiery punch. Ling Tian swiftly sidestepped, the flaming fist whizzing past his crimson eyes. A powerful surge of dark energy erupted from the skeleton's fist, crashing into the nearby stone wall with a deafening roar, scattering debris and leaving a massive fist imprint embedded deep within the rock. The skeleton then launched its left fist, imbued with the same eerie black energy. A smile curved at the corners of Ling Tian's lips as he swiftly crouched down, executing a backspin while sweeping his rear leg out. The skeleton's foot was struck, causing it to lose balance and topple over. In a flash, Ling Tian sprang to his feet, delivering a fierce kick to the head of the skeleton that was now falling. The head was sent soaring, while the rest of the body collapsed into a heap on the ground. Suddenly, Ling Tian felt a surge. He suddenly propelled himself with his powerful hind legs, his elongated form shooting forth like a beam of light, sprinting towards the nearby skeleton with remarkable speed. As he charged ahead, the ground before him erupted with sharp, protruding spikes. Channeling all his strength into his legs, he deftly dodged the spikes that burst forth from the earth, weaving left and right with agility. Moments later, he found himself standing before the skeleton wielding a staff. In a fluid motion, he leapt and spun, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the skeleton's skull, just as the strike seemed destined to succeed. A radiant wall of light, shaped like a towering cross, appeared beside the skeleton holding the staff. Ling Tian's kick collided with this luminous barrier, and a forceful recoil emanated from it, propelling his body backward through the air. As he spun in midair, he instinctively grasped one of the spikes that had erupted from the ground, narrowly avoiding a fall. With a shadowy expression, Ling Tian glared at the skeleton in the distance. Now accompanied by another, the skeleton wielding a massive axe plunged it into the ground, causing a radiant array to emanate from the point of impact. Instantly, colossal walls of light, identical to the previous one, materialized around the two skeletons, enclosing them tightly and sealing them off completely. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Ling Tian and around him surged upward, forming a towering wall several meters high, trapping him within this vast circle. Ling Tian gazed at the cross-shaped barrier obscuring the skeletons with an indifferent expression. For when unable to approach, he found himself utterly at a loss, compounded by the absence of an escape route. Leaving him with no choice but to fight to the death, to his astonishment, these two skeletons exhibited remarkable intelligence, managing to discern his vulnerabilities. Yet, he was resolute in refusing to be manipulated so easily. As he contemplated his predicament, several ice spikes shot forth from within the barrier towards him. He immediately shifted his body to evade them, sprinting laterally while keenly searching for any chinks in the barrier's armor. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor him. After circling the barrier several times, he discovered no gaps whatsoever, and his evasion speed began to wane. Gritting his teeth, Ling Tian prepared for a desperate struggle. After dodging another volley of ice spikes, he charged toward the light wall once more, his form resembling a bolt of lightning as he reached its surface. Clenching his right fist, he concentrated all his strength into a single, forceful blow, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of power that erupted from his arm. The rapidity of his fist generated a fierce wind, crackling with electricity as it tore through the dense air. His fist crashed against the luminous wall with the force to shatter stone and mountain, unleashing a shockwave that sent him hurtling backward. Like an arrow released from its bow, he was propelled away, the sound of the impact reverberating against the towering wall. In an instant, the wall buckled inward, shards of rock flying in all directions. Ling Tian fell from the concave surface of the wall, dropping to one knee, his left hand pressed against his chest as crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, he felt utterly weakened, engulfed in pain, struggling to rise. With a heavy heart, he gazed at the radiant barrier in the distance. It appeared that, however, he quickly recalled the scene of battling the celestial tier demon beast, where the use of blood energy had come at the peril of his own life. He wondered if he could invoke that power once more this time. Yet, he found himself with no other choice, as the pain and fatigue coursing through his body left him no room to evade the impending strike. It seemed he had no alternative but to make a desperate gamble. Suddenly, several beams of cold light shot forth from within the luminous barrier. He gazed coldly at the incoming rays, his expression devoid of any ripples. When the cold light struck him, he felt no intense pain. Instead, a surge of strength enveloped his entire being. It turned out that the cold light directed at him was absorbed by the blood energy emanating from his body, which was then transformed into restorative power to mend his injuries. He rose to his full height, an overwhelming and potent blood energy erupting around him, while his mesmerizing crimson eyes radiated an eerie glow. He lifted his slender right hand, and a blinding red light flashed forth, materializing into a blood-red longsword, which he grasped tightly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his left hand. He squinted at the sword he held. Was this sword once again? He had never intended to wield it. It seemed to be an instinctive action, reminiscent of his previous encounter with the celestial tier demon beast. However, recalling the limitations of this power, he hesitated to use it for an extended period. The two skeletons within the luminous barrier sensed the terrifying force surging from Ling Tian and dared not show any signs of complacency. The skeleton wielding the staff swung it horizontally, unleashing a terrifying torrent of black flames that erupted forth. As it soared through the air, the black flames transformed into a ferocious tiger, massive as a giant elephant, charging towards Ling Tian with an earth-shattering roar. Meanwhile, the skeleton that had embedded its giant axe into the ground suddenly raised its right hand, and a black hole, nearly the size of its head, appeared outside the luminous barrier. Several inky black arms emerged from the void, reaching out toward Ling Tian. Observing this, Ling Tian raised his longsword parallel to his shoulder and stepped forward, shifting his weight slightly downwards. His long legs bending ever so slightly, his left hand braced against his forward knee, and a blinding red light erupted from the raised longsword, which suddenly elongated to several meters. He swiftly swung the glowing sword in a horizontal arc, moving with the speed of a shooting star, while his voice remained coldly detached. Bloodsword flash. Every motion was completed in the blink of an eye. Fluid and graceful, a dazzling crimson light flashed past, severing the charging black tiger and the extending inky arms, while the indestructible luminous barrier was cleaved in two. Yet, the two skeletons within the barrier remained unscathed. Ling Tian couldn't help but click his tongue in frustration. TCH. I miscalculated. The red longsword in his hand reverted to its original length. He leaped into the air, executing a sideways rotation before hurling the longsword with a low, resonant voice. Bloodsword spiral. The red longsword spun rapidly as it flew, a powerful blood energy emanating from its blade, accompanying its rotation. Within a few breaths, a colossal spiral formed from the sword, and blood energy materialized in midair, hurtling towards the luminous barrier. The two skeletons, witnessing this, jumped about anxiously. Subsequently, the skeleton wielding the staff hurriedly raised it high, manifesting a gigantic black shield outside the luminous barrier, with a colossal axe firmly embedded in the ground. The skeleton hastily summoned several shimmering walls of light upon the black shield once more. The formidable spiral collided with the light walls, which dissipated instantaneously, while the gigantic spiral expanded in size. The combined powers of all the shields conjured by the two skeletons were absorbed by the sanguine surface of the spiral, converting them into its own strength. Consequently, after assimilating the entire force of the shields, the spiral's stature became astonishingly imposing. A deafening roar reverberated, shaking the earth violently in its wake. Ling Tian descended gracefully, standing upon the trembling ground. As the tremors subsided and the swirling dust gradually settled, Ling Tian surveyed the immense pit before him, gouged several dozen meters deep, his handsome visage remaining aloof. The figures of the two skeletons had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a multitude of drifting black vapors within the crater. Suddenly, a powerful suction emanated from the blood energy surrounding Ling Tian, drawing in all the black mist from the pit with a fierce intensity that a fleeting smile crossed his frosty countenance as he observed the dark energy flowing into him. Realizing that his own blood energy could absorb this malevolence and transform it for his own use, Ling Tian felt his physical prowess elevate to an extraordinary level, akin to the might of mountains and rivers. Once the blood energy had fully absorbed the black mist, it surged into his body. He sensed a peculiar force roiling within him. Extending his slender right hand, he harnessed this newfound power, and a bizarre black flame materialized in the palm of his hand. Though the origin of this power remained a mystery, he deemed it unnecessary to question its lineage, choosing instead to wield it. With this thought, he extinguished the black flame. Through this harrowing experience, Ling Tian finally understood the two prerequisites for the emergence of blood energy. First, a threat to his own life. Second, the absorption of another's power. He tucked his slender hands into his pockets, resolved to leave this place without delay, and maneuvered around the vast pit that spanned nearly 10 meters wide. Continuing his journey forward, a character interjects. Skeleton, curse the author. I was startled out of my wits. Click to bookmark and leave a comment or two. This author is beyond reason. Ling Tian. It seems I must return to unleash the sword spiral. Skeleton, have some respect. I admit my fault. The author's note. Chapter 10. The emergence of the maiden. The reincarnation of twin stars. After traversing this expansive, uncharted territory for nearly half an hour, Ling Tian arrived at the precipice of a steep cliff. The journey was uninterrupted, graced by favorable winds and gentle rains, though occasionally he was assailed by the nauseating stench of decay. Before him lay a narrow stone path, barely wide enough for a single foot, which connected the two cliffs. Beneath the cliffs, clouds billowed ominously, revealing unfathomable depths. More astonishing was the fact that this stone path was merely a slender slab, devoid of any supporting structure beneath it. Any excessive weight could lead to its fracturing underfoot. Fortunately, the path was not particularly long, spanning approximately 10 meters, which for him was merely a matter of a few leaps. To avoid plummeting into the abyss, he needed to leap with the utmost distance and minimal weight. Resolving himself, he took a deep breath to calm his racing heart, his center of gravity slightly compressed. He concentrated all his strength into his legs, propelling himself forward with a sudden, powerful push. The hard ground beneath him cracked under the force of his feet, while several shattered stones, propelled by the impact, flew behind him. With a graceful leap, his tall frame soared into the air, performing a somersault before pushing off the ground with one hand, followed by a flawless backflip that landed him on one foot. With a gentle tap of his toes, he leapt again, twisting midair before gracefully alighting on the opposite cliff. Upon successfully crossing, Ling Tian exhaled deeply, reflecting that it was indeed a thrilling yet safe passage. He then continued onward, only to be halted once more at yet another imposing gate. His expression darkened instantly. This marked the third gate. Who on earth had the leisure to construct so many doors? Without further contemplation, he leapt into the air, delivering a fierce flying kick to the door, yet this time the door remained unscathed, with only a fine dust cascading down like rain from its top. Causing a cloud of dust to swirl around him, Ling Tian brushed off the dust from his red hair and body, his gaze fixed on the imposing door as he fell into deep thought. After a moment, he raised his hand and placed it upon the door, feeling an immediate surge of blood energy coursing through him. This powerful force erupted forth, wrapping around him, and the door suddenly illuminated with a blinding white light. He shielded his eyes with his slender arm to fend off the piercing brightness. Moments later, the intense light vanished. Lowering his arm, he noticed that the door had mysteriously disappeared. A smile curved on Ling Tian's lips. As he had surmised, it operated on the same principle as the stone door at the cave entrance. He strode confidently inside, and the torches adorning the walls flared to life instantly. Beneath each torch stood a statue of a soldier clad in armor, brandishing a long sword, exuding a solemn and fierce aura. Ling Tian surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a spacious chamber, its edges lined with stout wooden pillars draped in red curtains. He pondered who could possibly inhabit such a dim and peculiar place. He approached a stone table, his eyes fixated on a golden box, dust-laden and covered in clay debris. Suddenly, the blood energy surrounding him surged wildly, encircling the golden box in an instant. He sensed that a guiding force resided within it. Hesitantly, he began to open the box, revealing a golden orb that caught his eye. He carefully extracted the orb, placing it in his palm for closer inspection, and discovered that its interior was filled with countless tiny white specks, resembling a vast expanse of stars. That moment, the golden orb abruptly shot from his hand, striking his sturdy chest. Before he could react, it emitted a dazzling golden light and burrowed into his body. Ling Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands roving over his body in search of the orb, but it had vanished without a trace, and the blood energy entwined around him simultaneously entered his being. Suddenly, his elongated form radiated a blinding golden light, and his vision was enveloped by this luminous glow. Moments later, the golden brilliance faded, and he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. Before him stretched an endless expanse of flat ground, shrouded in wisps of white mist that lay like a carpet across the surface. Rising just above his knees, there was nothing around him, and the sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars. Ling Tian gazed at the scene before him, utterly bewildered. What on earth is this? With a stern expression and brows furrowed, he inquired, "Have you finally arrived?" A captivating voice resonated seemingly from thin air. Instantly, Ling Tian's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. Who goes there? A blinding purple light suddenly flickered before him, and from within it emerged a striking red sofa. Ling Tian stared in astonishment at the extraordinary piece of furniture, for it was levitating in midair. Draped across the sofa was an enchanting beauty of unparalleled grace. Her long, lustrous red hair cascaded like delicate willow strands over her chest, and her elegantly arched crimson brows soared high. The peach blossom eyes, adorned with a hint of rosy eyeshadow, were utterly mesmerizing, while her crimson pupils exuded an alluring charm. Her exquisitely sculpted nose was delicate and refined, and her sensuous pink lips were strikingly attractive. With a face shape akin to a sharp blade, her alluring figure was simply irresistible. The beauty reclined on the sofa, parting her lips to reveal pearly teeth, her voice light and airy. "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I will make you an unparalleled powerhouse. Just call me Long Jia." Ling Tian's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized her figure, questioning with curiosity, "Why do you wish for me to become strong? I have no benefits to offer you." She propped herself up, her tone rising slightly with indignation. "Only if you grow stronger can I escape this wretched place." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian slipped his slender hands into his pockets. His back slightly arched as he queried, "Who has imprisoned you here?" She leaned back against the sofa, crossing her legs, revealing her long and shapely thighs for his eyes to behold. "I cannot disclose that to you. You will come to know in due time once you become stronger." Ling Tian, harboring suspicion, fixed her with a piercing gaze. "Is that so?" Long Jia's red pupils met his gaze, and an overwhelming pressure surged forth, nearly suffocating him. His countenance darkened instantaneously. The woman's strength was unfathomable. Merely locking eyes with her rendered him breathless. Long Jia's beautiful face turned cold as she admonished, "Dare you question this sovereign?" Ling Tian averted his face, gasping for air, and once his breath steadied, he regarded Long Jie with solemnity. Who exactly are you? With arms crossed and an expression of serene indifference, Long Jie responded, I am your Long Jie. That brief pressure was merely a warning for you. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Having spoken, she retracted her minuscule pressure, which was but a fraction of his own. I have come to present you with a glimpse of this sovereign's visage, but I am weary. We shall converse in greater detail next time. With that, she and the sofa vanished in a flash of sparkling purple light. Ling Tian exhaled deeply after her disappearance, his countenance remaining utterly indifferent, setting aside the fact that this enigmatic woman, who called herself Long Jie, possessed overwhelmingly formidable strength. He was still in the dark about the nature of this place. Who was she? Ling Tian called out impatiently. His expression tightened, for the voice was clearly emanating from within his own mind. You reside within my body? He exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Tian was taken aback. How did you come to be inside me? Upon hearing her response, realization dawned upon him. This realm was indeed the interior world of that orb. How can I escape from here? Ling Tian inquired earnestly. Ling Tian's hand pressed against the tip of his sword. He inquired with a perplexed tone. Do you know how to cultivate the Tian Xian dream nightmare technique? Upon hearing this, Ling Tian let out a sigh of relief and urgently exclaimed. Then quickly tell me how to practice it. To elucidate, the Tian Xian dream nightmare technique, commonly referred to as the Tian Xian technique, belongs to the Divine Emperor tier of martial arts, encompassing a total of 9 levels. Its distinctive features not only accelerate the cultivation speed but also refine offensive capabilities and serve as a formidable defense. It is a comprehensive technique with diverse applications. Moreover, it is regarded as a legendary technique for those who aspire to become rune masters. The method of cultivation has already been implanted into the master's mind. He simply needs to follow the movements that unfold in his consciousness. In the realm of the Luotian continent, the levels of martial arts are categorized as General, Purple-Blue, 9 Dragons, Divine Crown, and Divine Emperor. Each level is subdivided into 10 ranks, with higher ranks indicating greater mastery. A select few transcendent techniques are known as Divine Emperor level, which do not possess ranks. Ling Tian, upon absorbing this information, saw a glimmer of golden light materialize in his mind. He closed his eyes and assumed a meditative posture. From that golden light, a series of action images emerged, and he emulated these movements, his hands gracefully swaying through the air. As he did so, brilliant golden radiance began to emanate from his arms. Ultimately, he formed a seal with his hands, and a golden point of light appeared on his left wrist. This golden point circled his wrist, leaving a shimmering trail in its wake, resembling a miniature golden serpent winding around him incessantly. Surrounding Ling Tian's seated figure, a myriad of golden runes materialized. The white mist that blanketed the ground rapidly surged into his body, invigorating him with a refreshing clarity and renewed spirit. Suddenly, his body radiated golden light, and a wave of mysterious power erupted from within. He slowly opened his crimson eyes, feeling significantly lighter than before, as if he were tranquil and unburdened, capable of moving mountains. Ecstatic, he celebrated his successful breakthrough from the Xian hidden realm to the Xian Ming lower tier. The Tian Xian technique had achieved a state of Qi pillar, allowing him to wield strength and enhance his abilities. The voice resonated unexpectedly in Ling Tian's mind. You have broken through? Ling Tian wondered incredulously. I barely sat for a moment, and I have already achieved a breakthrough? The realms of talent in the Luotian continent are divided into levels: Common Garb, Dao Heaven, Platform Array, True One, Void One, Shield One, Transcendent, Transforming Respect, Transcendent God, and Transcendent Immortal, totaling 100 levels, with each decadal range representing a distinct realm. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian stood tall, stretching his neck as he remarked, does that mean my future cultivation realms will advance by leaps and bounds? However, the response was a contradiction. Not quite. The master's exceptionally high talent and the unparalleled Xian Divine Emperor Dragon are in mutual repulsion, resulting in a situation where both suffer greatly. Consequently, to outsiders, the master's talent and soul are perceived as rather ordinary, and his cultivation level must be regarded as 1 tier lower than it actually is. Ling Tian was immediately engulfed in gloom, expressing his disappointment. So, you mean to say that my future cultivation level will appear lower than it truly is in the eyes of others? And that my talent is severely lacking, while my Xian Divine is abysmal? The confirmation came. Indeed, Master. A character interjects, a little scene. Dragon Sister, my dear subjects, do click to collect and leave a comment. I shall meet you in your dreams. Chapter 11. The treasure of the starry path. Ling Tian raised his head and sighed deeply, suddenly noticing the myriad of stars in the sky, each exhibiting a distinct hue. He voiced his confusion. Why do the heavens boast such a variety of colors among the stars? The levels of martial arts techniques were categorized as ordinary, purple-blue, 9 dragons, divine crown, and divine emperor. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian's expression turned to one of astonishment, and after a moment's contemplation, he inquired, with so many techniques, do you possess records of them? Certainly, I do, master. Each technique's name resides within my memory bank. Should you wish to peruse them, I can identify the most suitable techniques based on your description, came the reply. Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction, placing his left hand on its right shoulder and gently massaging it, expressing contentedly, that is indeed splendid. I recommend, master, that within my memory bank, there are several advanced techniques stored in the primary information repository. You must prioritize those for your cultivation. Primary information repository? Ling Tian queried, withdrawing his left hand from his shoulder and slipping it into his trouser pocket. I understand. As he spoke, the world around him began to shift dramatically. He surveyed his surroundings, apart from the bare walls. There was naught else to behold, prompting him to stride towards the room's entrance. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of peril surged from behind him. He swiftly turned his tall frame, only to find a sharp, great sword slicing towards him. With agility, he sidestepped, allowing the sword to cleave downward into the ground. In a sudden motion, he unleashed a powerful left punch, sending the stone statue wielding the great sword flying. He seized the sword embedded in the earth and hurled it backward, where it struck the advancing statue like a bullet, causing it to collapse into rubble. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, as 2 sharp, great swords soared from beneath his feet towards one another. Upon landing, he steadied himself and unleashed dual punches to either side, sending forth 2 waves of golden energy that struck the statues from which he had just thrown the great swords, with the swiftness of lightning. He thrust his foot backward, rapidly retreating, as a statue wielding a long sword descended from above where he had just stood. Upon witnessing his evasion, it swung its sword towards him, quick as a flash. He executed a series of backflips, narrowly dodging the horizontal strike, his expression tightening with intensity. At this moment, he found himself encircled by statues that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. These statues bore an uncanny resemblance to those illuminated in the room. Yet the peculiar thing was that the number of statues in this chamber was far greater. When he first entered, there were merely 2 on each side of the walls, yet now there were at least 8. As he pondered this, one of the statues lunged forward, brandishing its great sword. He sidestepped and leapt upward, landing atop the statue's broad shoulder, where a series of golden runes materialized around his ankle. First stage enhancement of the heavenly mysterious technique. He silently intoned that a powerful surge radiated from his left foot, propelling his body forward at breakneck speed, while the statue he had kicked crumbled into debris. Utilizing the force of the rebound, he soared over the encircling statues. Once his feet firmly touched the ground, he activated the enhancement of the heavenly mysterious technique once more, and in an instant, he darted towards the exit. As the adage goes, among the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best option. Ling Tian had no intention of entangling himself with these statues. The sound of relentless footsteps pursued Ling Tian from behind. The enhancement he had just employed now rendered ineffective. While the distance between him and the stone statues gradually diminished, his sharp brows knitted together. These statues were undoubtedly augmented by someone, for their speed was beyond reason for mere stone figures. Before him lay a precipice, and a sly glint flickered across his stern visage. When he was mere steps away from the sheer cliff, he thrust forward forcefully, once more channeling the profound energy within him. As a series of golden runes materialized around his ankles, in an instant, he propelled himself off the ground, sending shards of stone flying as his elongated form shot forth with the ferocity of thunder and lightning. Relying on the enhancement of the Tian Xianju, he leaped forward, landing squarely at the center of the narrow stone path. Balancing on 1 foot atop the stone road, he activated the enhancement of the Tian Xianju again and launched himself anew. After executing several somersaults in midair, he reached the opposite side of the stone path, leaving visible cracks in the ground he had just propelled from. He harnessed the power of the Tian Xianju, striking the stone path before him with a mighty palm, the forceful impact utterly collapsing the already fragile surface. The stone statues, which had been poised to surge onto the path, abruptly halted in their tracks. A few, unable to stop in time due to their excessive speed, plummeted helplessly into the abyss below. Meanwhile, several statues perched on the edge of the cliff hurled colossal swords towards Ling Tian. Observing this, he had no intention of evading. As the saying goes, if one is to do a good deed, they might as well do it thoroughly. Why not leave behind a grand gesture? A strange and potent black flame ignited upon his right arm as he swung towards the incoming swords with remarkable swiftness. A torrent of ravenous black flames surged forth from his sweeping arm, enveloping and consuming the approaching swords in an instant, before continuing its relentless advance towards the statues on the opposite side. Caught off guard, the statues could not evade in time, and were instantly engulfed by the overwhelming black flames, swiftly reduced to nothingness. Ling Tian could not help but draw a sharp breath. The ferocity of this black flame was astonishing. It could incinerate foes he wished to obliterate into mere void, leaving no trace behind. A true annihilation. It seemed that unless absolutely necessary, he should refrain from wielding this terrifying black flame that even made him shudder. He cast a glance at the still modest flames opposite him, extinguishing the black fire on his right arm before turning to depart. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, his expression remained indifferent. His long back slightly bent, red hair billowing gently, and his crimson eyes sparkling vibrantly. Even without opulent attire, he exuded an extraordinary grace and an undeniable aura. As he approached the door he had previously kicked down, he gazed at the dazzling array of crystalline stones surrounding him, pondering within. "Master, may I collect these crystals into my pouch?" Ling Tian continued to inquire. "All of these crystals can be gathered?" "Certainly, yes, Master." An explanation followed. "Although my name was designated as the Nine-Spirit Treasure Orb by my predecessor, within me lies an infinitely vast storage space. You may, with your consciousness, store any object within the orb." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian was overjoyed, his eyes gleaming at the countless multicolored crystals before him, eager to collect them all into the orb. After all, who in this world does not cherish these vibrant, kaleidoscopic jewels? At that moment, he found himself devoid of any currency, and these crystals were evidently priceless. Subsequently, as he pondered, a series of resplendent golden rays emanated from his elongated form, casting brilliant beams upon the crystalline stones adorning the surrounding stone walls. In an instant, with a flicker, all the crystals vanished into thin air. The image of the crystals vividly materialized in Ling Tian's mind, accompanied by the resonant voice of the sovereign. Identification: 40 pieces of 7th tier, 5th grade blue crystals, suitable for forging, enchanting, and enhancing weapons. Blue crystals significantly aid in the mastery of ice attributes, with the current market price set at 10 luo pearls each. 30 pieces of 6th tier, 5th grade blood drop crystals. Essential materials for crafting celestial grade weapons, currently valued at 1 luo pearl per piece. Tiangu, equivalent to 10 million each. Furthermore, Ling Tian, feeling his mind whirl, impatiently interjected, "Please state the total quantity in the Luotian continent." Currency is categorized into Luo Yuan, Luo Ming, Luo Jin, and Luo Zhu. Luo Yuan is equivalent to contemporary yuan, Luo Ming to contemporary 100, Luo Jin to contemporary 1,000, and Luo Zhu to contemporary 10 million. Among these, Luo Zhu is available in various colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, ranked in prestige from left to right, with each tier differing by 100 Luo Jin. The crystals are classified into 10 tiers, each comprising 5 grades. After hearing this, a faint smile graced Ling Tian's face as he remarked, "It seems I need not worry about finances in the future." He then reflected, "This matter requires careful consideration." With that thought, he refrained from lingering and took purposeful strides toward the cylindrical passageway. As his sight gradually faded to darkness, the sovereign's voice once again resonated in his mind. Suggestion: the master may harness the profound energy from his dantian to condense a beam of golden light for clarity of vision. Heeding the sovereign's counsel, Ling Tian summoned the profound energy within him, manifesting a dazzling golden light in the palm of his left hand, which rendered the surroundings distinctly visible. With renewed vigor, he approached the stone door of the cavern, only to be astounded to find it had inexplicably closed. Ling Tian fell into contemplation, realizing this was akin to his entrance, necessitating the hidden vitality within him. Resolute, he extended his slender right hand toward the stone door, and a powerful suction surged forth from it, causing his internal profound energy to erupt and flow into the stone wall. Upon hearing the sovereign's words, Ling Tian's taut nerves gradually relaxed, indicating that under the same cultivation realm, higher purity of profound energy equates to greater strength. While he mused on this, all of his profound energy had been absorbed into the stone door, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of fatigue that weakened his legs and drained his body. Suddenly, the stone door radiated a blinding golden light, coalescing into a luminous orb that floated in the air, gradually approaching his chest. In mere moments, the golden light emitted by the stone door dissipated, and the golden orb swiftly entered his body, allowing him to finally lower his hand from the door. That moment, he felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through him, his spirit uplifted. The stone door before him transformed into an archway of radiant gold, and as the dust and moss were stripped away to reveal its true visage, a look of astonishment overtook his features. The entire stone door shimmered in resplendent gold, emanating a blinding brilliance that was nothing short of breathtaking. Upon contemplating the golden gate, which he perceived as an invaluable treasure, he recognized its potential to significantly enhance the purity of his mystical energy. Thus he resolved to claim it for himself. Gazing at the resplendent golden portal before him, he silently intoned, absorbed the precious orb. A beam of golden light emanated from his being, illuminating the gate ahead. And in an instant, the golden door vanished from his sight. The image of the gate, accompanied by a crystalline female voice, materialized in his mind. Identification, filtering artifact, meteor-grade superior auxiliary tool, purpose, enhance the purity of mystical energy. Market value, priceless, artifact rating, 9 out of 10. In the realm of Luotian continent, the hierarchy of artifacts spans from spirit tools, holy artifacts, precious tools, divine artifacts, monarch grade, meteor grade, to god king grade, with each tier further divided into low, medium, and high levels. After securing the artifact, Ling Tian did not linger. He took a step toward the cave's entrance. Just then, another dazzling orb of light gradually descended before him. Upon catching the luminous sphere, he inquired, "What is this?" Ling Tian, filled with curiosity, continued to ask, "How can one restore it? How does one become a refiner?" Upon hearing this, Ling Tian sighed, gazing at the golden glow. Although intrigued, he felt powerless. After storing the defensive artifact within the Jiuling Pearl, he exited the cave. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and under the dim light of the night, he failed to spot Yu Qing. Presumably, she had departed. This was quite reasonable. Who would be foolish enough to wait for someone they had only just met for a day? Moreover, he himself had no certainty of surviving the ordeal. With this thought, his expression softened as he lifted his gaze to the crescent moon hanging high above. Suddenly, a figure leaped down from a tree beside him. "You finally emerged. I nearly fell asleep waiting." The figure yawned. Ling Tian, upon hearing this, was taken aback. There indeed existed such foolish individuals. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he turned to the shadowy figure and asked, "How long have I been inside?" Yu Qing pondered for a moment before replying, "Not long, merely a night." Ling Tian maintained a calm demeanor as he observed the moon's position, deducing that it was approximately 3 or 4 in the morning. "We shall spend the night within this cave. Rest assured, it is very secure," he stated before turning back into the pitch-black entrance. A howl of a wolf echoed behind Yu Qing, causing her to shudder as she followed him into the cave. A voice interjected, "Little theater, statue. Curse you, author. This black flame is too terrifying. Are you even human?" Quickly click to bookmark and leave a comment. The author is beyond redemption. Chapter 12. Exceeding Mystical Value. Flames of Hell. Ling Tian summoned the mystical energy within his body, and a dazzling golden light materialized in the palm of his hand, illuminating the surroundings. Yu Qing stepped into the cave. She was left dumbfounded upon witnessing the golden glow emanating from Ling Tian's hand. "Mystical power. I thought you were devoid of it. How is it that you can suddenly wield mystical energy?" At that moment, Yu Qing questioned her own wakefulness, pondering if she were merely dreaming. Ling Tian, pressing his lips together, replied, "Just because you cannot see it does not imply I lack it." Yu Qing, upon hearing this, scoffed and retorted, "Humph, it's merely the mystical concealment realm. Before my mystical spirit, it is but a triviality." Ling Tian cast a disdainful glance her way, scoffing in response, "I wonder who it was that quivered like a rabbit. Their legs trembling, behind me yesterday." Upon hearing this, Yu Qing pointed her slender, onion-white fingers at Ling Tian, her eyes wide with disbelief, stammering, Ling Tian's expression remained as calm as still water, nonchalantly responding, "What about you? What about me? Am I not merely stating the truth?" Ultimately, Yu Qing found herself unable to refute his words, turning her head away in a huff, exclaiming, "Humph. So what if it is?" Ling Tian, disinterested in quarreling with this foolish girl, chose to ignore her. Yu Qing retrieved a lantern from her storage ring. Casting him a sidelong glance, she remarked, "Quickly put away your feeble golden glow. Otherwise, When your internal energy is depleted, I shall not take responsibility. After comparing, Ling Tian acknowledged that his golden light was indeed inferior to the radiance of the lantern, and thus he retracted his golden glow. Under the illumination of the lantern, Ling Tian's chiseled, knife-like features were cast in slight shadow. With his perfect peach blossom eyes captivating in their allure, Yi Qing gently caressed her long hair that hung over her chest, and suddenly exclaimed, "Golden energy." Ling Tian furrowed his brows, retorting, "Could you refrain from being so dramatic? Are you of the Angel Clan?" Ling Tian's face was a canvas of confusion as he inquired, "Angel Clan," with a long sigh. Yi Qing produced a carpet from her storage ring, laid it upon the ground, and seated herself, placing the lantern beside her leg. The divine race comprises 6 clans: the Angel Clan, the Light God Clan, the Flora Clan, the Flame Soul Clan, and the Me God Clan. Among them, the most powerful are the Angel Clan and the Light God Clan, both of which hold equal authority and maintain a mutually beneficial relationship, characterized by closeness and cooperation. Leaning against the stone wall, Ling Tian appeared intrigued and asked, "What about the 6th clan?" Yi Qing blinked her eyes and replied, "The 6th divine clan is known as the Dragon God Clan. The Dragon God Clan is the warrior race among the divine beings, possessing formidable strength. However, many years ago, a cataclysmic event transpired within the Dragon God Clan, leading to a significant depletion of their vitality, resulting in them becoming quite reclusive and seldom making appearances." Ling Tian narrowed his eyes in curiosity and asked, "What exactly happened?" Yi Qing tilted her head upward, gazing at the stone ceiling, her lips slightly pouting as she replied, "I am not certain. That remains a secret of the divine race." Ling Tian, contemplating, continued, "What connection does my energy have with the Angel Clan?" The light attribute energy is a unique trait of the Angel Clan's leader. Ranking foremost among all attributes, very few possess the light attribute. Aside from the leader of the Angel Clan and his descendants, Yi Qing elucidated. Ling Tian, with his long hands tucked into his pockets, mused, "Is that so? I am merely speculating. You know who you are, and I shall not pry further." After saying this, she cast a furtive glance at Ling Tian, pondering his true identity. Ling Tian moved closer, turning his back to her as he seated himself at one corner of the carpet, suggesting, "Who I am is inconsequential. You should rest a little longer. In a few hours, dawn will break. Yi Qing nodded. Her thoughts aligned with his. She retrieved an embroidered white rabbit pillow from her storage ring, laid down upon the carpet, and gazed intently at Ling Tian's tall and broad back. Ling Tian seemed to sense something and turned to look at her, furrowing his brows as he commanded, "Sleep." After giving Ling Tian a disdainful glance, Yi Qing let out a cold snort before closing her eyes to rest. Ling Tian then directed his gaze towards the stone wall ahead, shutting his eyes as his consciousness entered the 9-spirit pearl. That a voice of authority resonated out of nowhere, proclaiming, "I await your arrival. Esteemed master, I have been anticipating your presence for quite some time. What are we waiting for then?" Ling Tian replied directly. The woman before him, with her blue hair and green eyes, possessed a tall and alluring figure. Ling Tian addressed her, "I am about to commence my cultivation. Can you provide me with the fastest and most effective methods?" Ling Tian was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is simultaneous cultivation possible?" The explanation followed. The Tian Xin Dream Nightmare Technique, also known as the Tian Xin Technique, has a remarkable characteristic in that it allows for the condensation of a vortex of profound energy within the dantian. This vortex automatically absorbs surrounding profound energy, thereby elevating one's cultivation level. In other words, once the master forms a vortex of profound energy using the Tian Xin Dream Nightmare Technique, he can cultivate other methods concurrently, leading to an automatic enhancement of his cultivation. Ling Tian, upon hearing this, was filled with astonishment, exclaiming, "Such a method exists." The authority figure placed her left hand over her right, resting her arms at her waist, her long legs slightly bent as she inquired, "May I ask if the master has any further instructions?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Ling Tian requested, "Please help me find information regarding weaponsmiths." That a flash of purple light erupted at his side, and a stunningly beautiful woman, clad in minimal attire that accentuated her curves, stepped forth from the light. With an inquisitive tone, she asked, "I heard you mention weaponsmiths. What would you like to know about them?" This woman was none other than Long Jie, who had appeared previously. Ling Tian cast a glance at her voluptuous, fair thighs and inquired skeptically, "Do you truly possess knowledge about weaponsmiths?" Long Jie crossed her arms, her slender waist swaying slightly as her beautiful face wore an expression of disdain. Weaponsmiths are nothing but ants in my presence. A playful smile crossed Ling Tian's face as he probed. Then do you know how one becomes a weaponsmith? Long Jie turned her back to him, exuding an air of authority as she stated, there is nothing in this world that I do not know. Ling Tian felt a surge of delight in his heart as he approached her. Are you a weaponsmith? Turning to meet his gaze, Long Jie replied calmly, there are 10 levels of weaponsmiths, and I am at the 9th level. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian joyfully extended his right hand, a glimmer of golden light flashing in his palm, observing the light with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He asked, can you assist me in repairing this armor? Long Jie glanced at the golden glow and responded curtly, I can teach you how to become a weaponsmith. However, you must repair this yourself. Moreover, even if I were to fix it now, you would not be able to wear it. Ling Tian, with a furrowed brow and a face full of confusion, queried, why would I be unable to wear it even if it were repaired? This armor is crafted from celestial meteorite stone. To don it, your cultivation must be at least at the divine level. Otherwise, your body will be unable to withstand its immense power, with dire consequences to follow. Long Jie elucidated, celestial meteorite stone. Ling Tian murmured to himself. Noticing Ling Tian's bewilderment, Long Jie turned once more to explain, celestial meteorite stone is a mysterious meteorite that descended from outer space in ancient times, radiating a dazzling golden light and containing the formidable power capable of creating worlds. Due to her proximity to Long Jie, as she turned, her fiery red hair soared into the air, and a refreshing fragrance wafted toward Ling Tian. Ling Tian inhaled deeply, feeling somewhat dazed, so, once I reach the divine level in my cultivation, I can wear it. Ling Tian inquired further. Long Jie shook her head, expressing her inability to assist. The consumption of profound energy by this item is exceedingly terrifying. For an ordinary person, using it for merely 2 to 3 minutes is already pushing the limit. Ultimately, its efficacy hinges on the user's profound value. Ling Tian gazed contemplatively at the golden light in his hand. Puzzled, he asked, can you discern my profound value? Long Jie turned to examine Ling Tian for a moment, her elongated red eyelashes fluttering slightly. Truly, he was someone she held in high regard. His profound value was astonishingly high. Ling Tian, intrigued, inquired, how much? 250,000, Long Jie replied without hesitation. 250,000. Is that a lot? Ling Tian countered. After hearing this, Ling Tian nodded slightly. What is your profound value? Long Jie furrowed her brows. My profound value is 120,000. The height of one's profound value determines the duration of combat with an adversary. With your profound value, you could easily contend with an enemy for 2 months. Moreover, the greatest advantage is that those with high profound values can simultaneously employ multiple techniques. Understood. Suddenly, he recalled something and extended his hand, whereupon a peculiar black flame ignited in his palm that he questioned. What is this black flame? Long Jie focused her gaze, exclaiming in astonishment, Prison flame, how did you acquire it? Seeing the look of shock on Long Jie's exquisite face, Ling Tian mused that this black flame must indeed be formidable to elicit such a reaction from her, who was usually so aloof. I stumbled upon it by chance. What exactly is the origin of this prison flame? Ling Tian asked. Long Jie's eyes remained fixed on the prison flame, her thoughts racing. It is said that the prison flame is the flame of the infernal abyss, capable of devouring anything without leaving a trace, and it also consumes its possessor. Hence, no one has ever witnessed it. When you summoned this black flame, it emanated an exceptionally potent aura of resentment, which is why I dared to conclude that this is indeed the prison flame. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian retracted the prison flame, perplexed. You mentioned that the prison flame would consume its possessor. Why am I still unharmed? Long Jie fell silent for a moment, pondering. The prison flame has been a legend for a long time. I am not entirely sure. However, the fact that it has backfired on you suggests that it has recognized you as its master. Ling Tian maintained a calm demeanor, considering the mysterious nature of the prison flame. It seemed he would need to study it diligently in the future. Long Jie parted her delicate lips, her voice imbued with an irresistible authority. I am somewhat fatigued. Unless there is something of great importance, do not summon me. With that, a purple light flashed from her graceful figure, and she vanished instantaneously. After Long Jie departed, Ling Tian spoke to the space, Master, please assist me in locating several techniques from the first information repository you mentioned last time. Ling Tian nodded. There is no time to waste. Let us commence our cultivation. With that, he seated himself on the ground, closed his eyes, and as he gently moved his hands, a blinding golden light radiated from his seated form. Subsequently, as he formed hand seals, a golden beam of light twined around his left wrist. Subsequently, the golden light emanating from his body began to converge towards his chest, forming a swirling vortex of gold. While the surrounding mystic energy surged into this luminous whirlpool. At that moment, he opened his eyes, and the master imparted the secrets of the martial arts and techniques into his mind, prompting his elongated form to commence a dance in harmony with the movements that unfolded in his thoughts. A character has something to express. A small theater, Yu Yan. Do you wish to know more about my origins? Quickly click the bookmark and leave a comment to glimpse the thrilling content ahead. Chapter 13. Slaying All in Sight. The sword of heaven's strike time flew by, and amidst the lush greenery of the forest, the cheerful chirping of birds resonated like a melodious song. Strands of morning light pierced through the dense foliage like golden swords, illuminating the interior of the stone cave. The morning air in the woods was refreshingly pure, infused with the moisture of the dew. A gecko crawled out from the top of the cave. And at that moment, Ling Tian's eyes fluttered open as he stepped out of the cave, the dazzling golden light causing him to squint slightly. Once his eyes adjusted, he inhaled the moist, fresh air deeply, a perfect crescent smile gracing his face. Through several hours of cultivation the previous night, it was indeed as the master had proclaimed. The Tianmenju, Dark Lord of the Heavens, and Absolute Realm had all reached the first tier, and his cultivation level had also ascended to the pinnacle of Xianming. It seemed he needed to seek an opportune moment to break through. With this thought, Ling Tian turned back into the cave, where Yi Qing was still deeply immersed in slumber, showing no signs of awakening. He instinctively cast a glance at Yi Qing, who lay on her side, her figure exhibiting an exquisite and graceful silhouette. However, upon noticing her unusual expression, Ling Tian could not help but furrow his brows. There she was, eyes closed, brows furrowed, and her rosy lips pouted in a rather peculiar manner. Ling Tian, quickly give this young lady a leg rub. Make sure to be gentle. The clear words flowed from her pouted lips. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian was immediately struck with a sense of exasperation, his vision obscured by her long, red hair. One could not help but ponder how much this silly girl truly despised him. He slipped his slender hands into his pockets and approached, lifting his leg to gently nudge the sleeping Yi Qing. Initially roused from her slumber by Ling Tian, Yi Qing wished to continue her rest, but upon hearing his cold words, she quickly flipped over, hastily stowing her belongings into her storage ring, and hurriedly chased after Ling Tian, her expression fraught with urgency as she shouted, "You, stop right there! You heartless scoundrel!" Yi Qing glared at Ling Tian's retreating back. "You cruel-hearted man! How could you bear to leave me all alone in the stone cave?" As she spoke, she struggled fiercely to free herself from the grip of Ling Tian's hand, which clutched her tightly like a vice. Yet, despite her utmost efforts, the grip remained unyielding. Ling Tian turned his head, his flawless profile facing her, his striking crimson eyes fixed upon her beautiful visage, his expression stern as he remarked, "Who told someone to refuse to rise after waking?" With that, he released her fist, once again plunging his hands into his pockets, indifferent as he continued forward. Yi Qing, now filled with frustration and nowhere to channel it, could only stomp her feet in anger, wishing to shatter the ground beneath her. Ling Tian's cold gaze settled upon a nearby water flask. Her words indeed made him feel somewhat parched. He picked up the flask and drank deeply, emptying it before tossing the empty vessel back to Yi Qing. As Yi Qing caught the empty bottle, a sudden realization struck her heart with a jolt. Could this be the fabled indirect kiss? Lost in thought, a rosy hue blossomed on her delicate face, rendering her exceptionally enchanting, while a mysterious, subtle smile graced her lips. Ling Tian, noticing the smile upon Yi Qing's countenance, felt a wave of confusion wash over him, pondering how this woman could be so capricious. Just moments ago she was sulking, and now she appeared as joyful as if she had consumed honey. The two traversed several mountains without hindrance, and before long, midday had arrived. They found respite beneath the shade of a grand tree. Yi Qing retrieved a carpet from her storage ring and laid it out on the ground. After sitting upon it, she produced some bread and brought it to Ling Tian's lips, urging him to open his mouth with an ah. Ling Tian, momentarily taken aback, retorted coldly, "What a ridiculous notion!" In a flash, he snatched the bread from her hand and, rising to lean against the sturdy tree, began to eat it leisurely. Yi Qing pouted in dissatisfaction, her face etched with displeasure, exclaiming inwardly about this unromantic cold-faced hero. With that, she embraced the empty bottle with one hand and began munching on her own bread. Ling Tian looked up at the expansive azure sky, watching as a few white clouds drifted lazily across his line of sight, a scene that evoked memories of a dream from that fateful night. The sky remained a brilliant blue, and the clouds as pure as snow, yet the torment of that dream lingered deeply within him. Even he could not discern whether it was a mere nightmare or a fragment of a painful reality. At that moment, a series of wolf howls echoed from his side, prompting both Ling Tian and Yi Qing to turn their vigilant gazes toward the source. Before them, a pack of dark-furred wolves emerged. Drawing closer, Yi Qing, upon seeing this, rose and stored the empty bottle back into her ring, then stepped in front of Ling Tian, ready to unleash her wrath upon the pack to vent the pent-up fury from the morning. She glanced at the wolves, flexing her wrist, and declared, "It seems the time has come to showcase my true strength." With that, she prepared to charge at the wolves. Swift as lightning, Ling Tian grasped the long hair at her back, causing her to lean forward in surprise, the sudden pain at the back of her head forcing her to halt. She turned, wincing, and exclaimed, "Ouch! Are you out of your mind?" In the midst of her words, she delivered a playful punch to Ling Tian's solid chest. After absorbing the blow, he released her silky locks and replied with an indifferent expression, "So impulsive, you should obediently stay behind if you get hurt." "I want to be responsible." Yi Qing shot him a disdainful glance, declaring, "I don't need your protection." With a haughty tone, she added, "If you're so eager to show off, then handle it yourself. I want to assist you." Ling Tian, with his hands tucked into his pockets, stepped in front of Yi Qing, his voice devoid of emotion. "That line should rightly belong to me." Yi Qing snorted in retort, then plopped down on the carpet, sulking as she extracted some bread to eat in defiance. The dark-furred wolves, with their piercing blue eyes and legs adorned with blue crystals, were known for their swift attacks using sharp claws or vicious fangs. Their speed was remarkable, and their bodies were notably sturdy. The shadow wolves, in addition to possessing all the traits of the dark wolves, boasted exceptionally keen intellect. Adorning their backs were sharp red crystals capable of emitting crimson beams, surpassing the dark wolves in both speed and strength. Ling Tian estimated the pack's numbers to be at least 40 or 50 strong. It seemed they intended to overwhelm with sheer numbers. The largest of the shadowy wolves strode forward from the pack, exuding an air of command as it fixed a fierce gaze upon Ling Tian. Afterward, it let out a long, resonant howl, prompting the dozen or so shadow wolves at the periphery to charge at Ling Tian. With an expression devoid of fear, Ling Tian regarded the approaching multitude of shadow wolves, each baring their teeth and presenting a menacing visage, saliva dripping, their dark fur bristling with ferocity. However, his countenance remained unperturbed. He suddenly stomped his right foot onto the ground, sending a wave of golden mystical energy rippling outward. Raising his right hand towards the oncoming wolves, the stones surrounding him became enveloped in the golden energy. Levitating into the AIR.AS, he silently recited the Tian Xianju technique. His slender fingers flicked lightly. The suspended debris shot forth like bullets, producing a cacophony of wind-splitting sounds as they sped away. The anguished howls of the shadow wolves filled the air as the enhanced stones, bolstered by the Tian Xianju, became an unstoppable force. Without exception, the charging wolves were struck, their bodies marred and bleeding profusely. A few, gravely injured, were left in tatters, completely incapacitated. Witnessing the swift demise of his pack, the leading shadow wolf let out another howl, summoning forth a group of shadow wolves several times stronger than before, who charged towards Ling Tian with incredible speed. Ling Tia, the crimson beams of light surged fiercely against the golden vortex, and an innumerable array of golden runes instantly flickered into existence around the whirlpool. Blinding rays of golden light erupted from the vortex, abruptly extinguishing the two red beams that had been cast upon it. Observing this, the spectral wolf of the abyssal realm prepared to howl to the heavens, ready to unleash its full might in an assault. With a powerful push of his legs, Ling Tian's elongated form shot forth like a bolt of lightning, arriving before the spectral wolf in the blink of an eye. Swift as lightning, he executed a kick with his right foot, leaving the spectral wolf no time to react. The tremendous force struck its forehead, propelling its body several meters away, akin to a bullet being fired from a chamber. The wolf pack surrounding Ling Tian snarled menacingly, lunging toward him with ferocious intent. Two dazzling golden lights erupted from his hands, manifesting as two resplendent longswords. With a swift motion, he wielded the celestial swords, each swing releasing a radiant wave of multicolored energy. The speed at which he struck was mesmerizing, leaving a flurry of afterimages in his wake, overwhelming the senses. The spectral wolves that charged at Ling Tian were cleaved in half by the torrent of sword waves. And in an instant, the ground was strewn with their corpses, blood flowing like a river. The gruesome scene was unbearable to behold, and only a few spectral wolves at the RE. Yeching's beautiful face bore an expression of pleading as she softly implored, "Please do not kill it. It is so pitiful." As she spoke, several wolf cubs had already scampered to Ling Tian's feet, tugging at his pant legs with their front paws. Ling Tian's expression remained calm as the hand gripping the longsword suddenly swung out. A flash of golden sword light swiftly passed over the body of the shadowy wolf, severing the red crystal embedded in its back with precision. In that instant, the two golden longswords in his hand vanished. He caught the airborne red crystal and stored it within the 9-spirit pearl, then turned his gaze back to Yeching's face and said, "Did I ever say I would kill it?" Upon hearing this, Yeching felt a wave of relief wash over her. She glanced at the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground and inhaled the thick scent of blood in the air. Her delicate brows knitting together, she tightened her embrace around Ling Tian's arm, as if trying to meld him into her very being. The technique Ling Tian had just employed was a fusion of the first layer of the Dark Sky Master's Evil Sword Slash and the Heavenly Gate Sword's Earth and Sky Sword Chi from the first layer. Characters have something to say. Mini theater. Yeching, this cold-faced man, Ling Tian, is indeed heartless. Someone should give him a few comments to temper his demeanor. Moreover, after clicking to collect, this lady shall rendezvous with you in your dreams. How does that sound? Chapter 14. Saint-level beasts. Divine power of the Heavenly Emperor. Seeing Yeching lost in thought, while gazing at the corpses scattered across the ground, Ling Tian subtly moved the arm she was clinging to. Sensing his motion, Yeching turned to look at his stern face, her expression still dazed. Ling Tian regarded her vacant expression and furrowed his sword-like brows, asking, "Can you let go now?" Yeching, startled by his piercing words, instantly released his arm as if shocked. Her fair and delicate face flushed crimson, and she stammered in embarrassment, "I only held your arm out of desperation, because the situation was dire. I did not mean to." Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint curve appearing on his otherwise cold face. "That of course, you intended to." Upon hearing this, Yeching shot him an annoyed glare, retorting in irritation, "Believe it or not, I can't be bothered to explain myself to you." Ling Tian turned his face away, his long hands slipping into his pockets as he casually remarked, "Then hurry and pack your things. Don't waste time, all right?" Yeching, observing his habitual gesture, muttered under her breath, "You're not exactly in a rush to be reborn." Though she said this, she hastened to gather her belongings from the carpet. Ling Tian cast a glance at the still-laying shadowy wolf and the lively wolf cubs frolicking nearby, his expression unchanging. Was the cold-blooded person from moments ago truly himself? He turned and stepped onto the blood-soaked ground. The pooled blood splattering in all directions with each of his steps. The nearby shadowy wolves, frightened by his advancing figure, hastily fled, disappearing from his sight in the blink of an eye. Yeching quickly caught up with Ling Tian. And after about half an hour, the scorching sun blazed down upon the earth like a steam chamber, causing flowers and grass to droop wearily. Even the tall trees began to wilt. Yeching unfastened her clothing. Yet the heat remained unbearable. Beads of sweat cascaded down her flushed face in torrents, as if a torrential downpour had struck. Unable to contain herself, Yeching let out a loud cry. "Ah, the heat is unbearable for this young lady. I must change my clothes." Ling Tian halted his strides, turning to gaze at her as she unfastened the zipper of her cotton coat, his expression as calm as still water as he remarked, "You bring this upon yourself." Yeching, upon hearing this, pouted her delicate lips and stepped forward to tug at the hem of his garment, pulling insistently from side to side. "That I don't care. I must change my clothes." Ling Tian seized her restless wrist with a sigh, tilting his chin towards a nearby grand tree. "Change behind that tree, and do it swiftly." Yeching, after hearing this, smiled softly, then turned and made her way to the tree's rear. Upon reaching the cover of the tree, she poked her head out, furrowing her brows as she warned, "If you dare to peek, I shall not spare you." With that cautionary remark, she vanished completely behind the tree, leaving Ling Tian momentarily flustered. I in the divine realm of Shinji Jing Shinua Tian Ting, beneath the towering wisteria tree, the intermingling red and green leaves cascaded down, resembling a shower of brilliant shooting stars descending to the ground. Yin Qianxue stood gracefully beneath the tree, as a few leaves floated past her enchanting golden eyes, a hint of sorrow gracing her breathtaking features. A gentle breeze swept by, causing her silky, lustrous golden hair to dance in the wind like slender willow strands, elegantly swaying. Her snow-white skin radiated a luminous allure, and her slender form moved with the grace of a startled swan, captivating all who beheld her and stirring the heart. Memories of past times with Yin flooded her mind, intertwining bittersweetness and joy that enveloped her, and tears glimmered in the corners of her eyes. Crystal clear and bright on the corridor by the lakeshore, Jing Ro observed Yin Qianxiu, standing forlornly beneath the tree, sighing with a melancholic tone, "Alas, why must you endure such suffering, my lady? Each day, you pray so desperately beneath the wisteria. Even I am moved by your devotion." Su Jin wore a frosty expression, a chill emanating from her delicate form. "What is so great about men? One can live perfectly well without them." Jing Ro bit her lip, playfully tugging at the hem of Su Jin's skirt, smiling mischievously. "Our little Jean is so aloof. Be careful, or no one will dare to pursue you in the future." Su Jin felt a refreshing breeze rising beneath her and gasped, swatting away Jing Ro's restless hand, her bright eyes glinting with mischief. "Isn't there still you?" With that, she reached out to grasp Jing Ro's skirt, but Jing Ro nimbly dodged her attempt. The two immediately began a playful chase, Jing Ro grinning and teasing Su Jin, their short skirts swaying with their movement, revealing their long, fair legs in all their glory. Meanwhile, Guang Lang, still hidden in the lush bamboo grove, fixated his gaze on the two beautiful women frolicking. A fiery glimmer in his eyes coupled with a sly smile, Zi Jiang, puzzled, remarked, "Brother, you exert such effort to be here to meet Yin Qianxua, yet you find yourself preoccupied with her personal guard?" Guang Lang, upon hearing this, coughed lightly, casting a glance his way. "I was merely admiring the scenery." Zi Jiang rolled his eyes, turning away with a sigh, muttering softly, "Brother, you are truly disappointing. Your younger brother is left in sorrow." With a resigned shake of his head, Zi Jiang quietly slipped away. In the heart of the forest, Ling Tian languidly reclined against a grand tree, his eyes narrowed as he gazed up at the cerulean sky. The gentle whispers of Yi Qing's incessant chattering swirling around him. "You must not leave. Should you dare to depart, I shall show you no mercy, and you cannot steal glances either. Otherwise, I will remain equally unforgiving." Ling Tian raised his slender hand to gently push aside the strands of crimson hair that obscured his view, releasing a long sigh. Suddenly, the shrill scream of Yi Qing pierced through the tranquility, causing his brows to furrow. In an instant, he darted behind the tree. Yi Qing was trembling against the trunk, her eyes wide with fear as a long, green serpent slithered past her on the grass. Observing her poised to disrobe, Ling Tian's expression shifted from indifference to a flicker of alarm. Just as she retrieved her garment, her fair skin was momentarily revealed. Noticing her blank stare directed at him, his demeanor instantly calmed. His gaze returning to its customary placidity, he nonchalantly turned away and stepped out as if nothing had transpired. Yi Qing, eyes widened in shock, hurled her cotton jacket at his head, shouting furiously, "You perverted scoundrel! You deceitful wretch!" Ling Tian slowly moved to the other side of the tree, removing the jacket from his head, the sharp echoes of her scathing remarks lingering in his ears. And he muttered resignedly, "A fateful entanglement." Once Yi Qing had changed her attire, she walked alongside Ling Tian, clad in shorts and a fitted top that was both simple and alluring, her beautiful face flushed with color. She was slightly out of breath due to her earlier fervent outburst and the uneven stone path. In contrast, Ling Tian remained composed, impervious to her agitation. Ultimately, Yi Qing, exasperated, declared, "Since you've seen, you must take responsibility for me." Ling Tian halted, gazing at her in bewilderment. "I merely caught a glimpse of some skin. Is it truly that grave?" Yi Qing clenched her delicate fist, her cheeks reddening as she fidgeted. "As long as you agree, you may look as you wish in the future." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian fell into silence once more. Yi Qing, noticing his reticence, bit her lip and exclaimed sharply, "Speak, say something." "You must," before she could finish. A piercing cry for help surged from behind them. "Help me." Both turned alertly, only to be unexpectedly collided into by a tiny sprite. Yi Qing gasped in alarm, while the sprite was sent tumbling into the air. Desperately flapping its wings, it swayed back and forth before managing to stabilize its petite form. This sprite was slightly larger than a human hand, radiating a deep blue luminescence, its slender figure suggesting a female presence. With hands on her hips, Yi Qing glared at the sprite. "You dare to assault me." Suddenly, a deafening shriek reverberated through the air, shattering the calm. The ground beneath them trembled violently, heavy footsteps resonating as if the earth itself was quaking. Soon after, a colossal bear's head emerged from the mountainside, an overwhelming force erupting forth, leveling the towering peaks surrounding it. It turned its massive head, locking its gaze accurately upon Ling Tian and Yi Qing. This bear stood several paces tall, its gray-black fur exuding an aura of terrifying might, comparable to a colossal bear standing 8 or 9 meters high. Yi Qing's complexion was pallid, her legs trembling slightly, murmuring, "Saint, Saint, phase, phase point 1. The sprite hovering beside Yi Qing quivered uncontrollably, its entire being shivering in fear at the sight of the immense bear not far away, its face ashen as if it had seen a ghost. Ling Tian felt the overwhelming surge of profound energy, his brows furrowing tightly, his previously calm and indifferent expression now heavy with gravity. Within the divine realm's temple that a robust man sat upon a golden seat, his muscular frame exuding strength, his pointed chin raised high, a grin on his face, his green eyes casting a sideways glance at the handsome man perched on the steps, a flicker of flame igniting in his pupils. "Hey, Heavenly Emperor, when will you spar with me again?" This man was none other than Miss, the god of wrath, one of the 7 gods. Beside the handsome man stood a stunning beauty with delicate features, her silvery hair cascading down like a brilliant galaxy, her white pupils fixated intently on the closed eyes of Beigong Nanming, a look of infatuation gracing her face. "Nanming, you look so handsome even with your eyes closed." This lady was Mu Ling, the goddess of resurrection, another of the 7 gods. With her legs crossed and lazily reclining against the golden chair, Beigong Nanming suddenly opened his eyes, an overwhelming surge of purple lightning energy erupting from his body, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. Instantly, everything in the hall, save for the golden chair upon which he sat, shattered to the ground. Flashes of purple lightning danced sporadically throughout the temple, and even the 2 deities within the hall wore tense expressions as they regarded Beigong Nanming, who was unleashing the power of the Heavenly Emperor. Beside Nanming, Mu Ling's pink lips trembled as she inquired, "Nanming, what's wrong? Why are you so angry?" Nanming's violet eyes glimmered with a chilling light, akin to a storm brewing beneath the clouds, poised to reveal its might at any moment. That a fierce murderous intent adorned his strikingly handsome face. "Saint-tier magical beast, the violent Titan bear," as he spoke. Cracks instantly appeared along the walls of the hall, the sound of snapping echoing harshly. A brief interlude. Characters have something to say. Mu Ling. "Ah, even an angry Nanming is so handsome. Violent Titan bear. Roar." Author Tienga. Click. Pause. Violent Titan bear. "Why won't you let me finish my roar?" Author Tienga. It's advertisement time. It said that those with good fortune love to click and collect. What are you all waiting for? Time waits for no one. Violent Titan bear. To hell with you. Chapter 15. Nanming's announcement. The goddess steps forward. A look of confusion crossed Mu Ling's jade-like face. For a mere saint-tier violent Titan bear, why did Nanming have to make such a fuss and display such anger? The god of the underworld wore a dark expression, his gaze lowered as he remarked, "Hey, it's just a saint-tier beast. Killing a few would take no effort at all. Why are you so agitated, Heavenly Emperor?" At this moment, Beigong Nanming seemed distracted, dismissing the earlier comments of the 2 with indifference. After a moment of contemplation, he stood tall and strode out. In that moment, he addressed Yin Qinshuo with gravity. "You are being targeted by the saint-tier magical beast, the violent Titan bear. You must understand the capabilities of this creature." Standing beneath the tree of yearning, Yin Qinshuo, upon hearing the communication from Nanming, instantly opened her golden eyes, which sparkled with urgency and concern. Almost simultaneously, her slender form vanished from sight. Her graceful silhouette materialized within the mist. Beneath her feet loomed an immense creature soaring through the skies. It was a whale several thousand meters long, capable of obscuring the heavens and shrouding the clouds with its mighty tail. This magnificent beast was the fastest and most formidable mount among the divine beings, known as the floating world divine whale. Her golden hair flowed like silk, seemingly radiating a dazzling golden light from a distance. The short skirt fluttered wildly, revealing her fair, radiant thighs that captivated the onlookers' souls. Her voluptuous figure was alluring, while her enchanting beauty, cold as ice, sent chills down one's spine. I understand your eagerness to rescue him, but it would be prudent for you to proceed with discretion. You know what must be done." Nanming relayed to Yin Qinshuo once more. Yin Qinshuo narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, and a powerful surge of golden energy erupted from her delicate form. dispersing the surrounding mist entirely, leaving no trace behind on the shore. Jing Ro and Su Jin, who were frolicking, suddenly realized that their lady had vanished, exchanging puzzled glances. However, a joyful smile blossomed on Jing Ro's delicate face. Her lady must be seeking the man she yearned for day and night. Let us await her good news, she exclaimed, as Eugene, with her frosty visage, reluctantly nodded in agreement. At this juncture, we have no other choice. We shall refrain from reporting to the divine envoy for now. In an instant, Yin Qinshue's icy voice reverberated within their spiritual seas. Do not disturb. Those who defy shall meet their demise. The expressions of the two women instantly soured as a formidable pressure surged into their dantions, causing a tumultuous uproar within. Jing Ro grasped the hem of her skirt, pursed her lips, and furrowed her brows. After notifying Yin Qianxue, Beigong Nanming vanished outside the grand hall, leaving the two divine beings inside still bewildered. In the heart of the forest, the formidable violent Tansha bear lumbered towards the group, its presence casting a shadow over Ling Tian, who wore a grim expression, his mind taut with tension. Identification revealed it to be a wholly ranked early-stage magical beast, the violent Tansha bear, known for its towering stature and formidable attack power. Its unique ability allowed it to employ a special barrier known as Judicious Duel, capable of ensnaring enemies before delivering a fatal blow. It typically attacked distant foes with its colossal fists. Additionally, the bear possessed a berserk ability. The voice of the master echoed in Ling Tian's mind. Following the master's words, Long Jie gravely advised, Xiao Lingzi, you should flee swiftly. This magical beast is far too powerful for you at present. Run as far as you can. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian turned to the lethargic Yi Qing beside him, commanding in a low voice, run. Startled by his deep tone, Yi Qing activated her Zen heart technique and hastily fled, with Ling Tian closely behind her. Meanwhile, the petite sprite took flight in another direction, knowing that the beast was after her and wishing to avoid endangering the innocent. The violent Tansha bear observed the group dispersing. It turns out that this monstrous creature has regarded Yu Qing and Ling Tian as its accomplices, preparing to eradicate them completely. Ling Tian gazed at the white wall of light before him, channeling the enhancements of the Tian Xinju and gathering all his strength into his right hand before striking out fiercely. A dense golden aura instantaneously enveloped his hand, unleashing a wave of extraordinary energy that crashed against the white barrier. A powerful gust of wind surged from the point of impact, whipping up the dust and debris from the ground, while a multitude of golden runes surged around his arm. Yet, even after delivering this full-force blow, the barrier remained unscathed, not even a tiny crack or fissure left behind. Sister Long languidly reclined on the sofa, crossing her legs, her alluringly voluptuous legs bare, inciting a surge of bloodlust. Behind her lay a vast expanse of uneven grassland. Her voice, slow and deliberate, echoed, Xiaolingzi, with your current strength, it is impossible for you to breach this barrier. No matter how fervently you attack, it will be of no avail and will only serve to exhaust your stamina. A flash of blue light appeared before Sister Long, revealing a man clad in a crimson robe. That he knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, shall we venture out to assist? After all, he was the key for the Queen's exit. Any misstep on his part could jeopardize her grand emergence. This man, known as Gui Zhong, was Sister Long's personal attendant. With green hair and azure eyes, his appearance was unremarkable, marred only by a scar at the corner of his eye. Sister Long's beauty, reminiscent of a blooming flower, remained unfazed as she curled her rosy lips. No need. Let us observe the unfolding events. I can take this opportunity to discern the mysterious power within Xiaolingzi. This power is one that even the god of fate fears. I am quite eager to witness it. Moreover, when the moment is critical, I shall intervene personally. You may depart now. Gui Zhong nodded in acquiescence. As you command, Your Majesty. With that, he vanished from Sister Long's sight in an instant. She gazed at the azure sky, her voice deepening. It is time to bear witness. At this moment, Ling Tian's heart was taut with tension. His fists clenched tightly. Yi Qing, on the other hand, bore a vacant expression in her eyes, as if she were on the brink of despair. Ling Tian gently patted her delicate back, feigning ease. Find a place to hide. I will deal with it. Yi Qing looked at his chiseled visage, her hollow eyes slowly regaining their luster. With a worried expression, she replied, but that is a wholly ranked beast, a monster that can only be challenged by those at the divine level. How could you possibly contend with it alone? If we are to die, let us die together. Ling Tian chuckled lightly, his exquisite features softening into a smile that seemed to enchant the very flowers and trees around him, as if they were all captivated by his mirth. Though I say this, I truly hope you can survive. For someone like me, who has forgotten everything, your life is but a mere withered shell. Ling Tian's expression unfolded, his tone gentle. Yi Qing was taken aback, her heart trembling in shock as she pointed at him. You have lost your memory. A flicker of bitterness crossed Ling Tian's eyes as he inhaled deeply. You accompanying me will only complicate matters. Instead, seek an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Yi Qing bit her delicate lip, glancing at the nearby brutal blood bear that was snickering, and nodded resolutely. All right, whenever I find an opportunity, I will strike a fatal blow. However, you must endure until then. With that, she darted toward the secluded thicket, seeking a suitable place to conceal herself, while cautiously peering out to observe the situation. A perfect arc graced the corner of Ling Tian's mouth. This exhilarating brush with death was truly intoxicating. The violent savage bear cast a scornful glare at the slender figure before it, its face a mask of disdain. Without hesitation, it slammed a fist into the ground, producing a thunderous roar, as a wall of white mystical energy surged rapidly toward Ling Tian. With a powerful push of his long legs, Ling Tian's lithe form vanished, only to reappear in another location. While the wall of white energy rushed past where he had just stood, a look of astonishment flickered across the bear's broad face, and it promptly unleashed another fierce punch, sending a formidable wall of energy hurtling once more toward Ling Tian, who again evaded with uncanny speed. As Ling Tian approached with devilish swiftness, the violent savage bear roared in frustration and slammed its fists into the ground, unleashing an all-encompassing wall of energy that spread outward from its strike. Upon witnessing this, Ling Tian furrowed his brows. The impenetrable wall left no room for escape, towering above him and blocking any chance of retreat. With no option for a direct advance, he was left with no choice but to brace himself for impact. He raised his slender right hand, a swirling vortex of golden energy materializing before him. As he silently activated the first stage of the heavenly profound technique, intricate symbols shimmering around him, the terrifying wave of mystical energy crashed against the vortex, resulting in an explosive force. Ling Tian struggled to withstand it. But alas, he found himself overwhelmed. The powerful impact scattered the vortex, sending his elongated form hurtling against the luminous white barrier. Rippling waves emanated from the spot of impact, and he knelt on one leg, blood surging within him as a trickle of crimson escaped his lips. His expression was icy, and his scarlet eyes radiated a chilling intensity. Concealed behind a tree, Yi Qing's delicate features reflected her deep concern. Her fists clenched against her chest, anxiety gnawing at her heart. Gradually, Ling Tian rose to his full height, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his slender fingers, as two piercing beams of golden light erupted from his hands, swiftly transforming into two gleaming golden swords. Observing Ling Tian rise once more, the violent savage bear swung its massive hand, uprooting surrounding trees as if they were mere blades of grass, each crashing toward Ling Tian like a stampede of elephants. Ling Tian leaped into the air, evading the oncoming trees, and as he spun, he wielded the swords, unleashing a torrent of fierce golden energy that sliced through the flying trunks. The violent savage bear, undeterred, slammed its fists into the ground once more, sending forth another all-encompassing wall of white energy. Just as Ling Tian's feet touched the ground, the overwhelming wall of energy loomed before him. He narrowed his crimson eyes, his expression cold and resolute. Chapter 16. The Black Flame Dragon. Golden light descends. With a powerful kick, Ling Tian's body vanished to another location, and thereafter, he swiftly brandished the two golden swords in his hands. Before one's eyes, a series of fleeting phantoms materialized, vibrant sword waves soaring wildly, surrounded by a multitude of dazzling runes, an uncanny sight indeed. The several sword waves that shot forth collided with the mystical energy barrier before him, which then abruptly dissipated, allowing Ling Tian to seize the opportunity and surge forth like a golden flash. The very spot Ling Tian had just attacked was the most vulnerable point of this energy barrier. Situated at its outermost edge, this barrier had manifested from the colossal hand of the violent titan bear crashing into the ground, and as the barrier expanded, its edges grew increasingly fragile. It was precisely this weakness that Ling Tian exploited to breach the barrier. The violent titan bear, with its wide, incredulous eyes, stared in disbelief at Ling Tian, who was advancing towards it. In an instant, Ling Tian reached the side of the giant bear, where several golden domain bats materialized around him. At that moment, the dense runes surrounding him transformed into numerous golden orbs of light. These golden orbs, a manifestation of the first tier of the Tian Xianju technique, known as Ghost Seal orbs, surged forth at the bear's massive form as he willed them into motion. In response, the bear swung its colossal paw with a mighty force, unleashing an immensely powerful white energy wave that scattered the flying domain bats and golden orbs. Propelling towards Ling Tian, with a swift movement, Ling Tian vanished and reappeared in midair behind the bear. Seizing the moment, he brandished two long swords in succession, unleashing two vibrant sword waves that surged towards the bear's back. The sharpness of the sword energy was formidable, its momentum akin to a raging torrent. Just as the colorful sword waves were about to strike the bear's back, a thunderous howl reverberated through the heavens, and an overwhelming surge of mystical energy emanated from the bear's body. The two vibrant sword waves were instantly dispelled by this potent force. Ling Tian, sensing the urgency of the moment, swiftly channeled his mystical energy in the Tian Xianju technique, conjuring a swirling vortex of energy adorned with numerous golden runes before him. The immense force collided with the vortex, generating a shockwave powerful enough to shatter the swirling mass, which then crashed into his lithe form like a boulder. He was propelled backwards, colliding forcefully against the white energy barrier once more. This moment, dust swirled in the air, debris scattered chaotically, and the ground cracked under the strain of the overwhelming mystical force. Creating a scene of utter devastation, Ling Tian fell from the white barrier to the ground, stirring up yet another cloud of dust. The violent Titan bear, now enveloped in dark red energy, glowed ominously with its eyes. Exuding sheer terror, it let out a derisive snicker, pounding its robust chest as if mocking Ling Tian's apparent frailty. Hidden in the shadows, Yuqing was now in a state of panic, akin to an ant on a hot stove. Filled with urgency, however, witnessing the bear's escalating power, she felt helpless. In the face of such might, she appeared as insignificant as a mere insect. After a brief moment, Ling Tian slowly rose from his crouched position, his body trembling slightly from the pain. Blood surged in his throat, and he coughed up a spray of vivid crimson, staining the chaotic ground before him. His expression was icy, his eyes narrowed in a chilling glare. Steadily, he regained his footing, as a formidable and eerie black flame gradually enveloped him. The cacophony of mournful wails was disconcerting, leaving him dizzy and disoriented as the colossal bear observed Ling Tian rise once more. Its mocking laughter abruptly ceased. Upon witnessing the enigmatic black flames enveloping Ling Tian, the bear's broad face shifted to a grave expression, once the pain coursing through his body began to subside. Ling Tian exhaled deeply, and two brilliant golden lights flickered from his hands. Subsequently, he grasped two golden longswords once again. The black flames igniting his form cascaded over the swords he held, transforming the golden blades into fiery weapons ablaze with fierce black flames. Exuding an alluring charm, the giant bear pounded its fists into the ground, and an all-encompassing dark red light barrier swiftly expanded outward. Ling Tian, undeterred, propelled himself forward, his feet launching him like a wraith of ominous black fire towards the dark red barrier. In that fleeting moment, he swung his black flame sword with a flourish, aiming fiercely at the barrier. A torrent of powerful black flames erupted from the blade, crashing against the barrier's surface like a tumultuous river. Ling Tian exerted every ounce of his strength, refusing to retreat. The terrifying black flames continued to consume the barrier before him, as if intent on reducing it to ashes. Within mere moments, the flames had scorched a significant breach in the barrier. Observing this, Ling Tian pushed off with his feet, his elongated form soaring forth, leaving a trail of black flames that incinerated all in their wake. In his flight, he spun the black flame swords in his hands, showcasing a dazzling display of skill. The ferocious bear, seeing Ling Tian approach with alarming speed, unleashed a powerful punch in retaliation. Ling Tian deftly evaded the incoming fist, his tall figure swiftly shifting to the left of the bear's massive paw. In a flash, he swung the black flame sword in his right hand, generating a potent gust of wind aimed at the bear's colossal foot. The bear, sensing the threat, swiftly maneuvered its bulk to the side. Moving as swiftly as a thunderclap, Ling Tian's strike met only air, his brow furrowing slightly. He pursued with relentless determination, his black flame swords slicing through the air, the sound of their passage sharp and resonant. Despite its immense size, the bear's agility was astonishing. Evading Ling Tian's rapid slashes with remarkable finesse, it nimbly darted to and fro, effortlessly avoiding the myriad of precise sword marks that flashed before it. Undeterred in its evasive maneuvers, in a matter of moments, Ling Tian unleashed dozens of strikes, yet the bear's demeanor remained unfazed. With a sudden, lightning-quick motion, he swept his right sword horizontally, a black flame scar slicing through the air. The bear, once again, retreated just in time to evade the fierce blade. Ling Tian, following the momentum of his right-hand strike, pivoted and swung his left sword. In that swift turn, the black flame sword in his left hand elongated dramatically, forcing the retreating bear to backpedal. With the speed of a gale, the bear leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of the black flame sword that swept beneath its feet. After his strike fell short, Ling Tian leapt upwards, raising both swords above his head, bringing them together in a harmonious union. The merged black flame sword grew even larger, its searing flames radiating an unstoppable force. With all his might, he cleaved down with the combined massive sword, and the black flames surged tumultuously, producing a terrifying whoosh. The freshly grounded bear, caught off guard by the descending black flame sword, had no time to evade and hastily summoned its inner energy. A dark red energy shield materialized around it in an instant, just as Ling Tian's black flame giant sword struck against the shield. In that moment, a tempest arose, swirling chaos as the very elements were set ablaze. Ling Tian's body stiffened, and he transformed into a magnificent black flame dragon, intertwined with the terrifying black fire that engulfed him. The dragon roared, its piercing cry resonating through the air as it collided frantically against the dark red barrier of profound energy. In mere moments, a fierce black flame erupted upon the giant bear's unstable protective shield, its strength diminishing rapidly with the passage of time, destined to collapse entirely before long. The giant bear swiftly sidestepped the approaching flame dragon, unleashing a powerful swipe of its paw. From its robust arm surged a torrent of dark red profound energy, exuding an imposing presence. Ling Tian's figure suddenly emerged amidst the flames, and with a powerful push from his feet, a pentagram formation crafted from black flames materialized beneath him. The overwhelming force surged forth from the formation, propelling him through the air like a bolt of lightning, narrowly evading the bear's paw strike. As he landed firmly on the ground, several flaming runes ignited around him. He raised his hand, pointing his sword at the giant bear, and the black flame runes transformed into multiple black fireballs that hurtled toward the bear's head. The bear, in response, effortlessly tilted its head aside, its massive body swaying slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Tian concentrated all his strength into his feet, his form flickering before he appeared in front of the bear, which was still off balance. The bear's considerable weight rendered it unable to control its inertia during the sideways movement. Ling Tian took advantage of this moment to swing his black flame greatsword, its momentum akin to a roaring tide, striking terror into the air. Just as the sword was about to make contact, the bear's tilted form abruptly vanished from sight, leaving Ling Tian's carefully calculated strike to cleave nothing but empty air. The bear's colossal frame, however, silently materialized behind him. With a mighty roar, the bear unleashed a surge of dark red profound energy, a terrifying shockwave crashing into Ling Tian's back that he grunted, propelled forward with great force. While the bear swung its massive arms, uprooting several trees that came crashing down like a torrential downpour in the direction of Ling Tian's flight, his body collided violently with the towering white barrier, and the trees followed suit, burying him beneath a chaotic heap of timber. Among the holy ranked magical beasts, suddenly, a blinding golden light pierced the sky, slanting down from above, shattering the barrier and crashing onto the ground before Yi Qing. Chapter 17. The divine power of all realms, tender as the sea. Under the overwhelming impact, a cloud of dust was raised before Yi Qing's eyes. She hastily shielded her eyes with her jade hand to fend off the swirling debris that threatened to invade her sight. Once the tumultuous dust settled, a long sword, radiating a dazzling golden light, was found embedded in the ground not far from her. Meanwhile, the fierce crimson wall of light that had surged towards her had vanished without a trace. An enormous shadow of a whale gradually enveloped the surrounding miles, as a tempest capable of tearing everything apart surged forward without restraint, lifting all in its vicinity. Trees splintered and grass flew. A brilliant golden light shot down like a meteor from beside the whale, crashing into the ground with a force that resonated through the heavens and shook the earth, causing the surrounding terrain to tremble. The impact sent fragments of earth flying, Enveloping the area in dust as the dust began to dissipate, a graceful silhouette emerged from a deep pit created by the colossal impact. Yin Qianxue, with a breathtakingly beautiful face, exuded an icy chill. Although her visage was partially concealed by a veil, the piercing aura she radiated was unmistakable. After dismounting from the giant whale, it continued to soar and circle in the sky, letting out a long, resounding cry. Its presence formidable. Her enchanting figure strode directly towards Yi Qing, her tall and alluring form causing the surrounding flora to sway wildly. Leaving all else in stillness, Yi Qing gazed in astonishment at the captivating figure approaching her. While Yin Qianxue's striking golden eyes fixated on the thicket behind Yi Qing, a soothing fragrance wafted from Qianxue, permeating the air, and as Yi Qing involuntarily inhaled a few times, she found herself entranced. As if caught in a dream, Yin Qianxue gracefully circled around Yi Qing, brushing past her as her bright golden eyes cast a fleeting glance towards Yi Qing. She halted before the thicket, lifting her delicate jade hand towards the mass of trees. In an instant, the chaotic pile of trees suddenly lifted into the air. The towering figure of Ling Tian also ascended, and upon seeing him, a radiant smile graced her exquisite face. She then beckoned to the suspended Ling Tian with her slender jade fingers, and his body slowly glided toward her. Upon noticing this, she immediately opened her arms wide. Ling Tian's form gradually descended into her embrace, and she knelt on one leg, allowing his head to rest against her left shoulder. Her delicate hand gently caressed his blood-streaked handsome face. Her golden eyes flashing with a glimmer of cold murderous intent. Ling Tian felt the softness and warmth of lips upon his own, desperately prying his eyes open to a narrow slit, where a hazy visage flickered in and out of focus, akin to flowers seen through a mist. Yi Qing stood agape, utterly astonished by the emotionally charged scene unfolding before her, particularly when she witnessed the mysterious woman lean down to plant a kiss upon Ling Tian's lips, leaving her utterly speechless and her cheeks aflame. However, sensing the overwhelming power of this woman, she dared not provoke her wrath and could only swallow her indignation in silence. Yin Qianxue slightly lifted her head, whispering softly by Ling Tian's lips, "Rest well, Yin." Ling Tian felt a warm breath brushing against his face, the melodious voice caressing his eardrums like a sweet lullaby. A wave of intense drowsiness swiftly enveloped him, ultimately compelling him to close his eyes once more. Upon seeing this, Yin Qianxue's beautiful face broke into a smile that could bring calamity to nations, and she tenderly caressed Ling Tian's face, her affection as deep as the ocean. Yi Qing, unable to contain herself any longer, pointed an accusatory finger at Yin Qianxue, exclaiming, "Hey, you must go too far." Hearing this, Yin Qianxue turned her head to regard Yi Qing, her tone flat. "And you, what is your relationship with him?" At that moment, witnessing Ling Tian's serene state, her brows unfurled, and the cold veneer of indifference melted away. Yi Qing, placing her hands on her hips, replied with utmost seriousness, "I am his classmate." She cleverly altered her words midway, primarily out of concern that this woman's deep affection for Ling Tian might incite jealousy, potentially leading to dire consequences. Yin Qianxue narrowed her golden eyes slightly before turning back to gaze at Ling Tian nestled in her embrace. A sudden, deafening roar shattered the atmosphere, prompting Yin Qianxue to frown, softly addressing Ling Tian. "Yin, I shall return shortly." With that, a dense aura of golden energy emanated from Ling Tian's elongated form, a powerful buoyancy lifting him into the air. She then turned her delicate figure towards the distant brutal bear, her expression icy and resolute. Her voice, cold as ice, resonated, "Since you have harmed Yin, you shall repay with everything you possess, including your very body." As her words fell, the sky transformed dramatically, a tempest rising. The once tranquil twilight sky was now shrouded in golden clouds, an oppressive aura descending with alarming speed. The brutal bear, caught off guard by this sudden pressure, was thrown into disarray. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Qing's form had been enveloped by a golden barrier, shielding her from Yin Qianxue's overwhelming energy. The enormous bear was now in a frenzy, its formidable presence causing it to writhe in unease, terrified and unsettled. It sensed that the calamity-bringing woman's strength far surpassed its own before such an enchanting figure. It felt akin to a mere piece of meat, helplessly awaiting slaughter. Realizing the dire predicament, it let out a thunderous roar and attempted to flee. Yin Qianxue raised her delicate hand, and the golden sword embedded in the ground beside Yi Qing vanished in an instant, reappearing before the fleeing bear. Brilliant golden light burst forth from the sword, transforming it into several massive swords that matched the bear's size, surrounding it in a whirlwind of rapid motion. The bear's immense body was ensnared within the sword array, trapped and unable to escape, truly caught between a rock and a hard place. With a roar of defiance, it struck at the swirling swords with a mighty blow, striving to break free from the encirclement. The vicissitudes of life are indeed unpredictable. As it struck the sword formation with its formidable paw, crimson blood erupted forth, splattering across the ground as if a torrential downpour had commenced. The arm that delivered the blow soared into the air, cascading downwards alongside the blood that rained from above. That a heart-wrenching wail of agony escaped its lips, a mournful cry that pierced the soul and evoked profound sympathy. Yan Qinshui's slightly curled golden hair fluttered gently in the wind. Resembling delicate willow fronds, soft and ethereal, her countenance was as cold as ice, with golden eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent that invoked dread. Her lips parted slightly, words dripped like venom, bearing the weight of divine power and the seal of the heavenly Buddha. Upon concluding her words, a colossal golden hand, vast enough to obscure the sun, materialized from the clouds. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, the golden palm descended from the heavens, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of golden energy from its center. The titanic hand cleaved through the air with earth-shattering force, crashing down upon the ground where the massive bear stood, creating a thunderous roar that resonated through the very fabric of the earth, sending dust swirling and causing the ground to tremble. After a moment, as the dust settled and the tremors subsided, a massive palm-shaped crater emerged at the site of impact, a sight that was nothing short of breathtaking. Yet, the formidable body of the violent Titan bear had vanished without a trace, leaving only a shocking pool of vivid crimson blood in its wake. Chapter 18. The Dawn Pact. The guardian of eternity, Yi Qing gazed in horror at the disarray before her, her heart in turmoil. Turning to Yan Qinshui's expressionless visage, she swallowed hard. Yan Qinshui remained unfazed as she surveyed the gaping pit, the golden clouds in the sky gradually dissipating, the surrounding tempest calming, restoring tranquility to the world. She then turned, extending her arms as the ethereal figure of Ling Tian floated down from above into her embrace, her previously chilling beauty transforming into one of profound tenderness upon seeing him. A gentle breeze stirred, causing Yan Qinshui's long hair to flutter like ripples in water. Her short skirt billowed gracefully, revealing slender, alluring legs that captivated the eye. A few scattered leaves danced around her, enhancing her enchanting beauty to an extraordinary degree. Yi Qing, witnessing the once ruthless and cold-hearted woman who had obliterated the giant bear, now radiating joy at the sight of Ling Tian, felt a shiver run down her spine. Who is he to you?" she stammered. Yan Qinshui's gaze lowered slightly, her stunningly beautiful face adorned with a sweet smile. "I am the one he cherishes," she declared. "My love for him surpasses all else. Even my own life pales in comparison to the depth of my affection for him." In that fleeting moment, memories entwined, scenes of joy, anger, sorrow, and elation replayed in her mind, moments of extreme happiness tinged with sadness, playful banter, and relentless quarrels, all lingering vividly in her consciousness. For her, this was enough happiness. She desired nothing more than to remain by his side, shielding him from the storms of life, just as he had once done for her. Yi Qing, upon hearing this, felt goosebumps rise on her skin, curling her lip in skepticism, her voice barely audible as a distant whisper, "Who knows what is true?" Yan Qinshui made her way to a lush tree. Slowly sitting down with her delicate form leaning against the trunk, she rested Ling Tian's head upon her long, fair legs, her eyes shimmering with a dreamy light. A sprite, glowing with a radiant blue luminescence, fluttered before Yan Qinshui, its face alight with admiration. "Wow, you are incredible. The divine power you just displayed must surely place you at the level of a great deity." Yan Qinshui gazed at the ethereal being before her, her tone devoid of any embellishment. "An elf. Only a select few of noble bloodlines among elves can move freely under the pressure of others, which is precisely why this elf stands here unscathed." The elf proudly lifted her chin, proclaiming, "I am the daughter of the elf king, named Facier." Upon hearing this, Yan Qinshui's delicate brows furrowed slightly, so weak. The elf, upon hearing her words, lowered her head and sighed. "I am still underage, and my powers as an elf cannot be fully realized." Yan Qinshui gently caressed the handsome face resting upon the elf's voluptuous thigh, her tone softening. "Are not elves known for their communal nature? How is it that, As a princess, you find yourself alone here. A look of profound sorrow instantly clouded Feisher's youthful visage. My kin and family have all been captured, and their fates are uncertain. Their whereabouts unknown. Yin Qinshua's long, dense golden lashes trembled in astonishment. It is said that the elf king can command the very heavens, his strength so formidable that the beasts of the world tremble in fear. Yet you tell me that he has been captured. I am intrigued to learn who possesses such audacity. The elf Feisher hastily waved her hands. No, no, you, a celestial beauty, surpass my father in strength. Your words are too severe. My father was indeed overpowered by a group of mysterious figures clad in black. Their techniques are exceedingly strange, and as the battle wore on, their strength only grew more formidable. Moreover, they were all in a dazed state. Their faces grotesque, with a strange red and black gas clinging to them, rendering them terrifying in appearance. Yin Qinshua's expression turned grave, her exquisite features taking on a chill. Demons. At once, Feisher's mind cleared. Yes, they are indeed demons. My father said the same. Yin Qinshua's voice deepened, her tone resolute. If I encounter these demons, I shall ensure their utter annihilation. As she spoke, the flowers and grasses around them swayed violently, and the leaves trembled and fell, as though stirred by her chilling words. The elf Feisher sensed the deadly intent radiating from Yin Qinshua's delicate form, sending shivers down her spine, filling her with trepidation. In the vast expanse, Long Jia lay languidly on a floating sofa, her figure exuding an enchanting allure that captivated the eye. She was in high spirits, reveling in the dominion of the myriad worlds, surprised at how beloved Xiaolingzi had become. However, the emergence of the demons signified that the minions of the demon clan could no longer contain their restlessness, suggesting that time was running short. Ling Tian, reclining on Yin Qinshua's fair legs, lay with closed eyes, his tall form occasionally twitching, his crimson brows knitted tightly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like glistening pearls, dampening his long red hair. Yin Qinshu delicately wiped the sweat from his face and forehead with a handkerchief. You are still the same as before, always plagued by nightmares. The end of her sentence. Two radiant golden wings suddenly burst forth from her back with a soft whoosh, several resplendent golden feathers drifting down like fluttering butterflies. She unfurled one of her wings, fanning it back and forth. A refreshing breeze immediately surged forth, brushing against Ling Tian's face. Beside them, Yi Qing stared in astonishment at the winged figure before her, her eyes wide with disbelief. Heavens, an angel! And golden wings. The fairy Feisher gazed in astonishment at this magnificent scene. Rendered speechless, this moment, Yin Qinshua's sole desire was to focus on Ling Tian, thus disregarding the expressions and words of the tude in Ling Tian's dream. The morning air was fresh, and all of nature began to awaken. In a small courtyard enveloped by lush greenery, a child of merely a few years was practicing martial arts with fluid movements, each strike powerful and resonant. The gray sky at the horizon revealed a hint of dawn, indicating that the child was rising early to train, a commendable diligence. As the saying goes, when the sun rises, the world is in harmony. The brilliance of dawn illuminates the skies. This moment, a figure, swift and commanding, darted through the trees and soon arrived at the courtyard. This too was a child of a few years, yet he exuded a profound and pure essence of mystical energy, setting him apart with an extraordinary presence. This child, with purple hair and clad in blue, could not help but smile joyfully at the sight of the practicing child. He stepped forward and exclaimed, "Ah, brother, you're up so early to practice your punches. It's the time for you to grow. You must rest well. You should take another nap." The practicing child, with purple hair and blue eyes, donned in white garments, paused his movements upon hearing the familiar voice. Turning to see the approaching figure, he inquired with curiosity, "Brother, why have you come to find me? Aren't you supposed to be training with father?" The brother ruffled the back of his head, revealing a bright smile that showcased his pearly white teeth, and replied lightly, "I reached the Xianxing realm in my cultivation yesterday, and father was quite pleased. So he allowed me to have today free. I woke up early and came to find you, not expecting you to be awake as well." The younger brother looked up with admiration. "Wow, brother, that's amazing. You've attained the Xianxing realm at 6 years old. Most people never reach such heights even in their lifetime. As for me, I can only look up in awe." After speaking, the younger brother's spirit sank. His face clouded with disappointment, for he was born without any talent for cultivation, deemed as worthless. His fate was to be among the masses, never to stand out or shine. Seeing this, The older brother placed his small hand on the younger brother's shoulder, filled with youthful vigor, and declared, "Don't worry, brother. No matter what happens, I will protect you. You need not cultivate or toil. I will shoulder everything. I will ensure that the brilliance of the heavenly gate endures, allowing you to live without worry and have your every wish fulfilled." A beam of golden morning light pierced through, illuminating the older brother's youthful face, where determination and faith shone brightly in the golden glow. "Brother, will you always be by my side?" the younger brother asked, gazing at his brother's unwavering expression. The older brother smiled gently and replied, "Of course, I will guard you, forever." Upon hearing this, the younger brother's eyes glimmered with barely suppressed tears. He extended his pinky and said, "Then let us make a pinky promise. If brother is always protecting me, then lying would be for little puppies." The older brother nodded, linking his pinky with the younger brother's. Once again, golden rays shot forth from the gray-blue horizon, casting a sparse yet warm glow around the two. A gentle breeze stirred, frogs croaked, cicadas chirped, and birds sang, as if all of nature rejoiced in the resounding promise shared between the two. A vow was made, with a hook and a noose, 100 years shall not change. This was soon followed by the light-hearted laughter and banter of two individuals. The author has words to share, seeking collections, recommendations, and comments. The splendid narrative shall be gradually unveiled, and your support is of paramount importance to Shuyua. Chapter 19. The Rise and Fall of Yesteryears, the Cycle of Fate. Time flies, and the two brothers have traversed a myriad of joyful yet clumsy moments, experiencing the bittersweet nature of partings and reunions, until that fateful day. As the sun dipped in the west, the fiery red twilight blazed like a burning flame across the entire sky, enveloping all of creation in a shroud of crimson. The blood-red sun sank halfway behind the mountains, where a tall young man stood upon the robust branches of a great tree. Gazing upon the bleak scene before him, his violet, resplendent eyes fell slightly, inadvertently revealing a profound sorrow. A young man clad in white slowly approached the base of the tree, his footsteps heavy and hesitant. The evening breeze turned cooler, the lonely cicadas and frogs lamented with mournful cries, and the mist swirled within the woods, creating an air of chilliness. His long, purple hair flowed gently in the wind, and his handsome face bore an expression of helplessness. Disappointment flickered across the visage of the young man in white as he uttered, "Brother, did you not promise to always protect me? Was it merely a childish jest?" Upon hearing this, the elder brother turned, leaping down with unwavering resolve etched upon his striking features. "No, those were words from the heart. You must understand that all I do is for your well-being." With that, he quickly stepped forward to stand before his younger sibling. Memories of joyous times spent together flooded the younger brother's mind, and a glimmer of tears began to form in his eyes, shining bright and clear. The past remained vivid in his memory, yet what emotions and joys would the future hold? Cool tears streamed down his face, glowing red in the light's reflection. The elder brother's eyes narrowed slightly, and sorrow emerged upon his countenance. He had intended to wear a facade of cheerfulness, to present a reassuring image to his brother. Little did he realize that his heart was being torn asunder, the pain cutting deep into his very soul. Despite the fortitude within him, he was consumed by this unending anguish. In his heart, the younger brother was his blood, his kin. He was his very lifeblood. Upon their arrival into this world, they were hailed as the twin emperors of the heavens, and the emotional fluctuations of the younger sibling often resonated within him, as if they were one and the same. The younger brother, lacking the innate talent for cultivation, had endured countless insults and scorn, suffering pains that he felt as if they were his own. In this vast world, among the countless souls, there were many who were stronger than he. He must journey to the divine realm, transform from mortal to God, to possess the true strength to conquer all. Only then could he genuinely protect his brother, fulfill his desires, and accompany him for eternity. The younger brother raised his hand towards the receding silhouette of his elder sibling, parting his lips, yet hesitating to speak. All of this was due to his own weakness. The elder brother, fearing the loss of him, was compelled to enhance his strength, navigating life's hardships and enduring the trials of the journey. With his hands clasped together over his heart, he closed his eyes and prayed earnestly. As his brother's figure gradually faded into the shadows of the forest, Ling Tunning's visage was graced by a few tears that resembled delicate threads. Upon witnessing this, Yin Qianchua's exquisite face bore a trace of sorrow. She gently wiped the tear marks from Ling Tian's cheek, her rosy lips slightly parting as she murmured, "You shall no longer face this alone." Amidst the milky clouds, a colossal purple sword soared through the sky. A slender, ethereal figure stood upon the blade, clad in a swirling purple cloak that danced wildly, producing sharp, whistling sounds. His long, violet hair flowed like silk, and his piercing eyes emanated a brilliant purple gleam, capturing the breathtaking sight of Qianxue, resting her white leg upon Ling Tian's head. A satisfied, gentle smile adorned his handsome face. Was this what you had longed for, dear brother? The fierce wind generated by their swift movement lashed against him like a biting blade, stirring memories of a long-ago childhood promise. He had remained steadfast in his duty until this moment. Though it was not his intention, it seemed to be fate. The white clouds ahead grew denser, mirroring the tumultuous years he had traversed, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Yi Qing stealthily approached Yan Qianxue, squatting beside her. After a few moments of hesitation, she bit her lip and said, "He has lost his memory. Perhaps he has already forgotten you." Upon hearing this, Yan Qianxue's delicate brows furrowed, her beautiful face turning icy. Lost his memory? Sensing the sudden surge of overwhelming energy, Yu Qing involuntarily trembled. It is. After a long pause, Yan Qianxue's eyes, like autumn waters, revealed a hint of relief, tilting her chin. A few glistening green leaves fluttered down. The past had been too cruel for him. If he chose to forget, he could start anew. Even if the seas dry and the mountains crumble, I shall wait tirelessly through the ages, though it has only been 5 years. For her, it was already a fulfillment. 5 years' time, life and death at fate's discretion. If there is no resolution, then let death be my declaration. Yi Qing picked up a stone from the ground and began to draw circles in the mud. Her expression conflicted. She murmured, "How long have you been with him?" Yan Qianxue looked down at Ling Tian's slumbering handsome face, a smile gracing her lips, as if their love had endured through time. The fairy facier alighted gently upon Ling Tian's chest, her delicate face radiant as jade. "Indeed, the great deity saved me. Repay this life-saving grace. I shall serve you." Yan Qianxue's expression remained serene, her demeanor indifferent. "I do not intend to save you. Your life is of no concern to me. I have come only for the sake of words. If you wish to repay your debt, seek him out." Hearing Qianxue's detached words, the fairy facier appeared somewhat despondent. "Very well, but I am currently without resources and unable to offer anything in return." Yan Qianxue fell silent for a moment before responding. "Spirit contract." Yi Qing looked on, puzzled. Spirit contract. The fairy facier lowered her head. "It is indeed possible, but not everyone can forge such a bond. If one's innate talent is insufficient, their body may not withstand it, resulting in the loss of all cultivation and serious injuries. The spirit contract is a term for the bond formed between a fairy and individuals of other races, signifying the contractee. The strength of the fairy's lineage and abilities is crucial to the contractee's power." Yan Qianxue smiled gently. "All beings are intoxicated. His talent undoubtedly exceeds your imagination. You may proceed with confidence in forming the contract." The ethereal sprite facier soared once more, flitting about before Qianxue with unbridled joy. "How splendid! Once I reach adulthood, I shall forge a pact with him, thus enhancing my own strength in tandem with his continuous ascent in power, saving me considerable time." As dusk approached, the setting sun mingled with the crimson clouds, while solitary storks and wild geese soared in unison. Qianxue extended her delicate hand, and a brilliant golden light shimmered forth, revealing an exquisitely folded white garment that materialized in her palm. She presented the attire to Yeqing beside her, instructing, "When Yin awakens, ensure he dons this outfit." Yeqing gazed at the white garment, her charming face a mask of confusion. "Are you leaving?" Qianxue's golden eyes narrowed slightly, her expression tinged with helplessness. "That I cannot remain by his side for the time being. Prior to that, you must take good care of him, and the terms shall be at your discretion." Upon hearing this, Yeqing nearly choked on her indignation. You look down on me. I am not in need of money. However, seeing your earnestness, I shall begrudgingly offer my assistance." With that, she reached out to accept the garment, but upon contact, her eyes widened in astonishment. Heavenly silkworm divine thread. As a child, she had come across references to this material in ancient texts. Its touch was warm and smooth, delicate and comfortable. Heavenly silkworm divine thread is the most resilient silk in existence, impervious to flames and unbreakable, exceedingly rare in the world. The sole means of acquisition is from the imperial tiered demonic beast, the world-destroying night giant spider, a notion bordering on the fantastical for most. Protective gear crafted from heavenly silkworm divine thread is an invaluable treasure, incomparable even to artifacts of the divine emperor tier. A gentle breeze wafted in, carrying a hint of moisture that brushed against the group, causing their garments to flutter gracefully, perfumed with a subtle fragrance. A brief interlude. The author has something to convey. I kindly ask you to cast a few votes for Tianmin and click to collect. The forthcoming episodes shall be even more captivating. Chapter 20. The Dreaming Orchid. Who among us is without loss? Yiqing cautiously accepted the precious garment from Qianxue, its comforting and smooth texture sending her into a reverie. As if ensnared in a dream. Observing Yiqing's expression of delight, Qianxue narrowed her brows and spoke icily. Should you dare to claim this garment as your own or sell it, you will face calamity akin to a mountain's weight upon you. With that, she waved her delicate hand, unleashing a formidable surge of golden energy that erupted from her jade-like arm. Moments later, the overwhelming force collided with a towering peak in the distance, resulting in a deafening roar. The earth shattering as stones flew and dust enveloped the air. The violent clash against the mountain unleashed a tremendous explosion, causing the majestic mountain to splinter and crumble, with the upper portion vanishing without a trace. A sight that left onlookers breathless and disoriented. Witnessing such a terrifying spectacle, Yiqing swallowed hard, trembling uncontrollably. You needn't worry. I am quite trustworthy. Qianxue, satisfied with her response, nodded approvingly and turned her gaze to Ling Tian, who lay upon her pristine lap, her exquisite visage brimming with tenderness, a picture of profound affection. Yiqing, observing Qianxue's oscillation between coldness and warmth, pouted slightly and muttered under her breath, "Hypocrite." Meanwhile, the sprite Facier in the air chuckled softly. Within the Leaf Manor in the Imperial Shadow City, he was clad in a green long coat and gray trousers, adorned at the waist with a translucent jade belt. At first glance, his attire appeared to be that of an ordinary individual. Yet in truth, he was a man of immense wealth. This gentleman, surnamed Yi and named Wuqie, was the father of Yiqing. With his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of despondency, visibly anxious and troubled. Beside him, seated on an opulent sofa, was a man of striking nobility, with raven black hair and dressed in a golden long robe, his ears adorned with shimmering jade earrings, his eyes sparkled with a cunning glint, emanating an aura of coldness. This man was Long Hai, the second son of the foremost family in the city of Imperial Shadows. Observing the restless and distraught head of the Yi family, he attempted to console him, saying, "Uncle Yi, father-in-law, you need not excessively worry about Shaoqing's safety. The Iron Battle Alliance I dispatched ranks among the top 50 assassin groups. You can rest assured that this matter is in capable hands." Despite his words, a flicker of impatience lingered in his heart. After all, Yiqing was the object of his affections, and she was also one of the 3 most beautiful women of the Sacred Moon sect. How could he easily relinquish such a paragon of beauty? Long Hai leisurely picked up a wine glass from the side table and gently swirled it, the crimson liquid cascading within, yet his heart remained unperturbed. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuqie waved his hand dismissively, urging him to depart swiftly. Were it not for the formidable background of the Long family, he would have relished the opportunity to teach this duplicitous, arrogant scoundrel a lesson. He was well aware that this man was drawn to his daughter Yiqing solely for her beauty, akin to a golden toad yearning for swan flesh. Long Hai strode out of the hall with an ostentatious demeanor, wine glass in hand, and, accompanied by attendants, arrived at a shimmering pond. Awaiting him, there was Feng Chong, the leader of the Iron Battle Alliance, who knelt on one leg, respectfully cupping his fists, his demeanor somewhat anxious as he reported, "Young Master Hai, according to my subordinates, there has been no trace of Miss Yi." Upon hearing this, Long Hai's eyes widened in fury, and in a fit of rage, he hurled the wine glass to the ground. The crimson liquid mingling with the sharp sound of shattering glass, he advanced and delivered a kick to Feng Chong's shoulder, seething, "What use are you to me, you bunch of useless fools?" Feng Chong, now seated on the ground, hastily knelt again, pleading, "Young master, please calm your anger. Although we have found nothing, several hours ago, a tremendous battle erupted in the heated forest along the route to the frozen Desolation River. Seemingly between a deity-level practitioner and a heavenly tier beast." Long Hai furrowed his brow in frustration, exclaiming, "What does this have to do with Yiqing? Have you lost your mind?" However, the mention of a deity-level practitioner struck a chord within him. Such beings were exceedingly rare in the mortal realm, that if he could enlist one, his standing in the city of Imperial Shadows would undoubtedly rise. Feng Chong continued, "One of my unique specialists detected the presence of a 3-tailed fox's mystical energy, which is likely emanating from Miss Yi. Unique specialists are an exceedingly rare breed among cultivators, endowed with extraordinary abilities, known as practitioners of the extraordinary. Their sensing ability, ranked at the very bottom of the extraordinary abilities list. holds the primary function of perceiving mystical energy fluctuations within a radius of several miles, often employed for reconnaissance. Long Hai's frown eased slightly as he hurriedly assisted Feng Chang to his feet, his tone softening. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I need not become so agitated, nor resort to the capricious whims of fate to deliver you a kick. What purpose does that serve? Feng Chang hastily clasped his hands in apology, saying, Hai Xiao, you flatter me. Receiving your kick is well-deserved. Yet, internally, he was cursing incessantly. Damn you and your family. Your brains must be muddled. Long Hai instructed the attendant standing beside him. Go inform my father-in-law that the news regarding Xiao Qing has arrived, and let him await patiently at home. The attendant nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, young master. With that, he hastened towards the Yi residence, while Long Hai and Feng Chang made their way outside in the lush forest. The night sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, each winking in a playful manner. The white Milky Way stretched across the heavens, its radiant light shimmering like gentle waves, a sight that delighted the heart. Ling Tian's long, thick red eyelashes fluttered slightly, prompting Qian Shui to tenderly caress his face. She then propped his head against a grand tree, her soft, pink lips grazing his cheek like a dragonfly lightly touching water. In a gentle tone, she murmured, We shall meet again soon. Afterward, she rose gracefully, casting a glance at Yu Qing, her golden eyes flashing with a cold glint. You ought to know what to do shortly. This celestial garment is partially crafted from the divine feathers of my wings. I can perceive every one of your actions with utmost clarity. It would be wise for you to follow my instructions, lest the consequences be dire. Yi Qing promptly nodded, wearing an expression that conveyed her submission to authority. Observing this, Qian Shui turned and stepped away. Yet, as Yi Qing saw her intent to depart, she could not help but inquire, what if he no longer harbors feelings for you? Yen Qian Shui's steps faltered momentarily, a captivating smile gracing her beautiful face, who has not experienced a fleeting romance. When love reaches its conclusion, fate will inevitably intertwine again. With a graceful leap, she transformed into a blinding flash of golden light. Soaring into the vast cosmos, the colossal whale suddenly emerged, its piercing cry echoing through the night. And in the blink of an eye, it vanished along with the golden light amidst the starry expanse. Yi Qing pursed her lips, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Ling Tian gradually opened his eyes. The familiar, enchanting fragrance enveloping him, and the hazy yet profound visage resurfaced in his mind. Upon seeing him awake, Yu Qing tossed a garment onto him, her demeanor sullen. Now that you're awake, go change. Your little sweetheart traveled a great distance to deliver you clothes. Ling Tian, bewildered, responded in a detached tone. Little sweetheart, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi Qing tossed her head in disdain. You know perfectly well what I mean. Meanwhile, standing atop the flying giant whale, Qian Shui's brows furrowed at the remark, her delicate fists clenched, an icy aura emanating from her that sent shivers down the spine. The author wishes to convey, a brand new fantasy awaits your recommendation and collection, with captivating plots to be unveiled. Chapter 21. Like old friends, what dreams may come. Ling Tian was left bewildered, pondering the meaning of someone knows all too well. Were there others here? The fairy Fei Shi flew before Ling Tian, her entire form radiating a brilliant blue light, particularly striking amidst the tranquil night. Greetings, Savior. I am Fei Shi, the daughter of the Fairy King. From now on, we shall rely on one another. With that, she made a victory gesture at the corner of her eye, closed one eye, and playfully stuck out her little tongue, a sight both adorable and captivating. The elf Fei Shi, upon hearing these words, lowered her brows in despair, feeling utterly dejected. I have become homeless. My parents and kin have been seized by nefarious individuals, and now they are completely untraceable. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of compassion crossing his face. They were both wanderers of fate. After all, what need was there for prior acquaintance? Discovering that she, like himself, was without a home, how could he possibly turn a blind eye to her plight? Ling Tian raised his hand, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Fei Shi, captivated by Ling Tian's smile, paused for several moments before settling in the palm of his hand, her delicate face radiating joy. May I call you Brother Tian from now on? Ling Tian's voice softened. Certainly, as you wish, with a flutter of her four wings. Fei Shi's heart soared with delight. She finally had someone to rely on, a place to call home. Ling Tian turned his gaze toward Yu Qing, who stood nearby with her arms crossed and a furrowed brow, her expression laden with confusion. He pondered to himself why she appeared so sullen and irritable, having merely taken a short nap. With his other hand, he gently caressed the white garment draped over his long legs. The soft, smooth texture instantly sent a warm sensation coursing through his chest, leaving him momentarily dazed. This feeling was profoundly moving, reminiscent of a deep-seated connection, intimate yet ineffable, judging by the touch and aroma. This outfit was undoubtedly of considerable value, yet wearing it was preferable to remaining in his soiled attire, which was now marred and unsightly. The new outfit arrived like a timely blessing amidst his troubles. Fei Shi took flight from Ling Tian's palm, while he picked up the garment and moved to the other side of the large tree to change. After a brief interval, Ling Tian emerged from the shadows of the tree. Now clad in fresh attire, Yi Qing was already seated on the brightly lit carpet, and upon seeing Ling Tian's neat appearance, her eyes sparkled with surprise. He donned a white trench coat that flared open, revealing a pure black t-shirt underneath. His lower half was adorned with clean, straight white trousers, and a radiant golden cross dangled elegantly from his chest and collar, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. Coupled with his striking features, this aura of enigma was further enhanced. With his tall frame accentuated by the trench coat and trousers, he walked with a grace that was both effortless and resonant. Though his attire was not ostentatious, it possessed a captivating elegance. Yi Qing gazed at Ling Tian, her lips slightly parted in astonishment. Fei Shi alighted on Ling Tian's broad shoulder, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed, "Brother Tian, you are so handsome. You are the most dashing man I have ever seen. No one in the world compares to you." Ling Tian chuckled softly. "Little one, do not flatter me so that I." In response, Fei Shi playfully stuck out her tongue, her demeanor utterly charming. Yi Qing averted her gaze, her lips pursed in disdain as she muttered, "Humph." Ling Tian observed her reaction and shook his head subtly. Speaking softly, "Tonight, let us rest well. Tomorrow, we shall continue our journey. If all goes according to plan, we should part ways and bid farewell." With that, he leapt gracefully onto a sturdy branch, gazing up at the vast expanse of stars in the night sky, his eyes narrowing slightly. Whether dreams were real or illusory, the pain within his heart was indelibly etched. Seated upon his shoulder, Fei Shi seemed to sense the sorrow he concealed within, fluttering to his face and nuzzling against him. The night stretched unusually long. As Yi Qing sat on the carpet, cradling her knees with both hands, her expression tranquil, yet her eyes somewhat dimmed at a gentle breeze, tinged with a hint of chill, grazed her beautiful visage, causing her delicate strands of hair to sway lightly and momentarily dispelling the gloom in her gaze. A faint smile graced her lips, as if she had suddenly come to a profound realization. The following morning, a golden ray of sunlight sliced through the horizon, illuminating the earth, and the forest was instantly alive with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, accompanied by the harmonious croaking of frogs. Ling Tian, leaning against the trunk of a tree with his eyes slowly opening, noticed the fairy Fei Shi, who lay upon his legs, awakening as well. She fluttered into the air, stretching her limbs lazily. Then, with a sparkling countenance, exclaimed, "Tian Gu, good morning. I've been awake for quite some time." "Feyua, you seem to have just woken up too." Ling Tian nodded, stretching his stiff limbs after sitting for an entire night. He then leaped down from the branch, a profound aura of mysterious energy emanating from Yi Qing, who was seated on the ground. It was undeniable that her energy surpassed his by several degrees, a testament to the disparity in their levels of cultivation. Understanding this, Ling Tian joined Yi Qing on the carpet, sharing breakfast, while Fei Shi nibbled on a loaf of bread, far larger than herself, taking her time to savor each bite. Though little progress was evident, once their meal concluded, they packed their belongings and continued their journey, according to the Dominator's voice echoing in Ling Tian's mind. They were situated in the northwest of the hot forest, and traveling several dozen kilometers in that direction would lead them out of the woods. Ling Tian followed the Dominator's instructions meticulously, navigating the path with purpose rather than aimlessly wandering. They ventured deeper into the dense woods, where the vegetation thrived and shadows loomed. Yi Qing noticed that Ling Tian's energy had grown even more formidable than before, prompting her to exclaim in surprise, "Have you advanced in your cultivation?" Ling Tian nodded slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. That's so remarkable." Yi Qing shot him a look of disbelief, her beautiful face clouded with concern. "Why is your progress so rapid? Breaking through a bottleneck is notoriously arduous. It takes countless days and nights to achieve such feats." Ling Tian shrugged, his expression conveying a sense of helplessness. The group exchanged light-hearted banter as they moved forward, undeterred by the rising sun. Yi Qing, brimming with excitement since the break of dawn, eagerly approached every vividly colored flower and plant, yearning to touch them. By midday, they arrived at the foot of a mountain, where a scattering of wildflowers and grasses painted a vibrant tapestry. Yi Qing, captivated by a striking flower with multicolored petals standing tall amidst the bloom, felt a surge of curiosity and reached out to touch it. However, in the midst of her motion, Ling Tian seized her delicate wrist. Be cautious, that's the deadly poison vine, a common yet highly toxic plant with an alluring appearance. Its touch releases a purple mist, which can instantly render anything it contacts utterly incapacitated. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian furrowed his brows, while Yu Qing looked at him, bewildered. What are you doing? We're not that familiar. Don't pull me around like this. It will, Before she could finish her protest, Ling Tian wrapped his arm around her slender waist and leaped back a step, eliciting a startled cry from her. Subsequently, he pressed his right foot against the ground, and golden energy radiated outward from his feet that a fragment of stone nearby suddenly levitated into the air, causing him to tense. The floating debris shot towards the lethal poisonous flower, striking one of its petals. A violet mist emanated from the flower's core, and the surrounding flora, enveloped in the purple haze, instantly transformed into a thick green liquid. Ling Tian turned his gaze towards Yi Qing, whom he held in his embrace, and coldly remarked, "If you wish to avoid death, it would be prudent not to recklessly touch these things." The sprite face sure, hovering in the air with her hands on her hips, chimed in earnestly. "Curiosity kills the cat. You foolish woman." At that moment, Yi Qing had no mind to heed the words of others. Feeling the solid and warm arm wrapped around her waist and gazing at Ling Tian's extraordinary visage, her heart raced like a startled deer, her beautiful face flushed with shyness. Observing her reaction, Ling Tian released Yi Qing and continued to stride forward, with the sprite Feisher following closely behind. Yi Qing, upon noticing this, hurriedly quickened her pace, her thoughts still consumed by the captivating scene that had just unfolded. The author wishes to express, please recommend, comment, add to your bookshelf, and collect. Your every encouragement is as significant as Mount Tai to Shuyue. Your support is the wellspring from which beautiful prose emerges. Chapter 22. 3 moves and 2 techniques. Shocking the entire arena. Time flowed swiftly. The afternoon sun relentlessly baked the earth as several individuals traversed the lush and thriving forest. Although the leaves intertwined above them, they could not shield against the scorching rays. Yi Qing retrieved a round fan from her storage ring, its surface inscribed with the words Heavenly Gate Divine Illusion. She vigorously waved the fan, yet the oppressive heat remained unabated. Sweat trickled down her back, and the stifling, dry air only intensified her discomfort. What a dreadful climate. This heat is unbearable, she complained, her brows furrowing. The sprite Feisher perched on Ling Tian's shoulder, fanning herself with a vibrant green leaf, while also providing some relief to Ling Tian. His expression remained indifferent, his countenance calm, with not a trace of perspiration upon his fair skin. He slightly parted his lips. A tranquil mind naturally cools. One who is restless will inevitably feel the heat. Feisher eagerly agreed. Indeed. After which, she playfully blinked at Ling Tian. Yi Qing pouted, her lovely face displaying discontent. You two are conspiring against me, aren't you? As she spoke, the tempo of her fan waving quickened, causing her hair to dance at her ears. In response, Feisher took flight from Ling Tian's shoulder, indignantly declaring, "You are the one conspiring. Your entire family is in on it." Yi Qing placed her hands on her hips, embodying the demeanor of a spoiled heiress. "Tsk, you ungrateful sprite. Where did the bread I gave you this morning disappear to?" Feisher licked her lips and replied with a cheeky grin, "Why, it's safely nestled in my belly." Upon seeing the sprite's smug expression, Yi Qing's annoyance flared. Raising her delicate hand, she threatened, "You mischievous sprite. Just wait until I catch you. I shall make you question your very existence." Feisher swiftly dodged her grasp, prompting Yi Qing to pursue with fervor, launching a flurry of wild swipes akin to a rain of arrows. The sprite deftly evaded, showcasing a series of dazzling maneuvers, appearing to do so with effortless grace. Yi Qing spent quite some time grasping but failed to lay a finger on Feisher even once. Subsequently, a sly smile crept across her face as she activated her Zen heart technique to enhance her speed, once again launching her delicate hand. Observing this, the sprite Feisher hastily darted to Ling Tian's side, while Yi Qing, lost in her own world, continued her fervent pursuit of Feisher, energetically grasping at her. The two danced around each other, playfully chasing and evading, encircling Ling Tian, who was left utterly bewildered. Pondering the source of such exuberant vitality in these two, as they journeyed westward, they finally spotted several figures on the mountainside as the blazing sun dipped below the horizon, clad in protective gear and armed to the teeth. It was evident they belonged to a nearby adventuring team. Upon seeing the silhouettes, Yu Qing surged forward with great excitement, calling out loudly to them, "Hey, you over there, I have something to ask." The group turned at her call, their hearts racing upon seeing a breathtakingly beautiful woman approaching. Yi Qing, with her cascading long hair and revealing attire, boasted a figure that was both voluptuous and alluring. As she reached the group, a fragrant aura enveloped the air, and everything fell silent. "Where do you come from?" Yu Qing inquired, her voice soft yet commanding. All of them were men, and the leader, a burly figure with a rugged face and well-defined muscles, bore a massive axe on his back. He stepped forward, drinking in the sight of Yi Qing's exquisitely delicate face, his gaze ablaze with desire. "What a stunning lady," he exclaimed. Yi Qing, noticing the ill intentions of the imposing man, cleverly replied in a flirtatious tone, "Oh dear, if you have any thoughts about me, you should first seek my boyfriend's permission." The burly man furrowed his thick brows, impatience evident in his voice. Where is your boyfriend? I'll cleave him in two." Yi Qing tilted her head toward Ling Tian, who was approaching from behind, and cheerfully declared, "There he is. You'd best not lay a finger on him, or I shall be utterly heartbroken." With that, she feigned a heart-wrenching expression, inciting the men to fume with rage, their nostrils flaring. As they looked toward the approaching figure, clad in a flowing cream-colored trench coat that billowed in the wind, his crimson hair cascading gracefully, and his ruby-red eyes sparkling like precious gems, jealousy ignited within them. The dashing Ling Tian elicited their ire, prompting them to step forward and shield Yi Qing. Ling Tian halted his steps, narrowing his eyes at the men before him, his expression calm and unperturbed. "Step aside," he commanded. The burly leader, perplexed, probed Ling Tian's cultivation level with his mystical prowess, his wide face etched in confusion. "I'm baffled. You, a mere early-stage Xianming trash, dare to speak to me, a peak Xian master, in such a manner? Have you banged your head against a door?" One of his four companions stepped forward in agreement, brimming with confidence. "Indeed, an overreaching waste of space. It wouldn't even take our big brother to deal with you. We alone are sufficient." All four lackeys had attained the Xianming realm, with two of them reaching its pinnacle, meaning Ling Tian possessed the lowest cultivation level among them. Perched on Ling Tian's shoulder, Feisher pouted in indignation, her adorable face captivating. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light erupted from her body, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from Ling Tian's broad shoulder. Slap. The crisp sound of a resounding slap echoed as it rang out on the faces of the men, leaving them feeling a scorching heat upon their cheeks, accompanied by a sharp pain that coursed through them like needles, leaving an unsettling numbness in its wake. Feisher once again materialized upon Ling Tian's shoulder, arms crossed, her delicate face adorned with disdain, declaring, "You are utterly deluded. Before my eyes, you are nothing but mere trash." With that, she playfully stuck out her little tongue at the group. The others, momentarily bewildered, exchanged glances and soon realized that a small palm print was etched upon each of their faces. The leading brute reacted the quickest, furiously exclaiming, "Damn it. How dare you slap my handsome face? Just wait until I turn you into a meat pie." With that, he reached out to grab Feisher, who perched on Ling Tian's shoulder. Suddenly, a powerful grip seized his thick wrist, and Ling Tian's icy words pierced his ears. "I shall say this one last time. Step aside." The henchman standing beside the brute gasped in astonishment, pondering how brazenly fearless this man could be. The chasm between their realms was immense. Defeating him would be as effortless as pressing him into the ground. They watched with anticipation, imagining the scene of Ling Tian soon left bruised and battered, reveling in the prospect of disfiguring his handsome visage and severing his limbs, a tantalizing thought indeed. Enraged and humiliated, the brute immediately hurled another fist, powerful as an ox. Ling Tian, however, remained as calm as still water. As if he had foreseen this punch, in an instant, his right leg shot out, swift as lightning, a force capable of moving mountains. Before the brute's solid fist, Feisher soared into the sky from Ling Tian's shoulder, her face alight with excitement. "Go for it, Tian, go. Make them wet their pants." The remaining three, witnessing this, surged forward, launching fists infused with white mystical energy. Ling Tian leaped gracefully, rotating in mid-air, his rear leg sweeping out to strike the heads of two of them. Vivid crimson blood splattered from their mouths as their bodies spun through the air before collapsing to the ground. Instantly unconscious, Ling Tian stood firm, his windbreaker billowing around him, casting a cold gaze upon the last man, who crouched on the ground, clutching his head, his expression one of calm resolve. After a moment, the trembling figure dared to look up. Upon seeing Ling Tian towering above him, Terror and dread filled his face. Character commentary. Minor role. My goodness, this protagonist is terrifying. Facier. The Elven King is quite fearsome too. You know, minor role. Spare me, little one, or you might get hit so hard that even your mother won't recognize you. Ling Tian. Minor role. Elven King. You are truly remarkable. I admire you immensely. Minor role. Alas, these days are tough. One misstep, and it's game over. Poor minor roles in stories. If they survive, they are left maimed and penniless. A sneaky minor role from behind. Everyone quickly click collect save stash. This person uttered these words with his last breath before succumbing. Minor role. Author. Your grandmother's third aunt. Chapter 23. The pillar of Qi transforms into a sword. Returning at dusk, the last man, utterly terrified, felt as if the icy visage of Ling Tian had summoned death itself, rendering him paralyzed with fear. The wind caught Ling Tian's coat, causing its edges to flap ominously. The last man, overwhelmed by fright, inexplicably found the strength to roll and crawl backward, screaming in panic. Observing this, Ling Tian's focus sharpened, golden mystical energy radiating from his legs, causing several fragments of stone nearby to levitate. He narrowed his eyes at the retreating figure, the suspended stones poised for action. Yet, as the last man's desperate form disappeared into the dense forest, he refrained from releasing the stones. The truth of friendship revealed itself here. Though it bore no relevance to him, however, this fierce man would not be shown mercy. The wicked must be eradicated, no matter how distant they may be. The floating stones fell to the ground. And the still crouching brute, witnessing Ling Tian's effortless dispatch of his underlings, whose prowess was not inferior to his own, looked on in disbelief, a chill running down his spine. The only reasonable explanation that came to mind was that Ling Tian's strength far exceeded his own. Cleverly concealed through some arcane means that a sudden idea struck him, and he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. I was blind to the mountain of greatness before me and inadvertently offended a hero. To express my regret, I offer you riches for a lifetime and endless pleasures, and I would recognize you as my elder brother. What say you, noble hero?" Standing nearby, Yi Qing clenched her delicate fists, her eyes blazing with fury at the brazenly grinning brute. She yearned to immediately skin him alive. Had she known this man was such a scoundrel, she would have taken matters into her own hands and subjected him to torment. The sprite Facier perched upon Ling Tian's shoulder, arms crossed and chin tilted upward, scoffing. "You think this meager advantage will buy us off? Clearly, your head has been caught in a door." Yi Qing mused silently. "You little rascal, are you here to cause mischief?" Ling Tian's expression remained impassive, unyielding, as he stated bluntly, "Today, your demise is inevitable." This chilling proclamation sent shivers down the spines of those present, leaving them quaking in fear. Even Yi Qing felt a chill envelop her. The muscular man's grin froze, his countenance darkening as his schemes crumbled. With gritted teeth, he warned, "Don't be foolish. I possess the Nine-Dragon Supreme technique. You would do well not to provoke me. Even if your cultivation surpasses mine, escaping unscathed is impossible. If you are not overly calculative, everything you desire shall be yours." Facier retorted, "I trust you as far as I can throw you, you filthy old man." Ling Tian's visage was as frigid as ice, his fiery red hair billowing in the wind before his scarlet eyes, his profound, cold gaze fixated on the muscular man, sharp as a sword, observing Ling Tian's tranquil demeanor. The muscular man reiterated, "Consider carefully. Not only could you amass great wealth, but you could also command a legion of followers and women. This is a win-win situation." The muscular man was further astonished by the pure golden aura enveloping Ling Tian. He had never witnessed such a rich and potent energy, especially one of the light attribute. In other words, this individual had undoubtedly reached the realm of A and had successfully awakened the powers of A. In terms of strength, victory over him was utterly impossible. Retreating was his only option. With that thought, white energy surged around him as he rose, gripping his massive axe and sweeping it outward, unleashing a fierce wave of energy that cleaved through the air. "Shatter," he bellowed. Ling Tian's lips curled into a scornful smile, as for golden light, swords materialized around his lithe form, a tempest of wind rising, his cloak billowing dramatically. These four swords were manifestations of the second tier of the Tianxianju. With a swift motion, he grasped one of the floating light swords and swung it with great force, sending forth a radiant wave that sliced through the air with a sharp sound. Colliding with the oncoming axe wave, the colorful sword wave, unstoppable and fierce, cleaved the axe wave in two before soaring toward the muscular man. Seeing this, the muscular man hastily dodged, barely evading the rushing sword wave. His heart pounding with trepidation, the might of this individual was beyond comprehension, unfathomable. He no longer wished to fight and resolved to flee at once. Pulling several small black spheres from his pocket, he hurled them to the ground, resulting in a series of piercing explosions that enveloped the area in a thick white smoke, obscuring his figure from view. Now was not the time to linger. As he turned to flee, he was confronted by several golden bats that appeared out of nowhere, blocking his path. Frowning deeply, he quickly pivoted, only to find more golden bats standing in his way. Enraged, he swung his massive axe, aiming to shatter the bats before him. Yet, before his axe could make contact, the golden bats suddenly erupted in a violent explosion. In an instant, the air roiled with turbulence as a fierce wind surged forth, scattering the white mist intended for concealment, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The brawny man raised his left hand before his formidable frame, enveloped within a protective barrier of white energy that shielded him from the recent explosion and the onslaught of air. Ling Tian spoke with a chilling tone. "What? Do you wish to flee?" The brawny man's countenance darkened, fury radiating from him, exclaiming, "Damn it! If death awaits on both sides, then I shall fight you to the bitter end." With that, he summoned all his inner power, hurling a colossal axe towards Ling Tian, the weapon spinning rapidly, infused with white energy, swiftly transforming into a vividly lifelike tiger's head that charged menacingly at Ling Tian. "Tiger breaks the spiral," the brawny man bellowed, showcasing his signature technique, a skill of the highest ordered in response. Ling Tian grasped a golden sword with his other hand, merging the two blades into one. The combined sword grew even larger and more formidable, and in an instant, he swept it horizontally, a dazzling line of golden light appearing in its wake, akin to a tear in the fabric of space itself. The radiant sword mark hovered in the air, its surface glimmering with brilliance. The charging tiger's head was instantly cleaved in two, the mighty axe splintering into two halves that tumbled away, unbeknownst to him. The brawny man had silently moved beside Yu Qing, drawing a dagger from his waist and pressing it against her throat. With a tone filled with threats and arrogance, he declared, "Put down your sword." Or else what?" Yu Qing interrupted coldly. The brawny man was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "You, a mere hostage, dare speak to me like that? Have you lost your mind?" At this moment, Ling Tian maintained an expression of calm indifference, showing no intention of relinquishing his sword, which only served to heighten the brawny man's unease. Suddenly, a powerful surge of blue energy erupted from Yi Qing's delicate frame, sending shockwaves that rippled through the air. Before the brawny man could react, he was propelled backwards by the immense force, rolling several times before collapsing onto the ground. Struggling to regain his footing, he barely managed to stand when Yi Qing was already before him. With a swift kick from her long, fair leg, she struck him squarely in the chest, exclaiming in indignation, "Taste my lethal kick, you scoundrel." The force of her blow sent the brawny man reeling in a swift motion. Ling Tian appeared before him, his eyes wide with terror and despair. A flash of golden sword light swept across him, and blood erupted in a spray. Ling Tian stood tall and steady, while the brawny man's bloodied form crashed to the ground, struggling in vain before succumbing to death, leaving behind a gruesome trail smeared with blood. Yi Qing, not forgetting to voice her disdain, shouted, "Serves you right, you wretched scoundrel." Then, as if she had accomplished a monumental feat, she clapped her hands, her face radiating a righteous aura, embodying the spirit of a protector of the people. The blazing sun turned crimson, gradually sinking behind the mountain's base, while the sky was adorned with red clouds, casting a scarlet hue upon the earth. The group had reached the foot of the mountain when suddenly, dozens of shadowy figures appeared before them, revealing over 10 mysterious individuals clad in black attire and veiled in dark cloth. A brief interlude, as the characters have much to say. Author's note: in the realm of Luotian continent, the attributes of energy are light, darkness, thunder, fire, water, earth, and ice. Among these, light is the most potent, followed by darkness, while the others hold equal standing without a hierarchy. Spirit face sure. Haha, I must be the strongest in both light and dark attributes. Author, don't make a fuss. Little one, be careful or I shall sandwich you between loaves of bread. Ling Tian, Author, my dear, you possess not just light and dark, you are beyond your own imagination. Yi Qing. Author, I am truly at my wit's end. My companions, please click to collect and leave a few comments. The celestial wonders await at your fingertips, ready to be grasped. Chapter 24. Yi Qing schemes. The Imperial Dragon Clan. Ling Tian's icy gaze fixated on the cloaked figure before him, as a gentle breeze stirred the surroundings. The trees swayed, the The flowers and grass bowed, and the crimson hues of twilight cloaked the earth in a resplendent scarlet veil. The mountain air at dusk was delightful, as birds soared gracefully amid the serene landscape. His coat billowed elegantly, whispering in the wind, while his fiery red hair danced like dandelion fluff. His blood-red eyes mirrored the heavens, cold yet strikingly beautiful. The cloaked figures present were awestruck by the sight of this man, whose chilling aura sent shivers down their spines. Yi Qing, with a vigilant expression, scrutinized the several cloaked figures before her, hands placed on her hips, and spoke in a playful tone. What do you intend to do? Are you here for riches or for beauty? Who dares to rob my little Qing of her wealth, or to covet her beauty? I shall have him torn to shreds and fed to the dogs. A loud, grating voice erupted from behind the crowd of cloaked figures, and they parted to reveal a man of opulent stature, adorned in fine garments, approaching with a smile. Upon recognizing him, Yi Qing managed to smile, albeit somewhat strained. Oh, it is you, Brother Hai. What brings your pampered self to this remote location? Long Hai stepped forward, his demeanor softening. I came to find you. As he spoke, he opened his arms, preparing to embrace Yi Qing. Quickly, she dodged his advance, retreating behind Ling Tian, her slender frame pressed against his broad and upright back, full of caution. Brother Hai, this is inappropriate. I am still your sister. Such embraces are unbecoming. Long Hai's expression darkened as he saw Yi Qing hiding behind Ling Tian. Little Qing, you must understand that we share no blood ties. My affection for you stems from my childhood desire to protect you. Regardless, you will accept my intentions. Even if not now, I am willing to wait. Yi Qing tightened her grip on Ling Tian's coat, her gaze lowered. After all, Long Hai was the second son of the Imperial Dragon Clan, the most prestigious family in the City of Imperial Shadows, closely linked to the ruler of that realm. Should she defy him, the Yi family would find themselves without a foothold in the City of Imperial Shadows, potentially cast out to wander the streets. She did not wish to see her father, who had labored all his life, left with nothing due to her actions. Ling Tian sensed Yi Qing's unease behind him and turned his cold gaze upon Long Hai. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. Long Hai felt a chill run down his spine as he was ensnared by Ling Tian's piercing, cold stare, a gaze that spoke of countless battles and a heart hardened by bloodshed. Why did this man possess such a sharp and lethal gaze? He summoned the energy within him to gauge Ling Tian's cultivation level, only to be taken aback by the result. Long Hai averted his gaze, a shadowy, venomous glimmer flashing in his eyes, and no matter what, this man would undoubtedly perish today. Although his gaze was sharp and piercing, he was ultimately merely a novice cultivator, while I possess countless exquisite techniques that could render him utterly unrecognizable. However, in order to exact my vengeance, I shall ensure that this man has a complete corpse. After his demise, I will personally carve several marks upon his face with a blade, severing his limbs, so that the world may witness the fate of those who dare to vie for my women. Long Hai turned his back to Yi Qing and Ling Tian, his voice dripping with disdain. Shao Qing, you are far too concerned with appearances. A man as virtuous as I is truly the one you should rely upon. Yet the individual you currently depend on is not but a worthless pretty face. Soon enough, you shall understand what true strength entails. Perched upon Ling Tian's shoulder, the sprite Facer crossed her arms and scoffed. How lowly your perspective is. One day, you shall be blinded by your own arrogance. Long Hai, upon hearing this, threw his head back in laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. As a practitioner of the profound arts, why would I concern myself with a mere waste of space who has just entered the realm of Xianming? With a mere thought, I could crush him as easily as one would squash an ant. He stands no chance of retaliation. The surrounding figures clad in black joined in uproarious laughter, delighting in Ling Tian's audacious overestimation of himself. Ling Tian twisted his arm slightly, lowering his voice. Are you truly so afraid of him? Yi Qing curled her lip in retort. Afraid of you? You big-headed fool. It is merely that my family's life source rests in his hands, and I cannot act impulsively. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's beautiful face clouded with worry as her delicate, jade-like hand clasped Ling Tian's slender fingers, stepping forward. Meanwhile, the sprite Facer remained sulky, sitting cross-legged on Ling Tian's shoulder. Observing Yi Qing taking the initiative to hold another man's hand, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Long Hai's eyes. His fists clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Holding hands with Yi Qing was his fervent desire, yet at this moment, she was intertwined with another. He vowed to make Yi Qing understand the catastrophic consequences her fickleness would bring upon this man. Yi Qing approached Ling Tian, raising her delicate chin and urgently imploring, Let us go. Ling Tian had initially intended to depart. as Yi Qing had safely traversed this perilous ground, yet now, with her hand firmly grasping his, he found himself at a loss for words. Long Hai cast a cold, disdainful glare at Ling Tian, gritting his teeth. Shao Qing, a woman must maintain her dignity. One should not dabble in affairs of the heart, for it leads to ruin, bringing calamity upon oneself and others. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing tightened her grip, her beautiful face reflecting indignation. What do you mean by that? He is my savior. What harm is there in holding his hand? Why don't you come and save me if you have the ability? Long Hai, at a loss for words, ultimately had no rebuttal and could only swallow his rage. Let us discuss this in front of Uncle Yi and see what he has to say. With that, he stormed away in a fit of fury. Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, well aware of Yi Qing's ulterior motives. This foolish girl was likely trying to incite trouble. By provoking Long Hai. Her aim was to make him resent her, thus ensuring he would incessantly seek out Ling Tian for conflict. However, Ling Tian intended to remain observant, as perhaps Yi Qing had her own burdens to bear. After all, it was somewhat unusual for this naive woman to employ such cunning. Yi Qing led Ling Tian alongside the others to a vast open area, largely barren of flora and filled with earth and mud. Suddenly, an extraordinary object resembling a racing car, emitting green vapors and levitating in the air, caught everyone's attention. This contraption lacked wheels, housed 4 seats within, and had an open top, boasting a design that was both dazzling and ingeniously crafted. Its surface, a deep obsidian black, is crafted from a special steel, smooth and lustrous, resembling a radiant mirror. The enchanting crimson glow reflects upon its surface, bestowing it with an exquisite brilliance. This is the Imperial Shadow Strategy, the most esteemed artifact in the city of Imperial Shadows, currently possessed solely by the Sovereign of Imperial Shadows in the first family of the Imperial Dragon Clan. It is an object coveted by other nations. Long Hai, standing before the Imperial Shadow Strategy, bent down in a gesture of deference, signaling Yi Qing to approach. Yi Qing nodded, taking hold of Ling Tian as they prepared to leap forward, only to be suddenly halted by Long Hai's voice. Wait. Long Hai stepped forward, forcibly separating their hands and positioning Yi Qing behind him, casting a disdainful glance at Ling Tian. This Imperial Shadow Strategy symbolizes wealth and power. Who do you think you are to even consider approaching? Have you no sense of your own worth? Noticing Yi Qing's growing irritation, Long Hai gritted his teeth at Ling Tian, suppressing his discontent. He turned his gaze back to Yi Qing, his expression softening. I was just a bit overly excited. Little Qing, please don't be upset. He can join us. Let us ascend together. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. She regarded the insincere man before her with disdain. Were it not for Long Hai's esteemed status, she would have kicked him away long ago, leaving him and his parents in utter confusion. After a fleeting glance at Ling Tian, she leaped onto the Imperial Shadow Strategy. Long Hai, witnessing Yi Qing's ascent, shot a venomous glare at Ling Tian before following suit. Ling Tian observed the scene, a smirk of disdain curling at the corner of his lips, his expression icy and indifferent. He mused to himself about this amusing person, relentless and full of bluster, oblivious to his own absurdity, with a face as thick as a wall. With that thought, he gracefully leapt onto the Imperial Shadow Strategy, taking a seat at the rear. Although Yi Qing had initially intended to occupy the front seat, upon seeing Ling Tian seated in the back, she too moved to the rear, resolving her thoughts. She suddenly thrust the forward lever at her feet, and the Imperial Shadow Strategy surged forth, racing ahead with a fierce wind that kicked up dust and debris. The setting sun gradually sank behind the mountains, the vibrant evening glow dimming into a muted hue. Characters have tales to tell. A little plot. Author. In the realm of the 7 great nations of the Luotian continent, the foremost is the kingdom of Shinji. Closely allied with the Divine Clan and bolstered by their substantial support, making its capital the most powerful. The second is the city of Snow Shadows, followed by the city of Imperial Shadows, the city of Phoenix Fire, and then the lesser nations, the kingdom of Fuan, the kingdom of Anqing, and the kingdom of Yongling Yin Qianqiue. After a long absence, I feel a deep sorrow and chill. When shall I meet with Yin again? It seems I must give the author a little wake-up call. Those who agree, please click to collect and comment, so I may make my appearance sooner. The elf Facier blinks playfully. Dear brothers and sisters, please lend your support. The upcoming plot will leave you yearning for more. Author, you little sprite, what are you doing here? Do you dare challenge me? The elf Facier pouts dramatically, shaking her little hands. Every cause has its effect. Your retribution is me. Remember to collect, moi. Chapter 25. The Flourishing World. The beginning of the Wheel of Fate. The Imperial Shadow Strategy raced forward. The mountains rolling like the waves of a vast sea, displaying a dense array of crests and troughs. The fierce wind whipped through Ling Tian's hair, causing it to billow wildly, his collar flapping in the gusts. While his expression remained as placid as water, seated beside him, Yi Qing rested her chin on her hand, delightfully admiring Ling Tian's profile, a smile of enchantment gracing her lips, perched on Ling Tian's shoulder. The sprite Feisher caught sight of Yi Qing's fervent gaze and shot her a glare before darting in front of her, a scowl adorning her face. "What are you staring at? Do you think you can behold Tian Ji's handsome visage? You should take a look at 100 luo yuan instead." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing furrowed her brows in irritation, retorting, "Do you believe I one slap you?" The sprite Feisher crossed her arms, her expression one of mockery. "Every cause has its effect. Your retribution is me. Let us see if you can hit me first." Quick-witted, Ling Tian swiftly placed his foot against the front seat, forcibly halting his forward momentum. In that instant, he raised the hand nearest to Yi Qing, seizing the back of her collar with a grip as swift as lightning, pulling her towards himself. This sudden, forceful tug caused her head to pivot unexpectedly, colliding with Ling Tian's long leg, eliciting a startled gasp from her. Ling Tian's brows furrowed slightly, the warmth of his breath cascading over his leg, as soothing as warm water flowing gently. Just moments ago, Yi Qing had been startled, her back slick with cold sweat, but now, resting on Ling Tian's sturdy leg, she felt an inexplicable sensation of euphoric lightness. Her face radiated sheer enjoyment, oblivious to the fact that her sudden impact had left Ling Tian's leg tingling. The sprite Feisher, witnessing this, could not contain her derision. "What a fool. Clumsy, every day. You wouldn't have enough lives to spare." Meanwhile, in the driver's seat, Long Hai was jolted forward by Ling Tian's abrupt kick, losing control as he slammed his forehead against the reinforced glass, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Dazed, Long Hai shook his head to dispel the dizziness, then turned to stand up and bellow, "Have you lost your mind? How dare you kick my seat? Do you believe that?" Before he could finish, he caught sight of the lovely Yi Qing, blushing as she lay against Ling Tian's leg, and his furious tirade abruptly ceased, replaced by a look of sheer astonishment. He pointed at Ling Tian, his eyes wide with disbelief, sputtering, "You. Yi Qing, noticing his reaction, sat up indignantly, swatting away his finger that pointed accusingly at Ling Tian, her temper flaring. "Have you been kicked by a donkey? Were you trying to render this young lady a fool for life with your sudden stop?" Long Hai, upon hearing this, suddenly realized, promptly slapping his forehead, "Oh no, I forgot we weren't wearing seatbelts." Yi Qing's anger surged even more, wishing she could deliver a swift kick to him. Long Hai, rubbing the back of his head with an apologetic expression, said, "I'm so sorry, Xiao Qing, that I was careless just now. You weren't hurt, were you?" At this, his demeanor softened immediately. Yi Qing, with her delicate, jade-like hand resting on her chest, calmed the raging fire within her. Her face cold as she commanded, "Drive properly." Long Hai nodded vigorously in compliance, casting a glare at Ling Tian before resuming his driving. Observing this, Ling Tian's lips curled upward slightly, his eyes gleaming with a cold sharpness. Just moments prior, Long Hai had been compelled to brake abruptly due to entering the city. The guards at the city gates, upon seeing the royal convoy approach, hastily made way, bowing their heads in unison. Displaying utmost respect as the royal convoy entered the city, it seamlessly parted the crowd, gliding unobstructed along the evening streets. Though the night has already set in, the streets remain bustling with pedestrians, a vibrant tapestry of life illuminated by the bright, colorful lights that dazzle the eye and epitomize prosperity. The inns and hotels lining the sidewalks have yet to close, with boisterous calls ringing out, "Brave warriors, come and purchase your weapons. Hurry and insure your swords and blades." The majestic royal shadow, drawing envious and fervent gazes, sees Long Hai at the helm, his lips curling into an unmistakable smirk, exuding an air of superiority. The royal shadow weaves through the streets with deft turns, and after nearly half an hour of navigating the thoroughfares, it enters a realm altogether different. Here, skyscrapers rise magnificently, their interconnected roads crisscrossing like constellations, a breathtaking spectacle. The sparse lights of the towering edifices create a disordered and jagged panorama. The street lamps cast a warm, yellow glow upon the main thoroughfare. From the moment Feisher set foot in the city, she has been in a state of awe, and now she can only lament the immense transformation that has taken place over the years. The human race is truly remarkable. Yi Qing's words cut like a sword, piercing Feisher's tender heart. Do I even need to say it? You country bumpkin. Upon hearing this, Feisher glares at Yi Qing. Who are you calling a country bumpkin? You foolish oaf. Yi Qing, undeterred, retorts, "You are the country bumpkin." The two engage in a relentless exchange of barbs, creating an atmosphere of delightful chaos. Ling Tian observes the scene with a calm visage, yet his mind is preoccupied with deeper thoughts. The opulence surrounding him leaves an indelible mark in his mind, akin to the warm sun on a winter's day, heartwarming and striking. Faintly, a face obscured by blinding golden light emerges in his thoughts. And as the era of splendor unfolds, the wheels of fate begin to turn. A melodious female voice resonates, so familiar yet elusive, leaving him in a state of frustration as he grapples with the sensation akin to a splitting headache. After a brief passage of time, the royal shadow glides into a vibrant street alive with lights and revelry, proceeding a few meters before making another turn to finally reach its destination. As the royal shadow descends slowly, the vibrant green mist emanating from its base gradually dissipates. Once it has landed smoothly, several figures emerge from the grand iron gates across the street, enveloped in their quarrel. Yi Qing and Fei Shi are oblivious to the world around them. However, upon spotting the approaching figures, Yi Qing leaps excitedly from the royal shadow and throws herself into the arms of a middle-aged man, exclaiming, "Father, I thought I would never see you again. I promise I won't run away from home anymore. I'm so sorry." Yi Wuqian quickly pats Yu Qing's back, tears streaming down his face. "My precious daughter, I was so worried about you. From now on, whatever you desire, your father will grant it. Just promise me you won't leave home without permission again." Beside Yi Wuqian, a maid dressed in a uniform and sporting two black braids sobbed softly. "Miss, it is my failure to care for you properly that I promised to work doubly hard to serve you and ensure your satisfaction." Witnessing the tearful reunion, Long Hai stands awkwardly beside the royal shadow, unsure of what to say. Ling Tian gazes at the heartwarming scene of family joy, his crimson eyes narrowing slightly, a pang of something akin to loss stirring within him, though the reunion is tinged with tears. It is a moment of warmth and affection, tears shed not from sorrow but from the joy of togetherness. After a while, as several individuals calmed their emotions, Yi Qing grasped her father's hand and led him towards the direction of the Imperial Shadow strategy. Upon witnessing this, Long Hai promptly tidied his hairstyle, adjusted his collar, and wore a smile. Yi Qing, accompanied by her companions, circumvented Long Hai and approached Ling Tian, solemnly introducing him. "This is my savior, Ling Tian. Had it not been for his timely intervention, I might have perished far from home." Upon hearing this, Yuwak hurried forward to clasp Ling Tian's hands tightly, expressing his profound gratitude. "I cannot thank you enough. Whatever your demands may be, feel free to voice them. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall exert myself to the utmost to fulfill your wishes, and you may set the terms as you see fit." Ling Tian, taken aback by the man's willingness to allow him to set a price, opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by Yi Qing. "Father, what are you saying? He is my benefactor, a person of kindness and integrity, a paragon of righteousness who stands up for justice. Truly, he is a hero of our time, not one to covet trivial gains. However, he has lost his memory and has no place to call home. Why not let him stay with us?" Yi Wuk, upon hearing this, placed a hand on Ling Tian's shoulder, his face filled with admiration. "Indeed, a hero in his youth. I appreciate such gallantry, since fate has dealt him a challenging hand. Let him reside under my roof as a means to repay the debt of gratitude he owes for saving my daughter." Yi Qing's mother also chimed in. "Yes, handsome sir, please make yourself at home here. Treat this place as your own. There are very few residences in this city that can match the comforts of our home." Ling Tian, feeling somewhat elevated by Yi Qing's praises, found himself in a predicament and ultimately decided to acquiesce. Replying, "Then I shall express my thanks here." He then cast a cold glance at Yi Qing, contemplating the depths of her cunning. In response to Ling Tian's icy gaze, Yi Qing feigned nonchalance, her expression one of indifference. The sprite Fei Shi chimed in, "Yes, thank you. Do remember to prepare plenty of delicious food. I haven't eaten anything since lunch." The maid, captivated by the sprite perched on Ling Tian's shoulder, exclaimed with sparkling eyes, "Wow, what an adorable little pet." Fei Shi, incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at the maid and shouted, "You are the pet. Your entire family are pets. I am the daughter of the Sprite King." The maid, undeterred, placed her hands over her chest, her face alight with excitement. "This pet can even talk. How utterly charming." Fei Shi, left speechless, could only stammer in frustration. Observing the disregard from those around him, Long Hai clenched his fists, his expression darkening. Author's note: in the realm of Luotian, the disparity between wealth and poverty is stark, with with the affluent basking in opulence while the destitute struggle in squalor. The rich reside at the heart of the city, while the impoverished are relegated to its outskirts, or even beyond. Aside from the 7 major cities, the geography of Luotian remains largely unexplored, rendering life outside the city perilous. Sister Long, crossing her legs, revealed her long, fair limbs, feeling a touch of solitude after a prolonged absence from the scene. Please click to collect and comment. I look forward to sharing the next chapter with you. Chapter 26, The God of Destiny. The anticipation of words seeing Ling Tian's agreement, Ewok refrained from further ado. Bending slightly an invitation.my benefactor, having traveled far and endured much fatigue, please follow me to our abode for rest. I shall instruct the servants to prepare a sumptuous feast to satiate your hunger. Hearing Ewok's words, the ever-hungry elf Fei Sure could hardly contain her excitement and joy, exclaiming, "There is no time to waste. Let us retreat indoors at once." Long Hai, witnessing the complete disregard of the others towards him, trembled with fury. Particularly infuriating was the sight of Ling Tian, surrounded by the Yi family like a triumphant hero, which sent Long Hai into a rage, his anger boiling over. All the affection bestowed upon another should rightfully belong to him. Yet at this moment, it had been usurped. The secret arts of the Imperial Long clan could cast spells from afar, with the cursed individual destined to perish within a night, provided they were within 1 meter of the caster and possessed lesser strength. As Long Hai approached, filled with murderous intent, Ewok commanded the maids to step back, positioning himself defiantly before Long Hai. Stopping before Ewok, Long Hai glared at the retreating figures behind him, his eyes icy as frost. "What? Is Uncle Yi biased against me?" Upon opening the letter he had taken, Long Hai learned that the family was to hold a celebration for his brother's achievement as the top candidate of the Shun Yu sect that very night. Those who arrived late or failed to attend would face the consequences dictated by family rules. The letter bore the official seal of the Royal Long clan, leaving no doubt of its authenticity. He stuffed the letter into his pocket and, with a disdainful scoff, turned away towards the strategy of the Imperial Shadow. "Consider yourself fortunate today. I shall grant you another day of life," he fumed inwardly. Though Ewok's expression remained calm, his mind was otherwise preoccupied with thoughts. Following Ling Tian and the others into the grand courtyard, they boarded an elegantly simple, yet luxurious carriage adorned in cherry blossom pink. Draped in white gauze, crowned with jewel-studded embellishments, and hanging with jade, the interior was spacious, furnished with a bed, a table, and chairs, as well as an assortment of fruits and pastries. While the items were modest, they possessed a unique charm. Ling Tian leaned against the wooden bench, gazing out at the night scenery through the window. The courtyard was expansive, and the carriage traversed a well-lit path of stone and mud. Alongside the road, illuminated by street lamps, lay vast, verdant fields. A gentle breeze rustled through, carrying the fresh, moist air that swirled around the courtyard, enveloping everything in vitality and lushness. Yi Qing and her mother indulged in lively conversation, as if they had not seen each other in a century. Noticing Ling Tian's aloof demeanor as he leaned against the window, Yimu quietly murmured to Yi Qing, "My dear, why does your benefactor appear so cold? Is he perhaps dissatisfied with the ambience of our courtyard?" Yi Qing observed Ling Tian's detached profile, smiling softly as she replied, "He is simply like that, though he may seem harsh on the outside. His heart is pure and kind, endowed with extraordinary strength." Yi Qing's cheeks flushed at her mother's words, and she stammered shyly, "Mother." Before she could finish, Yimu placed her hand on Yi Qing's fair thigh, saying, "I understand. Rest assured, whatever you desire, your father and I will do our utmost to procure it for you. As for that wretched Long Hai, your parents will find a way to handle him." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's eyes sparkled, her delicate hand covering her mother's, expressing with heartfelt gratitude, "Thank you, Mother." The two shared a warm and affectionate smile, the atmosphere enveloped in tenderness. Meanwhile, the elf Fei Sure relished the pastries on the table, her small mouth producing rhythmic sounds of delight as she savored each bite. After a brief interlude of 10 minutes, the carriage came to a halt before a resplendent pavilion. The exterior of the building was a dazzling display of gold and crimson, elegantly designed and breathtakingly beautiful. Yimu, accompanied by several individuals, alighted from the carriage. The dozens of blue-clad guards stationed at the entrance immediately opened the door and bowed upon seeing the visitors. Yimu nodded and instructed them to promptly prepare a banquet on jade plates. Furthermore, anyone who encounters the handsome gentleman beside me shall address him as young master, or else they shall be shown the door. Upon hearing these words, the crowd trembled slightly, and as they beheld the chiseled features of Ling Tian, their faces flushed with embarrassment. leading to a flurry of whispered comments. Yi Qing, noticing this, waved her hand and exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and prepare the meal." The others, upon hearing her, hurriedly scurried away to begin the preparations for the feast. Yi Mu, along with a few companions, ascended to the second floor and settled onto a soft pink sofa. Pouring tea from a pot, she then presented a teacup to Ling Tian with a polite demeanor, saying, "Esteemed guest, please enjoy some tea." Ling Tian took the jade cup and, reclining on the plush sofa, savored a few sips. Observing this, Yi Qing also seated herself on the sofa, brewing tea and offering it to Ling Tian, signaling him to drink. The sprite, Fei Shi, perched contentedly on Ling Tian's shoulder, made a face and darted towards the teacup in Yi Qing's hand. Taking a small sip and grimacing at the bitterness that you've put in so many tea leaves. "Are you trying to poison me?" Yi Qing, hearing this, felt a surge of pride, thinking, "Serves you right, Fei Shi." Rather than getting angry, rejoiced in her luck, thinking how fortunate it was that it was not Tian Gu drinking this dreadful concoction, lest he throw the cup in disgust. Yi Qing shot a glare at Fei Shi, ready to unleash a tirade, but was interrupted by Ling Tian's cold admonition, "No bickering." Yi Qing, upon hearing this, crossed her arms defiantly, swallowing her anger. Fei Shi stuck her tongue out at her before returning to her perch on Ling Tian's shoulder. Yi Mu, witnessing her rebellious daughter's unexpected compliance, felt a wave of delight within her, finally relieved to see someone capable of managing her stubborn and willful child. In the divine realm of Xinhua Tian Ting, the night breeze was refreshing, accompanied by the croaks of frogs and the chirps of crickets, as several figures stood beneath a slender pavilion. Outside the pavilion, green branches swayed gently, rustling softly. Bei Gong Nanming leaned against a crimson pillar, hands tucked into his pockets, his purple coat billowing elegantly. His long hair cascaded down, framing a strikingly handsome face. Beside him stood Mu Lingyu, dressed in a short uniform skirt, her delicate hands resting on her abdomen. Her bright white eyes filled with deep affection as she gazed at Nanming's profile, a smile playing at her lips. Nearby, Lei Nua was fidgeting restlessly, as if sitting on needles, pacing back and forth like a swinging pendulum. Just then, a stunningly beautiful woman approached gracefully, her attire consisting of a nude-colored short top and a cream-colored skirt, with flowing golden hair that shimmered like light, her ample bosom, long legs as white as jade, and flawless, luminous skin seemed to epitomize allure itself. At that moment, all words that could describe beauty paled in comparison to her presence. Lei Nua, previously anxious and impatient, felt a rush of warmth wash over him as she approached, his heart fluttering as though caught in a dream, for it was the first time he had encountered such a celestial beauty, leaving him momentarily breathless. Yin Qianshui approached Nanming with light, graceful steps, bringing with her an intoxicating fragrance. Nanming smiled lightly, remarking, "Miss Yin, you truly have a way of keeping one waiting. Not your usual punctual self." Yin Qianshui's beautiful face was as cold as ice. Arms crossed. "If not to thank you for the information you provided last time, I wouldn't bother seeing you." Nanming nodded, straightening up against the red pillar. "He is my brother. It is my duty to assist him." Yin Qianshui's face was a mask of disdain as she coldly retorted, "Do not speak to me of him being your brother. Are you truly unaware of the consequences of your own actions? The reason you chose to inform me of his misfortune is that you lack the courage to confront him yourself." Nanming regarded Qianxue with an impassive expression, pondering, "Does the young lady truly understand me so well?" Yin Qianshui's golden pupils were deep and frigid. "Do not think you can deceive the heavens. One day, Yin will recall all that you have done." The evening breeze rustled, tousling Nanming's long purple hair, obscuring his profound eyes with the strands that danced before him. A subtle, captivating smile curved his lips that he believed that when Ling Tian reminisced about the past, he would come to understand the unspoken turmoil within his heart. "I do not share this with you out of remorse, but because it is precisely what he longs for." Upon hearing this, Yin Qianxue furrowed her brows in disapproval. "Such nonsense." Nanming slightly raised his head, his deep, austere purple gaze fixed upon the night sky obscured by lush branches. "It is not mere folly, but rather the foresight of the deity of fate." His calm voice mingled with the gentle breeze, swiftly penetrating the ears of those present. The characters had much to express. Author, a Beigong Nanming. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without gathering small streams, one cannot form a river or sea. Writing novels is indeed no easy task. I ask for your support. The Divine Gate manifests, transcending limits. Muling. Dear brothers and sisters, please lend your support and leave comments. Lei Nuo remained entranced by Yin Qianshui's beauty. Chapter 27. The Ownership of Fate, the Path to Redemption in the Remaining Life. Yin Qianxue's golden eyes narrowed slightly, her delicate visage solemn and dignified. Could she truly be the celestial emperor capable of foreseeing the future? Nan Ming's brows lowered, his eyes deep as a tranquil pond. Indeed, but he shall no longer reveal himself to the world. In her childhood, Yin Qianxue had encountered the deity of fate on a few occasions. Though she was but a naive child, barely able to speak. Yet, in her memory, he was kind-hearted and affectionate toward her. However, upon gaining more awareness, she had never again laid eyes on the revered deity of fate. With a stern demeanor, Yin Qianxue demanded, "Why will he no longer manifest in the world? What exactly transpired?" Nan Ming sighed deeply, his expression one of melancholy. "These matters are not for me to disclose to you. When the time is ripe, you will understand the reasons behind them. However, these entanglements of love and hatred are not as straightforward as they appear. When you uncover the truth, how shall you face it?" Yin Qianxue's golden eyes glimmered with frost as her hair billowed. "Do not speak to me of such profound and obscure principles." Nan Ming's expression remained composed, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "In truth, you need not concern yourself with too many matters. They are not your burden. Your immediate priority is to make Yin remember you. To him, you are no longer the special person you once were. For he has forgotten the past and embraced the new. Everything that follows will depend on the weight you once held in his heart, whether it is as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain." After a moment of contemplation, Yin Qianxue asserted with conviction, "This is not your concern either. You are not considered his kin." Nan Ming stood resolutely against the wind, his garments billowing, his handsome features slightly pained. "Am I not?" After a brief pause, he spoke softly yet earnestly. "The wheels of fate have begun to turn. A storm of blood and chaos is imminent. If I were to declare that all my past actions were erroneous, then for the remainder of my life, I shall strive to atone for my misdeeds. The fates speak with wisdom. The wheel of existence dictates that all is predetermined." Within the Yi residence, Yi Qing and her mother engaged in candid conversation, particularly regarding her and Ling Tian's extraordinary and tumultuous destinies, seamlessly shifting the focus to Ling Tian. They spoke not only of his unparalleled prowess in battle, but also of his commanding spirit that swept across the realms. Ling Tian remained taciturn, yet when he caught sight of Ye's mother casting admiring glances his way, he felt compelled to muster a smile, albeit somewhat strained, while Ye's mother beamed with delight. Soon, the sound of footsteps heralded Yi Wuck's ascent to the upper floor. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, the maid had prepared a sumptuous feast, and the company descended to indulge in the culinary delights of land and sea. During the meal, Yi Wuck, seated beside Yi Qing, nudged her gently with his elbow, whispering, "My daughter, that lad Long Hai harbors a deep-seated animosity towards our benefactor. He was just moments away from taking lethal action. You must be vigilant." Yi Qing paused in her delicate chewing, her voice a mere whisper. "I am aware. I shall exercise caution." Ye's mother, sitting beside Ling Tian, fervently served him dishes, her face radiant with warmth. "Come, benefactor, do partake. It is truly delicious." She had been captivated by his extraordinary demeanor upon their first meeting, and being the hero who saved her daughter only deepened her admiration. Ling Tian could only respond with a gentle smile, occasionally urging, "Auntie, you should eat more. I truly cannot consume so much." Meanwhile, the spirited Fei Shi occupied a table of her own, indulging heartily without the slightest awareness of being intentionally isolated from the others. Yi Wuck led Ling Tian to the doorway of a lavishly adorned room, where several maids were meticulously arranging the space. Satisfied with the opulent decor, Yi Wuck nodded and remarked, "Benefactor, are you pleased with this room?" Ling Tian's gaze swept over the surroundings, his tone measured. "It is acceptable." Seeing the room was adequately prepared, Yi Wuck chose not to linger. Offering a respectful gesture, "I shall not impose further. Benefactor. It is late, and the night air is chilly. Please take care not to catch a cold." Ling Tian turned to glimpse Yu Qing, who had inadvertently drifted away, a look of confusion crossing his features. "Do you intend to spend the night here?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qing's beautiful face flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly replied, I suppose that is fine." Ling Tian's brows furrowed sharply, his voice icy. "Are you foolish? I meant for you to leave quickly." Yi Qing's joy evaporated instantly. She pouted and glared at him, delivering a playful punch to his chest before retorting indignantly, "My room is just across from yours. Remember to call me if anything arises." The last two words were practically shouted, a testament to her inner fury. After her declaration, she stormed into her room, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Ling Tian, witnessing this, closed his own door and gently placed the inebriated Fei Shi onto the sofa. He then removed his shoes and sat cross-legged on the large bed, allowing his consciousness to enter the nine-spirit pearl. As always, the realm was desolate and devoid of life, an endless expanse of solitude. A beam of golden light flashed before him, and the figure of the ruler materialized in his sight. Welcome, Master. We await your presence in the void realm. How may I assist you? Ling Tian's tone remained calm, as it always had been. Provide me with the most efficient training regimen available. It is advised that the Master cultivate the Heavenly Xian Decision and the Heavenly Gate Sword. The practice of the Heavenly Xian Decision concurrently enhances one's cultivation realm, as the first 3 levels rely on the practitioner's comprehension, while the Heavenly Gate Sword significantly improves the Master's swordsmanship. Ling Tian, understanding intuitively, seated himself cross-legged, his hands gracefully gesturing before swiftly forming seals. 2 brilliant golden rays immediately spiraled around his left wrist, signifying that he had reached the second stage of the Heavenly Xian Decision. During this time, numerous golden runes appeared around his elongated figure. After practicing for nearly an hour, a series of loud knocks resonated sharply, causing Ling Tian's brows to furrow slightly. The sudden interruption disturbed his concentration, making it challenging to delve into the third layer of the Heavenly Xian Decision's techniques. Hey, hurry up and open the door. If you don't, I shall force my way in, Yuqing shouted while knocking. With a swift kick, she extended her long leg, but Ling Tian, quick to react, raised his left hand to firmly grasp her kicking leg, his brows knitted tightly, and his expression stern. What on earth are you doing? He inquired, casually tossing her leg aside. Yuqing, now blushing with embarrassment, donned a loose-fitting pink pajama, her long hair cascading down, exuding a strong scent of lemon that enveloped her. She placed her hands behind her back and tiptoed to glance around Ling Tian. Ling Tian, perplexed by her actions, leaned against the wall, his patience waning. What do you want now? Yuqing, hands on her hips, shot him an icy glare. Why did it take you so long to open the door? Are you engaged in some shady business? Ling Tian, hearing her words, ran a slender hand through his red hair, exuding a sense of helplessness. If there's nothing going on, I would simply keep the door closed. Yuqing, worried that Long Hai might send someone to assassinate Ling Tian during the night, had come to check on his safety, only to feel anxious when he took so long to answer the door. Just as she was about to kick it down, it swung open unexpectedly. Relying on her woman's intuition, she suspected something was amiss and decided to investigate further with a spark of inspiration. Yuqing smiled and said, I came to show you how to turn on the hot water. Aren't you going to take a bath? Upon hearing her words, Ling Tian found it fortuitously aligned with his own thoughts and stepped aside to allow her entry. Unbeknownst to them, a fine drizzle had begun to fall outside, with rain cascading from the dark, bluish sky like countless silver threads. Drops of crystal-clear water fell from the eaves, resembling a beautiful curtain of pearls from a distance. The silken threads of rain splattered across the earth, transforming into the source of all creation. The incessant splatter of tiny droplets created a scene where countless pearls seemed to blanket the ground in a thick layer of water. As Yuqing entered the room, she led Ling Tian to the washroom, meticulously explaining the usage of each item: the toothbrush and toothpaste, the steps for washing his face, the hot water switch, facial cleansers, and masks. Ling Tian, overwhelmed, interjected, I understand already. Please spare me the lecture that I'll wash up myself. Yuqing's mouth, which had been open to speak, suddenly paused. After casting him an exasperated glance, she handed him a bathrobe, saying, put this on after you're done. With that, she turned and exited the washroom, closing the door behind her. After a while, Ling Tian emerged from the washroom, his damp crimson hair glistening, the white bathrobe draped over his solid and robust chest. While his deep red eyes exuded an alluring charm, droplets of water occasionally cascading from his hair, Yuqing sat on the bed, toying with the storage ring on her slender fingers, upon seeing Ling Tian's ethereal presence as he stepped out. Her heart fluttered, pondering the origin of such an enchanting being. He possessed a commanding aura, exuding elegance and grace, with an icy demeanor and peach blossom eyes sharp as blades. Yet, it was precisely this cold aura that amplified his allure. Yuqing approached the table, picking up the hairdryer and gesturing for Ling Tian to come closer. That he obliged, taking a seat in the chair, and she began to dry and style his hair. Meanwhile, Fei Shi, deep in the realm of dreams, stirred at the faint sounds, pursed her lips, and turned over to continue her slumber. After finishing Ling Tian's hair, Yi Qing set down the dryer and sat on the bed. Ling Tian let out a long sigh, choosing not to waste words, for her tenacity had already made her intentions clear. She was not leaving. Ling Tian settled onto the sofa, sitting cross-legged with an icy tone. You may sleep here, but it would be wise to keep the noise to a minimum. Otherwise, I shall kick you out. With that, he closed his eyes, his consciousness once again retreating into the void. Yi Qing observed Ling Tian, who, in his meditative posture, radiated a golden aura, and she slightly pouted her lips, thinking him a complete blockhead. She then nestled comfortably with her pillow, drifting off to sleep. The night passed quietly, with a gentle drizzle, when suddenly a mysterious shadow flitted past the window of the room. The following morning, the earth awoke, refreshed after a night of gentle rain, as golden rays of sunlight streamed through the window. Yi Qing was roused by the sunlight piercing her eyes. Gradually, she opened her sleepy gaze and, stretching lazily, rose from her slumber. Noticing Ling Tian still practicing on the sofa, she called out, "Have you been cultivating all night?" Though her voice was tinged with the grogginess of awakening, its delicate and soft timbre was particularly melodious to her words. Ling Tian opened his eyes, their depths cold and profound, his entire being brimming with vitality. Wasn't the evidence before her? He then stood up to stretch, the cracking of his joints echoing alarmingly. After she closed the door to her room, Xiao Qi, holding breakfast at the corner, was left dumbfounded. Astonished as Miss Yi Qing emerged from Ling Tian's room, Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating for a moment before changing his clothes. Once dressed, he gently placed the still sleeping fairy, Fei Shi, into the nine-spirit pearl, knowing she wouldn't awaken any time soon. After Yi Qing had finished her preparations, Ling Tian was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing her stunningly dressed, he couldn't help but comment, "Are you going to buy something? Or are you trying to captivate souls?" Yi Qing pouted her lips, as red as a rose. "What? Afraid I might catch the eye of another man." Ling Tian furrowed his brows slightly, turning to leave with a nonchalant tone. "I'm afraid of a big-headed ghost." The two made their way downstairs, grabbed a quick bite, exchanged a few words, and then set off together. The stone path was damp yet even, the streets bustling with a lively crowd. The atmosphere vibrant and tumultuous. As they walked, they became the center of attention. Ling Tian strolled with an air of calm confidence, his hands tucked into his pockets, his long coat billowing slightly. Yi Qing, on the other hand, met the fervent gazes of the men with a gentle smile, exuding beauty that was captivating and breathtaking. In the opulent royal weapon shop, the attendant, with a smile gracing her lips, introduced the purple longsword in her hand, proclaiming it to be the legendary sword wielded by Pangu during the creation of the world, forged from divine heavenly stone, the most precious material known to man. It was aptly named the Great Unyielding Pinnacle Sword. However, the master assessed it and declared, "This is nothing but scrap iron, a worthless trinket, composed of mere inferior-grade purple stone." Without a word, Ling Tian turned on his heel and departed. At another lavish establishment, the Yudong weapon shop, a female attendant enthusiastically presented a large blade, exclaiming, "Behold the Moonlight Treasure Blade, crafted from enlightenment stone, sharp and dependable, guaranteed not to leave you regretting your purchase." Yet again, the master dismissed it, saying, "I can't be bothered to evaluate this. It's merely refuse." The two traversed the area, searching every luxurious weapon shop, but none could catch Ling Tian's discerning Yi Qing, hands on her hips, exclaimed in frustration, "You really need to temper your expectations. You disdain the most extravagant and precious weapons. What more do you desire? A godly artifact. Have you not yet awakened from your slumber?" Ling Tian found himself at a loss for words. He would rather wield his own dark heaven shuriken, sharp and glimmering, than settle for a weapon that did not meet his standards. Just as he contemplated giving up, a familiar yet frail power suddenly surged within his heart. He froze momentarily before turning towards the source of that faint energy. Yi Qing, puzzled by a sudden change, followed closely behind, stating, "If you can't find anything this time, then we're going shopping together." Ling Tian remained silent, hastening his pace. After nearly an hour, they arrived at a secluded location surrounded by towering mountains and rugged terrain. Ling Tian halted before a modest weapon shop, nestled against a bamboo grove, desolate and serene. Observing the unadorned structure, Yi Qing furrowed her brows and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to enter?" With a calm expression and a soothing voice, Ling Tian replied, "Of course." With that, he stepped inside, and Yi Qing had no choice but to follow suit. The interior was exceedingly plain, with various weapons hanging upon the wooden walls. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could easily discern the rusted imperfections marring the blades. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman in a flowing azure dress appeared, assisting an elderly gentleman from another room, coming to stand before them. When her captivating gaze met Ling Tian's, she instinctively lowered her eyes in shyness. Her name was Xiaoyu. Noticing this, Yu Qing crossed her arms and scoffed. The weapons here are utterly abysmal. No wonder it's located in this desolate wilderness. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's exquisite countenance turned frosty as she retorted. Then you are free to leave at once. No one has asked you to remain here. Yi Qing, unimpressed, shot back. In this wretched place, I wouldn't even come if invited. Xiaoyu bit her lip, ready to unleash a tirade, but was halted by the elderly man gripping her wrist gently. Xiaoyu, do not be so petty. All guests are welcome. Sensing that the source of the power lay just beyond the wooden wall, Ling Tian addressed the elder in a calm tone. Shopkeeper, I wish to venture behind this room. May I have your permission? The elder and Xiaoyu exchanged astonished glances, after which Xiaoyu assisted the elder to a chair, then turned to open the large door in front of Ling Tian, gesturing graciously. Please, young sir, proceed. Ling Tian stepped through the doorway, with Yu Qing following closely behind. After Xiaoyu closed the door, she advanced to the front of the two individuals, her feet propelling her upward with remarkable force. Her graceful silhouette darted through the bamboo forest, her form exhibiting extraordinary agility. Ling Tian and Yi Qing followed closely behind. The towering green bamboo swayed in response to their leaps, causing the forest to resonate with a soft rustling sound. Long leaves danced and fluttered in the air. After a few minutes, their figures emerged from the bamboo grove, arriving at an open expanse. This desolate place was barren, as if it had endured a cataclysmic battle, strewn with shattered stones, the ground uneven and riddled with deep ravines. The two companions leapt several times after Xiaoyu. Reaching the center of this chaotic landscape, before them lay a vast sinkhole, several meters wide, and at the bottom of this gaping chasm rested a long sword, enveloped in mud. Characters have something to express. A brief scene unfolds. Author, the world claims that immortals lead blissful lives, free from troubles, yet as a mere mortal, I dare not hope for too much. Xiaoyu, instead of lamenting life, it is better to hasten the pace of progress. Reno. What is love in this world, that it rends the heart and soul? I seem to have developed feelings for the snow goddess. What should I do? I am so exhilarated. Zhuang Han, excitement is one thing, but do not let desire take hold. Once stirred, the consequences can be dire. Beigong Naming, little brother, do you dare entertain thoughts of harming my sister-in-law? Do you believe I won't toss you into a pot of hot oil to fry and then serve you to the dogs? Zhuang Han, big brother, please remember to save some for my dog. Reno, big brother, do not think that just because I call you big brother I fear you. I was mistaken. To express my condemnation, I can reveal that the sock you lost years ago has been stolen by Zhuang Han and hidden beneath his pillow. Beigong Naming. Chapter 29, The Mandate of the Heavens, the Creation God Sword. Yi Qing, confronted with the unsightly devastation before her, was left speechless, her body and mind shaken. Meanwhile, Ling Tian, sensing a familiar power radiating from the sword, narrowed his eyes but remained unperturbed. Xiaoyu approached Ling Tian, her jade-like face adorned with a smile, elegantly inquiring if this was indeed the sword he sought. Ling Tian's crimson eyes were deep and piercing, his red hair billowing. It was indeed the one that, having spoken, he propelled himself forward, leaping several meters down into the chasm. Given the vastness of the pit, his feet landed on a ledge midway down, sending mud flying in all directions. After sliding along the edge for a few seconds, he leaped again, his body soaring through the air before landing steadily at the bottom of the pit. Yi Qing, observing this spectacle, turned to Xiaoyu, her curiosity piqued. What was the origin of this sword? Were all the pits and hollows in this place a result of its presence? Xiaoyu regarded Ling Tian at the bottom of the pit, her eyes deep and inscrutable, offering no explanation. Yi Qing, hearing this, crossed her arms, clicking her tongue in frustration. Ling Tian stood before the muddy sword, feeling the power emanating from it intensify, as if rejoicing at his arrival. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he stepped forward and grasped the sword. Golden inner energy spiraled along his arm as it surged into the sword with fervor. The thick layer of mud upon the sword's blade suddenly revealed numerous cracks, and he felt a tumultuous surge within his energy sea, as a formidable and untamed force erupted from the roiling depths, causing his entire body to tremble in pain. With his brows furrowed tightly, he yearned to release the long sword clutched in his hands, yet his grip felt as if it were glued to the hilt. unyielding, a dazzling golden light burst forth from the fissures in the thick mud, instantly enveloping his vision, and in a blink, after a bout of dizziness, he found himself in a different realm. Here, golden energy permeated the atmosphere, infused with profound mystical power, and the sky sparkled with radiance. Several blinding golden beams pierced through the golden clouds, cascading down to the earth below. Suddenly, a colossal golden sword materialized before him, its blade shrouded in brilliance, radiating light, and exuding an ethereal sword energy. In that moment, an angel, as tall as the sword itself, appeared before the blade. Clad in golden battle armor and wearing a golden helm, the angel's eyes shimmered with blinding gold, while behind it, 8 snow-white wings unfurled gracefully. With white feathers drifting through the air, seeing the angel of immense stature, Ling Tian's expression turned grave as he inquired, "Who are you? Where exactly is this place?" The angel's resounding voice echoed through the heavens. "I am the god of creation, the spirit of this sword. You stand within the energy sea of your own being." Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, his demeanor austere. "Why do you manifest here?" The angel replied with solemnity. "The heavenly decree of destiny has chosen you as a descendant, burdened with great responsibility, and I shall assist you." Ling Tian, perplexed by the weighty words, questioned, "What do you mean? What destiny? What responsibility? I know nothing of this." The angel, with a tone of earnest gravity, continued, "All is governed by fate. I have awaited you here for a considerable time. My mission is to become the sword in your hand, to vanquish darkness and reshape the future." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian grasped his red hair with a troubled expression. "So what exactly is my mission?" The angel lifted its right hand, and a luminous sword mark materialized in the air, revealing your destiny. Eventually, you shall come to understand. This sword is known as the Sword of Creation, and it shall accompany you in battle. The seal of divine judgment, the angel expounded that a brilliant, blinding golden light surged forth from the angel's immense form, causing the ground around them to tremble violently. In an instant, a powerful wave of golden energy erupted from the sword buried in the mud, crashing against the surrounding edges with seismic force. The long sword in Ling Tian's grasp had undergone a complete transformation, its hilt gleaming with gold, its blade radiant. Sword energy swirled around the blade, its sharpness piercing to the bone. A radiant golden inscription gradually emerged on the back of his right hand, extending up to his shoulder, sending sharp pangs of pain coursing from his right arm into his brain. He clenched his teeth, enduring the excruciating agony. A magnificent golden beam of light surged upwards from Ling Tian and the golden sword, slicing through the heavens, soaring into the clouds with tremendous might. Yi Qing and Xiao Yu staggered backwards several steps as the pillar of light erupted from the pit, its overwhelming presence shaking at the outskirts of the 7 divine temples. Bei Gong Nan Ming beheld the surging columns of light, a perfect arc gracing the corners of his lips. It seemed that all unfolded as the deity of fate had foretold. The time had come. In this battle, he bore no fear. At the conclusion of his words, he clenched his fists tightly, his expression resolute. Hidden behind the door, Mu Ling listened to his declaration, her beautiful visage clouded with sorrow, as an unwavering resolve took root deep within her heart. The enchanting Yen Qianxue stood gracefully before the pavilion, her golden hair flowing like rays of light. She gazed at the pillar with a complex expression, declaring silently that regardless of fortune or calamity, she would remain by his side. The king of the underworld and several other deities gathered around the table, their faces grave as they beheld this extraordinary spectacle. Zhuang Han's expression was tense, indicating that a significant event was about to unfold. Sister Long reclined on the celestial sofa, absorbing the divine radiance of the creation sword, her beautiful face alight with excitement and anticipation. The resurgence of creation signaled that the wheel of fate had commenced its turning, truly a sight to behold. Beside her, Gui Zhong wore a dark expression, his fists clenched, cold light flickering in his eyes. After a while, the pillar of light dissipated, and Ling Tian withdrew the creation sword from the earth. He cast a glance at the resplendent blade, exuding an air of formidable might and sword intent. Instinctively, he raised his left hand, and a golden sheath appeared in response to the light. After rotating the sword a few times, he sheathed it and leaped upwards, using the muddy ground of the pit to propel himself out, landing steadily before the 2 individuals. Seeing Ling Tian grasp the golden sword with the sword imprint shimmering on the back of his hand, Xiao Yu approached respectfully, cupping her fists. "This humble girl, Xiao Yu, pays her respects to the young master." Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, his coat billowing in the wind. "Young master?" Yu Qing echoed in agreement. "Indeed, you must have been stunned to call him that." Xiaoyu maintained her respectful posture, composed as she explained, "This is a tradition passed down within my family. Only the descendants of the Heavenly Gate sect master can awaken this sword, hence the title of young master that my clan serves." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian felt a sharp pain in his head. Heavenly Gate, such a familiar yet elusive term, what connection could it possibly hold for him? He stepped forward, extending his slender left hand to grasp Xiaoyu's fists, gently lowering them. "You exaggerate, my lady. I am not the young master you speak of. I have lost my memory and am unclear about many matters." Xiaoyu's blue hair danced in the wind as she felt Ling Tian's warm palm. Her delicate face flushing crimson, her lashes trembling. Lost memory. Ling Tian released her hand and turned away, gazing at the sky with a long sigh. "What we call fate is merely the shackles upon us. I do not comprehend what this signifies for me, yet it feels like a heavy burden of destiny. I hope you are not bound by these shackles, and I do not wish for you to call me young master." Ling Tian turned, murmuring his name, "Ling Tian," their eyes locked, a gentle breeze stirring their garments. Yi Qing approached Ling Tian, playfully slapping his back in mock anger, exclaiming, "Grab what you need and let us leave. I have no desire to linger in this wretched place for another moment." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian gestured for Xiaoyu to lead the way, and the group moved swiftly, navigating the chaotic surroundings. Characters had much to convey, and a small plot unfolded. "Archangel, the fate of the Heavenly Gate awaits, guarding you by its side. For your smile, the weapons tremble. Renaud, my brother. I arrived at the construction site early in the morning. Having not even eaten breakfast, if you provide me with a meal, I shall smile for you. Archangel, get lost. I wouldn't trust you, you filthy old man. You're quite wicked, Renaud." Chapter 30. The Heavy Burden of the Celestial Gate. Destined by fate. Xiaoyu then opened the door and entered the weapons shop. Observing the scene, Xiaoyu hurried to the old man's side, her delicate fingers gently patting his back, filled with concern. "Grandfather, please, do not be agitated. He is the descendant of the sect master whom our former lord served. It turns out that the clan decree passed down through generations in our family is undeniably true." Rather than baseless conjecture, the old man took a few breaths to steady himself, and when his breathing calmed, his weathered hand rested upon Xiaoyu's head, gently stroking it as he spoke. "Silly girl. How could the revered master who founded our clan possibly issue a false decree? You must diligently attend to the young master and assist him in fulfilling the mission of the Celestial Gate." Ling Tian, upon hearing this, tightened his grip on the Genesis Divine Sword, his deep-set eyes reflecting a profound curiosity. "Might I inquire what this Celestial Gate mission entails? I, regrettably, suffer from amnesia and would appreciate your clarification." Esteemed elder, the old man, upon hearing this, wore an expression of shock and spoke hastily. "I am not privy to the specifics of the Celestial Gate mission. I only know that our clan must assist the young master in fulfilling this grave responsibility." Ling Tian, with his elongated left hand tucked into his pocket, leaned slightly forward, his crimson hair cascading beautifully. In a calm voice, he replied, "As I have stated, I am indeed unaware of this Celestial Gate mission. Thus I cannot assume the position of the young master as you mentioned. However, I am quite fond of this sword. Might you consider selling it to me?" Upon hearing this, Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. "Is it truly predestined?" As he spoke, the golden sword mark on his right hand suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Enigmatic and inscrutable, Yi Qing stepped forward, her voice teasing. "What Celestial Gate mission? I have read extensively since childhood. Well-versed in both natural laws and human affairs, I have never heard of such a Celestial Gate mission. Do not deceive the honest." With that, she seized Ling Tian's wrist, intending to leave, asserting that if they did not desire payment, they would not press the issue further, urging him not to waste time on such trivial matters. After saying this, she forcibly pulled Ling Tian towards the exit. Ling Tian, though being dragged outside by Yi Qing, offered no resistance, for these matters felt too ethereal and burdensome to him. Regardless of the truth behind the old man's words, the term Celestial Gate was deeply etched in his heart. Just as they were about to step out, the old man called out, "Young master, should you encounter any difficulties, do seek me out. Our clan will surely assist." Xiaoyu, seeing the two depart, whispered, "Grandfather, our Xiao family is among the most powerful clans in the Imperial Shadow City, where myriad races coexist. Would my father truly be willing to support a young man he has never met? Moreover, his strength is merely that of the Shinming realm." The old man, upon hearing this, spoke earnestly. "This is our clan's mission. Regardless of your father's willingness, he must provide assistance. All of this is predestined. The young master's amnesia surely has its reasons. and we need only adhere to the divine master's will. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Should I then accompany the young master? The old man sighed deeply. There is no need to accompany him. Until the young master remembers his mission, we shall remain still. Yi Qing pulled Ling Tian outside, releasing him as she gazed at his refined face. Why are you standing there like a fool, having been duped by them? However, the golden sword you possess is indeed rather peculiar. It seems that without any cost, one can traverse the ends of the earth and obtain it effortlessly. Ling Tian fell silent upon hearing this, his crimson eyes deep and profound like a tranquil pool. Observing this, Yi Qing chose not to speak further and turned to leave. Ling Tian exhaled softly, stowing the creation sword into the nine-spirit pearl before following her, his garments billowing elegantly, the wind whistling through his cloak, and his long red hair flowing behind him. Yi Qing led Ling Tian to a highly popular clothing store, bustling with an energetic crowd. As they stepped inside, they instantly attracted numerous gazes. The tall manager hurriedly approached Yi Qing with a smile, saying, "Miss Yi, your esteemed presence is an honor. I apologize for not greeting you sooner and hope for your understanding." The onlookers gasped in astonishment, whispering amongst themselves, "Miss Yi, is she not the daughter of Yi Wuqing?" The Yi family is renowned in the business world, possessing immense wealth that seems inexhaustible. Moreover, Miss Yi is as beautiful as a flower, captivatingly enchanting. How delightful it would be to call her my girlfriend. Ah, what a stunning woman, wealthy as well. I truly wish for her to be my girlfriend. Yi Qing waved her delicate hand dismissively at the manager, saying, "There's no need for recommendations. I shall choose for myself. If there is nothing else, you may return to your duties." The manager nodded and stepped aside. Under the gaze of many, Yi Qing picked up a pink skirt and held it against her waist, excitedly inquiring, "Does this skirt look good?" Ling Tian remained indifferent, his tone unremarkable. Yi Qing, slightly pouting her red lips, reluctantly hung the skirt back in its place. After browsing for a while, she selected a white lingerie piece and held it against her chest. Her eyes filled with anticipation, asking, "Does this suit me?" Noticing Ling Tian's furrowed brows and lack of response, she waved her delicate hand before his eyes. In mock indignation, Yi Qing placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming, "Are you distracted while shopping with me? Surely, you must be thinking of another lover." Ling Tian, with his long fingers tucked into his pockets, maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Why must I disclose my thoughts to you?" Yi Qing shot him a glare before once again pressing the lingerie against her chest. Still hopeful, "Is this piece beautiful?" Ling Tian remained as indifferent as before. Yi Qing pursed her lips slightly, reluctantly returning the lingerie to its place. Seeing this, Ling Tian felt a surge of annoyance. This woman was more bothersome than a mosquito, persistently seeking his opinion, only to display her reluctance to part with her choices. This drew disapproving murmurs from those around them, labeling Ling Tian as a cold-hearted man unworthy of such a remarkable girlfriend. "I wish to give that man a good beating and claim her for myself." As time swiftly passed into the afternoon, after a lengthy shopping excursion, Yi Qing found herself empty-handed. Finally, with her stomach growling, she arrived at the entrance of a restaurant, and the two took a seat at an outdoor table. After ordering several dishes, Yi Qing propped her chin on her hand and remarked, "Are you intentionally preventing me from buying clothes? Whatever I wear, you claim to be ordinary. With my captivating figure, I could pull off anything beautifully." Ling Tian raised a cup of red tea to his lips, taking a sip before responding, "If you believe it looks good, you should purchase it. Why concern yourself with my opinion?" Yi Qing sighed deeply at his words, lamenting, "You truly are a dense one." At that moment, a group of individuals approached the table occupied by the two. Leading the way was a robust man with hair tinged yellow and standing upright like bristles. The imposing figure fixed his piercing gaze upon Yi Qing, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. What a beautiful lady. Might I have the pleasure of your company for a brief conversation to deepen our acquaintance?" Yi Qing cast a disdainful glance at the man, her delicate visage contorting in distaste. "You, sir, would do well to distance yourself from me." To her unexpected retort, the burly man reacted not with anger but with delight. "What a fiercely proud beauty. Indeed, I find that rather appealing." With that, he reached out his coarse hand, intending to caress Yi Qing's lovely face. Ling Tian, with eyes sharp as blades, swiftly spilled the red tea he held, the liquid soaring through the air and landing squarely upon the man's rough hand. In a brief interlude, the characters had something to discuss. Shi Yue remarked, "No plot today. Let us keep it simple. If anyone has recommendations, please share, as I must hasten." Feisher blinked, urging everyone to remember to add to their reading lists, promising a continuous stream of captivating narratives. Additional note: with adequate support, there will be 2 updates daily. Keep it up. In Chapter 31, Descendants of Zhao Yun, loyal to family words, the burly man halted, his coarse hand stilled, his brows furrowing into a fierce scowl. He turned to glare at Ling Tian, fury radiating from him. "You little wretch, are you tired of living? How dare you spill soup on my hand? You must be unaware of my reputation." Beside him, a scruffy subordinate rushed forward in agreement, his voice brimming with confidence. "Our boss is known as Iron Arm, the brother of the local leader here. He has reached the Xian Master Realm at a young age, a true prodigy, sharp and capable." Ling Tian remained unperturbed by the boastful claims. Observing his indifference, the burly man crossed his arms, a look of disdain plastered across his face. "Kneel before me, and perhaps if you bow your head sufficiently, I might be inclined to let you off lightly." Ling Tian's gaze, sharp as a sword, pierced through the burly man as he replied with an icy tone, "Is that all you can manage? Mere bravado?" The man, taken aback by Ling Tian's piercing stare, felt a chill run down his spine, pondering the origins of such a cold, penetrating gaze. Moreover, the fact that Ling Tian showed no fear upon hearing his name only fueled his concern to avoid future complications. He summoned his inner energy to gauge Ling Tian's cultivation level. Upon sensing it, he realized his worry had been unwarranted. He displayed a scornful expression, scoffing, "How audacious of you, a mere Xian Ming realm weakling, to act so brazenly. You must be weary of life." His audacity stemmed from the belief that those of status would never venture into such a remote area, a deeply rooted taboo for the affluent and powerful. Yi Qing, unable to endure the annoyance, shot a furious glare at the burly man. "If you're going to fight, do it quickly. Spare me your incessant chatter." The subordinate beside the burly man chimed in. "Yes, big brother, just get on with it. Why waste words? Once you're finished, we can give him a few more kicks, so he understands the consequences of showing off in our territory. Indeed, big brother, please teach this waste a lesson. I can hardly bear to watch. Big brother, if you don't act soon, I will. I feel like a war god today. Let us go." The burly man, upon hearing this, twisted his neck and cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. "Before I reduce you to a mere shadow of yourself. Do you have any last words?" he growled menacingly. Ling Tian scoffed disdainfully, his lips curling into a cruel smile. "You would be wise to vanish from my sight at once. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." The onlookers, hearing his words, broke into a cold sweat for Ling Tian, for he was confronting a notorious bully known for his ruthlessness in the area, setting aside the matter of strength. The man had a formidable backing, rumored to be a powerful figure with the cultivation of a Xianxing, a being considered divine by the ordinary, impoverished folk in this desolate region who lacked any aptitude for cultivation. As Ling Tian spoke boldly, the burly man's lackeys erupted in derisive laughter, dismissing him outright. The burly man, emboldened by their mockery, retorted with arrogance, "If you wish for me to be merciful, then I shall grant your desire. And afterward, I shall indulge in pleasures with beautiful women." Yi Qing, upon hearing this, was filled with disdain, wishing she could deliver a swift kick to this scoundrel. However, knowing that Ling Tian's methods were far more ruthless than her own, she could only watch in eager anticipation for the moment the burly man would find himself bloodied and battered. The burly man stepped forward, raising his right fist to deliver a thunderous blow, his strength surging forth as the wind roared around him, stirring up clouds of dust. Just as the tension reached its peak, a resounding shout pierced the air. "Spare him!" A man with a black ponytail rushed forward, his features strikingly handsome, exuding an air of confidence with his high nose and elongated face, exquisitely sculpted as if chiseled by divine hands. He was clad in tattered gray robes, indicating his status as a wanderer. Breathing heavily from his sprint, he introduced himself. "I am Zhao Xin, a descendant of Zhao Yun." The burly man, seething with rage, retorted, "I care not if you are Zhao Yun or Zhao Yu. Dare to interfere, and I shall not hesitate to leave you crippled. Know your place and get lost, or you may find yourself as another casualty." The burly man's lackeys erupted in laughter, jeering at the newcomer. "Yes, you should leave at once. Don't embarrass yourself here. It's utterly disgraceful. A nameless nobody dares to stand in our brother's way." One of the yellow-haired lackeys stepped forward, sneering, "Brother, I just assessed his cultivation level. He's merely a fledgling in the Xianming realm. No different from that braggart sitting there." Zhao Xian stepped in front of the burly man, radiating righteousness. "Fighting is futile. It brings harm and sorrow, wasting energy. As fellow humans, why not engage in dialogue? Let us resolve the matter amicably." transforming great issues into trivial ones, and trivial ones into nothing. Why not embrace joy? The burly man, perceiving Zhao Xian's words as incomprehensible drivel, chose not to engage further and instead delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. A dull thud echoed as Zhao Xian doubled over. Clutching his midsection, a grimace of pain etched across his face. The burly man, witnessing this, smirked maliciously. What's this? You cannot withstand such a simple blow. And I have yet to unleash my true power. How dare you, a feeble wretch, engage me in words? Truly, you are oblivious to your own limitations. It seems that I have been too lenient recently. Allowing even the most worthless individuals to brazenly boast, Zhao Xian propped one hand on the dining table, while the other rested on his abdomen, the pain subsiding slightly, his expression one of serene contentment. The few strands of black hair cascading over his white forehead swayed gently, embodying the virtues of altruism, support for the weak, poverty alleviation, loyalty, and filial piety. These are the cherished maxims passed down through generations in my family. Why does the hero not lower his fists and engage in peaceful discourse? Upon hearing this, the burly man was consumed by rage, exclaiming, "Talk to your grandmother." As he spoke, a flurry of fists, as fierce as tigers, struck Zhao Xian's face in rapid succession. The speed of the punches was astonishing, and their force was tremendous. Zhao Xian felt a ringing in his ears, his head spinning, the burning pain on his face akin to searing flames. With blood gushing from his nose, leaving him in a pitiful state, after several blows, the burly man, seeing that Zhao Xian had yet to fall, grew increasingly impatient and decided to show no mercy. Grasping Zhao Xian's hair with his left hand, he summoned all his inner strength into his right fist, unleashing a torrent of energy, creating a whirlwind of force and an overwhelming aura. Most onlookers shielded their eyes. Unable to bear the sight. As Zhao Xian sensed the terrifying fist approaching, he instinctively shut his eyes. Where did this little creature come from? Daring to be so audacious. Do you believe I will seize you with my chopsticks? Chapter 32. Zhao Xian's vow to follow life and death as the dust settled. The imposing figure of the burly man, embedded within the wall, abruptly captured the gaze of the onlookers. His blood flowed down the wall, cascading like a stream, continuously spreading outward. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of reactions. Some applauded, others shouted in delight, while some expressed fear and anxiety, and many were concerned for Ling Tian. After all, this robust man had the backing of a profound sage. Reflecting on this, a few could not help but sigh deeply, feeling a poignant sense of melancholy. Since ancient times, heroes have emerged in youth. Yet how many of these youthful heroes can claim a long life? Seeing the crowd cast looks of reverence, Yi Qing rose gracefully, her cold gaze fixed upon the motley crew huddled in the corner like frightened rabbits, shivering in their helplessness. Her beautiful face, icy as if carved from bone, questioned, "So, do you still wish to linger for a meal?" Noticing their fearful demeanor, Yi Qing crossed her arms, her expression one of utter disdain. How could the scum of society be so irksome? Zhao Xian, witnessing Ling Tian's formidable strength, stepped forward, cupping his fists in a gesture of respect, his head bowed in deference. "Esteemed young hero, your skills are remarkable. I, in my ignorance, rashly approached to offer assistance. I hope you can forgive my presumption. I am but weak and willing to yield." Ling Tian, observing the man's battered visage, bloodied and bruised yet maintaining his composure, felt a flicker of admiration within. He gently placed his elongated hand on Zhao Xian's shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You have done well. Why would I harbor any grievances against you? Instead, I owe you my gratitude for your kindness." At these words, Zhao Xian's heart surged with emotion. Lifting his gaze to meet Ling Tian's extraordinary smile, that a gentle breeze caressed the scene, warm sunlight cascading down, as leaves, seemingly conjured from thin air, twirled around Ling Tian, harmonizing beautifully with his flowing crimson hair. In that instant, a glimmer of moisture appeared in Zhao Xian's dark eyes. Though he often acted with reckless bravery, he had never received acknowledgement from others, often misinterpreted as meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Yet, here was a man of such strength recognizing and appreciating him, filling him with a profound sense of satisfaction, leaving him with no regrets. Perhaps this was what his ancestor Zhao Yun meant, finding joy in aiding others. Contentment within one's heart, and fearlessness born from gratitude. Zhao Xian turned to smile. "I am truly humbled by your generous words, esteemed young hero." Ling Tian gently pressed down Zhao Xian's cupped fists, his expression calm. "From now on, You may simply call me Ling Tian. There is no need for such formalities. Zhao Xian nodded in understanding. Then may I address you as Brother Tian? In my heart, you are akin to a revered Buddha, and I hope you will grant my humble request. Ling Tian appeared at ease, his long hands tucked into his pockets. As you wish. Zhao Xian was elated beyond measure. The golden rays of the slanting sun bathed their profiles, illuminating their features, rendering them exquisitely defined. Wei Yiqing stood beside them, wishing to preserve the amiable atmosphere, but her growling stomach betrayed her discomfort. Unable to bear it any longer, she spoke in a low voice. This is not the place to linger. If that disheveled mob seeks out the profound sage, we may find ourselves in grave danger. After all, this place is under the jurisdiction of that individual, and it is impossible for us to withdraw unscathed. Ling Tian, upon hearing her words, naturally comprehended the underlying meaning, casting a fleeting glance her way, and with a slight parting of his lips, suggested, "Lead the way if you're hungry." Yiqing, upon hearing this, slightly pursed her crimson lips. After compensating for the damages in the restaurant, she accompanied the two to the central area of the imperial capital for a meal, within the Dragon Clan's residence. Specifically in Long Hai's chamber, Long Hai held a jade cup filled with a vibrant, fragrant wine. With his left hand, he swirled the cup while reclining against the armchair, his tone indifferent as he inquired, "How did your investigation fare?" Standing before him was a mysterious figure clad in black, their face obscured by a dark veil and long hair cascading down. Hesitating, the figure stammered, "Well, that I saw Miss Yi last night, resting in that man's bed." Before the figure could finish, Long Hai's fury erupted. A surge of azure energy radiated from his body, wreaking havoc throughout the room, sending items crashing and documents soaring. Even the jade cup he held shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the floor with a deafening clatter. "Fetch he gang and poison needle for me. Tonight, I shall ensure that worthless wretch is utterly annihilated." Long Hai bellowed in rage, the figure, witnessing his explosive ong upon witnessing the scene. Ling Tian offered a calm smile, while Yiqing appeared somewhat perplexed, for Ling Tian's ease in generously accepting others contradicted his character. Thus, she sought to discern what remarkable qualities Zhao Xian possessed that could lead the seemingly unyielding Ling Tian to embrace him so readily. Prompting her to speak up, Zhao Xian followed the maid as she guided him to the vacated chamber. Upon reaching a fork on the second floor, Ling Tian turned to Zhao Xian and advised, "Tomorrow, I shall be heading to the Xinyu sect. If you have the time, you are welcome to accompany me." Zhao Xian nodded eagerly, responding, "All right, Brother Tian, I will rise early to avoid any delays in our journey." With that, he followed the maid around the corner. Ling Tian proceeded to turn and approach the door, just as Yiqing seized the opportunity to stride ahead into her room. He halted abruptly, his tall figure rigid as his piercing gaze fixated on her. Wei Yiqing felt the weight of his scrutinizing stare, sending chills down her spine, and exclaimed coyly, "What are you staring at? I merely fear that the treacherous Long Hai might send assassins to eliminate you. With me in your room, they would surely think twice before acting recklessly. As long as we make it through tonight, come tomorrow, he would be as hesitant as a mouse confronted with a cat." Seeing her earnest demeanor and resolute expression, Ling Tian reluctantly set aside his concerns and took out the spirit Fei Shi from the 9-spirit pearl. As Fei Shi re-emerged into the light, she looked at Ling Tian with a face full of exasperation. "Brother Tian, upon waking today, I found myself in a dark, eerie abyss, which frightened me to the core. I thought I had drunkenly dreamt my demise." Ling Tian, taken aback, pondered how even he could not sense the stirrings within the 9-spirit pearl. Upon reflection, he realized that the root of the issue lay in Fei Shi's youthful innocence, a point that was indeed undeniable. Internally, he instructed that henceforth, this little creature should not be shielded, allowing her to move freely, and at her own whim. A notification chimed, indicating that the system would undergo an update lasting several hours due to the fulfillment of certain criteria, during which the master would be unable to receive feedback, and the master was asked for understanding. The master continued, "Characters have something to express, a small subplot." Spirit Fei Shi interjected, "Goodness. This artificial intelligence is terribly inadequate. I protest. It doesn't even recognize me, the Spirit King. I strongly demand the author to format it anew and redefine its parameters." In Chapter 33, Hidden Peril, boldly advancing. Upon hearing that the master was to upgrade, Ling Tian was astonished and exclaimed inwardly, "An upgrade?" Noticing Ling Tian's contemplative expression, Fei Shi, with a pout, floated around him, circling as she voiced her dissatisfaction. "Brother Tian, were you even listening to me?" Ling Tian, with a soft smile, his extraordinary features relaxing into a gentle expression, replied, "Of course I was listening, but the desolate, pitch-black realm you described is precisely my storage space and practice area, not a den of danger." Upon hearing this, Fei Shi ceased her spinning and perched on Ling Tian's shoulder, her delicate white legs swaying gently as she inquired, "Oh, is that so? Aren't you afraid of being alone in there? If you are, I can accompany you." Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Ling Tian spoke softly, "I appreciate your goodwill, yet the pursuit of cultivation is a profoundly serious and urgent matter. Each day is of paramount importance. I must devote myself entirely to it, regardless of my surroundings." The enchanting visage of the elven fairy, Fei Shi, immediately revealed a look of disappointment. Observing her expression, Lin Tian added, "In the future, you are welcome to join whenever you wish. But please refrain from disturbing me during my training. At other times, you may act as you please." Upon hearing this, Fei Shi's countenance brightened, her face alight with joy. "Really? As long as you are present. Brother Tian, I will find happiness anywhere." Lin Tian nodded slightly. "As long as you are happy. Yi Qing," noticing this exchange, furrowed her brows and stepped forward to Lin Tian, her tone firm. "I am going to retrieve my nightwear from the room now. So do not take advantage of the situation and close the door on me. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to break in." Lin Tian maintained a calm demeanor, replying blandly, "Naturally, I wouldn't dare. After all, with someone's fiery temper, what door could possibly withstand it?" Fei Shi quickly chimed in, "Indeed, she is just like a fierce tigress." Yi Qing shot an irate glare at Fei Shi and retorted, "And you are but a silly little twig." With that, she turned and exited the room. Fei Shi, brimming with righteous indignation, muttered under her breath, "I, a grown-up, will not stoop to quarreling with a foolish little brat." After a while, Yi Qing returned with her nightwear. Heading straight for the washroom. As she closed the door, she poked her face out and declared, "I will take a bath here and then sleep. After a long day, I am utterly exhausted, so you may pretend I do not exist and carry on with whatever you were doing." Her words were punctuated by the sound of a resonant door slam, and her delicate, fair face vanished behind the door. Seeing this, Lin Tian wasted no further time, settling onto the sofa and entering a meditative state within the nine-spirit pearl to commence his training. Meanwhile, Fei Shi sat obediently in a corner of the sofa, softly humming a tune, content in her own little world. After a while, Yi Qing emerged from the washroom and, upon seeing Lin Tian engrossed in his cultivation, chose not to disturb him. After all, Lin Tian not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also worked tirelessly and persistently to refine his skills. Given time, he would undoubtedly become an unparalleled master, due to the day's exhausting endeavors. She quickly succumbed to slumber the moment she lay down. The night was long and cool, enveloped in silence. Occasionally, the rustling of leaves would break the stillness, a symphony of nature's own making. The overcast sky bore hints of indigo, resembling a dark canvas streaked with glimmers of light. The full moon hung high, its silver radiance spilling across the earth like a shimmering veil, cloaking all in a luminous embrace. As the wind stirred the trees, the grasses swayed and flowers danced, creating a gentle rustle that resonated like a lullaby, lulling one into slumber. Feeling drowsy, Fei Shi succumbed to fatigue, stifling a yawn before folding her azure wings and drifting into sleep. Meanwhile, a shadow emerged from behind, producing several slender silver needles, their tips coated with a potent purple poison. Channeling his robust green energy into the needles, he swiftly launched them with great force. The needles shot forth like bullets from a chamber, their power extraordinary, effortlessly piercing through the thick wall that obstructed their path. Lin Tian, engaged in his cultivation within the void realm, sensed the impending surge of formidable energy and instantly raised his slender left hand. A dense golden aura, interwoven with radiant golden runes, materialized before him. A few silver needles shot forth, only to be forcibly obstructed by a golden aura, suspended in midair, unable to advance even a fraction. Ling Tian slowly opened his crimson eyes, their gaze as frigid as frost. He turned his gaze towards the silver needles that lingered in the air, his eyes narrowing slightly. The chill settled upon his countenance as he murmured, "It seems the visitors harbor ill intentions." Sister Long reclined languidly on the sofa, her voice a mesmerizing blend of languor and allure. "There are two cultivators of the Xinling realm outside, and judging by their aura fluctuations, they are likely to be wielders of extraordinary abilities. You would do well to refrain from rash actions, lest you invite calamity upon yourself." Ling Tian scoffed dismissively, his expression one of utter disdain. Now that they have come knocking, even if I could escape momentarily, I could never evade them indefinitely. Why should I retreat in the face of adversity? With that, he waved his slender hand, sending the golden aura that had obstructed the silver needles racing towards the wall. Whereupon it collided, embedding the suspended needles into the surface. Sister Long, still reclined upon the sofa, smiled gently, her demeanor serene. Such stubbornness truly resembles that individual, though I cannot say I dislike it. The sky above her was a brilliant blue, the land expansive. Behind her lay a quaint wooden bamboo house, adorned with wildflowers and lush green grass. Bees flitted and butterflies danced, creating a lively scene. Her enchanting figure blended harmoniously with the surrounding beauty, surpassing even the most exquisite of paintings. Ling Tian approached the bed and noticed Yi Qing's long legs draped over the edge, causing his brows to furrow slightly. He gently covered her supine form with a blanket, then turned to the window, throwing it open. A refreshing gust of cool wind rushed in. Brisk yet soothing. He leapt onto the windowsill and, with a powerful push, soared into the rear forest. His tall silhouette darted through the trees, his garments billowing, windbreaker dancing, red hair flowing, a fleeting white specter appearing and disappearing, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Moments later, Ling Tian arrived at a more spacious clearing, surrounded by towering trees, with only soft grass underfoot. A dazzling golden light flashed swiftly from his slender left hand, revealing the Genesis divine sword. Gripping the sword tightly with his right hand, he pivoted and swung it, a brilliant sword mark suddenly manifesting in the air, erasing the incoming silver needles without a trace. With the Genesis in hand, the blade shimmered, the sheath vanishing. His garments fluttered as he exuded an icy demeanor, his crimson eyes sharp and piercing, an aura of coldness permeating the air. Surrounded by a swirling rainbow of sword energy. So they have all come. Why then should I hide? He proclaimed. Am I to be feared? Or are you simply a coward, resorting to these underhanded tactics? With these words, the enemy refrained from counterattacking, and a flurry of silver lights surged from all directions. Observing this, Ling Tian swiftly wielded his sword, his movements as rapid as lightnings, leaving a flurry of afterimages that bewilder the eye. Golden sword marks lingered in the air along his path, and the approaching cold lights vanished upon contact with the luminous traces that a strong wind suddenly arose, stirring the surroundings into chaos, as swirling green leaves ascended into the air, creating a cacophony. After a moment, as the cold lights ceased their assault, Ling Tian halted his actions. Noticing the tumult, he frowned slightly, for the clamor of the surrounding chaos obscured his ability to discern the whereabouts of his foes. A flurry of chilly beams once again shot forth from the dense thicket, piercing through the fluttering leaves and heading directly for his back. He swiftly turned, sweeping his luminous sword in a wide arc, unleashing a dazzling wave of multicolored energy. This radiant wave scattered the incoming beams and surged into the forest, causing the trees to topple and the flora to tremble in alarm. Ling Tian narrowed his crimson eyes. At this moment, he was at a disadvantage, with the enemy hidden and his own strength lacking. Contemplating this, the vibrant sword energy surrounding him surged violently, akin to steam boiling over. He plunged the Genesis sword firmly into the ground, and the swirling multicolored energy instantly expanded in all directions. It traversed the forest, and he focused intently, visualizing every blade of grass, every tree, every insect, and every butterfly with exquisite detail in his mind. Within moments, Ling Tian tracked down the insidious figure lurking in the shadows. This individual moved with the agility of a monkey, their speed akin to a shooting star. As they changed positions, they hurled needles in rapid succession, seemingly attacking from all directions, which left onlookers astounded by the swiftness of their assault. Ling Tian once again wielded his sword, and in an instant, the wave of energy re-emerged, dancing elegantly through the air. The several beams of light were once more deflected by his swift swordplay. Following this, he secretly activated the second tier of the Tianxin decision, causing 4 golden swords to appear around him, their intricate runes shimmering brilliantly. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the trees. This figure, shrouded in black cloth and garbed entirely in dark attire, possessed cold, piercing eyes. Not bad, young one. To force me out like this is indeed a miracle for someone of your Xianming cultivation level. However, mark my words, you shall meet your end here today. As he spoke, a pale green energy gradually enveloped him. In an instant, he sprang into the air, arms outstretched, unleashing a torrential barrage of icy beams that fell like rain, hissing ominously. Seeing this, Ling Tian swiftly twisted his wrist, releasing the Genesis sword. The sword began to spin rapidly in the palm of his hand, forming a golden circular shield. He positioned the shield before him, and the icy beam struck it, disappearing without a trace. Just then, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from beneath his feet. He propelled himself backwards, his coat billowing and crimson hair flying in the wind. A robust figure erupted from the ground where he had just stood, the sound resounding like thunder. This individual, a muscular man wielding a long-handled blade, stood firmly. Upon witnessing Ling Tian evade his unexpected attack, he was momentarily taken aback. Ling Tian regained his footing, and the golden swords surrounding him vanished in an instant. The man with the long-handled blade was none other than He Gang, the favored assassin dispatched by the Longhai sect. Possessing the unique ability to traverse the earth, commonly referred to as earth-shifting. Ranked 113th among the list of extraordinary abilities, he bore a resolute expression as he slammed his blade into the ground. A wave of white energy radiated from the point of impact, stirring up dirt and debris, startling the surrounding flora and fauna. To deal with a worthless shimming like you, I alone am more than enough, he declared, swinging his long blade in a sweeping motion, unleashing a formidable orange wave of energy that surged forth with great might. Observing this, Ling Tian tightened his grip on the Genesis sword, swiftly concentrating the multicolored energy into the blade. With a powerful sweep, he unleashed a radiant wave imbued with golden light, racing through the air like a streak of lightning. In an instant, the two waves collided, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere, and a storm of dust and debris erupted around them. In a fleeting moment, two formidable forces clashed with unwavering tenacity, truly evenly matched and indistinguishable. He Gang, taken aback once more, marveled at the situation. If he had narrowly escaped the previous lethal strike, how could he rationalize this illogical surge of power? At that juncture, the two opposing forces erupted, waves of energy surged forth, and a sudden tempest manifested. The gusts of wind caressed Ling Tian's towering figure, causing his cloak to billow dramatically and his crimson hair to dance wildly. His exquisitely refined visage remained as calm as a still lake, his eyes glimmering with an icy detachment, exuding an aura of confidence and grace. The surrounding flora swayed gently, leaves fluttering in response. Is this truly all you are capable of? Ling Tian remarked coldly with a hint of mockery. He Gang's expression grew solemn, his voice stern. I concede that I underestimated you earlier. However, the ensuing challenge will not be so simplistic. Allowing you to persist is a perilous gamble, and it is fated that I should eradicate you here and now. Accept your destiny. Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, his countenance as frigid as ice. Submit to fate. How amusing. He Gang, gritting his teeth in rage, retorted, You shall not be so arrogant. With that, he propelled himself forward, launching a fierce strike with his long-handled blade, which instantly erupted with an orange glow. Ling Tian deftly sidestepped, the blade crashing down. Suddenly, golden symbols manifested around his entire being, with golden ethereal energy surging and swirling. Then, golden bats appeared in a frenzy, as numerous as the stars in the night sky. With a slight movement of his delicate fingers, a multitude of golden bats soared forth, engaging in fierce clashes with countless glimmers of cold light. In an instant, the air erupted with thunderous sounds, and the residual waves surged violently, sending dust and debris soaring into the air. Ling Tian's vision was momentarily obscured by the rising clouds of dust, as a powerful and domineering wave of orange energy sliced through the airborne debris, swiftly approaching his tall figure. Reacting quickly, Ling Tian executed a rapid evasive maneuver to the left, narrowly avoiding the oncoming wave of orange light. Seizing the opportunity, He Gang leaped forward, bringing down his long-handled blade in a fierce diagonal strike. In an instant, the blade's radiance flashed, and orange ethereal energy surged violently. Ling Tian immediately raised his luminous sword above his head, intercepting He Gang's formidable strike, which crashed down upon his cross-guarded divine blade with the force of a cataclysm. Terrifying power erupted from the descending blade, shaking the very ground beneath him. Ling Tian furrowed his brows slightly as the overwhelming force jolted through his slender frame, impacting the ground with such intensity that it created a deep crater, sending fragments of earth scattering and dust swirling. His brilliant white cloak billowed majestically, and his flowing red hair danced like rippling waves, a sight both enchanting and mesmerizing. A few glimmers of cold light shot forth from behind Ling Tian. Tightening his senses, in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, while He Gang's massive blade struck the now dented ground. Sensing the incoming glimmers, Ling Tian's heart raced, and a powerful ethereal energy surged violently from his body, coalescing in front of him to intercept the oncoming light. The venomous needle, witnessing Ling Tian evade his lethal strike, was momentarily shaken, but in the next instant, Ling Tian's elongated figure materialized behind him. Ling Tian's unparalleled visage radiated a chilling brilliance, his crimson eyes akin to flickering flames. He raised his divine sword, gathering a spectrum of sword energy that illuminated the blade in a dazzling display. As he swung it swiftly, leaving trails of light in his wake, the venomous needle, sensing the piercing intent from behind, hastily shifted his body, and a shadowy light suddenly enveloped him, causing his entire form to vanish from sight. Ling Tian swung his sword through empty air, his expression momentarily focused. He dashed forward, executing a somersault before bringing his blade down in a diagonal slash, the force resounding like thunder, splitting the ground and sending dust billowing. "You little brat, do not even think of escaping," he bellowed in a deep voice. The venomous needle reappeared at the previously dented ground, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Fortunately, his unique ability allowed him to meld with shadows, enabling him to slip into the nearest shadow around him. This extraordinary power was known as shadow following, ranked 109th among abilities. Upon spotting the venomous needle's location, Ling Tian forcefully propelled himself, his form disappearing once again. Gang's blade struck the earth with a deafening crash, causing the ground to crack and dust to rise. The venomous needle's heart raced as he gripped two pitch-black daggers in his hands. Now fully aware of Ling Tian's extraordinary speed, tension coursed through his body, and his expression grew grave. Suddenly, Ling Tian appeared behind the venomous needle, wielding his luminous sword, the sword energy ethereal and piercing, its speed akin to the wind and lightning. Sensing the impending danger, the venomous needle swiftly sidestepped, raising both daggers defensively. The golden sword clashed against the daggers with a resounding clang, the sound echoing fiercely. As golden energy surged forth, a smirk of triumph graced the venomous needle's lips. "Your murderous intent is too heavy, and your sword energy too fierce. And no matter how swift you are, I can still perceive your approach." Upon uttering these words, he summoned forth all the profound energy within him, unleashing a torrent of formidable dark green force that erupted around his form. From above his head, there materialized a massive black wolf, its azure eyes fierce and its countenance menacing. A powerful surge of energy emanated from the wolf's imposing figure, prompting Ling Tian to hastily retreat, leaping several meters back, his expression frozen in determination, his crimson hair billowing behind him. Poison Needle, with a grave demeanor, solemnly cautioned, "This individual is extraordinary. We must not underestimate him. You and I shall summon our celestial spirits together, leaving him no respite that he go." Upon hearing this, withheld no further strength, channeling his inner energy as a wild orange aura surged forth, coalescing above him into a colossal orange bear, exuding an overwhelming presence. With a confident visage, he declared in a booming voice, "Leave this one to me. With my next strike, his life shall be forfeit." Poison Needle's eyelashes fluttered slightly, his face a mask of astonishment. "Are you truly going to employ that technique?" Gu resolutely nodded, undeterred by the risks, acknowledging that while it was a forbidden technique that could harm his own body, he was unwilling to be humiliated by a mere waste of the Xianming. "Thus, I shall handle this." Seeing his unwavering resolve, Poison Needle ceased his words and stepped back a few meters. Ling Tian, intrigued, observed Gu, and then a torrent of black flames surged forth, transforming into wings, as if ablaze with fervor. His entire being was enveloped in black flames, and the golden sword in his hand morphed into a sword of black fire, enigmatic and formidable. Gu scoffed derisively, a look of confusion on his face. "I find it puzzling. Do you truly lack a celestial spirit? Or do you intend to conserve your strength for a subsequent explosion?" The observing Poison Needle, upon witnessing the scene, was filled with malevolence. Cunning beyond measure, from the perspective of profound energy, Lao Gang's power surpassed that of the youth by several folds, and with the addition of Lao Gang's forbidden art, his strength was set to soar in the ensuing minutes. Ascending to new heights, this was the most terrifying aspect of this forbidden technique. However, he was utterly unprepared for the embarrassment that Hugong now displayed, as he found himself locked in confrontation with Ling Tian. His own energy diminishing rather than increasing, as if the black flames before him were an insatiable black hole, gradually siphoning away his profound power. Ordinarily, after employing a forbidden technique, one's energy should surge immensely. Yet, at this moment, the opposite was true. To be precise, the energy he was accumulating was being outpaced by that which was being absorbed by his opponent. This illogical development left him in a state of disarray. After a few breaths, the orange profound energy surrounding him dwindled further, and the colossal orange blade, conjured from his energy, began to flicker, on the verge of vanishing. A sense of emptiness filled his heart as he sensed impending peril, compelling him to withdraw his strength and retreat. However, in this moment of distraction, Ling Tian seized the opportunity to unleash his power. The dark hellfire ignited with renewed ferocity, and the hell dragon roared once more, transforming into flames. Hugong's orange energy was swiftly engulfed by the black flames, the orange blade dissipating entirely, revealing his imposing form. Ling Tian's tall figure emerged amidst the raging black flames, wielding the long black flame sword, which he swung horizontally with a swift motion, the surrounding black flames surging and crackling with a deafening sound. Hugong, unable to evade in time, raised his long-handled saber to defend himself. Ling Tian's sword struck the saber. The black flames instantly spread along the blade, causing Hugong to panic and relinquish his grip on the weapon. Ling Tian's feet touched the ground. He pivoted gracefully, the flaming sword sweeping in a fluid motion, leaving behind blurred afterimages. Hugong, who had just landed, found himself unable to evade. A streak of black light, accompanied by splattering blood, flashed like thunder, plunging him into darkness as his body ignited in fierce black flames. The poison needle, witnessing this, widened his eyes, veins of red surging. Lao Gang. His resounding roar echoed like thunder. Ling Tian, observing Hugong consumed by the black flames, maintained an expression devoid of ripples, cold and silent, his red hair billowing gently, his garments fluttering, and his cloak dancing wildly in the wind. The poison needle then glared at Ling Tian with a face twisted in rage, vowing, "I shall make you pay for Lao Gang's demise." Ling Tian raised his flame sword towards the poison needle, his countenance icy, red eyes glimmering, and flame wings blazing fiercely. Such insincerity. Now that he is dead, why do you persist in your charade? Had you truly wished to save him, he would not have fallen to this fate. Upon hearing this, the poison needle's expression shifted dramatically. A slight smirk graced his lips as powerful azure profound energy surged forth from his being. Above his head, an enormous black wolf materialized, its presence governed by the laws of the universe, controlling shadows. With that, all around fell into stillness, as if encased in ice. Ling Tian's heart jolted, his body seemingly nailed to the ground. Unable to move, the poison needle's countenance turned cold, a malicious smile playing on his lips as he summoned the 5 elemental formations. With a wave of his hand, the black wolf above transformed into profound energy, flooding into his body, causing his power to surge violently, the air around him swirling chaotically. He swung his right hand forcefully, unleashing several streaks of azure cold light that shot forth, embedding themselves into the muddy ground surrounding Ling Tian. In an instant, the cold light expanded, the profound energy erupting, transforming those seemingly insignificant streaks into towering forms several meters high. Ling Tian found himself ensnared, yet he remained unflinching, composed and indifferent, his expression tranquil amidst the looming crisis. As the poison needle gazed upon Ling Tian, a facade of calmness and disdain washed over him, igniting a surge of anger akin to a volcanic eruption, with molten lava spewing into the heavens and smoke swirling around. I never anticipated you could discern my thoughts. That is indeed commendable. Yet, even as death looms, you maintain this frigid, detached demeanor. Are you perhaps a cold-blooded creature? Or is it that there exists no one in this world whom you hold dear? At the very least, before I escort you to meet Lao Gang, do display a more palatable expression, or I shall curse your mother. Ling Tian chuckled derisively, the tip of his sword slightly lowered, his crimson eyes gleaming with an icy clarity. Concern. Is this what you consider the resolve of a killer? The poison needle's gaze sharpened, his tone turning stern. How do you know I am an assassin? Ling Tian's voice was deep and measured. Not only do I know you are an assassin, but I also know who sent you. Would you like to hear more? Upon hearing this, the poison needle lifted his chin slightly, his voice cold and stern. What use is your knowledge to one who is about to perish? Lao Gang's demise at your hands is regrettable, yet justifiable. After all, his arrogant and impulsive nature would lead to a short life in the world of assassins. You could be deemed a genius. If left unchecked, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate you in the future. If I kill you now, my reputation will soar, and this exchange will prove worthwhile. Ling Tian scoffed, his face awash with mockery. Ultimately, you are merely betraying your comrades for personal gain. Moreover, you seem to have misjudged an essential fact. My composure stems from the certainty that you cannot kill me. The poison needle revealed a sinister smile. You know nothing, boy. Though Lao Gang met his end at your hands, he shall forever live in my heart. I shall savor all his possessions and the woman he currently cherishes. This is the testament of our camaraderie. With that, he raised his arm, palm facing Ling Tian, and coldly declared, Boy, since you are so arrogant, I shall ensure your demise is a most tragic one. Relish the taste of suffering from 1,000 wounds. The punishment of the poison star swarm that a blinding beam of light shot forth from the chilling aura surrounding Ling Tian, suddenly exploding in midair a few meters above the ground. The radiant light coalesced, forming a massive circular emerald glow above Ling Tian's head. NU characters have something to say. A brief narrative. Hades. Hey, does this song irony have to be so melodious? After listening, I feel that love in our youth must be boldly expressed. Even if met with rejection, there shall be no regrets. A life without regrets requires immense courage. Zhao Exine. What do you mean? Who lives without regrets? Even the wise do not rejoice in material gains nor grieve over personal losses. In truth, they only find emptiness. Author, can you refrain from discussing such profound matters? You all have too many complaints. Fairy Facier. Yes, too many complaints. Author, what are you shouting about, with all your incessant grumbling? Do you dare me to sandwich you with an Oreo cookie? Fairy Facier. I routinely seek recommendations, collections, and comments. This has become a habitual phrase, so please do not be irritable. Chapter 37, Concealed Strength. Awakening of the Imperial Dragon, the Poison Needle gazed at the stunning woman before him, sensing her extraordinary powers, his face filled with dread and his eyes in chaos. Who are you? Sister Long's exquisitely chiseled beauty was laced with disdain as she coldly replied. You are not worthy to know. The Poison Needle, recognizing her unfriendly demeanor and the chilling beauty she possessed, understood that she was not a benign visitor. Her previous words echoed in his mind, suggesting she might be the support of this young man. It seemed he had encountered someone formidable. No wonder this youth remained unflinching, brimming with confidence. Longhai had essentially volunteered to be the scapegoat. With that thought, he decided not to linger, retreating swiftly to escape using his unique powers. Sister Long, witnessing this, clasped her hands to her chest, her voice sharp as a blade. Oh, you think you can escape before me? Such foolish delusion. As she spoke, the surroundings transformed dramatically. The skies roiled with purple clouds. The earth morphed into shades of violet, and the air grew heavy, oppressive as a mountain. The Poison Needle's form abruptly reappeared on the ground. His face darkening, his body trembling with fear. He looked apprehensively at Sister Long, swallowing hard. If you would spare me, I would offer treasures beyond measure, serving you like a beast, at your command. He observed the boundaries she had established. His heart shaken, for it was a realm only attainable by those who had reached the divine level. Sister Long's slender waist was adorned with 2 flowing red silks, lightly swaying as she raised her long, snow-white leg. Her fiery red hair billowed, and her crimson eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. I have stated that you are unworthy. Moreover, I disdain to lift a finger against you. To kill you would sully my hands. The Poison Needle, hearing this, gritted his teeth and hissed, Then what do you intend to do? Sister Long's lips curled into a subtle smile as she turned her graceful form towards Ling Tian. Of course, it will be little Lingzi who takes action, for you have come here to engage him in a life-or-death battle, have you not? However, I find your treacherous and cowardly tactics distasteful. To ensure fairness, I shall cast a mild barrier, temporarily sealing your abilities. Ling Tian's crimson eyes narrowed, a hint of confusion flickering across his otherwise flawless face. What scheme are you concocting? Sister Long smiled gently, her voice like the soft caress of flowers swaying in the breeze. I wish to reveal to you the true power that lies dormant within you. Ling Tian, hearing this, was even more perplexed, tightening his grip on the flame sword. My true power? The Poison Needle pondered for a moment. Then, as though seeing a glimmer of hope, his expression brightened. If I kill him, will you grant me a path to survival? Sister Long paused for a moment, her voice alluringly sweet. Of course, I can. Upon hearing this, Poison Needle's heart swelled with secret delight, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. You said it yourself. I shall not hesitate to comply, regardless of whether this woman would grant mercy. He was determined to eliminate the man before him. Though it may not yield profit, it certainly would not result in a loss. Sister Long gracefully approached Ling Tian, lifting her delicate jade finger adorned with pink nail polish, and gently tapped it upon Ling Tian's smooth forehead. A brilliant violet light erupted from the point of her touch. Ling Tian's body trembled violently, his energy sea roiling like a tsunami, overwhelming and inescapable. Then, golden light surged forth from every part of him. dense golden essence bursting forth. A narrow golden sword emblem suddenly appeared beneath his right eye, and the sword mark on his right arm manifested in an instant, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Seeing this, Sister Long lowered her hand, her voice soft and airy. Feel the power surging within you. It is the very responsibility you bear. She then stepped aside, observing the unfolding events with quiet anticipation. Ling Tian, upon hearing her words, furrowed his brow slightly, raising his chin and exhaling deeply. Responsibility, indeed. He then closed his eyes, his consciousness swiftly entering his energy sea. His energy sea was vast and boundless, with the golden essence of heaven and earth surging like tumultuous waves, exhibiting a remarkable restlessness. Suddenly, a golden lightning bolt cleaved through the sky, crackling with electricity. Several pillars of golden light burst forth, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar that shook the very earth. At this moment, the world dimmed, and the golden clouds in the sky spread apart, as if a colossal entity were about to descend upon the realm. This dragon, shimmering with golden scales and crackling with golden electricity, had long golden fur flowing gracefully from its back, while its elongated whiskers glimmered with light. Its form was slender, with sharp golden claws and an imposing presence. The mighty creature surged forth from the void created by the parted clouds, then spiraled majestically across the vast sky. Ling Tian immediately opened his crimson eyes, and the golden light reflecting from his fiery red hair transformed it into a radiant gold. His body crackled with golden electricity. The air filled with a deafening buzz that a golden dragon soared from the thick golden essence surrounding him, its roar resonating through the air as flashes of lightning split the sky, sending plumes of black smoke rising and a charred scent wafting about. Sister Long observed this extraordinary phenomenon with an unflappable demeanor. Her interest piqued. Her ruby lips curved slightly as she murmured to herself, "Indeed, the highest-tiered imperial dragon. You are truly that person's offspring." Meanwhile, Poison Needle's smile faltered. Panic etched across his face. This is impossible. The golden dragon. You are of the royal dragon clan." Ling Tian's golden hair fluttered gently in the breeze, his coat billowing as he smiled faintly, his voice calm. "I am merely a wanderer without a home. This Poison Needle scoffed. "Indeed. Why should I care about that? What I must do now is send you to the underworld." With that, his body was enveloped in a dark green essence, and a massive black wolf materialized above him. Dark style, cloud-piercing stab. At the end of his words, he kicked off the ground with force, propelling himself forward as the black wolf surged into him. Amplifying his power instantaneously, he thrust both daggers forward, a dark light flashing from their blades, and a powerful azure wave surged forth, racing toward Ling Tian. Ling Tian's expression remained composed, his coat fluttering as flames ignited around him. With a powerful kick, he launched himself forward like a bullet. As he soared through the air, he thrust his fiery sword with sudden ferocity, his entire being crackling with golden electricity, with golden symbols shimmering and black flames surging wildly. A golden dragon dove into the figure, its golden essence intertwining with flickering bolts of golden lightning, dramatically augmenting its power severalfold. In an instant, the two forces clashed fiercely, sending mud flying and causing the ground to collapse. While dust swirled around them, the atmosphere was thick with mystical energy, with golden lightning flashing and crackling ominously. The air swirled violently, a tempest erupting, toppling great trees and sending blades of grass soaring into the sky. An uproar echoing all around. In a light-hearted interlude, characters had something to say. He has arrived, riding a small motorcycle and riding on a cloud. He rolls in with a cheerful demeanor. Xianyue cleared her throat twice, remarking, "Why do I seem to have my own entrance BGM? As always, I seek support, so please don't be stingy. If you enjoy it, kindly cast a vote and save it. A grand update is just a moment away." Sister Long retorted, What are you babbling about, you insignificant one? Fly far away from me." The elf, Facier, chimed in, "Don't chatter with me. Just see if I can outmatch you." Xianyue Chapter 38, The Divine Sword of the Heavenly Gate. Boundless sword domain. Upon closer inspection, the two forces were evenly matched, neither yielding to the other. After all, Ling Tian not only had the backing of the Imperial Dragon, but also the enhancement of the Tianxianju golden symbols, propelling his own strength to unprecedented heights. The Poisonous Needle, observing this, smirked sinisterly, muttering incantations under his breath. Suddenly, a dark blue-green mystical energy coiled around him, and in an instant, a long-tailed werewolf formed from the ethereal green essence materialized. His power surged dramatically, and the howl of the wolf echoed through the skies. The once balanced standoff swiftly shifted. Ling Tian's red brows furrowed tightly, the black flame sword he wielded trembling slightly. However, the opponent's overwhelming mystical energy proved too formidable, rendering his infernal flame unable to breach this mystical barrier for the time, being that a hint of strain appeared on Ling Tian's handsomeness as the atmosphere shifted. The colossal green wolf's aura was unstoppable, its power radiating an overwhelming force. Ling Tian's mystical energy gradually waned, the golden lightning and runes dimming, while the dark blue energy intensified, surging violently. Sister Long, observing the situation, maintained a calm expression, her red eyes glimmering with a focus that questioned whether he possessed the potential he yearned for. Let me witness it this time. Ling Tian's right hand, gripping the sword, trembled increasingly under the weight of the earth-shattering energy, while his adversary's power continued to swell. Just as Ling Tian contemplated surrender, a flash of golden light appeared before him, enveloping his vision entirely. As he turned, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. This realm was exceptionally monotonous, devoid of anything else. The sky and earth were cloaked in a golden hue, as if a colossal golden curtain had descended before his eyes. A beam of golden light shimmered in the air before Ling Tian, revealing the visage of a strikingly handsome middle-aged man, with hair like the sea, standing tall and proud. Only a few strands fell gracefully to his face. His features exquisitely carved, captivating the eye. His robust upper body manifested, and he smiled gently, his expression warm yet resolute. Grow stronger. Until you can protect all that you hold dear. I believe you can break the chains of destiny and discover the true path that belongs to you. At the conclusion of his words, he raised his robust left hand, spreading his palm wide. A blinding golden light radiated from it, and soon after, a small sword, encircled by a magical array and entwined in golden energy, floated above his palm. This is your destiny. Regardless of your willingness to accept it, the profound roots embedded within you shall remain unchanged, whether right or wrong, as long as you heed your heart. You shall find peace within yourself. Ling Tian gazed at the man before him, his heart aching as if it were being cleaved in two, leaving him in a state of silence. Strangely, he could not fathom why he felt such unbearable sorrow. Although he possessed no memories of this individual, the anguish resonated from the deepest recesses of his soul. The man's visage gradually became blurred, and despite his desire to reach out and hold on, he understood it to be futile. At last, the man's resonant voice echoed forth. Embrace this power. It will carve the path to your future. The decree of the heavenly gate lies within your will. With those words, the man's face vanished entirely, leaving only the hovering golden sword in the air. Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, his grip on the black flame sword tightening. After a few breaths, he lifted his slender left hand and opened his palm, causing the floating small sword to soar swiftly into his grasp, as if it possessed an innate understanding of his intent. In an instant, a warmth surged through his back, as if something were about to burst forth. Suddenly, a colossal golden sword materialized above Ling Tian, adorned with a seven-colored magical array at its hilt, its blade shimmering with radiant patterns. Exuding an intense brilliance, golden energy enveloped the sword, while mysterious energy permeated the air, with flashes of golden lightning crackling and sizzling around it. Seeing the magnificent golden sword materialize in the sky, Long Jie's beautiful face lit up with joy, her voice low and melodious. The sword of the heavenly gate. Who could have imagined that after a century, it would once again grace the world? The poison needle, sensing Ling Tian's surging power, felt a surge of fear and desperately sought to break through Ling Tian's defenses. Ling Tian's spirit tightened as dense and formidable golden lightning struck down from the colossal sword, creating deep craters in the ground and sending plumes of smoke spiraling into the air. The domain of the heavenly gate's divine sword was boundless. As he finished speaking, blinding golden light erupted from the floating giant sword, radiating outward in a spherical form, gradually expanding. Wherever the golden sphere spread, all things were rendered void. Within and without the sphere, golden lightning flashed furiously, crackling with deafening sounds. The figures of Ling Tian and the azure werewolf, locked in confrontation, were gradually engulfed by the golden light. When the golden light reached the ground, it instantaneously sank, leaving behind a deep pit, erasing all traces of existence. Long Jie, witnessing the encroaching golden light, remained unperturbed, her expression calm and serene. A surge of violet energy manifested before her, stalwartly blocking the advancing golden light, thereby halting the reckless expansion of the golden sphere. After a moment, the golden light dissipated, and the colossal golden sword remained suspended in the air, its golden lightning flickering intermittently. However, the area where the golden light had spread was utterly barren, the deep pit filled with swirling smoke. With golden lightning flashing and crackling in a cacophony. As the smoke cleared, Ling Tian stood tall at the bottom of the pit, his pointed chin raised high, obscured by golden hair that concealed his crimson eyes. Rendering his expression unreadable, his flowing cloak billowed dramatically, and the fiery wings at his back, along with the flaming sword in his hand, began to fade gradually. Meanwhile, the ethereal green energy that had formed the werewolf had vanished without a trace. Long Jie, with her silky red hair flowing gracefully, revealed a hint of joy upon her enchanting face. Her exquisite crimson eyes gazed upon Ling Tian, who stood upright at the bottom of the pit. Her voice, melodious and uplifting, suggested that he had successfully unearthed the true potential within himself. From now on, if you follow my guidance, your strength will surely ascend to remarkable heights. Ling Tian's deep-set eyes reflected a somber countenance, his face etched with sorrow. The heavenly gate, is this truly my mission or my destiny? Upon hearing her words, Ling Tian exhaled deeply, propelling himself upward with a powerful leap to escape the vast chasm. His golden hair transformed to a deep red, while the colossal sword in the air gradually dissipated. The sky and surroundings reverted to their original hues, the cold wind howling, the night scene dim and melancholic. The mournful cries of cicadas and frogs resonating, mirroring the desolate turmoil within Ling Tian's heart. Who was that figure who evoked such anguish within him? Why did it feel as though his heart were being wrenched? Zhao Exine, after a long absence, don't forget this wise scholar. Author, how dare you? You're but a fluffball. Author, Ling Tian. Fairy Fei sure. Goodness, so heartless. Zhao Exine, you little one, dare to mock me? Believe it or not, I'll pinch you with my toes. Fairy Fei sure. Damn you. Seeking recommendations and subscriptions. Chapter 39. Beyond Destiny. Different paths, yet shared journeys. Seeing Ling Tian's desolate expression, Dragon's sister stepped forward, advising, do not allow the trivialities of the world to sway your emotions, for they will only heighten your chances of failure. Ling Tian, with his slender hands tucked into his pockets and his long coat billowing, momentarily shifted from sorrow to calm, taken aback by Dragon's sister's unexpected assistance. Dragon's sister stood with her arms crossed, her delicate brows furrowed. Little Ling, this is serious. I regard you as my cherished disciple. You are in peril, and how could I stand idly by? Ling Tian, upon hearing her words, felt a slight tightening in his expression and spoke in a low tone. Disciple, just how much do you know of my past? Dragon's sister turned gracefully, her fragrance enveloping the air, soothing to the senses. You need not know too much at present. I shall pave the way for your future as long as you trust me. I will help you shatter the chains of destiny. However, before that, you must possess sufficient strength to achieve your desires. Ling Tian's expression softened, a captivating smile gracing his remarkable features. It seems you indeed know much about my past. Yet, with your prowess, overcoming a mere 9-spirit pearl should be effortless. Why then do you willingly remain trapped within it, enduring such solitude and desolation? Surely, your intentions are not as simple as merely teaching me. Upon hearing this, Dragon's sister's crimson eyes deepened with frost, her fiery hair billowing like a banner. Because, like you, I too am an outcast. Rather than face the turmoil outside, it is far more liberating to dwell within. Furthermore, your identity is unique, and I have been entrusted with the task of enabling you to break free from the shackles of fate and redefine yourself. Additionally, the 9-spirit pearl is not merely a trivial artifact. Should I force a breakthrough, it would cost me several layers of divine essence. In due time, I shall elaborate on the formidable nature of this pearl. Ling Tian, seizing upon her words, pressed for clarity. What exactly do you mean by the shackles of destiny? Recently, I have been plagued by numerous visions in my dreams, which have left my mind in a state of turmoil. This may well hinder the realization of my potential. And when the time comes to meet your expectations, I fear I shall find myself wanting. Long Jie, with a slight pursing of her ruby lips, spoke with an air of resignation. It is not that I wish to withhold information from you, but your current abilities fall woefully short. Should I divulge the truth now, I would become ensnared by divine powers, placing you in grave peril, from which even the most celestial beings could not rescue you. There is no need for you to fret. When you grow stronger, the intricacies of this matter will naturally unfold before you. Ling Tian shrugged lightly, his voice calm. How can you be so certain that I will understand these matters once I become stronger? Long Jie's melodious voice carried a profound resonance, because all of this is woven by fate. Yet, this fate has already been altered, as is the nature of the wheel of destiny. Ling Tian, left in a state of confusion. Decided that further inquiries would yield no clarity, and instead sighed, "Alas, it seems I am deeply ensnared in this predicament, with little control over my own fate." Long Jie turned her delicate form to face Ling Tian, offering gentle counsel. "Little Ling, do not overthink matters. Focus solely on how to become stronger. However, my presence here has already drained considerable energy, and it will be several days before I can manifest again." Ling Tian exchanged glances with her, speaking softly. "As long as you can still appear, that is sufficient, for there are times when I must rely on you to maintain appearances." Long Jie shot him an exasperated look, her tone firm. "You would do well to tread carefully and refrain from creating trouble for me, or I shall not extend my assistance." Ling Tian, unfazed by her warning, replied nonchalantly, "I shall do my utmost." Long Jie furrowed her brows, issuing a grave admonition. "There is no benefit in idle conversation. Without adequate strength, do not provoke formidable foes, for even I may struggle to protect you." With that, a radiant purple light emanated from Long Jie's enchanting form, which then transformed into a stream of purple mist that flowed into Ling Tian's tall figure. He shifted his broad shoulders, allowing the tension in his muscles to ease, before striding towards the Yi residence. Navigating through the lush foliage of the woods, Ling Tian arrived beneath the window of his chamber. The open window swayed back and forth in the cool breeze, occasionally producing a muted thud. With a powerful push, he leaped onto a large tree, then propelled himself into the room through the window. The silvery moonlight bathed his back, casting a slender shadow in the quiet room. The curtains fluttered gently in the wind, creating a rhythmic thumping sound against the walled eye. In her slumber, Yi Qing seemed to sense a disturbance, pouting and tossing about, revealing a portion of her graceful figure beyond the covers. Outside, the night had grown deep, with a cool breeze whispering against the window, producing a haunting melody that rose and fell, creating a sense of delightful disarray. The following morning, Yi Qing, roused by the persistent call of the alarm clock at her bedside, reluctantly pulled herself from bed. After stifling a yawn that hinted at her lingering drowsiness, she lazily addressed Ling Tian. "You might want to hurry and freshen up. Today is the day for new students to enter the Divine Moon Academy, and we cannot afford to be lax." Ling Tian slowly opened his eyes, as a ray of sunlight filtered through the curtain, illuminating his crimson gaze with a bright glimmer. "Before you utter such words, perhaps you should first attend to your own appearance," he suggested. Yi Qing tidied her somewhat disheveled long hair, a hint of displeasure flickering across her delicate features. "What did you just say? With my beauty and grace, do I still need makeup?" The elf Feisher also stirred from her slumber on the sofa, stretching lazily and expressing her confusion. "What is going on? I haven't even had enough sleep yet." Ling Tian rose to his full height, hands tucked into his pockets, adding, "Indeed, I hope we won't have to wait too long, young lady." Yi Qing slightly tilted her head, brimming with confidence. "Of course." She then proceeded to open the door, only to be met by the sight of Zhao Xian leaning against the white wall, a long object wrapped in white cloth slung over his back. Upon seeing Yi Qing emerge from the room, Zhao Xian was momentarily taken aback, his expression frozen in surprise. Noticing his dazed demeanor, Yi Qing furrowed her brows and remarked in a sultry tone, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty in pajamas before?" With that, she strode directly to the door across the hallway and entered, leaving behind the sound of a door slamming shut. Zhao Xian, coming to his senses, suddenly realized with a start that both Tiangu and Miss Yi had progressed to this stage. No wonder Miss Yi appeared so justified. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After freshening up, Ling Tian stepped out to find Zhao Xian waiting by the door, slightly astonished. "I didn't expect you to be this diligent." "Xian brother, I was just thinking of coming to find you. Yet here you are already." Zhao Xian grinned, though his otherwise sunny face bore a few shades of green, making it look somewhat peculiar. "You flatter me, Tiangu. I was at another place, and after your instructions last night, I couldn't afford to miss the opportunity, so I packed my things before dawn and awaited you here." Ling Tian smiled, patting him on the shoulder. "Hard work can make up for shortcomings. It seems you are indeed a force to be reckoned with, Xian brother." Zhao Xian felt a bit ashamed, replying, "I am unworthy of such praise from you." "Tiangu," Ling Tian, with unwavering conviction, responded, "your potential is something even you have yet to fully grasp. As long as you remain by my side, I will help you unleash your full capabilities and become a true powerhouse." This was not mere lip service. It stemmed from the intense feeling he had since their first meeting. and he deemed it necessary for Long Jie to assess Zhao Xian's true worth. Characters have something to express, a brief narrative. Creation Sword Spirit Archangel. One must seize the day while it lasts, lest the golden goblet be left empty before the moon, though one may face disappointments. The spirit to overcome difficulties remains. Where there are obstacles here, there may be openings elsewhere, such as deeply meaningful, Zhao Xian. Indeed, just as one pursues a woman, turning and tossing, ultimately fruitless, one must seek another. Ling Tian. Creation Sword Spirit Archangel. That I curse you. Today brought a double update. I seek recommendations and subscriptions. Chapter 40. Stepping into the sect. Power revealed. Zhao Xian, upon hearing this, wore a look of satisfaction and determination, stating, I will always follow you, Tian. Good, if you do not mind. I will never give up. Ling Tian nodded slightly, leaning against the wall beside him, his slender hands tucked into his pockets, waiting for Yiqing, who was wholly engrossed in her preparations within the room. Time passed unnoticeably. Before long, an hour had slipped by, and Zhao Xian, truly feeling drowsy, let out a yawn. Fortunately, Ling Tian managed to confine the spirited Fei Shi within the 9-spirit pearl. Otherwise, given her impetuous nature, she would undoubtedly be chattering incessantly, her grievances soaring to the heavens, thereby disturbing the tranquility of those around her. The rationale behind his arrangement was a natural apprehension that Fei Shi's rare and enchanting appearance might attract undue attention from others, potentially leading to unnecessary complications. After an extended wait, Yiqing finally opened the grand door. She donned a short top that accentuated her slender waist, her skin fair and luminous. Below, she wore a pink miniskirt, her long legs adorned in pink stockings, exuding both cuteness and stunning allure. Her light blue hair cascaded in waves, curling elegantly to the right, and her delicate features were nothing short of captivating. A true beauty that could enchant anyone. Strangely, he had noticed that recently, Yiqing's hair color had increasingly shifted towards blue. Initially just a hint of blue, it was now unmistakably vivid. While Yiqing gazed at Ling Tian, her hand gently brushing her lovely hair, and softly inquired, Do you find it beautiful? Ling Tian's expression remained as calm and indifferent as usual. After a brief moment, he strode forward, leaving Yiqing standing there, her face a portrait of disappointment. Zhao Xian quickly interjected, It is indeed beautiful, but the waiting has become quite tiresome. No matter how lovely it may be, it loses its charm. With that, he hurried to catch up with Ling Tian. Yiqing pursed her rosy lips and turned to descend the stairs. After the group finished their breakfast and bid farewell to Yi Wuqian and Yi Mu, they ventured onto the bustling street. The thoroughfare was as lively as ever, and with the admission of new students into the Divine Moon sect, various gifted cultivators eagerly flocked to the scene. The crowd surged forward, a sea of humanity. As Yiqing walked through the crowded street, she naturally became a striking and captivating sight. Waves of envious glances were cast her way, yet she remained composed, unruffled by the attention, her demeanor as serene as ever. Zhao Xian trailed behind them, feeling somewhat awkward, as he was dressed simply and of modest status. Although his attire was clean and fresh, the coarse material and light color felt insubstantial. Even his otherwise handsome face bore the bruises from yesterday's incident, leaving him feeling utterly disheartened. Following closely were several guards clad in blue robes, tasked by Lord Yi to ensure Yiqing's safe passage. After nearly an hour of navigating through the throng, they finally arrived at the imposing entrance of the Divine Moon sect. The grand gate loomed tall and intimidating, its silver hue gleaming, adorned with dragon and tiger motifs and crossed swords, emanating an overwhelming aura. Flanking the entrance were towering walls, upon which silver banners fluttered, their rustling creating a cacophony in the air. Before the towering silver gate, a vast multitude had gathered, like a dammed river held back at the tightly closed entrance. Standing at the side were dozens of robust cultivators clad in azure robes, their formidable presence sending chills down the spines of the newcomers. The potent aura emanating from these elite cultivators of the Xian Master Realm was nothing short of intimidating. The overwhelming force of their presence would cause even the most daring to falter should they collide with the throng. Consequently, the crowd became increasingly chaotic, with voices raised in argument like thunderclaps. One wave of discord following another. Zhao Xian kept close behind the two, and after maneuvering through the throng, they arrived at a small gate approximately 2 meters high. Few dared to enter through this portal, which was not only guarded by formidable figures, but also bore a prominent red sign stating, Newcomers prohibited, old students allowed, with the stipulation that only those with scholarly credentials could enter. Yiqing released her delicate grip on Ling Tian's hand. her tone flat and matter-of-fact. Upon noticing two individuals standing beside her, the man was enveloped in confusion, pondering, who might these two be? Yu Qing, upon hearing this, placed her hand gently on Ling Tian's shoulder and succinctly introduced, "This is my friend, and that is a friend of my friend." Understanding her implication, Yi Qing nodded knowingly, assuring, "You need not worry. I shall personally clarify the matter." The man, reassured by her words, steadied his demeanor and clasped his hands in greeting, stating, "Miss Yi, should you encounter any troubles, please feel free to instruct us. As long as it lies within our capabilities, we shall do our utmost to assist." Having spoken, he stepped aside, gesturing respectfully, "Miss Yi, please proceed. Forgive me, but I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you further." Hearing this, Yi Qing, accompanied by Ling Tian and Zhao Exine, entered the premises. Zhao Exine, astonished, remarked, "I had no idea Miss Yi was so renowned in the Divine Moon sect. Even the gatekeepers recognize your exquisite beauty. Truly, you possess both charm and reputation." Yi Qing, with a slight lift of her delicate chin, replied with an air of entitlement, "Of course, Elder Yu regards me as a goddaughter, treating me with utmost deference and kindness. I am also considered a person of exceptional talent and strength within the Divine Moon sect. Occasionally, Elder Yu personally guides me, significantly enhancing my abilities." Zhao Exine cast an admiring glance and clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Miss Yi, being so favored and possessing genuine skill, I humbly ask for your guidance in the future. Although I may be lacking, I shall certainly strive diligently in my training." Ling Tian mused to himself. Recognizing that Elder Yu, capable of mentoring someone like Yi Qing, was indeed extraordinary, while his own situation felt painfully superficial and illusory, Yi Qing, glancing at Ling Tian with a smile gracing her beautiful face, remarked, "That will depend on your future conduct in my presence." Long Hai, along with the person shadowing him, stood behind a pillar, observing the lively conversation between Ling Tian and Yi Qing with a darkened expression. His heart burned with fury and disbelief. How could this waste of a person, Ling Tian, still be alive? The elite assassin he had dispatched the previous day had yet to report back, and witnessing Ling Tian's unscathed presence forced him to confront this harsh reality. The assassin he had taken pride in had been slain by Ling Tian. It was indeed a tremendous mockery. Surely, there must be a formidable figure aiding Ling Tian, until he could ascertain Ling Tian's true identity. He resolved to bide his time. Should Ling Tian become too bold, he would seek assistance from his father. This person must not remain. He would pose a future threat. With such thoughts, he clenched his fists tightly. The veins on his hands bulging. A dialogue ensued, revealing a subplot. Zhao Exine, I was born with talent destined to shine. Even if I squander a fortune, it shall return to me. I truly possess remarkable potential. I seek clarification, O esteemed author. Author, what do you think? Zhao Exine, you must be joking. I am not the protagonist. How could I know if I have potential? Has your mind gone awry? Author, do not argue with me. The sprite, Fei, hurriedly interjected, interrupting the author's discourse. Pardon me, but do you wish to test my prowess? Author, how dare you, stealing my lines. May you be trapped in a mouse trap. To be continued. Chapter 41. The Beauty of a Prosperous Era. Familiar yet strange Shaoqing. At long last, you have arrived. A resounding call reached the ears of the group. Turning towards the source of the voice, they beheld several young women approaching. The individual who had just called out was adorned with heavy makeup and flowing hair. Possessing an ordinary visage yet clad in exquisite garments, adorned with a crimson jade at her waist, exuding an air of affluence and opulence, with wealth visibly displayed. This lady was surnamed Fu and named Yi. She was the daughter of a business associate of Yi Qing's father and had been Yi Qing's close companion since childhood. The girls accompanying her were merely familiar acquaintances, all of whom shared the same class as Yi Qing. Upon seeing Fu Yi approach, Yi Qing's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. Xiao Yi, I apologize for keeping you waiting, she said as several young women gathered before her. Fu Yi gently shook her head, her left hand resting on her right hand upon her abdomen, her demeanor exuding grace. Shaoqing, there is no need for such formality between us. Given the depth of our friendship, there is no reason to apologize for such a trivial matter. Observing how splendidly you are adorned, it seems you have encountered someone of interest, have you not? Upon finishing her words, she raised her hand to cover her face and laughed lightly. Yi Qing, upon hearing this, felt a delicate blush spread across her refined features as she shyly replied, What are you saying? Fu Yi then cast a glance at Zhao Xian before her gaze settled on the extraordinary visage of Ling Tian. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, is it possible that such an ethereal man exists in this world? Surely, he must be the one Xiao Qing admires, she exclaimed. The other girls echoed in agreement. Indeed, indeed, Yi Qing felt her cheeks ablaze, her head swirling like a steam engine. Zhao Xian stepped forward and, with utmost seriousness, remarked, not merely a romantic interest, they are already cohabitating. At this revelation, Fu Yi and the girls beside her were momentarily taken aback. While Ling Tian furrowed his brows slightly. Yi Qing's face turned crimson, her heart leaping like a joyous fawn. The red strands of Ling Tian's hair danced lightly in the breeze as he spoke in a calm tone. I believe you are overthinking it. While we do share a living space, it is not as you might envision. His voice, though low, was strikingly clear. Zhao Xian, upon hearing this, widened his eyes, swallowing hard. Realizing that his earlier words had inadvertently placed Ling Tian in an awkward position, he regretted his earlier assumptions, having only focused on appearances. Fu Yi, puzzled by Ling Tian's words, questioned, so, you share a room, yet there are no other implications? With his long fingers tucked into his pockets, Ling Tian maintained an expression devoid of emotion. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Yi gently bit her lip, realizing that it may not be as Xiao Qing wished. Elder Yu instructed me to summon you immediately, stating that she wishes to take you to the Panyu realm. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is said that the Panyu realm is abundant in celestial herbs, and with good fortune, you may even encounter divine beasts. With Elder Yu's prowess, she can surely assist you in subduing them. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing clutched the hem of her dress tightly. The Panyu realm had always been a place she longed to visit. She had persistently requested Elder Yu to take her to this sacred land, but never anticipated that the opportunity would arise today. While she yearned to go, she could not disregard Ling Tian, leaving her in a state of profound inner conflict. Noticing her turmoil, Fu Yi sighed softly. Ah, Xiao Qing is indeed deeply infatuated with this individual. If it were me, I would unhesitatingly seize the chance to venture to the Panyu realm. How about this? I shall take your beloved to the selection site, allowing you to accompany Elder Yu to the Panyu realm without worries. Yi Qing, upon hearing this, pursed her delicate lips and gazed longingly at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, upon receiving her gaze, furrowed his brows slightly. If you wish to go, then go, Zhao Xian chimed in. Indeed, such an opportunity is rare. Miss Yi, you should hurry along. Upon hearing these words, Yi Qing turned her gaze towards Fu Yi and said, I shall entrust you, Xiao Yi, with the task of escorting him to the selection grounds. Fu Yi nodded in understanding, assuring her, you need not worry about that. As time was of the essence, she urged, hurry along to Elder Yu's side. Do not keep the elder waiting for too long. Observing Yi Qing's hurried and delicate figure, Fu Yi could not help but smile. That it was unexpected that someone who typically exhibited indifference towards men would show such concern for one. After speaking, she turned to look at Ling Tian, remarking, it seems she harbors a unique affection for you. The other young woman nearby echoed in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Fu Yi, seeing this, turned to lead the way, her tone sharp as she added, I hope you do not take lightly the profound feelings that Xiao Qing has for you. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Ling Tian remained silent, his expression indifferent. He remained unmoved by Yi Qing's affections, as his heart was elsewhere. Having lost his memories and with no family to return to, he felt adrift. Coupled with the sudden mission from the heavenly gate, he was mentally and physically exhausted, requiring more time to stabilize his tumultuous emotions. After walking for several minutes with Fu Yi, they arrived at the selection grounds, which were expansive, measuring several hundred meters in length and width, with the ground paved in flat stones. The entire area was elevated, resembling a deliberately constructed stage, with a square platform upon which stood 4 tall pillars, each inscribed with a dazzling array of characters. Additionally, there were 3 distinct machines positioned several dozen meters away from Ling Tian. Fu Yi raised her hand, pointing at the machines. In a moment, those machines will be used to assess your talent, Xian value, and cultivation level. Your overall score will determine whether you are placed in the inner court, outer court, or the lowest tier, the common court. Noticing the desolate surroundings, Ling Tian questioned, why is there not a soul in sight? What will the process be like during the testing? Fu Yi, placing her hand on her abdomen, explained, it is not yet time. In a few minutes, the gates of the sect will open, and a throng of new students will surge in. At that time, relevant personnel will arrive to record and guide you. You need only follow their instructions. Suddenly, A gentle yet captivating sound of footsteps approached from behind Ling Tian, accompanied by a melodious voice that exclaimed, "I am quite astonished that there are already individuals arriving at this selection ground so early." The group turned to see three ethereal young women gracefully approaching them. The trio moved with an elegance that stirred the heart, their forms swaying like willows in the breeze, captivating all who beheld them. Even Fui and the young woman beside her found themselves entranced by the beauty of these three, feeling a pang of inadequacy. The foremost of the three was a striking blonde, her hair cascading down to her waist with softly curled tips that shimmered under the sunlight, enchanting all who gazed upon her. Her golden eyes sparkled alluringly, reminiscent of two radiant gemstones, drawing one into their depths and causing one to lose themselves. Her long, thick golden lashes embraced her captivating gaze, while her exquisitely delicate nose, slender visage, rosy lips, and sculpted chin, combined with her sensuous figure, were undeniably bewitching. When Ling Tian beheld the young woman before him, his heart and mind were struck with an overwhelming jolt, a tumultuous blend of uncontainable joy and sorrow intertwining within him, leaving him in a state of bittersweet ambivalence. The hazy visage materialized in his thoughts, as melodious and cheerful sounds seemed to emanate from this indistinct figure. An inexplicable pang pierced his heart. For reasons unknown, he felt a sense of familiarity with the lady before him. Yan Qianxue approached Ling Tian, halting her steps to bestow upon him a gentle smile, breathtakingly enchanting. The breeze seemed to be drawn to Qianxue, playfully lifting her radiant golden hair, instantly enveloping the air with a fragrant aroma that was utterly intoxicating. Ling Tian's crimson gaze narrowed slightly, his expression tinged with a touch of sorrow as he gazed upon her stunningly exquisite countenance, his coat billowing softly, producing a low, whispering sound. Zhao Exine was utterly captivated by the three celestial maidens, his face awash with youthful exuberance. While he had encountered many beautiful women, the ethereal beauty of this delicate fairy was truly astonishing. The enchanting visages of the three maidens were unparalleled, a beauty that was simply beyond compare. A dialogue ensued, revealing the unfolding narrative. Zhao Exin, so many beautiful ladies. How exhilarating, how delightful. Yan Qianxue. At long last, we meet again, Yin. This time, I shall not let you go so easily that I wish to walk hand in hand with you. Through life and death, never to part. Angel Jingro. Go for it. Miss Xiao Jin and I will always support you. Angel Su Jin. Zhao Exine. Celestial Lady, please add me on WeChat. All ladies, scram. Zhao Exine. To be continued. Chapter 42. Soaring to Great Heights. Hidden extraordinary talent. After a brief moment, Ling Tian parted his lips slightly, instinctively inquiring, "My lady, have we perhaps met before?" Yan Qianxue maintained her enchanting smile, her captivating charm unwavering. Whether they had crossed paths before depended on the depth of the gentleman's past affections. If the young woman was but a fleeting glimpse in his heart, then what merit was there in speaking of a potential familiarity? Ling Tian, taken aback by her words, momentarily faltered, and then his expression softened. He humbly requested the lady not to take his earlier inquiry to heart. Perhaps it was due to his own inner uncertainties that he had blurted out such a question. Yan Qianxue's smile dimmed slightly, her voice warm and soothing. "Sir, you exaggerate. I dare not presume." Standing beside Yan Qianxue, Su Jin and Jing Ro were momentarily taken aback by the lady's unexpected tenderness, as it starkly contrasted with her usual aloof, proud demeanor, akin to the autumn grass that knows no human sentiment. They simultaneously realized that their mistress's acting skills were truly unparalleled. Zhao Exine then interjected, "Since Miss Fu has matters to attend to, she should hasten forth to avoid any delays." Fu nodded. "Then I shall take my leave for now." With that, she turned to depart alongside the other lady. Yan Qianxue's gaze lingered on Fu Yi's retreating figure, a glimmer of icy resolve flashing momentarily in her golden eyes. Ling Tian, oblivious to the nuance in her expression, turned to the ladies and asked, "Have you also come to participate in the new student selection?" Su Jin retorted coldly, "What a silly question." Jing Ro quickly interjected, waving her hands, No, she doesn't dislike you. She merely meant to say that we are indeed here for the new student selection, but she struggles to express herself. Please do not take offense." Subsequently, she addressed Su Jinling, saying, "Xiao Jin, this is the man that the young lady has yearned for day and night. You must tread carefully with your words, otherwise, both of us shall feel the sting of the whip." Ling Tian, with delicate fingers tucked into his pocket, moved slightly, his expression serene. "Worry not, for I too occasionally express myself in such a manner. Zhao Exine seized the opportunity to interject. If the young lady encounters any troubles, she is more than welcome to confide in me. I shall lend an attentive ear, for it is only in doing so that her heart may find solace. Eugene cast a cold glance at Zhao Exine. Her tone sharp. You are unworthy, mere insect. Upon hearing her frosty words, Zhao Exine felt a chill run down his spine, pondering how this frigid goddess seemed utterly unattainable. Yin Qinshue's golden brows knitted together. Her tone firm. You must not be rude. Su Jin, momentarily taken aback by her words, respectfully lowered her head, a look of contrition on her face. Yes, I apologize for my impertinence. I implore the young lady to forgive my transgression. At this declaration, both Ling Tian and Zhao Exine were visibly taken aback. Ling Tian spoke with reverence. It appears the young lady holds a noble status, far beyond your comprehension. Zhao Exine, too, displayed a hint of embarrassment, clasping his hands in reverence. I was indeed too presumptuous. I hope the young lady will not hold it against me. Yin Qinshue's furrowed brows instantly relaxed as she addressed Ling Tian earnestly. There is no need for you to feel any apprehension towards me. I merely wish to engage in a normal interaction. If I were to withdraw due to our differing statuses, it would only bring me sorrow. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian's lips curved into an enticing arc. That shall not be the case. May I inquire about your esteemed name, young lady? Yin Qinshu, brushing aside her golden locks, smiled gently. Shui. The name flowed from her lips. Soft and melodious. Ling Tian murmured to himself, Shui, is it? He then raised his hand, fingers splayed. I am Ling Tian, and this beside me is my friend Zhao Exine. I hope Miss Shui will guide us. Yin Qinshu lifted her slender jade hand to shake his. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. Jing Ro, bubbling with joy, chimed in. I am Jing Ro. I hope brother Ling Tian will provide me with guidance as well. Su Jin maintained her icy demeanor, her voice indifferent. Su Jin. Although the handshake was brief, an overwhelming sense of familiarity surged within him. In that fleeting moment of contact, a myriad of emotions stirred, leaving him momentarily entranced. Yin Qinshu, observing his reaction, smiled subtly, her enchanting beauty blooming. Just then, a cacophony of noise erupted from behind the group. Sensing the commotion, they realized that a large contingent was hastily approaching. Moments later, a throng of people surged forward, gravitating towards the group. Upon noticing the three ethereal beauties, the crowd beheld their enchanting visages. Whispers of admiration filled the air, hearts racing with excitement. Stepping forward from the front of the crowd was a robust figure, his eyes gleaming with desire. Addressing Yin Qinshu, beautiful maiden, may I have the honor of shaking your hand? He persisted. Why must you be so aloof? I am a practitioner of the Xian master realm, a standout even in this new environment. Witnessing your exquisite form compels me to seek a bond. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, and I shall do my utmost to help. The crowd gasped in awe, recognizing that a Xian master indeed commanded considerable respect among them. Yin Qinshu, upon hearing the coarse voice, narrowed her golden eyes slightly, her expression betraying her displeasure. Eugene stepped forward, mocking with disdain. What are you really? After uttering these words, she approached the individual. The man furrowed his brows deeply. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade of insults, Su Jin swiftly raised her long leg, striking with the swiftness of lightning and the strength of mountains. Before the man could react, her leg had already delivered a powerful blow. A piercing scream escaped his lips, and he was sent soaring into the air, crashing down at an angle. The crowd gasped in shock at the sight of his flight path, hurriedly dispersing to avoid being struck. With a dull thud, he landed flat on the ground, convulsing, his eyes rolling back, foam escaping his mouth, a sight too harrowing to behold. The men present instinctively clutched their groins, their hearts racing with fear, chills running down their spines. Zhao Exine observed the scene, shivering involuntarily, a sense of dread filling his heart. Simultaneously, he silently rejoiced that he had not provoked this ice-cold goddess, for had he done so, he might have found himself another victim of flight. Yin Qinshu smiled with satisfaction at the scene. Though she was breathtakingly beautiful, in the eyes of the crowd, she appeared as terrifying as a demon. Jing Ro stepped forward, resting her delicate hand on Su Jin's shoulder, sighing, Oh, little Jin, you are still too gentle. If it were me, I would have delivered a few more kicks. The crowd, upon hearing this, trembled in fear, their hearts echoing the thought, Are you a devil? Ling Tian witnessed Su Jin's kick firsthand, its force matching his own. This only deepened his suspicions regarding the identities of the women before him. Though unclear at present, their backgrounds were undoubtedly extraordinary, possibly intertwined with his own. Therefore, he resolved to observe them in secret. Determined to uncover their true identities, characters have words to say. A little plot twist. Author, the passionate campus life is about to unfold. What are your expectations and thoughts? Choose your own topic. Your own genre. No plagiarism. Maintain coherence and civility in language. Zhao Exine. I must be the legendary hidden dragon. Just wait for my imminent surge of primal power. Yin Xianxua. The sword's intent is sharp yet solitary. My heart loyal to its wishes. May I find joy each day. My heart ever close. Yi Qing. Ling Tian. Come into my embrace. Fui. May goodness bless me with a boyfriend. And may Xiao Qing's heart be smooth and fortunate. Jing Ro. May our angelic kin endure through the ages. Su Jin. Those who offend my angelic kin shall be hunted down, no matter the distance. Bei Gong Nan Ming. May my brother continue his journey without a care. Elf Fei Shi. May I grow strong enough to rescue my father and kin. Sister Long. Click. Time's up. Underworld King. Why? I haven't even had a chance to speak. Zhuang Han. Author, what are you doing? Don't think you can act on your own just because you're the author. Reno. I'll slap you back. Author. No need for more words. Tonight you sleep in the pigsty. To be continued. Chapter 43. Entering the hospital, status acquired. That moment. A voice like a thunderous bell interrupted the chatter of the crowd. What are you all huddled together for? Do you dare to make such a racket? Do you think this is a vegetable market? A robust and imposing middle-aged man stood before the crowd, arms crossed and radiating authority. Behind him stood dozens of monks clad in white robes. Their imposing presence akin to a tumultuous stampede of 1,000 galloping horses. The crowd fell into an immediate hush, standing in trepidation as they awaited the commands of the individual who had raised his voice before them. Ling Tian and Qian Shui, along with a few others, turned their gazes in unison, though Qian Shui's peripheral vision occasionally lingered on Ling Tian. These unexpected monks were none other than the supervisors of this selection process. To put it bluntly, only those possessing extraordinary talent may gain entry into the Sacred Moon sect. The sect is divided into the main academy and the specialized academy. Those who meet the standards of talent and cultivation may enter the main academy, while a select few who far exceed these standards may be admitted to the specialized academy. A robust individual spoke with a resonant voice. A murmur of inquiry arose from the crowd. Isn't there also a common academy? The sturdy man, upon hearing this, displayed a scornful expression, stating, "Let me clarify for you. The common academy does not belong to the Sacred Moon sect. It is merely a stable outside the sect, housing the mediocre and the ineffectual. Furthermore, our sect has always upheld a strict rule. Individuals from the common academy are not permitted to step into the sect without prior approval. Therefore, should you fail to gain entry and find yourselves relegated to the common academy, I would advise you to seek other sects. Perhaps in doing so, you may still have a chance to transform your fate and rise from the ashes." In the Empire Shadow City, there exist 6 major sects, ranked from highest to lowest as follows: Sacred Moon Sect, Celestial Hidden Sect, Western Rising Sect, Ming Chi Sect, Jin Rui Sect, and Sangxia Sect. Among these, the Sacred Moon Sect and the Celestial Hidden Sect are renowned and hold significant sway within the 7 great capitals. Countless formidable mortals, whose names echo throughout the realms, have emerged from these 2 sects, thereby elevating the status of the Empire Shadow City to a remarkable 3rd place among the 7 great capitals. A young man wielding a white sword from within the crowd inquired, "What exactly are the standards you speak of?" The robust individual responded without hesitation, "Do not worry. The requirements are not excessively high." Upon hearing this, the crowd leaned in with bated breath, their expressions eager for clarification. Eugene May's countenance was frosty, her voice low and menacing. "This insolent fool is truly vexatious. How dare he boast before me? He seems intent on becoming the next target of my wrath." Her words. Those nearby recoiled in fear, cold sweat beating upon their brows. Jing Ro, witnessing this, admonished Su Jin, "Little Jin, do refrain from speaking so harshly in the mortal realm. You might frighten the children." Su Jin, responding through their telepathic connection, replied nonchalantly, "It matters not." Ling Tian's heart quaked at the thought of truancy. The robust man, observing the anxiety and impatience etched upon the faces of the crowd, cleared his throat and declared, "The entry standard requires a talent value of 50 or above, a mystic value exceeding 1,000, and a cultivation level not surpassing the Xianling stage. Those above the Xianling stage will be considered separately." The crowd collectively gasped. Could such standards be deemed low? Such talent would classify one as a genius among cultivators. To gain entry into the specialized academy, the requirements are even more stringent, a talent of 80 or above, a mystic value of 2,000 or above. While the cultivation level requirement remains unchanged, the robust man continued. Many within the crowd muttered curses under their breath, incredulous at the notion that these standards were merely a bit higher. The robust man cast a sweeping gaze over the crowd, then proceeded directly to the point, stating, "Without further ado, I shall not waste your valuable time any longer. All individuals are divided into 3 teams, each tasked with assessing their cultivation level, talent, and mystical value. Prior to the examination, they must register their names with the instructor stationed beside the machines. Once everyone has completed their assessments, the system will compile a comprehensive evaluation for each individual and assign them to the respective academies. If there are no objections or inquiries, we shall commence immediately." Upon hearing the command to begin, the majority of participants felt as though they were sitting on pins and needles, their hearts filled with trepidation. They had journeyed from afar, enduring countless hardships and trials. Entering this foreign land for the first time required a substantial sum of money, a daunting prospect for most outsiders, often leading to financial ruin. However, securing a place in the esteemed Xinhua sect would grant them a life free from worry and fame that would echo through the ages. Furthermore, they would receive monthly distributions of common spiritual herbs, mid-grade elixirs, and a considerable amount of luobi. During the biannual academy examinations, the Xinhua sect would also offer high-level techniques and rare treasures as rewards, a prospect that left many yearning with desire and excitement. The aforementioned benefits are merely the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the myriad rewards and opportunities provided by the Xinhua sect. In summary, those who gain entry into the Xinhua sect possess an immeasurable future. Balancing wealth and cultivation, indulging in a life of luxury and renown, this sentiment succinctly encapsulates the enviable existence associated with the Xinhua sect. Thus, some individuals are desperate to arrive here, driven by aspirations of fame and extraordinary treasures. Yet, upon hearing the seemingly unreasonable demands of the robust individual, many felt disheartened and anxious. Naturally, where there is chaos, there must be calm. Where there is hurt, there must be joy. Some, however, remained composed and serene, for they were already well aware of the selection criteria for this assessment. As the saying goes, in the perilous world, one must remain vigilant. This wisdom is undoubtedly attributed to their intelligence gathering. The robust individual, indifferent to the crowd's emotions, instructed the instructors behind him to commence their tasks. He then swaggered to a long bench and took a seat. Soon after, 2 attendants dressed in white approached. One offered him a teacup, while the other fanned him gently with a long fan. He was clearly indulging in his own leisure, devoid of worries. A few white-clad practitioners organized the crowd into 3 teams. Ling Tian, Zhao Xian, and Qian Shui found themselves in the same group, positioned in the middle of the line. Zhao Xian, feeling anxious, turned to Ling Tian and said, "Brother Tian, what if we are not assigned to the same academy? My talent is lacking, and my mystical value is meager, far inferior to your remarkable abilities. I fear it may be impossible for me to share the same academy as you." Ling Tian smiled lightly and replied with nonchalance, "I am no extraordinary talent as for whether we can be in the same academy. It is of little consequence, for we shall still be able to meet. Characters have something to discuss, a little scene unfolds. Author. Recently, I cough. My old ailment has flared up again, and my health is not at its best. I hope. Zhao Xian. Ah, are you all right? You're not dead, are you? Author. Get out of here. Sleep in the chicken coop tonight. Qingling Feisher. Sure, I think you should sleep in the chicken coop from now on to avoid being bothersome. Zhao Xian. I protest. Author. Zhao Xian. Why is it that my dignity is even less than that of a little brat? In the enchanting world of elves, Feisher, you are indeed the diminutive one. And your entire family shares this stature. Author. For she is more adorable than you. Zhao Xian. To be continued. Chapter 44. Surrendering to the ordinary. A captivating scene. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Xian merely smiled lightly. Raising a hand to touch his nose, Tian Gu, you are too modest. I have witnessed your noble deeds in ridding the world of its troubles. Though you possess the cultivation of Xianming, you can vanquish the formidable foes of Xianling. Such innate talent and strength are beyond the comparison of mere prodigies. Henceforth, no matter where I may find myself, I shall remain loyal to you. Tian Gu, unwavering until death. Ling Tian extended his slender hand and patted Zhao Xian's shoulder. His expression tinged with a hint of resignation. Perhaps you speak the truth. But remember, leading a life of simplicity may present you with greater opportunities. Zhao Exine, though somewhat perplexed by these words, clasped his hands in respect. Acknowledging, what you say is indeed profound. I shall take your teachings to heart. Ling Tian's cream-colored windbreaker fluttered gently, his crimson eyes deep and alluring, radiating a brilliance akin to glistening rubies that in time, you will come to understand the true meaning of my words. There is no need to rush, Ling Tian remarked enigmatically. Yin Qianxue stood behind the two, her gaze fixed intently on Ling Tian. Her flowing golden hair, breathtaking beauty, and porcelain skin rendered her a captivating figure, attracting admiration from afar, though none dared to approach closely, for the Ice Mountain Goddess loomed behind her. The Ice Mountain Goddess, Su Jinyu, exuded a chilling aura as she stood solemnly behind Yin Qianxue, her frosty presence sending shivers through those nearby, subtly warning them to keep their distance. Jing Ro, meanwhile, rested her hands against her chest, her expression one of utter boredom. The crowd moved forward slowly, and after a considerable time, Ling Tian finally caught a glimpse of the specialized measuring instrument through the gaps between the shoulders of those in front. The imposing apparatus before him, resembling a mountain, was the dedicated device for measuring Xian values. In its center were numerous white spaces stacked in layers, the lowest of which featured a handprint slightly larger than that of an average person. The tester need only place their palm upon this impression, prompting the white squares in the middle of the device to turn blue. Each square represented 100 Xian values, totaling 100 squares. In other words, the maximum Xian value was 10,000. To the left of this instrument, several dozen meters away, stood a hemispherical device, hollowed out to accommodate a single individual. Beside it was a black stand, upon which rested a flat panel for displaying data. This was the very instrument used to measure one's innate talent. Similarly, several dozen meters to the left of this device was a colossal white crystal ball, its base mounted on a round platform intertwined with numerous wires connecting it to a flat panel instrument. The panel would display the strength of the individual placed upon it. The tester need only rest their hand upon the crystal ball. The throngs of people surged, and soon it was Ling Tian's turn. As he approached the testing apparatus, the melodious voice of Long Jie resonated. Xiao Lingzi, to avoid drawing attention, I shall compress your Xian value to around 1,000. Ling Tian stepped forward to the testing instrument, where the supervising personnel guided him to the flat panel. Upon stating his name, the attendant noted it down on the panel. It was one thing to refrain from mentioning it, but once it was uttered, the shock was palpable. The once pristine white space was rapidly engulfed by a striking blue, soaring upwards like a rocket, unstoppable in its ascent. As the breathtaking blue approached its zenith, the crowd behind him erupted in a thunderous cheer. Goodness! Is this even human? This is utterly terrifying. The energy value has reached 10,000. How can one possibly endure this? Damn it! Incredible! What on earth? Zhao Exine exclaimed, astonished. The robust figure, observing this extraordinary occurrence, could not help but be taken aback. Having overseen the selection of new students for nearly a decade, he had never witnessed an individual's energy value surpass 5,000, and yet, the person before him boasted an astonishing figure of 10,000, an unprecedented phenomenon. It would be more accurate to describe this as a historical first. Clearly, this individual transcended the notion of mere genius. He was simply as the crowd marveled in awe. The blue bar that had just reached its peak began to plummet dramatically, descending with the speed of a falling star, ultimately halting at the 10th box. The onlookers collectively exhaled, their prior apprehensions dissipating, replaced by the comforting thought that they were all mere mortals. The robust figure adjusted his posture slightly, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. He had anticipated the emergence of an extraordinary talent capable of shattering records, only to realize it had been a fleeting illusion. Yet the striking scene from moments ago lingered in his mind, indelible and haunting, a true aftershock. Next was Zhao Exine. After inscribing his name, he placed his hand within the palm print, and the blue box began to fill slowly. Its pace was so languid that it seemed poised to come to a standstill at any moment. Testing the crowd's patience, disdainful laughter arose from the gathered assembly. What is this? Ascending so slowly, are you a snail? Goodness, this is painfully slow. What a waste of time. After several minutes of struggle, the blue box ultimately settled at the first grid. The derisive comments behind him buzzed like a swarm of flies. Pfft, such a pitiful energy value, and it took so long. What a waste of our precious time. You must have an ego the size of the heavens. Utterly useless. Su Jimei's face grew cold, her disdain palpable. Jingro looked at Su Jin with confusion, thinking, Little Ro is actually commenting on a human. What a surprise. Hearing this, Su Jin's brows knitted slightly, falling silent. Zhao Xian remained composed, unfazed by the remarks. He had grown accustomed to such discourse. Following him were Yin Qianxue, Su Jin, and others. Although they had concealed their true cultivation levels with concealment pills, their innate energy values remained unaffected. Thus, they had to suppress their own energy and talents, a task that would be absurd for an ordinary cultivator, yet was effortlessly manageable for Yin Qianxue and her companions. This exemplifies one of the disparities between the divine and human races. What poses an insurmountable challenge for many humans in the realm of cultivation is merely a trivial feat for the divine, albeit contingent on the rank of their bloodline, for those of lesser or mediocre lineage. This endeavor proves to be no small feat. Yin Qianxue, Su Jin, and Jingro presented a spectacle of profound resonance, mirroring the performance of Ling Tian, all having ascended to the pinnacle, only to languish at the 10th tier. This peculiar sight stirred a tumult of emotions within the robust individual seated upon the bench, oscillating between elation and despair. Ultimately, he arrived at a conclusion. The instrument was undoubtedly malfunctioning. The subsequent assessments of talent and cultivation proceeded in an orderly manner. However, when it came time for Yin Qianxue, Su Jin, and Jingro to undergo their evaluations, the onlookers were momentarily struck dumb, only to witness the alarming data revert to the indistinguishable mediocrity akin to that of Ling Tian. This inevitably led the crowd to speculate wildly, culminating in a unanimous verdict that the machines were most likely defective. Yet, after a thorough inspection, the technicians firmly asserted that the apparatus was in perfect condition, as pristine as if it had just left the factory. Thus, with a resounding drumbeat, the selection process came to its conclusion, and time swiftly progressed to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The attendees were escorted by supervising personnel to a temporary dining hall for sustenance, where they would await the announcement of admission slots post-repast. Characters have their words to share. A brief interlude. Author. Afflicted by illness, bedridden, pallid of complexion, typing on a touch screen. How arduous it is. Akin to scaling the heavens. What confusion surrounds the commencement of this tale. Only the sun's daily journey serves as a guide. Hades, Tisich. In such a pitiful state, I could easily deliver a slap. Beigong Nanming. Enduring hardship is the path to greatness. Trust that your perseverance today will yield the dawn of tomorrow. Fairy Facier fluttered her delicate wings. Goodness, this is karma. Who told you to insult me every time? Zhao Xian rolled up his sleeves, glaring at Facier. How dare you? No need for the author to elaborate. I shall set a trap for mice immediately. Fairy Facier. Chapter 45, The Heart's Desire for Solitude. Willing to be secluded from the world, the dining hall was situated in a remote corner of the academy, backed by a wall and surrounded on 2 sides by a cluster of trees, with a path of silver stone stretching across the grassy expanse before it. Following the supervising personnel along the stone path, the assembly was enveloped by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. A scene so enchanting that it transported one to a realm beyond the mundane, a veritable feast for the senses. Ling Tian, beholding the idyllic scenery, felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility wash over him. His exquisitely sharp features were perfectly angled, while his long, flowing red hair danced like waves in the breeze. His tall figure strode forward, a cream-colored windbreaker billowing gracefully, emitting a low, soothing sound. The white fitted trousers accentuated his long legs, and the fragrant aroma emanating from his attire mingled with the gentle winds that in that moment. Her elongated silhouette mirrored his, and after all these years, she had finally awaited the day of their reunion. Even if he had lost the bloody memories of their shared past, she would steadfastly remain by his side, undeterred by the storms of life, for all of this was what he had once yearned for. Her golden eyes gazed at Ling Tian's retreating figure, her delicate chin tilted slightly upwards, a gentle smile gracing her exquisitely beautiful face. Upon entering the dining hall, they found all the tables arranged in rectangular formations, each side flanked by long benches, accommodating up to 4 individuals. The furniture, crafted from wood, bore a layer of dust that was glaringly apparent upon closer inspection. Observing this, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, voicing their grievances regarding the unsightly treatment they had received. The food service windows were somewhat pleasing to the eye, constructed of transparent glass, with white stone brick sills that gleamed with cleanliness. Surrounding the restaurant, the ceiling was adorned with transparent glass panels to enhance the illumination. In summary, the establishment bore a rugged structure and a long history, truly befitting a temporary dining hall for new recruits. The representative of the supervising director emerged from the doorway of the cafeteria's food service window and stood before the crowd, brandishing a megaphone as he proclaimed, "It is now time for a break and meal. Please feel free to relax, but your movements are restricted to the vicinity of the cafeteria. Violators will have their selection qualifications revoked. Form an orderly queue while collecting your meals. No cutting in line, or you shall face penalties from the patrolling supervisors." With that, he switched off the megaphone and instructed the dozens of supervising personnel nearby to patrol the area. The crowd began to disperse. Most chose to queue for their meals, while a few opted to venture out for a stroll. Ling Tian observed the long lines at the food windows, prompting him to entirely abandon the thought of dining. Zhao Xian sighed in resignation, reflecting that had he known this would be the case, he should have brought along some bread this morning for contingencies. Yin Qianxue approached Ling Tian, her voice melodious and enchanting. "Young Master Ling, I prepared some rice cakes this morning. Would you care to sample them?" Zhao Xian swallowed hard, unable to contain himself as he eagerly interjected, "That sounds delightful, indeed." Beside them, Su Jin and Jing Ro exchanged disapproving glances. Noticing their unfriendly gazes, Zhao Xian felt a chill run through him, hastily covering his mouth with his hands. Hearing this, Yin Qianxue smiled pleasantly, her beauty captivating beyond measure. "Then, young Master Ling, please accompany me outside for a taste. It is rather noisy here, which may be bothersome." With that, she stepped aside and gestured invitingly. Ling Tian responded with a light smile. "Miss Shui, your manners are impeccable. Such a beauty in this world is indeed a rare find." As he spoke, he had already moved ahead of Yin Qianxue. Her face blossomed with joy at his words. Her spirits lifted as she followed him out. Zhao Xian continued to cover his mouth, trembling as he glanced at the icy expressions of Su Jin and Jing. "Rou to Su Jin's voice was low and cold. "If you wish to experience the sensation of flight, I might grant you that pleasure right now." Jing Ro, with her delicate hand resting on her chest, added enticingly, "Yes, we shall treat you with utmost gentleness." Zhao Xian quickly shook his head in terror, instinctively drawing his legs together, satisfied by his reaction. The two turned and followed Yin Qianxue. Once the trio had departed, Zhao Xian finally lowered his hands, exhaling deeply, reflecting on the ancestral teachings that while enchanting women might bring joy, they often conceal perilous charms. In his earlier naivety, he had failed to grasp their meaning. After this encounter, he could see the truth in it. Within the cafeteria, many eyes were subtly observing the three enchanting figures, among them a man with a rugged visage and broad brow, whose lips curled into a sly smile as he beheld their beauty. Ling Tian and his companions made their way to the grassy area to the left of the cafeteria. Just a few steps further lay a lush thicket. Yin Qianxue retrieved a wide white cloth mat from her storage bracelet and laid it flat on the grass, followed by several soft cushions placed around the mat. Thereafter, Yin Qianxue retrieved a large basket from her storage bracelet, intricately woven from vibrant red bamboo. Its hues were striking, and its smooth texture rendered it exceedingly comfortable to the touch. Within the basket lay an iron box, elegantly wrapped in golden silk. Upon opening the box, a captivating and intoxicating aroma wafted forth, tantalizing the senses. Inside, an array of exquisitely crafted pastries was displayed, with heart-shaped delicacies being the most abundant. Additionally, there were perfectly wrapped sushi pieces, each adorned with heart-shaped patterns of various colors, alongside several uniquely layered confections. In summary, the assortment was rich in flavors and diverse in presentation, reflecting the creator's profound dedication. Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing this splendid feast. He had not anticipated that Miss Shui possessed such remarkable skill. Capable of producing such distinctive culinary creations, he gracefully settled onto a mat, while Yin Qianxue knelt beside him, conscious of the short skirt she wore, which rendered her seated position somewhat ungraceful. Su Jin and Jing Ro sat nearby, while Zhao Xian occupied a solitary position opposite Ling Tian. With a look of eager anticipation on her beautiful face, Yin Qianxue suggested, "Young Master Ling, do consider sampling the delicacies crafted by this humble maid." Ling Tian cast a glance at Yin Qianxue, understanding her intent, and replied, "In that case, I shall gladly oblige." With that, he selected a piece of sushi from the box and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, a rich, savory sensation enveloped his palate, bringing forth a wave of comfort. Ling Tian marveled, exclaiming how extraordinary it was to encounter such delectable cuisine, truly an eye-opener. Seeing his delighted demeanor, Yin Qianxue couldn't help but smile, urging him to indulge further. "If it pleases you, do eat more. It would be wonderful if you could finish the entire box." Her delicate fingers lightly tapped her knee as she knelt, a deep sense of joy swelling within her. Su Jin and Jing Ro, observing the uplifted spirits of their mistress, shared in her happiness, their hearts swelling with contentment. Having served Qianxue since her youth, they recalled a time when she had sealed her heart away, isolating herself from the world, silent and indifferent, untouched by any emotion. Her countenance had been devoid of joy or sorrow. Not even her parents could penetrate her fortress of solitude. Each day was consumed by endless training and the longing for the wishing tree, which stood resplendent beneath the sun and moon. Day after day, year after year, her strength burgeoned, eventually reaching heights that earned her the admiration of many, yet nothing else accompanied her on that journey. The most frequent sight of her was beneath the colorful wishing tree, where she would clasp her hands before her chest, eyes closed, immersed in tireless prayer. That it was a sight that often filled Su Jin and Jing Ro with sorrow. Yet they dared not offer counsel, for she had never revealed her innermost feelings to anyone. Now, as they exchanged knowing smiles, a sense of fulfillment and relief washed over them. They understood that all of Miss Qianxue's efforts were driven by her heart's desire. And in witnessing her open-hearted laughter, they realized the profound significance this man held in her life. Characters have something to express, a small narrative. Author, Lu Man, gazing upward into the vast expanse, pondering the insignificance of one's existence amidst the grandeur of the universe. Zhao Exan, there must be a pursuit that can elevate you to the clouds, riding the winds and surmounting waves, until life's end. Elder you. Alas, a man harbors desires, yet life inevitably bears its burdens. Fortunate, to have aspirations and to act upon them, one must toil, and the heart shall weary, yet one shall not falter until success is achieved. Truly, one could be called a sage of this world. Spirit Fei Sure, my heart is perplexed. What incantation is being spoken? To be continued. Chapter 46. Zhao Exan's provocation, the true form wrapped within. Zhao Exan gazed longingly at the pastries placed in the center, his hands itching with anticipation, as if unable to restrain himself from reaching out for a taste. Observing this, Ling Tian placed his slender left hand on his left knee while extending his right hand towards the box. His brows elegantly arched, his voice warm and inviting. Brother Exan, should you desire to partake, feel free to take as you please. There is no need for such restraint. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Exan's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to reach for the pastries when an icy aura surged towards him, his body halted, and upon looking up, he encountered the fierce expressions of Su Jin and Jing Ro. Their presence as formidable as a towering tsunami, imposing and overwhelming that he could only swallow hard. Wiping his hands on his clothing, his expression one of silent despair, Ling Tian, too, noticed the countenance of the two. And aside from their demeanor towards Zhao Exan, the several women exhibited an extraordinary indifference towards others. Yet, they treated him with utmost care and sincerity. This was indeed perplexing. Perhaps they had been acquainted with him in the past, and when the time was ripe, he would certainly inquire further. Yan Qianxue, having anticipated this scenario, once again retrieved a box of pastries from her storage bracelet, though this box was notably different from the previous one. This box was plain in design, crafted from coarse material, containing pastries that were singularly mundane, lacking any embellishments. The only item within was a white rice cake, haphazardly made, with some pieces already crumbling and unappealing. She raised her delicate hand, a charming smile gracing her face. Young Master Zhao, these were prepared by my family's servants. I hope you will graciously accept them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Exan's lips twitched involuntarily, thinking to himself that the culinary skills of her servants were abysmally poor. However, as he was not particularly finicky about food, he deemed it sufficient as long as there was something to eat. Although the pastries before him were vastly inferior to those adjacent, they were at least acceptable, and he devoured the contents of the box with fervor. Jing Ro, witnessing his gluttonous haste, pondered if he had been reincarnated from a pig. Su Jin, observing his ravenous consumption, regarded him with disdainful disdain. Yan Qianxue rested her hands gently on her knees, her golden eyes fixed on Ling Tian as he savored his food at a leisurely pace. A captivating smile adorning her exquisite face, the scene was notably harmonious and joyful, akin to a picturesque landscape, simple yet imbued with grace. The lovely ladies are dining in a team. Perhaps we should add a few more to the gathering? A coarse voice erupted from behind Su Jin, shattering the pleasant atmosphere, followed by a throng of individuals closing in. The speaker was none other than Zhang Bao, the broad-faced man who had earlier seen them off from the cafeteria. He cast a lecherous glance at Su Jin, whose white shoulders were exposed, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Ling Tian, recognizing the malevolent expression on this man's face, understood his intent and scoffed derisively. Do you even have the right to act so brazenly? Zhong Bao, incensed by the retort, glared back. Are you tired of living, you little brat? As his words fell, a group of individuals surged forward to encircle them. Upon witnessing this, the group rose to their feet. Yan Xianxue, seeing her long-awaited moment disrupted by these vulgar individuals, felt a surge. Her complexion shifted instantaneously, her expression piercing like a sword that penetrates the heart. Her icy, cold gaze instilled terror in those around her. Kill. A chilling word leapt from her lips, causing everyone in proximity to tremble. Ling Tian and Zhao Exine, upon hearing this bone-chilling command, were momentarily taken aback. Zhong Bao, upon hearing her words, thought he was experiencing auditory hallucinations due to his lack of sleep at noon. After all, how could a few delicate maidens exude such a profound aura of murderous intent? Su Jin and Jing Ro, upon receiving their mistress's order, prepared to eliminate these oblivious intruders. Wait, Zhao Exine hastily interjected to halt their actions. The two paused, their bodies turning in unison to focus on Zhao Exine. Observing the situation, Zhao Exine remained calm, pointing at Zhong Bao with a sharp gaze. I wish to challenge you to a duel. Zhong Bao blinked in surprise, taking a moment to comprehend. Huh? You want to duel me? I must have misheard. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Mocking Zhao Exine's audacity, Su Jin and Jing Ro exchanged bewildered glances, equally astonished by his boldness. Ling Tian maintained a serene expression, a faint smile curving his lips, contemplating that this was an opportune moment for Long Jie to assess Zhao Exine's abilities. Long Jie's melodious and resonant voice echoed in Ling Tian's mind. You little rascal, always meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Growing weary of her incessant chiding, Long Jie reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, I shall begrudgingly assist you. Yan Xianxue initially intended to disregard Zhao Exine's provocation towards Zhong Bao, but upon noticing the smile at the corner of Ling Tian's mouth, she altered her stance. She communicated with Su Jin and Jing Ro. Do not rush. In unison, they replied. Yes, Mississippi, you heard me correctly. I am indeed challenging you to a duel. Zhao Exine's resolute declaration resonated with the force of a gong. Zhong Bao scoffed disdainfully. Fine. I shall ensure you experience the consequences of your ignorance. As a practitioner of the Xian Master Realm, he naturally regarded a waste of the Xian Ming realm with contempt. He gestured for the onlookers to step aside, who complied while shouting encouragements. Bao Gu, crush him, show him what's what, disable him, beat him senseless. Zhong Bao raised his right hand, a silver blade manifesting in his grip. Its tip directed ominously at Zhao Exine. His expression was frigid as he taunted. Come at me. Zhao Exine removed the white cloth wrapped around his back, grasping it firmly, and then unfurled the cloth to reveal a long spear. The spear, adorned with a golden body and silver tip, featured intricately carved dragons that appeared lifelike, a masterpiece of craftsmanship. He boldly stepped forward to issue his challenge, motivated both by the family code that demanded justice against evildoers and the desire to create an opportunity for others to escape. Otherwise, should these two goddesses engage, blood would surely flow like a river. Having sensed the bone-chilling murderous intent radiating from Yan Xianxue, he feared for the lives of those present and felt compelled to resort to this desperate measure. He hoped that during the ensuing battle, they might heed the warning and retreat, thus sparing themselves from calamity. Although their actions were indeed culpable, they did not warrant death. With a single-handed flourish of his spear, his gaze resolute, he declared, Zhao Exine, at your service. Zhong Bao nonchalantly scratched his ear, a relaxed demeanor evident on his face. Enough with the prattle, why don't you come at me already? Upon hearing Zhao Exine's words, his eyes narrowed, and with a powerful push from his back foot, he charged towards Zhong Bao. Observing this, Zhong Bao did not flinch. Instead, he stood his ground, twisting his neck with a sound that resonated ominously. As Zhao Exine reached him, he lunged forward with a thrust towards Zhong Bao's chest, but Zhong Bao merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading what was, to him, a lethargic attack. Zhao Exine, undeterred, continued his pursuit. Unleashing a flurry of thrusts, Zhong Bao, with a leisurely grace, sidestepped and bobbed his head, easily dodging each of Zhao Exine's strikes. Recognizing the futility of his thrusts, Zhao Exine swiftly transitioned to a sweeping motion, executing the maneuver with a fluidity that betrayed no hint of hesitation. The sound of a melodious clash echoed as Zhong Bao parried Zhao Exine's sweeping spear aimed at his waist with his broad blade. Characters had their words to share, and a small drama unfolded. Zhao Exine. There exists a form of kindness that risks one's own safety. Can anyone discern my purpose in stepping forth? Author. Let's have some eager responses. Elf Fasher. You're asking for a beating. Elder Yu. A fool's errand. King of the underworld. Weak as a reed. Yi Chi. A self-imposed suffering. Ling Tian. Zhuang Han. Just too full to know what to do. God Master Yin Qin. Young man. Why not cherish life? Must you dig your own grave? Guang Lan. What a tiresome performance. Author. Snap. Time's up. Guang Lang. Oh, come on. I haven't even spoken yet. Don't think that just because you're the author, you can't. The subsequent remarks were censored by the author. To be continued. Chapter 47. The Body of a Martial God. A spear of Azura, a look of utter boredom adorned Zhong Bao's broad face. The sluggishness of Zhao Exine's spear movements utterly failed to pique his interest. With that, he forcefully pushed his blade, deflecting Zhao Exine's spear and sweeping it aside, unleashing a powerful gust that surged towards Zhao Exine's waist. Quick-witted, Zhao Exine evaded the blade, yet he could not escape the oncoming wave of force generated by the swing. He swiftly raised his spear before him, but the tremendous pressure struck it fiercely. In an instant, his body was propelled backward like an arrow released from its bow, rolling several times on the grass before coming to rest on the ground. Witnessing Zhao Exine's feeble and hapless state, the onlookers were filled with delight, erupting thus. It appears that Sister Long has already discerned his innate talent, he pondered inwardly. Ling Tian expressed his astonishment aloud. An implicit attribute. However, your situation is the most exceptional among those with implicit attributes. Generally, individuals with implicit attributes cannot summon their Xianxun or utilize Xianli until they have transcended the conflict between their talent and physical attributes. Moreover, if they were to forcibly employ a Xianli attribute corresponding to their Xianxun, they would be subject to temporal limitations. Yet, you can freely wield the light attribute Xianli even before overcoming this barrier. This indeed marks you as a most peculiar existence among implicit attributes, a half-Xing, Sister Long elaborated to Ling Tian. Ling Tian shifted his shoulders slightly, his crimson eyes deep and alluring. Standing beside him, Yin Xianxue gazed quietly at Ling Tian's profile, her thick golden eyelashes fluttering delicately, captivating and stunning. After lying on the ground for a moment, Zhao Exine rose from the grass unscathed, shaking off his slightly numb arms, and marveled at Zhong Bao. Brother, your strength is truly boundless. No wonder you possess such a robust physique. Zhong Bao hoisted his blade onto his shoulder, his interest piqued that I didn't expect you to evade my earlier strike. You possess some skill. However, you would do well to be cautious from here on. With that, an orange Xianqi surged forth, swirling around his form. The blade in his hand transformed to a vibrant orange hue. Noticing this manifestation of Xianli, Zhao Exine's expression turned serious. He gripped his spear tightly, lowering his center of gravity, the tip aimed at Zhong Bao, his gaze sharp and glinting. Recognizing Zhao Exine's unusual stance, Zhong Bao anticipated that he was preparing to unleash his full power. Filled with eager curiosity, I am quite keen to witness what tricks you have up your sleeve. With that, he brought his great blade down with force, unleashing a wave of orange energy that surged toward Zhao Exine. Zhao Exine inhaled deeply, calling forth the Shuro realm, breaking the seal. Instantly, his eyes emitted an otherworldly blue glow. Ethereal blue Xianqi erupted from his body, entwining around him and his spear, a powerful wave radiating from beneath his feet, causing the surrounding flora to sway. In an instant, he moved with the swiftness of lightning, evading the incoming energy wave. A blue phantom trailing closely behind him, appearing ghostly and enigmatic. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. What sort of martial art is this? How extraordinarily bizarre. Sister Long's voice carried a hint of shock. Is that truly the body of the martial god? I have not witnessed it in over a century. Ling Tian, intrigued by her words, questioned internally, what is the body of the martial god? He lifted his hand to gently push aside the lovely red hair before him. A soft breeze caressing his face, he wondered in his heart whether Sister Long could assist him in overcoming his internal conflicts. Sister Long's tone remained calm. For me, it is not a matter of difficulty. It is merely a question of time. However, you must consider whether he is truly worth your assistance. Ling Tian's voice was unwavering. He is absolutely worth it. For from the moment I laid eyes on Zhao Exine, I perceived the unwavering loyalty and righteousness within his pure gaze. Sister Long then turned contemplative. There is no rush. I shall provide you with a method by tomorrow. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Exine stood before Zhong Bao, swiftly brandishing his spear, a dazzling blue streak manifesting in the wake of his movement, its speed akin to a flash of lightning. Zhong Bao radiated a brilliant orange light, and an indomitable shield of mysterious energy materialized around him. Zhao Xian's spear struck against the protective barrier, and a powerful rebound force unexpectedly surged forth, deflecting his spear away. Seizing the moment, Zhong Bao swung his broadsword downwards, aiming directly at Zhao Xian's shoulder, his energy surging fiercely, as if shattering mountains and rivers. Zhao Xian nimbly sidestepped, a blue phantom trailing closely behind him. Although Zhong Bao's strike missed, his gaze sharpened, and a potent wave of energy erupted from his body. In an instant, Zhao Xian thrust his spear upright before him, bracing against the oncoming wave of energy that slammed into his spear, the sheer force propelling him several meters back, leaving a long skid mark on the grass. Ling Tian observed with narrowed eyes. The disparity in cultivation levels between Zhao Xian and his opponent was stark, for a mere wave of energy from Zhong Bao could send him flying back several meters. Onlookers shouted incessantly, "Brother Bao, stop wasting time with him. Finish him off." Indeed. At that moment, Zhao Xian was slightly out of breath. The duration of his Azura realm activation was limited to 5 minutes, and if this stalemate continued, defeat was inevitable. He steadied his rapid breathing, spinning the spear before him, pointing its tip downward while gripping it with one hand. Subsequently, an ethereal blue energy blazed around him like flames, with the spear emanating a brilliant blue glow. Zhong Bao, unwilling to prolong the engagement with Zhao Xian, unleashed another surge of energy, channeling it into his broadsword. Lowering his center of gravity, he positioned the broadsword across his shoulder, preparing to unleash a powerful horizontal strike. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, dashing towards Zhao Xian, his energy swirling violently, exuding an intimidating presence. Zhao Xian felt a tightening in his chest as he shot forward. Azura Spear, Extreme Shadow. With that declaration, he had already closed the distance to Zhong Bao. Zhong Bao swung his broadsword in a wide arc, the blade's wind sweeping across the ground, causing the flowers and grass to sway, resembling waves rippling through water. Observing this, Zhao Xian leapt once more, flipping in the air to land behind Zhong Bao, and in a heartbeat, he turned and thrust his spear forward. The spear glimmered with blue light, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. Just as he believed his strike was certain to hit, Zhong Bao's left hand firmly grasped the spear aimed at him. Zhao Xian was taken aback, desperately pulling back on the spear, but alas, it remained unmoved, as if it were a 1,000-pound stone. With a powerful kick, Zhong Bao struck Zhao Xian in the abdomen. With a muffled groan, Zhao Xian was sent flying backwards, rolling several times across the grass before collapsing, blood spilling from his mouth. It turned out that Zhong Bao had anticipated Zhao Xian's reluctance to engage him directly, knowing he would evade and then attempt to thrust. Thus, during his earlier swing, he had only used his right hand, while his left hand merely feigned a grip on the sword, creating an optical illusion for Zhao Xian. A brief interlude, where characters have words to share. Author, I have lived to this day, and in every endeavor I wish to undertake, I find myself losing confidence. Why? Because I am unable to attain what I seek, leading to despondency. Elder you, the path of perseverance lies within your heart. Your desires are merely your own wishes. Yet, to be thwarted in your desires and to seek in vain is the root of failure. Ling Tian, remember your original intent, for it is the key to achieving your goals. Dedicated to our fleeting youth that shall inevitably fade away. To be continued. Chapter 48. For you, the art of divine prayer. Upon witnessing Zhao Xian sprawled on the ground in a state of utter disarray, the surrounding group of lackeys erupted in applause, their joy palpable and exuberant. Ling Tian, observing this scene, clenched the hands he had previously tucked into his pockets, his eyes cold as frost. A terrifying aura of impending doom enveloped the surroundings, causing the countenances of his companions to change dramatically as they instinctively took several steps back, their expressions filled with dread. Standing beside Ling Tian, Yan Qianxue was equally stirred by the fierce, killing intent radiating from him. As she glanced at his stern profile, her golden eyes revealed an unusual expression, one of profound depth, joy, comfort, and satisfaction. A charming smile graced her delicate face, a stark contrast to the past. You are no longer the same person you once were. I never anticipated that you would become enraged on behalf of someone other than me. Indeed, you have matured beyond measured. Is this what you referred to as a reformation? Yet the cost seems exceedingly heavy. Zhao Xian, trembling, managed to rise from the grass, raising a hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, sneering dismissively. Is that all you've got, Zhong Bao? casting aside the long spear he had been wielding. Erupted in fury, baring his teeth as he roared, "You are merely seeking your own demise." With that, his internal energy surged forth once more. He leaped up, pivoting to bring his great blade crashing down, unleashing an enormous wave of orange energy that hurtled towards Zhao Exine. Despite the excruciating pain in his abdomen and his overwhelming fatigue, Zhao Exine stood resolute, his eyes unwavering and devoid of fear. Zhong Bao, witnessing the impending wave mere inches from Zhao Exine, broke into a sinister grin. In an instant, several beams of brilliant golden light shot forth towards Zhao Exine, causing the orange wave to collide with the brilliant aura. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves spiraling outward. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, Ling Tian's tall figure appeared before Zhao Exine in an instant. His exquisite face was as cold as ice, his fiery red hair billowing like wisps of cotton, and his crimson eyes gleamed with an icy ferocity. His coat billowed around him, while four golden swords danced in a protective orbit. The on-looking lackeys, previously filled with fervor, were now rendered speechless by Ling Tian's sudden appearance. Eugene and Jing Ro were equally astonished, though their surprise stemmed not from Ling Tian's speed, but rather from the golden energy he had just wielded. This was irrefutably light attribute energy. In this day and age, aside from the angelic clan, very few possessed such power. Moreover, this individual was the man the young lady had long awaited since childhood. What on earth was the connection? Both were left in a state of bewilderment. Zhao Exine hunched over, clutching his abdomen with his left hand, his voice weak. "Brother Tian." Ling Tian slightly turned his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he replied softly, "You have done well. Step aside for a moment and allow me to handle the rest." Zhao Exine cast a glance at the crimson stain he had left on the grass, his gaze downcast. "Then I shall leave it to you, Brother Tian, but I hope you will spare his life." Zhang Bao, witnessing this exchange, scoffed disdainfully. "Another useless wretch from the Xinming realm, daring to flaunt his bravado before me. I see you are simply longing for death." Ling Tian turned to face Zhong Bao, his crimson eyes chillingly calm. "You are fortunate. I shall not take your life." How audacious! After a fierce snarl, he forcefully thrust his great sword upward, unleashing a massive wave of orange blade energy that surged forth, cleaving through the mud with ferocity. As it soared through the air, the colossal blade wave unexpectedly transformed into the visage of an orange tiger's head. Roaring as it ascended, breaking the moon with the fierce tiger, he bellowed, following closely behind. Ling Tian, with a swift motion, grasped a floating golden sword, swinging it horizontally. In a flash, a vibrant seven-colored sword wave erupted, shattering mountains and rivers in its wake. The radiant blade wave sliced the approaching tiger head in two, then darted straight towards Zhang Bao, while the several golden swords surrounding Ling Tian abruptly vanished. Zhang Bao's eyes widened in terror as he frantically sidestepped, the seven-colored sword wave grazing past him. Before he could steady his racing heart, Ling Tian had mysteriously materialized before him. In a panic, Zhang Bao attempted to swing his great sword, but Ling Tian swiftly raised his left hand, firmly grasping Zhang Bao's wrist just as he was about to strike. Zhang Bao, utterly astonished, found his powerful grip akin to chains, rendering him immobile. With a forceful tug of his left hand, a resounding crack echoed, accompanied by Zhang Bao's anguished wails that pierced the heavens and chilled the bones. Ling Tian had no intention of granting him respite. He abruptly released his left hand and delivered a powerful kick to Zhang Bao's abdomen, a force so tremendous it could shatter mountains and shake the earth. Zhang Bao's trembling form was propelled several dozen meters away, convulsing before succumbing to unconsciousness on the grassy ground. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with dread, their hearts pounding in fear. They recoiled in terror, some nearly fleeing in haste. Ling Tian cast a swift glance over the crowd, his crimson, piercing gaze akin to a sharp lance, instilling a profound sense of horror that a few timid souls, utterly frightened, turned and fled, rolling and scrambling away, their cries of despair echoing in the air, with one leading the charge. Others followed suit, a throng of small-time followers hastily retreating, leaving only two behind. One was gaunt and pale, clearly paralyzed by fear, while the other, robust and imposing, bore a fierce countenance, revealing little sign of trepidation. Ling Tian, hands tucked into his pockets, a sly smile gracing his lips, found it surprising that this burly man still had a few loyal followers willing to stand by him. The stout fellow, upon hearing Ling Tian, pointed a finger towards him, furrowing his brow in defiance. "Do not overstep your bounds. Fighting is strictly prohibited and will result in disqualification from the selection." Think carefully. Inwardly, however, he was anxious. After all, this man had effortlessly taken down a formidable opponent of the same realm with his profound strength. Standing before Ling Tian, he felt as fragile as a withered leaf. Ling Tian extended his right hand to massage the back of his neck, tilting his chin slightly upward. Let us not forget who instigated this conflict, he retorted coldly. The stout man, unable to muster a rebuttal, fell silent. Ling Tian, seeing this, did not press further and turned away, casually stating, "You are fortunate. My brother Xin possesses a magnanimous heart and will not hold a grudge. Otherwise, you would have no chance of leaving. You should find someone to tend to that man, though he will not perish. His injuries are grievous." With that, he swiftly moved towards the long spear discarded on the ground, picking it up before striding in the direction of Zhao Xin. The stout man, witnessing Ling Tian's unexpected mercy, clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, young hero." Subsequently, the two individuals rushed to support Zhong Bao, helping him to his feet as they gradually departed into the distance. Zhao Xin leaned against a grand tree, pressing his hand against his abdomen. Upon seeing Ling Tian approaching victoriously, a pale smile forced its way onto his face. "Tian. Brother, thank you." Ling Tian responded with an easy smile, the flowers and grass bowing in reverence. "It's merely a trifling matter." Dio refrained from such recklessness in the future. He stepped before Zhao Xin, extending the long spear into his hands. Yin Qianxue and the others also arrived beside Ling Tian. Noticing Zhao Xion's pallor and the way he clutched his abdomen, Ling Tian expressed his concern. "Brother Xion, is your injury serious?" Zhao Xion inserted the spear into the ground with his right hand, striving to prop himself up, forcing a smile as he replied, "It's nothing grave, just a slight pain." However, Ling Tian's worry did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified. Observing Ling Tian's persistent concern, Yin Qianxue stepped forward to propose. "The young lady possesses innate healing abilities and should be able to alleviate young Master Zhao's suffering." Upon hearing this, Su Jinmei was taken aback, about to speak when she was restrained by Jingrou's delicate wrist. Confused, Su Jin exchanged glances with Jingrou, who subtly shook her head, conveying through a silent understanding, "This is the young lady's decision, and neither of us can oppose it. Su Jin, upon hearing this, clenched her delicate fist, biting her pink lip, ultimately conceding with a reluctant nod. The divine prayer technique is a sacred art of the angelic race, attainable only through the trials of the angelic race's demonic purgatory. This technique is immensely noble. Applying it to base humans is an affront to the angelic lineage." Yet, the young lady seemed unconcerned, exhibiting a reckless abandon that bordered on sacrilege. Should the divine emissaries learn of this, one could only fear their wrath. Zhao Xin, upon hearing this, felt both honored and astonished, exclaiming, "Healing techniques are exceedingly rare and demand tremendous expenditure of mystical energy. If overused, it could severely harm the practitioner's body. I implore you, Miss Shui, to reconsider." Ling Tian, upon hearing this, turned his gaze towards Yin Qianxue, his expression fraught with conflict. As the luminous full moon cast its silvery light, and the stars twinkled in the night sky. The evening breeze whispered softly, carrying a slight chill. Beneath the vibrant cherry blossom tree, petals cascaded like snowflakes, swirling gracefully in the gust of wind. I held a flask of strong liquor, addressing the resplendent moonlight filtering through the branches with fervent declarations. "The moon's reflection forms three figures. We fear no adversary. Cheers." With that, I tilted my head back and took several hearty swigs, the liquor cascading down my chin like a waterfall. It was then that I realized a crucial fact. I had never consumed alcohol before. I hurled the flask to the ground, my face flushed, swaying unsteadily as the world around me shifted into an elusive haze. Laughing deliriously, I raised my hand and shouted, "What a fine drink." Following this, I leaned back, collapsing to the ground in slumber. Chapter 49, Parting Without Fate. Gathering forever bound. Upon perceiving Ling Tian's myriad concerned and hesitant glances, Yin Qianxue understood that he was worried for her well-being. She gently nodded at him, her golden eyes radiating confidence and composure. "Young Master Ling need not fret. I am well aware of my limits." Ling Tian, upon hearing her words, immediately displayed a look of gratitude. "Then I am in your debt, Miss Shui." A rich golden energy emanated from her snow-white palm, gradually enveloping her slender, elegant fingers. A sudden wave of energy surged from her palm, causing the leaves that danced gently in the air to flutter chaotically. The golden aura eventually spread to her smooth, lustrous nails, enveloping her entire hand. A golden blossom of mystical energy materialized upon her palm, its petals shimmering with radiant light, while the surrounding aura permeated the air. Yin Xinxue felt a subtle shift in her spirit that a glimmering, golden essence emanated from the petals, drifting like a sentient wisp of smoke towards Zhao Xian's. The golden energy fully entered Zhao Xian's body. He was instantly enveloped in a dazzling golden glow that a wave of refreshing comfort washed over him, prompting him to close his eyes and indulge in the exquisite sensation. When Zhao Xian finally opened his eyes after taking a deep breath, he felt invigorated. With the excruciating pain in his abdomen vanished without a trace, he turned to Yin Xinxue, beaming a smile of gratitude, vowing that he would repay her kindness in due time. Yin Xinxue's thick golden eyelashes fluttered as she maintained a serene expression. "You need not thank me, young Master Zhao. We are partners, and such words are unnecessary." Her camaraderie with Zhao Xian stemmed from the deep bond he shared with Ling Tian. Zhao Xian was profoundly touched, clasping his hands in sincere appreciation, feeling fortunate to be allied with the exquisite and noble Miss Shui, truly a reward of virtuous deeds from a past life. At that moment, an exhilarating and dynamic melody erupted, the lively notes soaring and cascading, captivating hearts and compelling all to dance. The unexpected music drew several individuals in, while Zhao Xian found himself unable to resist the infectious rhythm. His legs twisting and waist swaying with abandon, his antics were comically exaggerated, resembling a jester deliberately seeking laughter. Ling Tian and the others exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter, upon hearing their mirth. Zhao Xian realized his own folly, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. The atmosphere shifted as many felt a surge of tension and excitement, recognizing the significance of the impending events that would determine their standing in this world. As they approached the venue, Su Jin sauntered beside Zhao Xian, her delicate features chillingly composed, as if encased in ice. Her voice dripped with a cold undertone. "Cherish your pitiful life, for it is the Mrs. Unique remedy that has restored your body. You would do well to recognize your limits and avoid courting disaster." Jingro joined in, softly echoing, "Indeed, it's not so easy to seek death." Zhao Xian felt his heart leap into his throat. Chilled with dread, "No, I wouldn't dare." The robust figure at the selection site remained comfortably seated on a bench, legs crossed, flanked by dozens of white-robed cultivators standing solemnly behind him. Upon noticing the new arrivals, he lazily stretched as if just awakening, then approached the crowd, hands clasped behind his back, chest out and abdomen in. The allocation of admission slots had already been determined, and it was now time to announce the results, which, he believed, everyone was already aware of. The crowd began to murmur and chatter animatedly. The imposing figure, observing the raucous scene, furrowed his brows and bellowed, "What are you rascals making such a racket for? Is this a marketplace? Stand at attention." The thunderous roar reverberated, leaving the crowd momentarily deafened and shaken, forcing them to straighten up, focused and attentive, their expressions a mix of trepidation and anticipation. The crowd fell into a hushed silence. A robust individual raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly, several disciples behind him stepped forward, bringing with them a large white screen measuring a few meters in length and width. Suddenly, a blue light flickered on the screen, gradually dimming until a table emerged clearly before the audience. Noticing the unwavering gaze of the crowd fixed upon the screen, the muscular man began to elucidate that the table displayed the selection quotas for each academy, indicating their respective names, with the column following each name denoting their affiliated division. That if your name did not appear on the screen, it was indeed a misfortune, signifying that you had not even been selected for the most basic division. The Pingyuan that he gestured to his left, continuing, "After locating your division, proceed to report to the team leaders stationed before the corresponding academy. They will escort you into your respective divisions in an hour's time." The crowd followed his gesture, and indeed, several senior students could be seen gathered in groups. The seniors stood in various postures, either lounging or standing in clusters, each group marked by a sign bearing the names of their respective divisions: Binyuan, Zhuanyuan, and Pingyuan. Once the muscular man concluded his speech, he stepped aside, prompting the crowd to surge forward, encircling the screen tightly. Zhao Xian and his companions found themselves in the heart of the throng. Gazing at the sea of heads before him, Zhao Xian let out a long sigh. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he pointed to the sky and shouted, "Wow, a UFO!" The crowd turned in astonishment to look upward, their excitement palpable as they clamored. Where? Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Xian deftly maneuvered through the throng, pushing his way to a more favorable position at the front, though his reckless actions drew a barrage of warnings and curses. Despite the glares and scornful taunts directed at him, the clarity of the selection quotas displayed on the screen rendered the risk worthwhile. Once the crowd realized they had been duped, a chorus of angry shouts erupted. Who was it that yelled about a UFO? Step forward. A burly man seized a frail individual wearing a small red hat, demanding, "Was it you?" The red-hatted man trembled, hastily shaking his head in fear. And no, it wasn't me. The muscular man, filled with fury, yanked the red hat from his head, exclaiming, "I say it was you, and you dare to argue with me. Do you want a taste of my fist?" The man, now hatless, swallowed hard and stiffly nodded. "Why, yes, it was me." Soon after, the crowd was filled with the wretched screams akin to those of a slaughtered pig. Zhao Exin, lost in his own reverie, remained utterly absorbed in his world, unaffected by the chaos around him. As the saying goes, drifting freely, independent of the world, transcending to immortality. He found himself embodying this very sentiment. At last, he discovered his name alongside those of Ling Tian and Yin Xinxue. And to his astonishment, they were all affiliated with the Ping Yuan. He blinked in disbelief, rubbing his eyes for clarity, only to find the undeniable truth. They had indeed been placed in the Ping Yuan. And even more remarkably, they were in the same class. Truly, it is fate that brings people together. When they gather, they are bound for eternity. Navigating around the vociferous crowd, Zhao Exin approached Ling Tian and Yin Xinxue. Feeling somewhat dejected as he addressed Ling Tian, "Brother Tian, we are all in the same class, and it's the Ping Yuan. I feel that, regardless of the courtyard, the essence remains largely the same. Brother Tian ought to adopt a proper perspective on the world." Upon observing Ling Tian's hesitant speech, he interrupted him, which was quite commendable. This way, we can mutually support one another when needed. Yin Xinxue also smiled softly, echoing Ling Gongzi's sentiments, stating that she too found it quite agreeable. Zhao Exin, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Ling Tian would be disheartened by being assigned to a lesser courtyard, yet the reality was quite the opposite, entirely contrary to his expectations. Ling Tian, noticing Zhao Exin's reaction, placed his slender hand on Zhao Exin's shoulder and inquired, "What is the matter? Do you harbor any disdain for me, Brother Exin?" To this, Zhao Exin hurriedly waved his hand, shaking his head, exclaiming, "No, no, no. I am still elated." Ling Tian's lips curved into a radiant smile, as luminous as the pristine moon, refreshing like a gentle breeze, and captivating like a dazzling gem. His striking features were simply irresistible, compelling one to gaze longer. The characters engaged in their dialogue. A small scene unfolded. The fairy Feisher cradled her face in her delicate hands, a look of existential doubt adorning her visage, lamenting the triviality of her role in this hurried narrative. How could it be that the daughter of the esteemed fairy king had sunk to a position lesser than that of a mere supporting character? Alas, the disappointments of life must be expressed, lest one stray from the path. Zhao Exin twirled his spear with finesse, pointing its tip towards Feisher, exclaiming, "Hey, little one, what are you doing with me?" Feisher shot Zhao Exin a glare, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Author, I demand more scenes." Zhao Exin furrowed his brows, the spear's tip slightly raised. The tip is ablaze." I moved with an ethereal grace to stand behind Zhao Exin, who remained oblivious. I raised my hand and gave him a light smack on the back of his head, exclaiming, "Burn, you rascal." Startled, Zhao Exin quickly rubbed the back of his head, retreating with a hunched posture. I turned my gaze to Feisher, hands clasped behind my back, my expression grave. "This play you propose is the result of my long-term strategy. How could I allow you to whimsically alter it for your own whims?" Feisher pouted, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, and flew before me, playfully nudging my cheek with her arm, giggling, "As long as you agree, I shall be at your service henceforth. This troublesome Zhao Exin shall be dealt with by me. What say you?" I regarded her mischievous smile with a focused gaze and dismissed her with a wave, saying, "Nonsense. It's a deal." To be continued. Chapter 50. The Division of Courtyards, a self-proclaimed aristocrat. Yin Xinxue, witnessing Ling Tian's unparalleled smile, lifted her delicate jade finger to adjust her golden locks, charmingly remarking, "Ling Gongzi and Zhao Gongzi share a profound bond, a friendship of the deepest affection. I am truly in awe." Ling Tian, upon hearing this, withdrew his hand from Zhao Exin's shoulder, placing it into his pocket, his crimson eyes now fixed upon the exquisite and enchanting Xinxue. "Miss Xue possesses a discerning eye. Brother Exin is indeed my dear friend." Zhao Exin, rendered speechless by the compliment, stammered bashfully after clearing his throat, "As a mere lowly individual, how could I dare to call myself a friend to someone as formidable as Brother Tian? I merely hope to remain by your side, striving to contribute in any way I can, and to broaden my own understanding. Jing Ro stepped forward, suggesting, perhaps we should first locate the team leader of our respective courtyard. The crowd over there is steadily growing, and if we delay further, we may find ourselves lost in the throng for quite some time. With a sweeping glance, one could discern that this individual exuded a quintessentially British demeanor, radiating an aura of icy majesty and an enigmatic charm that captivated the surrounding women, leaving them enraptured and gasping in astonishment that a few, having accompanied Ling Tian, found themselves amidst the throngs of the leading figures in the common area. Upon encountering Su Jin, the embodiment of an ice goddess, the newcomers were instantly seized by trepidation, their legs trembling as they hastily sidestepped. A burly man of profound cultivation was sent sprawling by a mere kick from this frosty deity. Rendered incapable of continuing his lineage for the remainder of his days, how, then, could this assembly of frail and inept individuals dare to act presumptuously before her? Their fate seemed only to be one of avoidance. Yet, a lingering question haunted their minds. What brought this formidable ice goddess to the Academy's lowest tier, the common area? The registrar, seated at his desk, sensed the unusual commotion and lifted his gaze toward the figure of Ling Tian parting the crowd. His eyes were immediately drawn to the three enchanting goddesses, particularly captivated by Yin Qianxue's unparalleled beauty, which set his heart racing like a grasshopper on a hot skillet or a race car careening out of control. Observing the scattering crowd, Ling Tian decided against waiting any longer and strode confidently toward the registration table, appreciating their goodwill. Upon reaching the table, the eyes of the accompanying personnel were fervently fixated on the alluring forms of the three goddesses. Noticing this, Ling Tian narrowed his crimson eyes slightly and rapped his fingers on the table, his voice icy and measured. What? Is the common area filled with lecherous souls? The registrar, taken aback by Ling Tian's audacity, turned his gaze toward him, his eyes glinting with cold disdain. I had not anticipated such arrogance from a newcomer. It seems this individual will undoubtedly attract attention in the common area. A smirk of disdain graced Ling Tian's lips, his rebellious spirit evident. Then I must feel immensely honored. The registrar's temper flared momentarily, yet he stifled it, breathing heavily through his nose that he remarked coldly. This new student certainly possesses extraordinary courage. The common area has gained yet another valiant soul. I trust future competitions will not lack participants. Ling Tian, with his long fingers tucked into his pockets, emanated a chilling aura that remains to be seen. It depends on whether you can indeed invite me to the stage. My appearance fee is not insignificant. Yin Qianxue maintained her composure, her exquisite visage turned toward Ling Tian's stern profile. The individuals before them appeared feeble and easily subdued, posing no threat to Ling Tian. She paid them no mind, recognizing that Ling Tian required some practice, and these individuals would serve as perfect sparring partners. To Su Jin, with an exasperated tone, interjected sharply, "Why are you all so loquacious? Did your brains get caught in the door?" Zhang Zhe, upon hearing this, bit his lip darkly, then exhaled through his nose, grasping his pen. "Let us proceed with the registration. The customs of the common area will be made clear once you are admitted." Having said this, he cast another glance at the ethereal beauties, a sinister smile creeping across his face. He was determined to be the first to indulge in these world-class sirens. In a few days, he envisioned a sleepless battle. This thought lifted his spirits, invigorating his blood. Once the names were registered, they stepped aside to await their turn, and the previously scattered crowd surged forward once more, creating a lively spectacle. Ling Tian, with his sharp brows and calm demeanor, remarked indifferently, "Merely an incompetent fool. He poses no real threat." Zhao Xian, sensing Ling Tian's nonchalance, nodded in understanding. A full hour had elapsed when the new students of the Pingyuan promptly followed me to the academy. Ling Tian turned and strode forward, his voice deep and resonant. Let us proceed. A few individuals melded into the throng, entering the selection grounds alongside the leading personnel from the outer and inner academies. After walking straight for several hundred paces within the entrance, three towering gates came into view. Among them, the central gate stood out most prominently, its golden hue resplendent, adorned with intricately carved dragons, their bodies coiled and claws extended, exuding an imposing majesty. To the right of the golden gate lay the last entrance, crafted from wood, upon which a galloping black horse was depicted. The gates represented their respective academies. The golden gate belonged to the inner academy, the silver gate to the specialized academy, and the rudely constructed wooden gate was the domain of the Pingyuan As. The three gates swung open simultaneously. The crowd diverged, each faction making its way towards its designated subdivision. Upon the influx of the Pingyuan students, the derisive remarks from the newcomers of the other two academies erupted in unison. Wow, so many useless students from the Pingyuan. Thankfully, they are not studying alongside us. Otherwise, we would surely be dragged down by these hindrances. Indeed, the individuals entering the Pingyuan were left flushed with indignation, yet had no choice but to endure the insults in silence. Those who had been at the academy for a considerable duration would understand that during conflicts among the three academies, the higher management prioritized the interests of the inner academy, followed by the specialized academy, with the Pingyuan receiving the least regard that in their eyes. The Pingyuan students did not belong to the Shenyue sect, but rather constituted a separate institution solely for the reception of failures. Zhang Zhe and several other leaders remained unfazed, accustomed as they were to the cold jeers they had encountered over the years. Moreover, as members of the Pingyuan's administrative echelon, they naturally held themselves in high esteem. Believing themselves to be of a caliber distinctly superior to the ordinary multitude before them, Ling Tian and Qian Shui, too, maintained their composure, brushing aside the scornful remarks that trailed behind them. In the Pingyuan cafeteria. Banjin. I am Banjin. How may I assist you? Wang Jiai. Isn't this the notorious Wang? Come, let us have a friendly spar. Zhao Xine. Tomboy, take this. Wang Jiai. Zhao Xine. A chicken leg. With that, he stealthily extracted a chicken leg from his bowl. Wang Jiai eagerly snatched it away, shooting him a glare. If you have feelings for me, just say so. No need for beating around the bush. Zhao Xine clenched his fists, silently exclaiming, I love you, Grandma. Fei Shi. Well done. Chapter 51. The Hall of the Fiery Deity. Star Wars. Upon entering the gate of the Pingyuan, an incongruous scene unfolded before us. Here, flowers and grass flourished abundantly, the ground paved with clay, and a rich aroma of earthy soil permeated the as Pingyuan surveyed the surroundings. Vibrant trees dotted the landscape, accompanied by the harmonious sounds of chirping birds and buzzing cicadas, creating a lively ambience. It could be described as a tapestry of blooming flowers and lush greenery, reminiscent of a retreat from the clamor of urban life into a serene garden. Ling Tian, observing this unique vista, could not help but comprehend why this place was referred to as the Pingyuan, a homophone for plain, for it was certainly not an ordinary plain, with an expression of indifference. Ling Tian turned to glance at Zhao Xine. Yin Qian Shui, feeling invigorated, inhaled the fresh, untainted air, her rosy lips curving into an exquisite smile that captivated the beholder. This venue bears an uncanny resemblance to the place where Yin once resided. Situated far from the bustling city, long hidden amidst the wilderness, life here is simple yet rich in flavor, where all matters are met with joy and laughter. Yet, why must fate be so cruel as to separate her from Yin? For years, she has prayed, yearning for their reunion. This time, she shall devote everything to protect his desires. Even if they cannot be together for eternity, she is willing to sacrifice her life for her aspirations. Upon witnessing the desolation of this place, Su Jin felt it was a disgrace to the noble lineage of the young lady, the mistress of divine messengers. Instinctively, she clenched her delicate fist, a wave of ominous energy emanating from her. The people surrounding her sensed this chilling aura, instinctively recoiling in fear, their hearts trembling as they hurriedly moved aside to preserve their lives. After perceiving Su Jin's formidable presence, Jing Ro stepped forward to grasp her delicate fist. Her emerald eyes shimmering like exquisite jewels, she offered her comfort. Xiao Jin, this is the long-awaited moment for the young lady since her childhood. If the man she has yearned for does not possess the might to shield the heavens 5 years hence, she will have no choice but to forsake him for the angel clan. For now, we can only place our hopes upon this man, praying that he will not disappoint us. The Hall of the Fiery Deity, known in full as the Hall of the Fiery God, stands as the most powerful existence on the continent of Luotian. When the fiery god descended to the world, all realms bowed in reverence. While the demon clan trembled in fear, in the great battle against the demon clan, hundreds of thousands of divine beings and several hundred celestial emperors emerged from the continent of Luotian, fighting valiantly to protect their planet. Although the demon king was ultimately sealed away, the cost was horrendous. Those who rushed to the battlefield faced mortal peril, with only 2 celestial emperors and a handful of divine lords returning victorious. These 2 celestial emperors of the Hall of the Fiery Deity thus became the strongest beings on the continent of Luotian, while the once supreme Emperor Ming Tian, who had suppressed the divine clan, was lost in this battle. It is said that the 2 celestial emperors sacrificed themselves to forcefully seal the demon king, that in the centuries since the sealing, tremors have been felt, prompting the hall of the fiery deity to cultivate its strength and seclude itself in preparation for the impending war against the demon clan. Yet, no one knows when the demon clan will break free from their seal, nor whether they will once again attempt to invade this planet. The hall of the fiery deity is destined to become the leader of the continent of Luotian, defending the planet alongside all realms. Jingro tightened her grip on Su Jin's delicate hand, her azure eyes dimming slightly. Su Jin gazed up at the clear yet ominously darkening sky, her eyes narrowing. The young lady had no room for rebuttal. She could only exchange her entire life for the peace of the Angel clan. Surely, she would never allow her own desires to lead to the annihilation of her entire race. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "The only hope lies in possessing the strength to counterbalance the hall of the fiery deity. This man named Yin is the most difficult existence for the young lady to relinquish. If he lacks the power to vie for her, how shall she choose? In these 5 years, let the young lady pursue her heart's desires. I shall follow her always, even if the seas dry and the rocks crumble." For eternity, Su Jin's beautiful visage gradually relaxed, and she turned to face Jingrou's playful and radiant face, resolutely declaring, 5 years hence, I shall ascend to the rank of Divine Lord, even if it means battling the hall of the fiery deity to the death. I will ensure your safety." The two exchanged smiles, the atmosphere warm and harmonious, their stunning beauty enchanting those around them, stirring the hearts of onlookers. However, they could not hear the conversation between the two and assumed that this ice-cold goddess was simply capricious. Upon witnessing the desolate expanse before them, the other newly arrived students at the gate expressed their profound disappointment, shaking their heads and sighing. They had not anticipated that the renowned Xinhua Academy would present itself in such a manner. Having sacrificed everything to arrive at this place, they found themselves in a state of utter disarray, leaving them pondering how to explain their predicament to their families. As the speaker guided the group to the front of the teaching and cultivation building, he halted, turned to face the newcomers, and placed his hands behind his back. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. During tonight's evening class, senior students will distribute the Academy's regulations. It is imperative that you read this document carefully. You may also consult the seniors in the classrooms. They may be willing to elucidate the Academy's rules for you. He glanced at the clock hanging on the entrance of the teaching and cultivation building before looking back at the crowd. The time is drawing near. You will soon receive a form detailing your assigned classroom. Present this form to your class mentor, who will arrange your seating and dormitory assignments. Additionally, I must emphasize once more that you will share classes with the seniors. Should you have any uncertainties regarding the Academy's regulations, do not hesitate to inquire. Having concluded his speech, he exchanged knowing glances with several leading personnel standing beside him. They nodded in understanding and began distributing the forms to each new student. Ling Tian, with his hands tucked into his pockets, maintained a composed demeanor. He was curious about the capabilities of this academy that could instill such arrogance in its members. Once the forms were distributed, the students, under the organization of the leading personnel, entered through the grand entrance of the teaching and cultivation building. The entrance was crafted from black iron bars, entwined with green vines, and bore the marks of rust. Exuding an air of antiquity, the building itself was somewhat appealing, with its white walls and towering structure, comprising 7 levels across 3 blocks, standing in a circular formation. Upon entering, the ground transitioned from dirt to mud, with a unique fishhead fountain situated in the center of the 3rd floor's muddy expanse, showcasing an exquisite style. Ling Tian found himself inexplicably grouped with Yin Qianxue and others in the same class. Their class was located on the 6th floor, Class 6. Yin Qianxue, having anticipated this arrangement, paid no mind to the form in her hand and proceeded directly to walk alongside Ling Tian. As they ascended the stairs, the two engaged in conversation, drawing attention with their radiant presence. Su Jin, Jingro, and Zhao Xian trailed closely behind. Zhang Zhe observed the silhouettes of the 3 goddesses, a sinister smile creeping across his face. He beckoned to a nearby leading personnel, leaning in to whisper conspiratorially. Upon hearing his words, the individual returned a sly smile, exuding an air of treachery. In a moment of levity, Zhao Xian, holding a beer bottle, smashed it against the stone table, brandishing the jagged remnants towards the author with a menacing expression. Brothers, the author has once again fallen into his old habits. Let us teach him a lesson. Seated nearby, Ming Wang and Zhuang Han rose to subdue Zhao Xian, delivering a flurry of blows as they scolded him. How dare you strike the author? It seems you are courting disaster. Zhao Xian, with a bruised and battered face, struggled to his feet. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he noticed that the bottle cap of his beer was missing, prompting him to inquire, "Where is my beer bottle cap?" The author, standing beside Zhao Xian, cast him a cold glance and retorted, "It's lodged in your rear." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian suddenly felt a sharp, excruciating pain in his backside, leading him to cry out in agony as he touched the afflicted area. Chapter 52. The beautiful Empress, forcibly reassigned. The corridors of the teaching building were desolate, echoing with the occasional sound of clear, resonant reading from the classrooms. These sounds were harmonious and vibrant, reminiscent of a dragon boat race's synchronized shouts, indicating a robust atmosphere of learning. That a few individuals ascended the stairs with light steps. Arriving at the 6th floor, Ling Tian paused, his tall figure surveying the surroundings before proceeding to the door of Class 6, guided by the sign on the classroom door. Inside the classroom stood a strikingly beautiful woman of tall stature, clad in a sleek black suit that accentuated her curves, with two prominent peaks captivating the eye. She wore a black short skirt, her full, long legs adorned with alluring nude stockings that at first glance. Her enchanting appearance was undeniably seductive. With her hands clasped behind her slender waist, an air of sternness emanated from her, pervading the entire classroom. The atmosphere within was so hushed that even the faintest flutter of a fly's wings could be distinctly heard. Noting the oppressive silence, Ling Tian entered the classroom and gently rapped on the door, announcing, "Instructor, we are the new students of your class, here to report." Yin Qianxue chimed in, "We apologize for the interruption and hope for your understanding." As she spoke, Su Jin and others also stepped into the classroom. The majority of the male students were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the three ethereal beauties. Their spirits lifted in admiration. They engaged in hushed debates over which of the three stunning figures was the most exquisite, each claiming one for themselves, lost in their fervor. Although they spoke in muted tones, their glances and whispers filled the classroom with an undeniable buzz. Simultaneously, the female students could not help but cast fervent gazes at the striking Ling Tian, who stood near the door. The alluring instructor at the podium turned upon noticing Ling Tian and the others, her previously stern expression melting away to reveal warmth and kindness. With a smile gracing her lips, she approached them, her hands clasped in delight. "You've arrived, even earlier than I anticipated." In response, Zhao Xian stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "I am truly honored by your attention, esteemed instructor." The instructor, lowering her hands from their clasp, placed them gracefully behind her waist and replied with a smile, "You are too kind. Dear student, it is my duty to welcome new students. And I believe that all of you, with your impeccable manners, will soon be embraced by your classmates." Yin Qianxue chimed in with a gentle smile, her enchanting eyes captivating. "Indeed, the instructor is so warm-hearted. It seems we have entered a class filled with unity and camaraderie." The instructor, pleased by Qianxue's smile, took her delicate hand in hers, exclaiming joyfully, "Yes, you are absolutely correct. Our class's motto is to foster unity and friendship. Strive for excellence and embrace learning diligently every day. I am the lead teacher of this class, Qian 1. You may refer to me as Sister Qian." With that, she cast a sweeping glance over a few individuals and proceeded to the main topic, stating that there was no need for excessive chatter. "You will all go on stage shortly to introduce yourselves, after which there are pre-arranged vacant seats at the back of the classroom for you to choose from freely." Upon hearing this, several voices echoed in unison. Zhao Xian was the first to step forward. As he ascended the podium, he removed the white covering from his back, bowed to his classmates, and introduced himself, saying, "I am Zhao Xian, a descendant of Zhao Yun. Our clan's purpose is to assist the weak, aid the needy, and save lives." That he expressed hope for everyone's support in the future. In the classroom, a broad-faced man clad in a leopard print coat looked at Zhao Xian with disdain, clicking his tongue in derision. "Humph, claiming to assist the weak while being nothing more than a penniless wretch. I believe it's others who will be aiding you." This individual, surnamed Wang and named Xiang, was the son of a bandit chief from the country of Fuan. A frail man seated beside him quickly chimed in, "Indeed, big brother, this fellow is no match for me in terms of strength." Truly brazen and unaware of his own limitations, this man, surnamed Hao and named Quan, also known as Ergo, sported a hairstyle that stood upright, a quintessential rooster-like appearance, amidst the ridicule from the class. Zhao Xian descended from the podium, and Ling Tian observed the palpable divide between Zhao Xian and his peers, his crimson eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed that wherever Zhao Xian went, he faced exclusion. A true testament to the adage that great aspirations often go unappreciated and grand ambitions remain unacknowledged. Subsequently, Ling Tian and Su Jin took the stage, each succinctly stating their names, Yet the atmosphere in the classroom remained exuberantly lively. Particularly, when Yin Qianxue stood on stage, revealing her breathtaking features, a majority of the boys erupted in excitement, leaping about and climbing on desks. Some even whistled loudly, their cheers echoing like the haunting howls of wolves on a moonlit night. In the far left corner, by the window, a man dressed in a long black coat and fitted black trousers reclined in his chair. He adjusted his silver glasses and spoke in a deep voice. It seems that the prominent beauties of the Xinyu sect's various divisions are about to be eclipsed by these few ladies. A fierce battle for supremacy is on the verge of igniting. As he spoke, the light from outside was reflected off his glasses, casting a bright glare. This man, handsome with striking orange eyes and chestnut hair, exuded an air of elegance and distinction. His name was Ban Jin, known as the Pressure King, revered for his invisible aura of pressure and the tangible prowess he possessed. His strength ranked among the top in the academy, yet due to his eccentric personality, most chose to steer clear of him. Seeing the classroom in a state of chaos, with everyone in a comically frenzied state, Qianwan raised her hand and struck the podium forcefully. The surge of potent azure energy erupted from the point of impact, sending a wave of force that caused all the books on the desks to rattle and flutter like leaves in the wind. The students straightened their posture, chests out, abdomens in, knees tightly together, heads erect and focused, their movements remarkably precise and unambiguous. Qianwan's expression was stern, radiating an icy chill that penetrated to the bone. Have you all forgotten the rules of Class 6? Upon hearing her words, everyone fell silent, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Due to the fact that Qianwan is a mentor of the Xuandi realm, her formidable prowess instills dread even in the senior mentors of our academy, compelling them to treat her with utmost deference. Furthermore, her extraordinary talent has allowed her to reach a level that is unattainable for most mortals at such a tender age, rendering her future prospects truly incalculable. Perhaps by some twist of fate, this formidable empress, who commands respect throughout the academy, has been assigned to the lowest-ranked Ping Yuan as a mentor. Moreover, she is renowned as the dual embodiment of beauty and skill within the entire Xinyu sect, igniting fervor among the men who behold her. However, beauty often conceals thorns, and her occasional outbursts of temper have earned her the moniker of the Fierce Beauty Empress, while others may not have witnessed Qianwan in a fit of rage. For this class, it is merely an ordinary occurrence. Thus, at this moment, seeing her expression turn cold and stern, the entire class instinctively held their breath, remaining as steadfast as mountains. Several vacant seats were located at the back of the classroom, totaling 5 in number. The 2 desks against the wall were pushed together, while the other desks stood apart. Ling Tian halted before one of the empty spots in the last row, his hands tucked into his pockets, displaying a gentlemanly demeanor as he allowed a few others to choose their preferred seats first. Yin Qianxue, observing this, paused beside Ling Tian, followed closely by Su Jin and Jing Ro, who understood the unspoken cue and halted in unison. Zhao Xian, oblivious to the situation, scanned the empty seats and ultimately fixed his gaze upon the 2 desks that were pushed together. He immediately stepped toward the chosen spot, prompting a glint of icy intensity to flash through Yin Qianxue's golden eyes. With a subtle gesture of her delicate fingers, she discreetly summoned the power of the myriad realms. The tremendous force materialized abruptly beside Zhao Xian, forcibly propelling him into a solitary wooden chair nearby. Chapter 53, Class Chaos. Competing for favor, Zhao Xian found himself as if bound by steel cables to the wooden chair, unable to move. Upon realizing this strange predicament, he attempted to call for help, only to discover that his lips were sealed tight. That moment, his lips felt as if weighed down by a meteor, pressed together with an unyielding force. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not part them even the slightest bit, and all that escaped his mouth were incomprehensible whimpers. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jin and Jing Ro took their seats at the remaining 2 empty spots, leaving only the last 2 adjacent seats unoccupied. Ling Tian noticed Zhao Xian's pleading gaze directed at him and intended to step forward to inquire about the situation, but just as he moved, he was halted by Yin Qianxue's grip on his wrist. With a charming smile that radiated allure, she suggested, "Let us first take our seats. The entire class awaits only the 2 of us. We mustn't delay everyone any further." With that, she gently led Ling Tian to their seats. Ling Tian sat on the outside, while Qianxue took her place against the wall. Suddenly, Zhao Xian's rigid body in the wooden chair returned to normal, and his previously immovable lips regained their usual flexibility. Seeing everyone in line and behaving properly, the coldness on Qianwan's face gradually softened, returning to her familiar amiable demeanor. The class collectively exhaled in relief. Having served as the head of Class 6-6 for over a year, Qinwan's temperament was well known to all, especially since it directly pertained to their lives. When her expression shifted from amiable to frigid, it signaled an impending storm of fury. Should anyone be foolish enough to add fuel to the fire at this moment, it would be tantamount to digging their own grave. The transformation of Qinwan into a state of fury stripped her of all semblance of humanity, presenting a stark contrast to her usual amiable and approachable demeanor. The lectern she struck suddenly emitted a sound of splintering wood, collapsing into a disarray of scattered fragments upon the floor. Witnessing this, the onlookers swallowed hard, their faces reflecting apprehension. She cast a glance at the shattered lectern, her delicate lips parting slightly to reveal her pearly white teeth. Longqing, Zhonglong, Hu Xiaowen, Zhang Jiaowen, you shall proceed to the college's furniture storage room and bring back a brand new teaching desk. And then clear away the debris, she commanded. Following this, she surveyed the classroom once more and added, Wang Xiang, you and your 2 companions should head to the library to collect the course materials and distribute them to the newly arrived students. Wang Xiang, suppressing a grimace filled with resentment, nonetheless responded dutifully alongside his companions. Understood, Sister Qin. After delegating her orders, Qinwan turned and exited the classroom, with those who had been summoned promptly rising to follow in her wake. Ling Tian lounged against a wooden chair, tapping his leg and surveying the surroundings. The classroom walls were painted white, spacious with a blackboard at the front and cabinets at the back. Each side boasted 4 windows. And outside the rightmost window stood tall, majestic trees, their remaining leaves fluttering gracefully, creating an exquisite scene that a glance around instilled a sense of tranquility and comfort. Yan Xianxue rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Ling Tian's profile, her stunningly beautiful face adorned with a captivating smile. When Ling Tian inadvertently turned to meet her gaze, her delicate golden hair spilled across the desk, and her bright golden eyes sparkled brilliantly. As their eyes locked, the smile on her finely featured face deepened. Ling Tian, taken aback by her enchanting expression, was about to inquire when an unexpected pang of pain surged in his chest. Frowning, he instinctively raised a hand to cover his heart and turned his head away, only for the discomfort to vanish the moment he shifted his gaze that a look of perplexity crossed his face as his slender fingers slipped into his pockets. His eyes focusing straight ahead, his thoughts wandering elsewhere. Even without memories, do you still feel a profound heartache because of me? What trials did that past battle subject you to? Why must you endure the torment of your heart? Even in forgetfulness, as she pondered, her delicate hand rested on the desk, her golden eyes still fixed on Ling Tian's contemplative profile. The room was soon filled with hushed whispers, the sound akin to fluttering mosquitoes, audible yet not intrusive. A testament to their long-practiced restraint, many of the boys occasionally stole glances towards the back of the classroom, sneaking peeks at the newly arrived beauties. Approximately half an hour later, the sky outside the classroom darkened into a deep night. A crescent moon hung in the sky, scattered stars twinkled, and outside, the chorus of cicadas and frogs filled the air, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves with a soothing sound. Those who had gone to fetch the teaching desk returned, bustling back into the classroom, and as they set the new desk in place, others bearing books gradually made their way inside. Suddenly, a resounding bell rang out, prompting the students to rush towards the back of the classroom. Swiftly forming a tightly packed crowd, Wang Xiang, with an air of determination, swiftly approached Su Jin's desk, forcefully parting the throngs of people surrounding him. With a beaming smile, he placed the newly acquired books upon her desk, exclaiming, "Goddess, I have brought you the books you requested. Not a single one is missing. Each was selected with great care, so you may rest assured." Su Jin, with a visage as stunning as a finely crafted sword, remained stoic and cold, her voice devoid of warmth. And then, she was fully aware that the lecherous individual before her harbored ulterior motives. Wang Xiang rubbed his nose, his gaze lingering on Su Jin's breathtaking figure and her alabaster collarbone. His heart racing with excitement. "I wish to shake hands with the goddess and forge a friendship. I shall always stand up for you, ensuring no one dares to touch you in the slightest." He had never encountered a beauty as exquisite as Su Jin, whose enchanting allure seemed unparalleled in the world. Her voluptuous figure was striking and alluring. At that moment, unable to restrain his fervor, he sought to draw closer, hoping to win the favor of the goddess before him. Upon hearing his words, Su Jin's expression hardened, her silvery hair cascading down like a waterfall over her delicate shoulders. She raised her fair hand to brush aside her hair, her tone icy. "You would do well to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Her frigid words pierced Wang Xiang's heart like a sharp arrow. leaving him clutching his chest in agony, his countenance despondent and his eyes dim. The onlookers, witnessing his anticipated rejection, callously shoved him to the back of the crowd, thinking to themselves, "This radiant beauty is far beyond the reach of a mere oaf like you." Jing Ro found herself in a similar predicament, surrounded by fervent suitors, each clamoring loudly, "Goddess, let us be friends. I have fallen for you at first sight. I wish to be your boyfriend. I want to marry you and have a multitude of children." At this declaration, the crowd fell into stunned silence, then turned their gazes toward the audacious man who dared to propose marriage to the goddess. The expressions of those present turned icy, their faces contorted with malevolence, as if they wished to devour the speaker whole. The man in question was Zhong Long, who, feeling the weight of countless hostile stares, swallowed hard, his chubby face betraying a hint of fear. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Brothers, let us teach him a lesson." Like soldiers responding to a command, the crowd surged forward, alternating kicks and blows directed at Zhong Long. Their curse is unrelenting. "So you wish to marry, do you? Have children, do you? You think you can compete with us?" In the midst of this turmoil, Yin Qinshui and Ling Tian found themselves at the center of a particularly raucous scene, the throng of admirers around them shouting with fervor. The din rising and falling like waves upon the shore as the chaos unfolded. Those gathered before Yin Qinshu noticed her gaze occasionally lingering on Ling Tian's face, stirring feelings of resentment within them. Suddenly, a graceful figure stepped through the classroom door, causing the crowd to fall silent, hastily pretending to study their textbooks with feigned diligence, their expressions attentive and serious, masking their earlier excitement. She retrieved a thick, wide book from the storage bracelet and began to peruse its pages with meticulous attention. Time flowed languidly as Ling Tian remained reclined on the wooden chair, his hands languidly nestled in his pockets. Exuding a profound sense of ennui, he cast a disinterested glance at the tome resting on the desk, upon which the words "Essence of Elixirs" were inscribed in bold characters. At his side lay another hefty volume of equal size, bearing the calligraphy of cultivation of mystical qi and precautions, its strokes dancing across the page. Long Jie's deep voice resonated in Ling Tian's mind, expressing her disdain for such trivial literature, remarking that it was nothing more than a waste of time. Leaning slightly forward in his chair, Ling Tian silently concurred, thinking to himself that he shared her sentiments. Long Jie's tone remained even, yet rich, as she stated that were it not for the considerable benefits and resources available at the academy, she would have had no intention of allowing him to pursue cultivation. Ling Tian, upon hearing this, feigned agreement, stating with an exaggerated air that Long Jie's decisions were undoubtedly the most sagacious, and they would follow her lead without hesitation. Ling Tian, perplexed by her words, murmured to himself, "A place of unparalleled excellence." Long Jie stretched languidly, her voice melodious yet tinged with fatigue, captivating in its allure, assuring him that he would come to understand in due time, but for now, he must dedicate himself to his practice. Ling Tian turned his gaze to Qian Shui, who lay with her face resting on the desk, her eyes closed in slumber. Her rhythmic breathing was gentle and orderly, her golden lashes long and thick, complemented by cascading golden hair, framing a face of exquisite beauty that stirred a tumult of emotions within him. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming urge to caress her delicate features, yet he recoiled from this inexplicable impulse. Swiftly averting his gaze and closing his eyes, allowing his consciousness to drift into the realm of the void, as his awareness entered this ethereal domain, he was immediately awestruck by the breathtaking spectacle before him. The ground, once veiled in wispy white clouds, had transformed into a golden-brown sandy beach, soft beneath his feet like a sponge, providing a sense of comfort and ease. Before him stretched an endless expanse of deep blue ocean, its surface smooth and unruffled, mirroring the vastness of the starry sky above, akin to a flawless mirror to the side. A thicket of lush bamboo stood densely clustered, with vibrant leaves fluttering gracefully in the air, tracing exquisite arcs before they gently descended to the sandy shore, where they instantly dissolved into wisps of white mist, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Further back, resplendent butterflies of myriad colors flitted about, their luminous wings dazzling and countless, weaving intricate patterns in the air that left one spellbound. Beneath the fluttering butterflies lay a lush meadow adorned with a riot of flowers, each vying for attention in a vibrant display. As he raised his gaze, a rich, verdant forest came into view, its depths twinkling with the flicker of fireflies, creating a captivating spectacle akin to a sea of dancing lights. The air was infused with the intoxicating fragrance of blossoms, reminiscent of fine wine, enchanting the senses, Such a breathtaking scene beyond the mundane world was a feast for the eyes, uplifting the spirit and evoking a sense of wonder. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of golden light flickered in the air before him, followed by the ethereal figure of a woman clad in flowing garments, descending gracefully from the radiance and hurtling toward Ling Tian. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped just in time as the woman brushed past him, her descent culminating in a resounding thud upon the sandy beach. This woman was none other than the sovereign, and compared to their last encounter, she now donned ancient attire, her white garments clinging to her form. Exuding an aura of otherworldly grace, the sovereign rose from the sandy shore, brushing off the lingering grains of yellow sand from his body and face. He then faced Ling Tian with a respectful demeanor, filled with joy, awaiting the grand arrival of his master. Ling Tian, raising a hand to massage the back of his neck, inquired with genuine curiosity, "What has caused such a dramatic transformation in this place?" The sovereign smiled broadly and explained that the revitalization of the area was a result of the recent upgrade of the Void Realm. Following this enhancement, the landscape underwent a profound metamorphosis. Ling Tian, astonished and unable to contain his surprise, exclaimed, "An upgrade can have such capabilities." With hands delicately placed before his abdomen, the sovereign wore a refreshing smile and replied in a calm tone, "What you may not know, master, is that the Void Realm will continue to upgrade in tandem with your increasing strength. Each upgrade will correspondingly alter the landscape, while the system itself will be further optimized." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian experienced a moment of enlightenment. No wonder the sovereign had changed attire today. It was indeed due to the upgrade. He pondered for a moment, sliding his slender right hand into his pocket with growing interest. "What benefits does this upgrade hold for me?" Ling Tian noticed that the sovereign had yet to address the crux of the matter, and his brows furrowed slightly. "So, this place is merely for viewing, without any other advantages?" Upon hearing this, Ling Tian's previously furrowed brows relaxed, his expression shifting to one of contentment as he remarked, "That is acceptable." Previously, he had acquired a meteor-grade filter in the cave, which significantly enhanced the purity of his mystic energy. Coupled with the improved purity of energy in this upgraded locale, the overall density of his mystic energy would likely reach immeasurable heights. Consequently, even when faced with formidable foes slightly more powerful than himself, he could confidently retreat unscathed. "Tian Gu, you have finally arrived. I thought I would wither away waiting for you." A playful, enchanting voice suddenly echoed behind Ling Tian. Turning around, he found the sprite Fei Shi had already flitted to his side. She playfully rubbed her face against his, filled with delight. Ling Tian, feeling a tickle from her affectionate gesture, gently grasped Fei Shi and placed her in the palm of his hand. "Little one, I apologize for making you wait. That I had no choice but to leave you here," he said with regret. "Today's events delayed my return, so I ask for everyone's understanding. The storyline will be temporarily halted." Chapter 55, The Demon King Ancestor, Flames of the Fiery Abyss. Ling Tian smiled faintly, his expression magnificent. "The little one certainly knows how to speak." The sprite Fei Shi grinned widely. "He, I speak only from the heart." Observing this, the sovereign lifted a hand to tousle his silky blue hair and, with a striking remark, teased, "Such flattery. You have been complaining here all day, yet you feign no grievances." Fei Shi, taken aback, placed her hands on her hips and glared at the sovereign, retorting, "You little pastry, what nonsense are you spouting? Your words are sheer folly. Perhaps you've bumped your head too hard." In response, the sovereign remained calm, a smirk playing on his lips. "The system has recorded your complaints all day. Would you like me to play them back for you?" Instantly, Fei Shi's face turned to one of panic, and she pointed at the sovereign, stammering, Playback your delectable pastry." The sovereign maintained a composed demeanor, his expression betraying the unease of a guilty conscience. Ling Tian, shaking his head in resignation, pondered how Fei Shi could argue with anyone. He interjected calmly, "Enough of this futile discourse." The sprite Fei Shi tossed her head in annoyance. Displaying a petulant expression, the sovereign respectfully performed a bow, stating, "Understood, my master." Contemplating this, he turned to the sovereign and inquired, "After the upgrade in this place, has your own performance improved as well?" Ling Tian nodded slightly at the question, then paused to reflect for a moment before suddenly recalling something and asking the sovereign, "Then please assist me in locating information regarding the flames of the abyss." Ling Tian gazed expectantly at the sovereign, who was diligently searching for the information in her mind, while his hands instinctively slipped into his pockets. The sprite Fei Shi alighted on Ling Tian's shoulder, her curiosity piqued as she observed the green code leaping within the sovereign's emerald eyes. A smile curved at the corners of Ling Tian's lips as he eagerly inquired, "What does the information say?" The sovereign waved her hand, and a blue screen materialized before her. She populated the screen with the retrieved data, revealing a swirling mass of dark flames. Facier gasped in astonishment at this stunning spectacle, her eyes widening in disbelief as she rubbed them. However, Ling Tian had long since grown accustomed to such sights. The sovereign placed her left hand on her abdomen and, after conjuring a glimmer of golden light with her right hand, grasped a slender rod. Approaching the screen, she pointed at it with the rod and began her meticulous explanation. The records indicated that the flames of the abyss were born from the cataclysmic war 100,000 years ago. According to the data, the ancient deity Kex, who governed life and death in the celestial realm, was inadvertently interrupted during his cultivation of divine fire, leading to a surge of demonic thoughts that caused him to descend into the path of darkness and become the progenitor of a demon king. Upon hearing this, Facier clapped her hands together and exclaimed, "Ah, so this is how the demon king came to be." The sovereign disregarded Facier's exclamation and continued her narration. After becoming the demon king, Kex wrought havoc upon the living, fusing the flames of hell with the divine fire of the celestial realm to create the even more formidable and terrifying ghostly flames. According to the records, the ghostly flames rank as the most powerful fire in existence. Facier, perplexed, questioned, "Can two different types of fire truly merge?" The sovereign shot her a glare, her tone laced with irritation. "Little one, do not interrupt me, or I shall toss you into the sea to feed the fish." Facier, pouting in response, clenched her fists in indignation, but knowing she wished to hear more of the sovereign's tale, she reluctantly swallowed her frustration. The scene on the screen beside the sovereign shifted to depict a demon king wielding ghostly flames to slay the gods. Once Kex became the demon king, he became cold-blooded and devoid of reason, ruthlessly incinerating countless deities and living beings with the ghostly flames. However, the resentments of those unwillingly slain did not dissipate. Instead, they merged into the ghostly flames as the deities perished to this flame. Their divine powers were absorbed, ultimately causing the ghostly flames to evolve into the flames of the abyss, fueled by the countless grievances and divine energies. With that, the sovereign gently tapped the screen with her slender rod, causing the imagery within to shift once more. The obsidian flames swiftly transformed into a dual-hued fire of deep blue interior and shadowy black exterior, with the surface of the flames continuously emitting mysterious white smoke, reminiscent of vapor rising from boiling water. Upon learning of this occurrence, the most powerful ancient deity, the god of creation, was consumed by fury and set forth alone to confront the demon king, Kex. The two engaged in an epic battle that raged for several days and nights, ultimately culminating in the god of creation expending all his divine power to obliterate Kex, while his own whereabouts became a mystery. Though Kex was vanquished, his soul remained eternally enshrined within the infernal flames. Ling Tian listened, his body breaking into a cold sweat, astonished as he exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that the demon king Kex still resides within the infernal flames?" The sovereign nodded affirmatively, confirming, according to the data, that is indeed the case. The infernal flames devour all nearby beings, transforming them into its own power and sustenance. Historical records indicate that several millennia ago, an immortal emperor successfully refined the ghostly flames. Ling Tian lifted his slender right hand to rest against the tip of his sword, pondering aloud, what distinguishes these two types of flames? The sovereign's slender staff abruptly vanished, and the screen beside her flickered out of existence. She continued, based on the system's comparison and assessment, the primary distinction between the ghostly flames and the infernal flames lies in the absence of Kex's soul within the former. Whereas the infernal flames are the embodiment of Kex himself, the infernal flames represent an elevation of the ghostly flames, possessing a vastly different level of potency, but the methods of cultivation remain largely similar. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian felt a mixture of joy and concern. He was pleased to wield the formidable infernal flames, yet apprehensive about the potential disadvantage posed by the demon king Kex. This phenomenon was akin to a double-edged sword, with its advantages and disadvantages starkly evident. However, the infernal flames had yet to manifest any threat towards him, instead exhibiting an unexpectedly docile nature, as if they were an integral part of his being, yielding to his control. What hidden intricacies lay beneath this? His crimson eyes fixed upon the sovereign as he inquired softly, "Is there a cultivation method for the infernal flames?" In response, the sovereign raised her right hand, palm open, and a green code orb materialized above it. She then gently lifted her hand, and the orb appeared to possess consciousness as it flew toward Ling Tian, hovering before him, He raised his own hand, and the data orb gradually descended into his grasp. Radiant green light emanated from the orb, which then transformed into a transparent green screen filled with text detailing the cultivation method for the ghostly flames. To be continued. Chapter 56. An Accidental Kiss. Su Jin's display of power. Ling Tian perused a small portion, finding the text straightforward, though the cultivation steps were somewhat intricate, divided into 9 distinct levels. The functionality allows the master to access this data with their consciousness, unrestricted by location, permitting reading at any time in the external world. The sovereign elaborated. With a gentle smile, she bent in a gesture of respect, expressing her excitement. Thank you for your high praise of the system. Your support is the driving force behind its upgrades. This marks the system's first upgrade, and future enhancements will provide the master with even more unimaginable convenience and efficiency. Feisher listened in confusion, entirely unaware of the topic at hand, tilting her head with drooping eyes and a look of utter boredom. Ling Tian's face brimmed with anticipation as he gazed intently, saying, "Then I shall patiently await the system's next upgrade." With that, he raised his delicate hand and performed 3 intricate gestures before him. A swirling vortex of golden light, ablaze with vibrant flames, materialized in front of his abdomen, while the surrounding dense, profound energy surged forth, converging into the vortex and merging entirely into his energy reservoir. The ethereal sprite, Feisher, took to the air from his shoulder, circling around before darting towards the butterfly flower cluster. Observing this, the sovereign stepped forward, settling quietly at the edge of the bamboo grove, his hands gracefully resting at his slender waist, exuding an air of refinement. After invoking the celestial profound technique, Ling Tian proceeded to cultivate the Dark Sovereign's mastery. As, barring unforeseen circumstances, this technique would soon ascend to its second tier. Approximately several minutes later, melodious voices resonated from the vast expanse of the starry cosmos, calling out, "Ling Gongzi, Ling Gongzi." Ling Tian gradually opened his striking crimson eyes, only to find the throng of students before him had completely obstructed his view. The girls gazed at him with infatuated expressions, while the boys harbored feelings of resentment. Realizing it was the end of class, Ling Tian turned his head toward Yin Xianxue, and her golden, captivating eyes magnified in his sight. Their lips were mere inches apart. A slight movement from either could lead to a fateful connection, causing the surrounding crowd to collectively inhale, holding their breath, hands clutching their chests, fearful that any action might result in the 2 lips meeting. Ling Tian stared, wide-eyed, at the resplendent golden eyes before him, so clear and bright, pure and noble, radiating warmth akin to a blazing sun that could melt any chill, drawing him irresistibly into their depths. He felt as though he had plunged into a golden, warm ocean, swimming freely, his heart ablaze with fervor and boundless energy. Yin Xianxue's warm breath brushed against his face like a gentle breeze, filling him with serenity. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his chest, causing him to furrow his brows. All previous illusions dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming urge to retreat. Yin Xianxue, noticing his distress, leaned forward slightly, her alluring figure drawing closer, and her soft, rosy lips met Ling Tian's in a tender kiss. A sensation of softness and warmth flowed from their lips into his very being. The crowd erupted in a collective gasp, as if their hearts had exploded, followed by expressions of despair. Feeling utterly bereft, Ling Tian stood dazed for a few seconds, but the pain in his chest intensified, as if numerous swords had been plunged into his body, rendering him nearly lifeless. He instinctively stood up, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to collapse. Seeing Ling Tian's agonized expression, Yin Xianxue felt a heavy sorrow within. As if her delicate form had sunk into the depths of the ocean, she rose gracefully, offering him a seductive smile before gliding towards the exit of the classroom, her golden hair flowing, short skirt swaying, an intoxicating fragrance wafting through the air, her fair, alluring legs captivating the attention of the boys behind her, who collectively murmured in awe, "So beautiful." As the stabbing pain in Ling Tian's chest gradually subsided, his pained expression began as Su Jin halted her graceful figure upon hearing the persistent footsteps trailing behind her. She turned with a sharp tongue and icy words, "Those who follow me must surely be weary of life itself." At the end of her statement, a terrifying golden wave of energy radiated from her delicate form, causing those who pursued her to be thrown to the ground. The air was soon filled with cries of pain from those who had fallen, while the remaining onlookers displayed expressions of sheer terror, their hearts heavy as they gazed at the stunning yet fearsome silhouette before them. Su Jin, with her silver hair cascading elegantly, cast a fleeting glance at the crowd that had been knocked down, her sea blue eyes glinting with an icy chill. The fallen were paralyzed with fear under her cold gaze, scrambling away towards the back of the classroom in a state of panic, standing in the corner by the window. The class leader, Soya, engaged in rapid calculations within his mind before speaking with a grave expression, by averaging the strength of the energy she just unleashed with the impact of the wave. We can approximate her power level to be around the realm of the mystic saint, with a light attribute to her energy, truly a monstrous existence. This individual, surnamed Soya and named Ya, donned a brown academy uniform. With black hair and ink-like eyes, his complexion slightly sallow. He was the most outstanding scholar in the entire academy. Besides Soya, Lang Qing twirled his long black hair, adopting a lisping tone, and with a sway of his hips. He exclaimed, "Oh dear, could it be that little Ya made an error in his calculations? How could she possibly be so strong? She's merely a new student." The others standing behind Lang Qing trembled at his words, goosebumps rising on their skin, yet they echoed, "Indeed, class leader, did you make a mistake?" Originally seated quietly, engrossed in a novel, Ban Jin was jolted by the commotion at the table, his chair making a loud clattering sound as he kicked it. The individuals in front of him turned their heads, curious to see what was amiss at that moment. Ban Jin was reclining against the windowsill, one leg bent and the other stretched out, his black collar wide open. Exuding an aura of undeniable coolness, he adjusted his silver glasses and spoke with a profound tone. "Her strength likely surpasses that of a mystic saint. Her power is unfathomable, and one cannot merely judge her by the energy wave she earlier released." With that, he returned to perusing the novel titled Celestial Illusions. The others, witnessing Ban Jin's usual display of nonchalance, felt a weight of gloom settle over them. He was well known as the cool king of the academy, often eager to assist others and admired for his striking looks. Yet most boys harbored resentment towards his ostentatious demeanor, deliberately distancing themselves from him. Nevertheless, due to his formidable strength, he held a prominent position within the academy. Evoking both admiration and trepidation among his peers, T.O.B. continued, "Recently, events have been plentiful, and I shall address the continuation of the plot later." Chapter 57. The pill resolves illness, rekindling past connections. Standing in the corridor outside the classroom, Yin Xianxue's golden hair shimmered luminously in the shadows of the night. She lifted her gaze to the sky, where countless stars twinkled brightly, a profound sorrow gradually enveloping her heart. The full moon hung high, its radiant light illuminating the ground, yet it cast no glow upon the small patch of darkness where Yin Xianxue stood, leaving her heart feeling uncharacteristically cold. As the men and women passed through the corridor, they beheld a strikingly beautiful woman with cascading golden hair, her alluring figure isolated in the shadows, evoking a profound sense of melancholy. Yet, the chilling and sharp aura surrounding her deterred any who wished to approach. Embodying the notion of being admired from afar but not approached, emerging from the classroom, Su Jin and Jing Ro observed Miss Yin gazing forlornly at the night sky, a subtle ache stirring within their hearts. Yin Xianxue squinted slightly, a cool breeze brushing against her exquisite face, sending a shiver through her entire being. That a teasing voice echoed in her mind. "Ah, the lovely Miss Yin is currently enjoying the solitude of the night view. Is she?" At this, Yin Xianxue seethed inwardly. "Is your only talent that of a sneaky voyeur?" Her tone grew icier. "Are you deliberately wasting my time?" Bei Gong Nanming sighed heavily. He had spent the day battling the demons of the human realm and was utterly exhausted. Just as he intended to sit and rest, he activated his divine sight to glance at Ling Tian, fortuitously stumbling upon an intimate moment between the two. However, Ling Tian's expression, one of deep anguish, caught his attention. Noticing him clutching his chest, Nanming immediately understood. The once profound connection with his brother had diminished significantly. Unlike in their youth, when he could distinctly sense his brother's pain to ensure his brother's safety, he periodically employed his divine sight to monitor Ling Tian's daily activities. "I possess a method to alleviate my brother's heartache, requiring merely a heavenly elixir. What say you, Miss Yin?" Nanming stated directly. Yin Xianxue's long, thick golden lashes fluttered momentarily before her expression transformed from coldness to delight. "Really?" Bei Gong Nanming leaned back comfortably, crossing his legs. "Would I jest about such matters?" Eagerly, Yin Xianxue urged. "Then why not bring it to me at once?" Nanming yawned lazily. "After a long day of toil, I am utterly fatigued. Perhaps it would be best to wait until tomorrow for your delivery. I am inclined to rest now." Yin Xianxue's voice turned frigid once more, her words piercing. "Should you fail to deliver it immediately, I assure you, when you do come tomorrow, I shall ensure you are ground to dust. Pretending to be frightened, Bei Gong Naming feigned terror, exclaiming, "Oh, you were quite fearsome. I find myself hesitant to entrust my brother to your care." Provoked by his teasing tone, Yin Qianxue struggled to contain her ire. "You." Rising to his full height, Nanming stretched languidly. "All right, no more jesting. I shall fetch it for you now. Please move to a more open area. I will teleport to you." After hearing this, Yin Qianxue instructed Su Jin and Jing Ro not to follow her, then gracefully leaped off the balcony, her form suddenly radiating a blinding golden light, vanishing without a trace. Onlookers in the corridor, witnessing this astonishing spectacle, gasped in disbelief. Is this truly a ghost? Subsequently, a flurry of reprimands from Su Jin ensued, while Jing Ro watched the commotion with a bemused smile. In the blink of an eye, Yin Qianxue arrived at the grassy expanse behind the teaching building, a flat and open space, sparsely dotted with trees that a purple five-pointed star array suddenly materialized before him, pulsating with fierce purple lightning that flickered intermittently around it, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. Moments later, radiant purple light burst forth from the array, dazzling in its brilliance, and a tall figure emerged in an instant. When Bei Gong Naming arrived at this location, the array beneath his feet vanished of its own accord, and the surrounding flickering purple lightning came to a halt, with his hands tucked into his pockets and his coat billowing. He wore a light smile and said, "Ah, good evening, Miss Yin. Please hand over the goods." Yin Qianxue, upon seeing him, placed her delicate hand upon her chest, her beautiful visage remaining composed. Initially, she had hoped to alleviate Ling Tian's inner turmoil, believing that she could subsequently lay down her burdens and rekindle their relationship, which naturally filled her with excitement. However, upon gazing at Bei Gong Nanming's face, her exuberance dissipated entirely, replaced by a sense of annoyance. Bei Gong Nanming did not waste words. He raised his right hand, and a golden light surged forth from his palm, revealing a resplendent blue elixir that floated above it. Yin Qianxue's golden eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of the elixir. Her voice low as she inquired, "A 10th grade elixir? In the realm of Luotian, the hierarchy of elixirs ascends from mortal, spiritual, divine, to immortal, with each grade further divided into 10 tiers." Bei Gong Nanming flicked his hand, casting the elixir toward her, and Yin Qianxue gracefully caught it with her slender fingers. He then returned his hand to his pocket, his long purple hair dancing in the breeze. Indeed, this elixir was of the highest grade, a priceless treasure, and it is believed that you have heard of the name Shishing Dan. Upon hearing this, Yin Qianxue's delicate form trembled, and she opened her hand to behold the elixir, exclaiming in astonishment. The Shishing Dan was lost a millennium ago. It is now but a legend enshrined in ancient texts. How could you possess a fully graded Shishing Dan? He then deepened his gaze and replied, "As for how I acquired this elixir, it is not your concern." Yin Qianxue stored the elixir in her storage bracelet, her eyes narrowing frostily as she questioned, "Who are you putting on this mysterious act for? Moreover, how do you know so much, as if this situation was anticipated by you?" In response, Bei Gong Nanming turned his tall form, his purple hair billowing, and his coat rustling as he declared, "This is all predestined." Yin Qianxue could not help but click her tongue in irritation, her beautiful face reflecting her displeasure as she retorted, "TCH, spare me your theatrics. Just how much do you know?" Bei Gong Nanming's lips curled slightly, and the purple five-pointed star array re-emerged upon the grass before him. "The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. These matters do not concern you. All you need to do is remain by my brother's side." With that, he stepped into the array, and in an instant, purple lightning crackled violently, illuminating the surroundings as he vanished. That a blinding purple light shot forth from Bei Gong Nanming's tall form and the array. And just before departing, he slightly turned his head, revealing eyes that shimmered with a captivating purple hue. With a gentle curve of his lips, he spoke in a soft tone, "Then, Miss Yin, I shall take my leave for now." As his voice faded, his figure disappeared along with the array beneath him. Yin Qianxue tilted her head slightly, the refreshing breeze caressing her breathtakingly beautiful face, her golden hair flowing like delicate willow fluff in the wind. Captivating all who beheld her, that a charming smile graced her enchanting visage, stirring the surrounding flowers and grass, causing all of nature to come alive. Chapter 58. The unveiling of unconventional relationships within the classroom. Ling Tian reclined against his desk, his hands comfortably nestled in his pockets. His gaze was deep and contemplative, his countenance exuding an air of aloofness. Zhao Exine, perceiving Ling Tian's detached demeanor, rose from his seat and approached him with a cheerful smile. Inquiring, Brother Tian, are you feeling downcast due to Miss Shue's earlier kiss? Ling Tian, with his striking crimson eyes, regarded Zhao Xian and gently shook his head. He placed his slender right hand upon Zhao Xian's shoulder. A faint smile curving his lips. Not at all. That was merely an unexpected incident. Do not overthink it. However, as Ling Tian's mood darkened, he withdrew his arm from Zhao Xian's shoulder, his exquisite features now etched with a deeper melancholy. He articulated with profound resonance. What troubles me is not this matter, but rather certain thoughts that incessantly plague my mind, burdens that seem inescapable, just as Zhao Xian opened his mouth to respond. The bell signaling the end of class rang, cutting through the air at the most opportune moment. Ling Tian, noticing the empty chair beside him, was filled with curiosity, pondering where Miss Shue could have ventured off to. Lost in thought, a captivating figure approached from the podium, drawing the attention of the male students, their hearts racing at the sight of her enchanting beauty. Yin Xianxue, under the collective gaze of her peers, gracefully made her way to Ling Tian's side. Upon seeing her, Ling Tian stood to offer his seat, and Yin Xianxue responded with a radiant smile before settling into the inner position, leaving behind a lingering, intoxicating fragrance in her wake. As Ling Tian resumed his seat, the delightful aroma enveloped him, not overpowering but rather tantalizing, like a symphony of notes that invigorated the spirit. Shortly thereafter, Su Jin and Jing Ro entered the classroom and took their places, restoring the atmosphere to its previous tranquility. Seizing the splendid opportunity for cultivation, Ling Tian closed his eyes and immersed himself in the realm of the void to continue his practice. Yin Xianxue rested her delicate hands upon the desk, her head cradled on her slender arms, her gaze fixed intently on Ling Tian as she contemplated how to persuade him to consume the life-devouring pill. With the final bell ringing, the classroom erupted in joyous celebration as all students stood and rushed toward the exit. Ling Tian, upon hearing the bell, opened his brilliant red eyes. Yin Xianxue, her fingers resembling tender green shoots, grasped Ling Tian's arm and smiled sweetly. Young Master Ling, the school day has concluded. With that, she rose, and soon after, Su Jin and Zhao Xian joined them. Zhao Ye approached from behind, clearing his throat softly. The group turned to look, and Zhao Ye bowed respectfully. Introducing himself, "Greetings, I am the class monitor, Zhao Ye. Welcome to our class. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to seek my assistance, as I am more than willing to clarify any uncertainties." Beside Zhao Ye stood a graceful young woman clad in a brown skirt and white stockings, her form-fitting blazer adorned with a pink tie, epitomizing the standard school uniform. With a warm smile, she introduced herself. "I too am a class monitor. My name is Dai Rue. Together, we shall oversee your dormitory arrangements." Beside Dai Rue stood a tall and graceful woman, her hair tied back in a ponytail, her features strikingly delicate, adorned in the standard school uniform. With her hands clasped behind her, she spoke in a gentle tone. "My name is Wang Qi, and I am delighted to welcome you to our class." After her introduction, Ling Tian and his companions followed the two class monitors out of the teaching building and then split into separate paths toward the male and female dormitories. Ling Tian and Zhao Xian trailed behind Sano as they walked along a narrow path on the outer side of the teaching building for several dozen minutes, finally catching sight of a few tall buildings. The illuminated structures bustled with activity, their surroundings encircled by a fence, with sparse trees standing guard like solemn sentinels. Outside the fence, the lush green grass flourished, accompanied by the croaking of frogs and the chirping of cicadas, while fireflies danced in the air, a truly picturesque scene. Upon entering through the main gate, Sano led the two directly into the nearest tall building, ascending with determination to the 6th floor, the highest level. He halted before a door marked with the number 637, rapping lightly upon it. A voice from within responded, "Hey, you're here." The tone was high-pitched and melodious, sending shivers down one's spine. As the door swung open, a man with long, flowing hair appeared before them, his lips painted a vivid red, clad in shorts that showcased his impeccably fair legs, undeniably eye-catching. This individual, known as Lang Qing, was notorious in the class for his flamboyant demeanor. The dormitory itself was quite spacious, furnished with 5 bunk beds accommodating 2 individuals each, while still allowing ample room for movement. The walls were painted white, and the floor was laid with grayish-white tiles. The surroundings were meticulously organized, and the floor was remarkably clean. Within, some were engrossed in reading, others practiced energy cultivation in a meditative posture, while a few engaged in playful banter. Upon noticing the new faces, the activities momentarily ceased, and the expressions of those present turned complex as they regarded the newcomers. Sano, well aware of their apprehensions, sighed. Alas, what is meant to happen will inevitably come to pass, with the two of you joining our class 66. It is indisputable that you are now part of our family. Our dormitory was in need of 2 more members, and I hope we can all coexist harmoniously, striving together for success. Lang Qing then sashayed over to Zhao Xian and Ling Tian, winking and saying, "Gentlemen, I am Lang Qing that if you ever find yourselves feeling lonely, I am always here to indulge you in the pleasures of life." At these words, Zhao Xian was enveloped in a wave of discomfort. Goosebumps rising on his skin, Ling Tian narrowed his crimson eyes slightly, having observed the earlier expressions of unease and helplessness on the faces around him. Zhang Long, who had been reading on his bed, set his book down and approached Sano, giving Zhao Xian a playful pat on his round belly. I'm Zhong Long. 2 others, who had just been playfully tussling, joined Sano's side. 1, a tall and slender young man with short hair, dusted off his soiled pants, his cherubic face revealing 2 gleaming rabbit teeth as he introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Hu Xiaowen." The other, with hair grazing his eyebrows and a broad face, smiled warmly. "I am Zhang Jiaowen. Pleased to meet you both." Lastly, seated on the upper bunk, a long-haired young man leaned against the wall, his expression resolute. "Kai Jia." The tall man seated on the upper bunk set aside the book he had been reading, revealing his sun-kissed skin and short hair. He fixed his gaze upon the 2 newcomers, his voice calm and measured as he introduced himself. "I am Zhu Yunxing." At that moment, a man of average height emerged from the balcony restroom. Noticing the group huddled together, he inquired with a hint of curiosity, "What is happening here? Have I missed something intriguing?" This individual possessed a slender face, a long chin, and striking features, with elegant brows and a handsome nose. Upon seeing him approach, Sano swiftly introduced him to Ling Tian and Zhao Xian, saying, "This is Jiang Tao, one of the top 50 experts in Pingyuan." As Jiang Tao reached the group, his expression softened into a gentle smile upon noticing the 2 new faces. "Are these not the newcomers who joined our class this evening? It is truly a pleasure to meet you." In the chapter titled The Darkness of Pingyuan, Ling Tian's lips curled slightly, his crimson eyes glistening like radiant rubies. He spoke with an elevated tone. "Brother Tao, your martial prowess and scholarly grace are indeed rare gems." Jiang Tao, taken aback by the extraordinary visage and imposing presence of Ling Tian, felt a surge of astonishment. He had never encountered such a striking individual. However, a sense of regret also washed over him, for in this treacherous environment of Pingyuan, any captivating figure was destined to become a source of calamity. Jiang Tao instinctively touched the back of his ear, feigning modesty as he remarked, "I am not particularly remarkable. My thesis pales in comparison to our wild class leaders by a fraction." Sano glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, lost in thought and oblivious to Jiang Tao's words. Before he spoke sternly, "Let us refrain from idle chatter. According to my calculations, that group is nearing our door. You must." Before he could finish, a series of sharp, jarring knocks echoed through the room, but Sano's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he urgently cautioned Ling Tian and Zhao Xian. "No matter what happens, do not resist, show utmost deference. The consequences could be dire. This is a rite of passage every newcomer must endure, perhaps merely a demand for protection fees or a few punches. But to resist could lead to broken bones or, worse, a loss of life, discarded in the wilderness." Hearing this, Zhao Xian swallowed hard, his body bristling with fear, and he thought to himself, "Is this not excessively dark? These are nothing but common thugs, utterly unreasonable and insufferable." Ling Tian, however, remained composed and unflinching, as if the very earth could crumble without unsettling his resolve. His fearless demeanor inspired a newfound respect from Sano and the others. As the saying goes, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but if they provoke me, I shall repay them tenfold. Especially against such ruthless scoundrels, Ling Tian would show no mercy. While Ling Tian and Jiang Tao maintained their serene expressions, the others exhibited signs of panic and inner turmoil, even Zhao Xian betraying a hint of anxiety. Zhong Long, gripped by fear, scurried to the restroom and locked the door. The knocking grew increasingly frantic, as if intent on breaking through the wooden barrier, accompanied by a shrill voice shouting, "If you do not open the door now, every one of you in this dormitory will suffer the consequences." With no options left, Sano took a deep breath to quell his own trepidation and stepped forward, preparing to open the door. Last year, he witnessed with his own eyes a freshman being brutally beaten to death by these ruffians. hoping that Ling Tian and Zhao Xian would not follow in that unfortunate student's footsteps. Upon opening the door, four individuals clad in gray shirts swaggered into the dormitory. As they entered, a brazen figure wearing a black jacket and a white shirt sauntered in with his hands shoved into his pockets. His chin held high, exuding an air of arrogance. Following closely behind him was a tall and robust man, resembling a bear. Sano, upon seeing this, approached with a beaming smile and exclaimed, it's Gray Xiao. My apologies. My apologies. May I inquire what brings you here? The individual referred to as Gray Xiao was actually called Pao Hui, one of Xie Yun's subordinates. Xie Yun ranked 10th in the power rankings of Pingyuan, wielding mid-level Xianxing capabilities, and was also one of the 5 kings of Pingyuan. Upon hearing Sano's obsequious remarks, Pao Hui was instantly filled with rage, shoving him onto the bed, and disdainfully declared, "What are you even worth? How dare you speak before me? Surely, you have yet to experience the harshness of society." Jiang Tao, witnessing Pao Hui's merciless treatment of Sano, felt a sudden chill wash over his previously serene countenance. He clenched his fists, his expression darkening. However, considering that Pao Hui's backing could potentially provoke the leader of Pingyuan and disturb the Empress of Pingyuan, he had no choice but to suppress his fury to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Sano lay sprawled on the bed, rendered speechless under Pao Hui's scornful gaze, for he knew that no matter what he said, it would only serve to inflate this man's arrogance further. Noticing Sano's cowardice, Pao Hui sneered dismissively. "Tisish. Useless." After uttering this, he shifted his gaze towards Ling Tian and Zhao Xian, hands clasped behind his back, a sinister smile gracing his face. "You two must be unaware of the rules of Pingyuan. So allow me to give you both your first lesson." Zhao Xian, upon hearing this, furrowed his brows tightly and stepped forward with unwavering resolve. "What do you intend to do?" Sano, Lang Qing, and the others were taken aback, filled with dread, realizing that he was indeed walking into the lion's den. Pao Hui chuckled derisively. "I didn't expect to find such a resolute individual. Truly brave yet foolish. I admire your courage, so you shall be the focus of my attention." Sano, upon hearing this, felt a cold chill run down his spine. He had just tried to advise the two to remain respectful, yet Zhao Xian had chosen to go against that advice, proving utterly hopeless. Zhao Xian boldly proclaimed, "Fearless. To defy fate is to invite retribution." Pao Hui's expression turned frigid as he raised his right hand to massage the back of his neck, appearing ready to strike. You have quite a silver tongue. I initially came to collect protection fees, but it seems I must now conduct an impromptu educational session." With that, he fixed his gaze upon the strikingly handsome Ling Tian. His displeasure evident, he stepped forward, towering over Ling Tian. "You, boy, are quite the dashing figure. Were I a woman, I might very well fall for you at first sight. However, as a man, I must bestow upon you the appropriate punishment." Ling Tian remained unfazed, his composure intact, and replied in a flat tone, "You certainly have a penchant for drivel. Your malice is simply repugnant." Sano, having heard this, shook his head in resignation, fully abandoning any thoughts of remedying the situation. He discreetly shifted his body towards the corner, ensuring that he would not be caught in the crossfire in the dormitory. Several others found a safe corner to avoid becoming ensnared in the impending carnage. Within this dimly lit courtyard, only the ordinary and the formidable existed. All other types of individuals would be eradicated. This was a decree set forth by the leader of the courtyard, Mu Lin. Upon hearing this, Bao Hu's expression turned menacing, baring his teeth like a ferocious wolf, wishing nothing more than to sink his fangs into Ling Tian and end him right there. Zhao Xian, noticing Bao Hu's hostile demeanor, raised his right arm to shield Ling Tian, exuding an aura of unyielding determination as he coldly declared, "If you wish to trouble my brother Tian, you shall have to step over my corpse." Upon hearing Zhao Xian's bold proclamation, Bao Hu refrained from further words and directly launched a powerful punch towards him, white energy swirling around his fist with an imposing presence. Zhao Xian, witnessing the oncoming blow, crossed his arms to shield his head. A layer of blue energy enveloped his arms, resembling a thick carpet. The force of the impact struck his crossed arms with a thunderous force, sending him staggering backward several steps until he collided uncontrollably against the wall. A numbing pain radiated from his back, causing him to furrow his brows that he had secretly invoked the secret technique of the gun of Shura to bolster his inner energy during the block. Yet he had not anticipated that he would still be unable to withstand this man's punch. Gripping the white-wrapped object on his back, he prepared to unleash his weapon. Ling Tian's calm voice, sharp as a sword piercing the heavens, halted Zhao Xian's movements. "Allow me to handle this. Brother X, you need not intervene." Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Bao Hu was filled with confusion, thinking to himself, has this man lost his mind? How dare someone of the Xianming realm act so arrogantly? However, seeing that Zhao Xian had not been knocked to the ground by his punch, he was somewhat taken aback and turned to Zhao Xian, saying, "You, a mere initial stage Xianming, have withstood my punch. It seems you possess some talent. I shall challenge you later." With that, he shifted his gaze to the composed Ling Tian, a venomous glint flashing in his eyes. "You seem rather arrogant, young man. What gives you the audacity to flaunt before me, a practitioner of the Xian realm? Now, kneel and offer me a few bows. Perhaps if I am in a good mood, I might spare your life." Chapter 60. Tranquil and composed. Shattering the heavens, Ling Tian remained unfazed by the threat, a confident smile gracing his lips as he replied indifferently, "Are you dreaming?" The moment these words escaped his lips, everyone present, except for Zhao Xian, was left in astonishment. Jiang Tao leaned against the bedpost, arms crossed, eagerly observing Ling Tian's fearless demeanor. Such extraordinary courage surely required more than mere bravery. After all, he was merely at the Xianming realm. Though he possessed a proud spirit, how would he cope with the imminent battle? Bao Hu, enraged, snorted with fury, his face contorting into a snarl as he reached for Ling Tian's strikingly handsome visage. In an instant, Ling Tian raised his right hand, firmly grasping Bao Hu's outstretched wrist. His eyes glinted with a chilling sharpness, a surge of murderous intent emanating from him. Bao Hu's hand froze in midair. No matter how much strength he exerted, he could not budge an inch that a wave of terror washed over him. How could this person's strength be so overwhelming? Moreover, the coldness in Ling Tian's gaze was akin to that of a man staring down a corpse. Standing aside, Lang Qing and Hu Xiaowen couldn't help but stifle their laughter at the disheveled appearance of Bao Huai as he withdrew his hand. Bao Huai, ever haughty and proud, found it intolerable to endure such ridicule. After all, his opponent's strength was merely at the Xianming level. What could such power accomplish? Even if it could topple mountains, this was not an arm wrestling contest. With that thought, he cast aside his concerns, raised his other hand to channel his internal Xian energy, and, with a clenched fist, hurled it towards Ling Tian's face. The white Xian energy surging around his fist, exuding an overwhelming aura. However, as Bao Huai's fist charged towards Ling Tian, its strength suddenly dissipated, and an excruciating pain akin to a piercing sword surged through his hand, enveloping his entire being like a roaring tide. The hand he had used to strike was now caught in Ling Tian's grip like a vice. Agony etched across his face as he screamed in desperation, "Ah, my hand is broken. You let go of me." This cry struck Zhao Xian and the others like a heavy blow, leaving Sano and Jiang Tao's scalps tingling. The attendants, who had been standing solemnly at the entrance with chests puffed out, rushed towards him upon hearing Bao Huai's wail. Initially, they had stood there to bolster Bao Huai's imposing presence, but now, witnessing his plight, they hurried forward in a panic. Ling Tian, observing the approaching figures, clenched his left fist, and, with a sui yet, Ling Tian remained unperturbed by the earlier confrontation, for his innate prowess was that of a peak Xian master. It was merely the clash between his exceptional talent and the realm of Xianxun that caused his actual cultivation to appear one tier lower in the eyes of the world. Ling Tian's mind sharpened, and he discreetly activated the Tian Xian Ju. A rich, golden Xian Qi surged forth from his body, with golden runes swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance. The golden energy encircling him suddenly coalesced before him, swiftly forming an enigmatic vortex of golden essence, with intricate runes flickering on its surface, leaving one bewildered that a powerful white Xian wave collided with this vortex, producing a resounding crash, as the force split and radiated outward in two directions. Ling Tian propelled himself forward with a powerful push, swiftly closing the distance to confront the robust figure before him. The imposing man, taken aback by Ling Tian's sudden appearance, wore a look of disbelief. In a flustered attempt, he threw a punch at Ling Tian, who, in response, executed a fierce kick with his left foot, moving with the speed of lightning, leaving only an afterimage behind, before the man's fist could make contact. Ling Tian's low whip kick struck his knee. The searing pain rendered the man's leg incapable of support, causing him to kneel before Ling Tian. Without granting him a moment's respite, Ling Tian's left foot landed, and he unleashed a powerful strike W at the end of the scene. He raised his hips slightly, swaying his waist in a frenzied manner, while his hands formed the gesture of an orchid, pressed tightly against his chest, the posture grotesquely appalling. Zhaoyang and Zhu Yunxing, seated on the bed, felt a wave of nausea upon witnessing this, each pulling out a transparent bag from their pockets to vomit uncontrollably. Ling Tian, possessing a stronger endurance, managed to maintain his composure in the face of such an unbearable display, though his long, thick eyebrows furrowed increasingly in distaste. After Zhu Yunxing finished retching and wiped his mouth, he lamented internally about how once again his evening meal had been entirely expelled, leaving him with a bitter smile. He then gave Ling Tian a thumbs up, expressing his admiration. "Remarkable. You made those two fools look utterly helpless." After throwing his bag into the trash, Zhaoyang regarded Ling Tian with newfound respect, exclaiming, "Your metaphysical attribute is actually of the light type. This is the most unique and formidable attribute of all. How did you end up in our Plane Academy? Is it because your talent and metaphysical value are too low?" Upon hearing Zhaoyang's inquiry, Ling Tian sighed softly, his expression tinged with melancholy. It's actually a complicated story. But since I've arrived at the Plane Academy, I must settle here and refrain from dwelling on the past." Deep down, he felt helpless, thinking, "Do you think I wanted this? I had no choice." Zhaoyang, perceiving Ling Tian's reluctance to elaborate, understood that he harbored unspoken difficulties. He nodded in agreement, saying, "The hero speaks wisely. As the saying goes, since you're here, you should settle down. There's no use in saying more. We just need to take action." Jiang Tao also approached Ling Tian, patting him on the shoulder with a gentle smile, admitting, "I never expected your strength to be so formidable. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. I fear that my metaphysical mastery pales in comparison to your prowess." Much like those two from earlier, he was acutely aware of a harsh reality. Those two were indeed stronger than he. After all, they had been entrenched in the Plane Academy for nearly a decade. And although they couldn't attend classes or participate in the Academy's rankings, they wielded the authority granted by the Academy's leader to act as they pleased within the building, creating chaos and unrest. A year prior, he had faced off against a formidable opponent and had been utterly overwhelmed. Ling Tian, upon hearing this, smiled lightly at Jiang Tao, saying, "How could that be? Those two cannot even begin to compare with you. Brother Tao, in terms of strength alone, they are leagues apart, and in terms of character, they are worlds apart." Jiang Tao, hearing this, touched his ear with growing amusement. "Brother Tian, you flatter me excessively." Ling Tian, puzzled, inquired, "Special Academy? Isn't it against the rules for those from the Plane Academy to enter our main academy and Special Academy?" Realization dawned upon Ling Tian, his hands slipping into his pockets as he calmly remarked, "So, the leader of the Plane Academy successfully passed the assessment to ascend to the Special Academy." Zhaoyang nodded. "Precisely." Ling Tian maintained a composed demeanor, speaking with unhurried confidence. "Since he seeks trouble with me, I shall see it through to the end. Brother Xin need not worry excessively." Zhao Xin, rendered speechless, understood that Ling Tian would not undertake actions without certainty. Now that he had spoken, there was nothing left to fear. Jiang Tao, impressed by Ling Tian's bold declaration, exclaimed once more, "Brother Tian, you possess remarkable spirit." Zeno proclaimed loudly, "Since you have graced our dormitory with your presence and aided us in vanquishing the nefarious individuals of this building, we shall henceforth refer to you as Brother Tian, in a gesture of our utmost respect. I trust none here will object." The occupants of the dormitory, aside from Zeno, Zhao Xin, and Ling Tian, chorused in unison. "No." Sitting on his bed, Kai Jie gazed at Ling Tian with excitement, his mind conjuring a thought that was difficult to articulate. Hu Xiaowen opened his meticulously arranged storage box and retrieved several sesame pastries from a bag. He offered the delicacies to Ling Tian with an innocent smile, saying, "Brother Tian, do try these pastries, a specialty from my home. I just brought them yesterday. They're absolutely fresh." Ling Tian glanced at the pastries and politely declined. "I appreciate your kind gesture, Xiaowen, but I am not hungry. You should enjoy them yourself." Zhang Jiawen then extracted a bottle of milk from his suitcase, pushing Hu Xiaowen aside as he presented it to Ling Tian with earnestness. "Brother Tian, have a glass of milk to invigorate yourself. After such an intense struggle, I imagine you must be fatigued. Consume this rich milk, and you shall feel revitalized, brimming with energy, and it even possesses remarkable benefits for your vitality." Zeno felt a wave of embarrassment, thinking to himself, "Isn't this just milk straight from your family's cow? It sounds as miraculous as divine watered." At this remark, the entire assembly was taken aback. Chapter 62. A solitary retreat for cultivation. Zhao Xin, with a look of concern, implored Ling Tian, "Brother Tian, May I accompany you? It would be comforting to have someone by your side. Ling Tian, with his right hand casually resting on Zhao Xian's shoulder, replied with ease, "It is a chilly night, and I am not embarking on any perilous endeavor. You should remain here in the dormitory and rest well." His intention to spend the night seeking a quiet place for focused cultivation was not hindered by the cold. His body could withstand it. However, he felt reluctant to subject Zhao Xian to the harshness of the elements alongside him. Zhao Xian bit his lip, ultimately conceding with a nod. "Very well, I shall heed your wishes." Brother Tian. The others present soon collected themselves from their astonishment. Zeno retrieved a thick cotton coat from his trunk and handed it to Ling Tian with a demeanor of solemnity, saying in a deep voice, "Brother Tian, this coat is my most cherished possession that as autumn has arrived and the nights grow increasingly frigid. Please wear this coat to keep warm." At the conclusion of his words, he cast a glance over the group, his tone neutral, "And please, do not feel compelled to offer me anything that I truly do not require it. After I depart, I hope you will all take good care of my brother Xian." The assembly responded affirmatively to Ling Tian's remarks. "Of course, rest assured, no problem at all." Zhao Xian, hearing Ling Tian's words, smiled contentedly. In a world of countless expressions, what could compare to a single sincere utterance? Ling Tian, seeing the consensus among the group, decided not to linger any longer and turned towards the door. As he pivoted, his crimson hair billowed like wisps of fluff, his windbreaker fluttering dramatically, creating a crisp sound. He truly appeared as a figure of elegance and grace. The onlookers watched the tall silhouette of Ling Tian as he departed, each silently establishing an image of him that loomed majestically in their hearts. Ling Tian departed from the door under the watchful gaze of the crowd, just as Zhong Long timidly opened the restroom door and cautiously stepped out. He caught sight of Ling Tian's tall figure disappearing, while the group of ruffians had vanished without a trace. With the threat seemingly averted, he straightened up, puffed out his stomach, and swaggered over to Hu Xiaowen and Zhang Jiawen, patting his ample belly as he exclaimed, "I just saw a red-haired man in white leaving our dormitory. He looked somewhat familiar. Could he possibly be one of those ruffians' lackeys?" Hu Xiaowen's temper flared instantly. Glaring at Zhong Long, she raised her hand and slapped him on the forehead, retorting, "You are the lackey. Your entire family are lackeys. That was Brother Tian. What nonsense are you spouting here?" Zhang Jiawen, equally incensed, struck Zhong Long's hefty arm with a slap, frowning and scolding. "What do you do all day besides eat? How dare you insult Brother Tian? You must have a death wish." Stunned by the blows from both, Zhong Long's expression turned blank. Utterly bewildered by the situation, he could only fall silent. Wishing to avoid further punishment, Ling Tian stepped outside the dormitory building. The evening breeze was chilly and desolate. The flickering yellowed streetlights cast an intermittent glow, while the neatly aligned trees swayed gently, producing a harmonious, low melody. Ling Tian took a deep breath of the cool air, tilting his head to admire the resplendent night sky, where the crescent moon shone brightly and the silvery Milky Way appeared ethereal, a sight most pleasing to the eye. Navigating through the dense thicket outside the dormitory, he arrived at the copse near the teaching building. This secluded spot, surrounded by trees, was an ideal place for cultivation. Moreover, its proximity, merely 100 meters, from the teaching building made it exceedingly convenient for his morning classes. He surveyed his surroundings before fixing his gaze upon a robust tree with flourishing branches. This tree stood out distinctly. While its height was comparable to others, the thickness of its branches was astonishing that a cursory glance suggested that the branches could comfortably accommodate two individuals standing side by side. Truly an exceptional seat for cultivation. He approached the tree, leaped gracefully, and settled onto a branch. Leaning against the trunk, one leg curled while the other stretched out, he basked in the soft moonlight that cascaded down, illuminating half of his exquisite visage. With a delicate hand, he ruffled his red hair and glanced once more at the myriad stars twinkling above, then closed his eyes. Entering the realm of the void that as before, he found himself standing on the beach before an ocean upon his arrival. The ruler materialized behind him, her legs slightly bent, her body inclined with respect as she spoke. "I await you. Welcome, master, to the realm of the void. How may the ruler assist you?" Amidst a patch of flowers, Fei Shi was utterly bored. Upon catching a glimpse of Ling Tian's voice, she joyfully sprang into the air towards the source. Upon seeing Ling Tian's elongated silhouette, her heart blossomed with delight. Her face alight with excitement, she flitted to perch on Ling Tian's shoulder, exclaiming with joy, "Brother Tian, you've come to see Fei Shi." Ling Tian turned to meet her gaze, smiling gently. Yes, one could interpret it that way. The sprite, Fei Shi, chuckled gleefully. Brother Tian is the best. Ling Tian, upon hearing this, raised his gaze to the resplendent night sky, pondering the mysterious realm that Long Jie had spoken of. What kind of celestial paradise could it be? As he contemplated, a dazzling violet light flashed behind him, and from within it emerged a figure of exquisite beauty, moving with an enchanting grace. Long Jie stepped forth, her arms crossed elegantly, her silken garments flowing like wisps of air. She observed Ling Tian's silhouette, her ruby lips slightly parted. What are you standing there foolishly for? Upon hearing Long Jie's melodious voice, Ling Tian quickly turned, a faint smile gracing his features. Long Jie, I too have just arrived and did not realize you were here. Having survived their last life and death battle, he understood that Long Jie harbored no ill intentions towards him. Rather, she was willing to stand up for him. Although her methods were extreme, he had reaped considerable benefits. Thus he resolved to do everything within his power to please Long Jie, hoping to gain further advantages. Long Jie's stunningly beautiful face exuded a calmness akin to still water. Her enchanting red eyes sparkling like precious gems. That it seems your cultivation is far from sufficient. If I were your enemy, you would likely be a lifeless corpse by now. Ling Tian responded nonchalantly. That is only natural if Long Jie desires to kill. Even the Buddha cannot protect me, let alone a weak and lowly waste like myself. Merely at the mercy of Long Jie. A playful smile danced across Long Jie's exquisite face. Her voice soothing and pleasant. It is wise to possess self-awareness, but do refrain from such utterances in front of enemies. It truly brings disgrace upon me. Chapter 63. The Imperial Dragon Killing Move. Shattering the primordial chaos. Long Jie, where are you taking me? Ling Tian inquired thoughtfully. Long Jie, upon hearing this, chose not to elaborate further, as a violet light shimmered behind her graceful form. Turning, she softly said, since you are so eager to know, then follow me. With that, she stepped directly into the violet light. The ethereal fairy, Fei Shi, observed Long Jie's departure and whispered into Ling Tian's ear, Brother Tian, who exactly is that woman? Why do you treat her with such deference? Ling Tian, with an air of resignation, cryptically murmured, she is an unparalleled and stunning flower, captivating yet immensely toxic. If you do not heed her words, you will be reduced to mere rubble. Fei Shi shivered involuntarily, her body trembling with trepidation. That woman is truly terrifying. She whispered. Ling Tian stepped toward the violet light, his tone grave as he added, when she is angered, I dare not even cast a glance her way. It transcends mere terror. It is a level of horror that defies reason. As he spoke, he entered the violet light, and his vision was enveloped by its brilliance. Suddenly, a breathtakingly beautiful landscape unfolded before his eyes. This was indeed the place where Long Jie resided. The quaint bamboo cottage stood elegantly, surrounded by fragrant blossoms competing for attention, while swarms of bees and butterflies danced around, creating a lively scene. Turning to survey his surroundings, he realized that this location was atop a highland overlooking a vast plain. The edges of the highland were adorned with verdant trees, providing a commanding view of the lush sea of greenery below. The vibrant landscape, alive with vitality, was a sight that invigorated both body and spirit. Above, the sky was a brilliant blue, devoid of clouds, with transparent planets hanging in the air, evoking a sense of wonder. Upon catching sight of the swarms of bees and butterflies amidst the flowering thicket, the sprite Fei Shi was filled with whimsy. She took flight from Ling Tian's shoulder, darting about in pursuit of the fluttering creatures, her laughter ringing out melodiously. Observing Ling Tian's astonished expression as he marveled at the surrounding scenery, Long Jie spoke in a tone devoid of embellishment. Have you seen enough? Ling Tian turned to her, a look of bewilderment on his face as he queried, Long Jie, where exactly are we? What is this place, so extraordinary? And how is it that the sky appears in such an unusual manner? Long Jie, with a graceful step, made her way to the edge of the heights. As she brushed past Ling Tian, a fragrant breeze enveloped him. The red silk adorning her long legs billowed in the wind, revealing her fair skin in all its glory. This is the time-space prison realm, or more precisely, a world of my own creation within the time-space prison realm, an alternate dimension of sorts, Long Jie explained in a low voice. Ling Tian, perplexed by her words, stuffed his hands into his pockets and continued to inquire, what is an alternate dimension, and what exactly is the time-space prison realm? Long Jie paused for a few seconds as leaves danced past her crimson gaze. Knowing this won't benefit you much. When you are sufficiently powerful, I will naturally divulge the details. But for now, you only need to understand that this world is of my making. Her tone conveyed an air of finality. Humph, who cares to know? Ling Tian replied with a hint of disappointment, his voice barely audible. Long Jie, her expression sharpening, turned to him and demanded, "What did you just say?" With her tone softening, she crossed her arms and added, "I did not bring you here merely to admire the scenery, nor to impart any profound life lessons." Ling Tian, with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, asked, "Then what is it for?" "To guide you in your cultivation." Long Jie replied lightly. Ling Tian twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself that if she intended to guide him, there was no need for such elaborate efforts to bring him here. Especially after delivering a slew of obscure and esoteric words. "Sister, are you simply idling away your time?" Noticing Ling Tian's lack of enthusiasm, Long Jie added, "By the way, I will teach you a deadly technique that complements the Imperial Dragon's powers. No one else in this world will possess knowledge of it, and its might is formidable. However, it demands a considerable expenditure of your mystical energy and requires a high degree of precision in your comprehension and manipulation of the energy channels." Upon hearing that Long Jie would impart a lethal technique, Ling Tian's interest peaked instantly. Feeling as if any obstacles before him were nothing more than soft mud, he declared with resolute vigor, "I fear nothing. Teach away." Seeing Ling Tian's enthusiasm surge, Long Jie led him to a plain beneath the high ground. Once they arrived, she emphasized, "You must pay close attention to the movements of my hands. After I demonstrate, you must commit the gestures to memory. While you practice here, do not worry about exhausting your mystical energy, for you are merely a consciousness here. Thus, regardless of how you wield your energy, your own reserves will remain untouched. Even in reality, the hundreds of thousands of mystical points you possess are more than sufficient for you to squander at will." With that, Long Jie ceased further explanation. Her slender fingers intertwined as she began to channel the formidable mystical energy from within her energy sea. The energy coursed through her meridians like flowing water, and as it reached her rounded fingertips, the crossed fingers suddenly parted. She then grasped the index and middle fingers of her right hand with her left, forming a hand seal. The formidable and profound energy surged from her feet, rapidly expanding outward. Ling Tian, standing not far from Long Jie, found himself compelled to retreat step by step under the overwhelming force of this earth-shattering power. Observing this, Long Jie felt a slight tightening in her mind, and a violet energy shield promptly enveloped Ling Tian's body. Subsequently, she swiftly altered her hand gestures. Her ring and little fingers extended closely together, while the remaining slender fingers curled inward, forming yet another hand seal. The shapes of these two hand seals were entirely distinct. As she transformed her hand gestures, the celestial energy within her erupted forth. The swirling violet energy surged upwards like a raging tsunami, gathering and coalescing above her head, casting a shadow akin to an impending downpour over the surrounding area within hundreds of meters. Ling Tian gazed at the enchanting figure of Long Jie, her silken garments billowing and hair soaring, and could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Even under the protection of Long Jie's energy shield, he was acutely aware of the oppressive weight of her celestial power. The air around him seemed to freeze in fear, abruptly halting its flow. After a brief moment, Long Jie shifted her hand gestures once more, her jade-like fingers pressing closely together, leaving a triangular hollow in between. This time, upon forming the hand seal, a tempest suddenly erupted, causing the ground to tremble violently. The colossal purple dragon imprint materialized beneath the violet clouds above, and a massive purple dragon burst forth from the swirling violet mist. The howling winds of its passage sweeping up the flora and even lifting the very earth itself. As if the Mother Earth were ruthlessly cast into the air, the dragon's roar was deafening, its momentum overwhelming, instilling fear in all who beheld it. This dragon bore a striking resemblance to Ling Tian's imperial dragon, its form seemingly sculpted from a single mold. However, the coloration and physique were vastly different. As Long Jie's purple dragon dwarfed his imperial dragon by several magnitudes, the gargantuan purple dragon spiraled through the air, and with her slightly parted crimson lips, Long Jie uttered, "Imperial Dragon, Xian Long Yin." Upon completion of her words, her red eyes glimmered, and the dragon imprint in the sky transformed into a blinding violet light that surged into the form of the purple dragon. After a swift turn, the purple dragon opened its enormous maw, gathering the dazzling violet light into its cavernous mouth. where a violet-patterned array suddenly manifested before it that a magnificent column of purple light erupted forth from the dragon's mouth, its energy seeming to tear asunder the very heavens nearby, as it transformed into a massive dark violet orb upon passing through the patterned array. The energy unleashed by this colossal orb was earth-shattering. Capable of turning rivers and seas, the enormous orb plunged towards the ground like a meteor streaking across the sky, striking the earth with the speed of lightning. The expansive meadow buckled inward under the impact, while the grass around the orb rapidly disintegrated, debris scattering in every direction amidst the tremors that shook the ground and the thunderous roars that echoed, the chaotic gusts of wind, laden with flying debris and remnants of grass, surged outward, creating a scene of utter chaos, where everything lay in disarray. Ling Tian raised his hand to shield his eyes, as the terrifying debris relentlessly bombarded him, while the unrestrained tempest violently tore at his body, as if seeking to rend him asunder for its own satisfaction. Chapter 64. The heart of strengthening, yearning for the past. Long Jia's spirit stirred, and the colossal orb of light, which had shaken the earth and heavens, suddenly began to contract dramatically. The violet light burst forth in all directions, its brilliance truly extraordinary that a startling crackle erupted suddenly, as a rapidly contracting orb of light detonated with a resounding explosion, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that surged forth like an unstoppable tsunami. The ground, previously deemed impervious to destruction, was violently upheaved, the sound of its shattering resonating with a chilling intensity. Ling Tian felt an irresistible force crash upon him, propelling his body backwards until he was hurled several dozen meters away, landing in a disheveled heap upon the ground. As the surrounding chaos gradually subsided, the vast sky remained shrouded in debris. Ling Tian slowly rose from the littered earth, brushing off the dirt that clung to him and shaking the dust from his hair. His gaze swept over the once verdant meadow, now marred by deep fissures and craters that dotted the landscape like a star-studded sky, invoking a sense of dread and unease. Witnessing the sheer power of the tumultuous heavens, he felt a mixture of trepidation and exhilaration. He hurried to Dragon's sister's side, a smile spreading across his face as he remarked, "Dragon sister, this move is not merely lethal. It is truly a cataclysmic force, unparalleled and capable of annihilating worlds." Dragon sister, arms crossed, turned to regard Ling Tian, whose face radiated joy, with a slight curve of her lips. She replied, "There is much for you to learn in the future. At the very least, your expression now is a far cry from the ashen visage you once wore. It seems you have gained insight into certain matters. Your mental fortitude is an integral part of your strength. Without maturity of mind, even great power cannot endure." Ling Tian, absorbing her sage advice, responded with feigned humility, "To maintain an air of aloofness in front of Dragon Sister would cost me more lives than I possess." He realized that Dragon Sister was not only extraordinarily powerful and knowledgeable, but also possessed a calmness that suggested she had traversed the trials of life and seen through its illusions. With her crimson hair gently swaying, she inquired with a casual tone, "How did you fare with the technique I taught you earlier?" Ling Tian, slipping his slender right hand into his pocket, focused intently as he replied, "I have committed the hand seals of the Xianlong Yin to memory, yet your method of channeling the mystical energy seems uniquely distinct, leaving me perplexed." Dragon Sister nodded in approval, patiently explaining, "You grasped it well. It is evident that you noticed the difference in my method of channeling mystical energy, that I concentrated the energy through the meridians in my hands, gathering it at my fingertips, and then transferred it into the Long Tian seal through a specific hand gesture. The last two seals are a specialized enhancement technique." Ling Tian, somewhat bewildered, murmured, "What is the Long Tian seal?" Dragon Sister, brushing a strand of her red hair behind her ear, continued, "The Long Tian seal is a unique mark wielded solely by the Emperor Dragon, a rare and special sigil in this world." Ling Tian raised his left hand to pinch his right shoulder, his crimson eyes glistening like jewels. "It seems that Dragon Sister shares the same form as my Emperor Dragon. Why, then, do the colors and physique differ?" A few remnants of grass were whisked away by the wind, crossing the line of sight between the two. Dragon Sister slightly parted her lips, revealing bright white teeth, and said, "I cannot divulge everything regarding the Emperor Dragon just yet. All you need to know is that the Golden Emperor Dragon is the highest grade, followed by purple and black. The Emperor Dragon is limited to these three colors. The rest are merely ordinary celestial beings, and their appearances can vary greatly. As for the matter of size, it is simply due to your current weakness." She paused for a moment, then continued, "In the future, do not recklessly wield the power of the Emperor Dragon in public, for it may attract unnecessary troubles and even lead to fatal consequences. Once your strength has grown, I shall elucidate the underlying reasons and consequences of this." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian's eyes deepened with contemplation, and reflecting on his unknown origins, he could not help but wear a melancholic expression as he responded, "I shall heed Sister Long's guidance." He was aware that Sister Long knew of his past, yet she remained tight-lipped, revealing not a single hint. He did not press for answers, knowing such inquiries would only bring him distress. The pressing priority remained to strengthen his own abilities, for once he became powerful, he could then boldly seek the truth without contest. With this thought, he felt invigorated as if he had consumed a revitalizing elixir. Seeing him brimming with determination, Sister Long, with her enchanting beauty, smiled brightly. She then raised her delicate hand, and the shattered remnants of the desolate ground around them reverted to their original form, as if the recent cataclysm had been but a figment of a dream. A crimson, levitating sofa promptly materialized behind Sister Long, and she gracefully leaped onto it, her expression serene as she said, "Begin practicing the breathing technique and hand seals I just demonstrated. I shall personally oversee your progress." Time flowed quietly like a gentle stream, and Ling Tian practiced for several hours. Alas, despite the beauty of his aspirations, reality proved harsh. Each attempt to channel his mystical energy ended in failure. Fatigue washed over Sister Long, who reclined on the sofa and succumbed to slumber. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Tian continued to cultivate the heavenly profound art and the Dark Lord of Heaven. After the Dark Lord of Heaven reached the second tier, he further practiced the ghostly flame. Golden rays of light pierced through the pale sky, illuminating Ling Tian's refined profile. The air in the forest was fresh, as all of nature began to awaken, and the cheerful chirping of birds sounded like a melodious symphony, soothing to the soul. Ling Tian opened his crimson eyes amidst the avian chorus, rising to his full height and stretching to ease the stiffness from a night of sitting. After completing his stretches, he leapt down from the great tree and walked directly out of the woods. The bustling crowd surged like a tide into the entrance of the cultivation hall. Ling Tian smiled softly upon observing this, thinking that his timing was impeccable, as he had not missed the start of class. He blended into the crowd, making his way toward his classroom, attracting the fervent gazes of numerous girls along the way. By the time he reached his class, most of his classmates were already inside, gathered in clusters, engaging in lively conversation. Standing before Ling Tian's seat, Zhao Exine was being reprimanded by Su Jin, his face a mask of fear, too intimidated to lift his head even slightly. Noticing this peculiar situation, Ling Tian approached with curiosity and asked in a calm voice, "What is the matter?" Upon hearing his voice, Zhao Exine and the others exchanged glances. Zhao Exine, seeing Ling Tian's figure, exhaled a sigh of relief as if he had narrowly escaped death. In the corner, the anxious Yin Qianxue felt her heart settle upon Ling Tian's arrival. She stepped forward to grasp Ling Tian's somewhat cold right hand. A captivating smile gracing her exquisite face as she said, "It's nothing. Everyone was just a bit worried after hearing that young Master Ling didn't return all night. In the future, please remember to communicate with Shui regarding any matters. Otherwise, I shall be unable to find peace or solace." Zhao Xining furrowed her brows, expressing her indignation aloud. "Is that what you call being a tad concerned? Your earlier expression was absolutely murderous." He now profoundly comprehended the deep meaning of transforming worry into strength. The warmth and softness emanating from Ling Tian's hand penetrated his heart, and upon witnessing Qianxue's delicate demeanor akin to a fragile bird, he could only respond with a faint smile, saying, "Very well. I shall inform Miss Shui beforehand of any matters in the future." Chapter 65. The elixir in kanji, delicious and savory. Seeing Zhao Exine's countenance filled with unspoken anguish, as though he had suffered a catastrophic blow, Ling Tian inquired with curiosity, "Brother Exine, why does your face appear so pale?" Zhao Exine opened his mouth to express his woes, but was suddenly seized by the chilling aura emanating from Su Jin, causing him to tremble. Ling Tian, with an unparalleled smile, encouraged him, saying, "Brother Exine, you must adopt a lighter perspective on life. Do not allow trivial matters to dictate your emotions. Mourning and lamentation will only serve to unnecessarily burden your spirit. You must have faith in yourself and focus on the tasks at hand." Zhao Exine nodded, revealing a smile as he replied, "Tiangu, I understand." Yuan Qianxue, observing this, gently addressed Ling Tian, "Young Master Ling, you surely have not had breakfast yet." This morning, I took the liberty of preparing some food for you, and I hope you will graciously accept it." Indeed, Ling Tian had not eaten anything that morning, and upon hearing Qianxue's inquiry, his stomach rumbled with hunger. He smiled in acknowledgement, saying, "Then I shall not stand on ceremony. I extend my gratitude to Miss Xue in advance." Jing Ro, upon seeing Ling Tian's consent, felt her previously anxious heart gradually ease. After all, this was a breakfast prepared by the young lady before dawn, and she had observed the effort put into it, feeling it deeply. If Ling Tian had declined, would it not have rendered all her hard work futile? Yuan Qianxue guided Ling Tian to sit down, then retrieved the breakfast she had painstakingly prepared from her storage bracelet. Two golden, covered bowls were placed before Ling Tian. Qianxue lifted the lids, revealing a simple yet exquisite congee accompanied by 3 delightful cakes. She handed Ling Tian a pair of long chopsticks, her enchanting face brimming with anticipation. "Young Master Ling, please enjoy it while it's hot." Ling Tian, gazing at the fragrant golden congee, could not help but swallow hard. He tightly grasped the chopsticks and began to eat leisurely, exclaiming in delight, "Delicious! Truly exceptional!" Hearing this, Yuan Qianxue's heart blossomed with joy, and the smile on her beautiful face grew even more radiant. Her stunning grace captivated all, drawing them into a trance. The entire class was entranced by the aromatic fragrance wafting through the air, fixated on Ling Tian relishing his meal alongside the charming maiden beside him, their faces painted with envy. Zhao Exan also opened his mouth to speak, but was swiftly seized by Su Jin, who grasped his collar with sudden force, propelling him back into his seat. Seeing Su Jin's expression darken, Zhao Exan fell silent, offering her a forced smile that stripped him of dignity. The male and female students in the class held an inexhaustible dread toward the newly arrived goddesses, especially after Su Jin had demonstrated her formidable prowess the previous night. They, mere mortals, dared not gamble with their lives, thus maintaining a safe distance from the few formidable individuals. Yet many young men remain unable to resist the allure of beauty, often casting their gazes in its direction. Even a mere glance invigorates both body and spirit. Moments later, Yan Qianxue observed Ling Tian finishing the sumptuous breakfast she had meticulously prepared, her heart swelling with joy. She retrieved a piece of golden silk from her storage space and gently wiped the remnants from the corners of Ling Tian's mouth. As he turned to her with a warm smile, he thought to himself how considerate and gentle Miss Xue truly was, in stark contrast to Yi Qing, who was boisterous, proud, and prone to slamming doors. The teachers in the General Academy differ significantly from those in the Specialized Institute. During lectures, they do not concern themselves with the student's attentiveness. Whether one listens or not is of little consequence, provided they do not disrupt the flow of the class, granting one the freedom to act as they please. Conversely, in the inner and outer academies, the educators take a different stance. Should a student be caught daydreaming, they might face light penalties such as copying notes, or more severe consequences that include additional tasks until the teacher is thoroughly satisfied that a rich stream of profound energy coursed through his meridians, engendering an invigorating sense of clarity that he stretched luxuriously, the sound of his shoulders cracking breaking the stillness. Turning his gaze to Yan Qianxue, he beheld her resting her head on her hands, her hair cascading softly over her face. At that moment, her eyes were closed, her long lashes still, and her steady breaths caused the golden strands that fell across her face to sway gently, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Sano and Lang Qing approached Ling Tian's seat. Lang Qing, brushing his face with his right hand, lowered his voice. "Indeed, at that time, my mind was buzzing. I thought you had abandoned us and fled." Sano shot a disapproving glance at Lang Qing and retorted, "Must you always speak? Silence would serve you better. No one will mistake you for mute." Ling Tian, however, remained unperturbed, calmly interjecting, "All is well. My apologies for the concern I have caused you. I shall take my leave to express my gratitude, and assure you there is no need for worry." Ling Tian expressed his appreciation. "I am grateful for your assistance, Brother Yi." With that, he gently nudged the slumbering Yan Qianxue, softly stating, "Miss Xue, it is time for us to attend class outdoors." Upon hearing Ling Tian's voice, she let out a few soft murmurs before slowly sitting up, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Noticing Yan Qianxue's awakening, Ling Tian rose to call Zhao Exan, who was sitting upright, engrossed in a book on Qi refinement, his demeanor one of diligent pursuit of knowledge. Ling Tian approached and tapped Zhao Exan on the shoulder, signaling him to join the outdoor class. Before summoning Su Jin and Jing Ro, together, They followed Sano down the stairs to AT that moment. The ground floor was bustling with a crowd. Each class occupied its designated area. After counting heads, the class leader would lead the students to their respective locations. Sano quickly accounted for everyone before guiding the class out of the teaching building and towards the open field on the left. Along the way, their group became the center of attention. The allure of the three goddesses was immeasurable, drawing the gaze of every young man who beheld them, their astonishment palpable as they exchanged whispers. Eugene found the fervent stares of admiration exceedingly irksome. Accustomed to her lofty pride, she could hardly tolerate the lewd commentary of commoners. An icy chill emanated from her delicate frame, causing those nearby to bristle and hastily retreat. Zhao Exine sensed the penetrating chill in the air. Instinctively recognizing it as the aura of the ice mountain goddess in a state of fury, he hastily turned and rushed to Ling Tian's side, his face a mask of vigilance, fearful that Su Jin's lethal flying kick might land upon him. For such a blow would surely spell disaster. Jing Ro, observing the scene, stepped forward to grasp Su Jin's delicate hand, her voice light and teasing as she said, "There's no need for concern. Let them broaden their horizons." This also highlights the fact that every goddess of our angel clan is as beautiful as a celestial being. Chapter 66, Shadows and Words. A love that awaits. The group followed Sano to the vast wilderness outside the teaching building. Upon reaching a designated spot, Sano turned, his demeanor calm and composed, and stated, "Since we have several new students in our class, I shall reiterate the layout of our territory." He raised his hand and pointed to a white line several meters away on his left. Clearly articulating, "The white line I am indicating marks the boundary between us and Class 65. Similarly, there is another white line to my right. The area beyond that line is naturally the domain of Class 67. I advise everyone to refrain from wandering into other classes' territories, as any unforeseen incidents could lead to troublesome consequences." The entire class, however, seemed oblivious to his words, their faces relaxed and expressions casual, chatting and laughing as if they were prisoners who had not conversed in decades. Unable to contain their excitement, Sano, accustomed to such unruly behavior, was not surprised. After all, he was not Sister Qin. Otherwise, how would this group dare to be so audacious? They would likely adopt a timid demeanor. Too fearful to speak out of turn, he clenched his fist, raised his hand, and cleared his throat twice, his voice low and steady. "Since our instructor has yet to arrive, feel free to relax for now." With that, he joined the group, engaging in conversation with Lang Qing and Jiang Tao. The gentle sunlight bathed the ground, creating a vast, radiant carpet across the landscape. The soft breeze fluttered, carrying the earthy scent, and the entire area was infused with a vibrant vitality. Ling Tian lay upon the grass, hands serving as a pillow, gazing at the boundless azure sky, his heart inevitably feeling light and at ease. The warm rays enveloped him, inducing a languid sense of tranquility. Zhao Exine, clutching a white cloth-wrapped item, sat beside Ling Tian, both enjoying the comforting embrace of the sun. Yin Xinxue approached Ling Tian, followed closely by Su Jin and Jing Ro. Yin Xinxue gracefully settled beside him, her legs closely together, delicate hands resting on the hem of her short skirt. A fragrant breeze wafted towards Ling Tian as Xinxue took her seat. Ling Tian turned to her, a gentle smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Miss Xue, do you also find leisure in basking in this warm sunlight?" A middle-aged man clad in a blue robe suddenly soared to the front of the group. His hair was jet black, his eyes bright and piercing, with a strong brow and a resolute expression. This man was Ma Shi, the outdoor instructor for Class 66, possessing early-stage profound cultivation. The earlier whistle had been emitted from the whistle he carried. With his hands clasped behind him, he surveyed the crowd and declared in a resonant and commanding voice, "Today's training exercise involves using your own profound energy waves to strike a target 30 meters away. You may choose your distance with a maximum of 70 meters and a minimum of 31 meters. The farther you aim, the higher the score. Understood?" Upon hearing this, the crowd responded with unwavering seriousness, collectively shouting, "Understood." Ma Shi nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "Those who complete the task first may rest early. Those who do not finish will continue this afternoon." Having spoken, he waved his arm, and a thick band of white thread suddenly appeared on the grass before him. He then selected a few individuals from the group to serve as targets, while the remaining members dispersed in an orderly fashion into 3 teams. Ling Tian, along with Yin Xinxue and others, followed the flow to the team on the far side. Ma Shi marked a thick white line at the forefront of each team, while the designated target holders stood several dozen meters away. Awaiting Ma Shi's instructions, positioned centrally among the three teams, Ma Shi elaborated. This performance is directly tied to the subsidies your sect provides each month, should you fail to meet the standard. The sect will significantly reduce your assistance that I hope you all approach this seriously. He raised his hand, patting his shoulder, and continued. When we begin shortly, one person from each team will step forward, once ready. Loudly declare the distance you wish to aim for, and the target holder will adjust accordingly. Rest assured, I have already marked every meter on the field 30 meters out that I will oversee the entire process to ensure that no one escapes cheating. With that, he stepped back and leapt to the 30-meter mark that he opened his mouth, his voice resonating. Commence. Upon hearing Ma Shi's commanding tone, the members of the three teams advanced in an orderly manner. Adhering to the instructions, Zhao Xian felt a growing sense of unease as he approached the white line that he realized that without activating his one-shot Azura, he could not wield any profound power. And that technique only functioned effectively when using a long spear. In other words, without the spear, activating one-shot Azura would only serve a defensive purpose, rendering him incapable of offense. Noticing Zhao Xian's flustered demeanor, Ling Tian inquired with concern, Brother Xian, what troubles you? Zhao Xian, taken aback by the question, replied with a dejected expression, I am unable to summon the profound power within me. I cannot pass this assessment. Ling Tian pondered. This was indeed a dilemma. Although Zhao Xian was at the Xianming realm, his innate talent clashed with a certain force within him, resulting in an inability to utilize his profound energy properly. Ultimately, he found himself in the awkward predicament of possessing the realm without the corresponding power. Ling Tian believed that Long Jie would soon provide clarity on the matter, with a calm smile. He reassured Zhao Xian, do not worry, Brother Xian. Within half a month, I will help you overcome this misfortune. Zhao Xian was taken aback, staring at Ling Tian in disbelief. Brother Tian, are your words truly sincere? Ling Tian placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his expression earnest. Every word is genuine. Zhao Xian felt an overwhelming wave of emotion, nearly shedding tears of gratitude. He sniffled and expressed, if I can indeed wield my profound power normally, then this life of Zhao is not in vain. In this life and the next, I vow to serve you faithfully, Brother Tian, until my last breath. Ling Tian, lowering his hand from Zhao Xian's shoulder, responded with a comforting smile, your words are sufficient, Brother X. There is no need for such formality between us. The two shared a silent understanding, their unspoken sentiments resonating deeply within their hearts. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. Behind them, Yin Xinxue observed this profound bond, feeling a gentle smile grace her lips as she sensed their sincere connection. In her eyes, Ling Tian and Yin were inseparable. They embodied one another. Shadows intertwined. Despite their stark differences in temperament, Ling Tian exuded an aura of reliability and sincerity akin to Yin. After a brief moment, it was finally Zhao Xian's turn to step forward. He let out a deep sigh, raised his hand, and declared loudly, I request to forfeit. Upon hearing this, Ma Shi had little to say, merely nodding lightly at Zhao Xian to indicate his agreement. He had never held much regard for those of lowly talent, who were yet self-conceited. Rather, he appreciated those who chose to withdraw voluntarily. Such a decision required immense courage and resolve, qualities indispensable on the thorny path of cultivation. Seeing his mentors nod, Zhao Xian turned and distanced himself from the white line under the gaze of the crowd. Those in various teams erupted into a cacophony of derision upon witnessing Zhao Xian's voluntary withdrawal. What a waste! If he chooses to forfeit, he is nothing but a burden to our Class 6. I am utterly speechless. The narrative ahead is rich in potential, with a vast and innovative worldview that encompasses romance, school life, anime, divine and demonic themes, and tales of immortal cultivation in alternate realms. Let us eagerly anticipate the unfolding chapters. First, the forthcoming main storyline will introduce the ranks of demon entities: mortal level, hidden disaster level, annihilation level, catastrophe level, and calamity star level. Note, these demons are under the control of the demon god, a being second only to the demon king. Types of bounty teams: 1. Ordinary team, at least 7 members, which must include 1 practitioner of mystical spirit level. Other cultivators must be at least at the mystical spirit realm. 2. Assault team, at least 7 members, consisting of 1 practitioner of mystical spirit level as a support mystic arts user, 1 strong attack mystic arts user of mystical spirit level, 1 control type mystic arts user of mystical spirit level. and 3 cultivators above the mystical sage realm, plus 1 additional member of any rank. 3. Execution team, at least 9 members, comprising 2 mystic arts users of mystical spirit level, 1 strong attack mystic arts user of mystical spirit level, 1 control type mystic arts user of mystical spirit level for cultivators above the mystical sect realm, and 1 additional member of any rank. Secondly, the cultivation realms within the novel are mystical concealment, mystical abyss, mystical master, mystical spirit, mystical sage, mystical sect, mystical emperor, mystical venerable, mystical sovereign, mystical fulfillment, crossing mystical, divine concealment, divine beginning, divine abundance, divine being, great divine, ancient divine, celestial divine, divine venerable, divine emperor, lord of all realms, super divine to immortal, lower immortal, upper immortal, celestial immortal, immortal emperor, beast levels, mystical tier, earth tier, heaven tier, sacred tier, emperor tier, weapon levels, mortal, patterned, sacred, celestial, divine, super divine, slaughter cry, cultivation technique levels, common, purple green, 9 dragons, divine crown, divine emperor, immortal herb grades, lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, mortal grade, heavenly grade, divine grade, immortal grade, talent rankings, common attire, 1 to 9, Tao heaven, 10 to 19, platform formation, 20 to 29, true 1 30 to 39, void 1 40 to 49, shield 1 50 to 59, extraordinary 60 to 69, transformation venerable 70 to 79, super divine 80 to 89, super immortal 90 to 100, elixir levels, mortal elixir, spiritual elixir, divine elixir, immortal elixir, with each elixir categorized into 10 tiers, levels of magical artifacts, spiritual artifacts, sacred artifacts, divine artifacts, king level artifacts, meteor level artifacts, god king level artifacts, god emperor level artifacts. Each level is divided into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. Artifact refiners, a total of 10 levels, attributes, light, darkness, thunder, fire, water, earth, wood, ice. Among these, light is the most potent, followed by darkness. The other attributes are on par with one another. Adhering to the principle of mutual restraint, mysterious value levels, base level, 1 to 100, body knocking, 101 to 500, essence cultivation, 501, 1000, longevity truth, 1001 to 2000, celestial origin, 2001 to 3000, mysterious fate, 3001 to 5000, super mysterious, above 5000. Chapter 67. From within, malice arises, illusions flicker. Zhao Xian remained impervious to the derisive voices around him, his expression as impassive as a puppet devoid of emotion. According to the Zhao clan's lore, one must remain tranquil amidst the flow of life, to observe the sun's brilliance at dawn, and to endure amidst the exceptional. Thus, the patient are invincible, while the restless ultimately face defeat. It is a tumultuous heart that invites enmity from the world. This philosophy guided his interactions, allowing him to endure such humiliation with composure. Ling Tian, observing Zhao Xian's steady demeanor, unperturbed by the scorn of others, could not help but admire him inwardly. Such calmness, unshaken by the tumult of the world, is a quality only a true strongman possesses. Zhao Xian's ability to maintain such poise speaks volumes of his extraordinary character. Ling Tian approached the designated white line and called out to the individual holding the marker, 40 meters. He harbored no desire to flaunt his prowess. Rather, he wished to conceal his strength. After all, this was also the arrangement of Dragon's sister, and he could only acquiesce to her wishes. Upon hearing his words, the marker holder inserted a wooden sign at the 40-meter mark and then hurriedly stepped aside. Standing alongside Ling Tian was Wang Xiang, positioned parallel to him. This advantageous spot had been meticulously secured, with the intention of intimidating Ling Tian. Observing the 3 goddesses surrounding Ling Tian, Wang Xiang's jealousy festered into enmity, prompting him to seize this moment to deliver a lesson to Ling Tian, thereby showcasing his absolute might. With a sinister smirk, he summoned the mysterious energy within him, a dense white aura erupting from his body. The onlookers in the crowd gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "My goodness, a master-level practitioner, truly the powerhouse prince of our class." Indeed, his strength was formidable, likely placing him among the top 100 in the academy. Wang Xiang lowered his center of gravity, his right hand forming a fist at his waist as the white energy surged dramatically towards it. His fist shimmered with radiant light, enveloped in an aura resembling a spherical cotton candy. Wangba fist, second tier, sweeping strike, he intoned with a deep voice. Behind Wang Xiang, Ergo seized the moment, feigning a stumble with a startled cry. Ah! He lurched forward, colliding with Wang Xiang's left shoulder, just as Ling Tian prepared to channel his energy. He sensed the tumultuous wave of force rushing towards him from the side. Reacting with lightning speed, he deftly retreated a step, allowing the powerful wave of white light to surge past him. He raised his right hand, golden energy swirling from his arm, then quickly condensing in front of his palm to form a dazzling sphere of light, suppressing his mysterious energy to its minimum potency. He unleashed a forceful strike, propelling the luminous sphere forward, which struck the marker with precision. Wang Xiang stared in astonishment at the scene before him, his face a canvas of shock. Ergo lay sprawled on the ground, eyes closed, feigning unconsciousness and utterly motionless. Upon witnessing Ling Tian emerge unscathed from the white line, Wang Xiang's expression of disbelief swiftly morphed into a seething fury that he turned and kicked Ergo, who lay like a dead pig, exclaiming in a fit of rage, "What on earth are you doing lying there like an idiot, sleeping?" Ergo, deeply immersed in his role, had believed his performance to be flawless, only to be jolted from his act by Wang Xiang's kick, eyes wide with surprise and face contorted in pain. Truly, it was an unexpected blow that one could not foresee, illustrating the cruel disparity between the beauty of imagination and the harshness of reality. Ma Shi, observing that Ling Tian wielded the most potent light attribute energy, felt a pang of trepidation within. Yet, noting the feeble impact he had on the card, he couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. It was a lamentable waste of such rare light attribute energy, for few in the entirety of the Luotian continent possessed the ability to harness it at that moment. The elusive light attribute energy was tantalizingly close, yet possessed by a mere wastrel. How could this not evoke feelings of sorrow and despair? Contemplating this, a sly smile crept upon his lips. He and Zhao Exine made their way to the grassy expanse at the back of the group, basking in the warm, heartening sunlight. After completing their measurements, Yin Qianxue and her companions approached Ling Tian, gracefully settling beside him. Ling Tian exchanged smiles with Qianxue, while Zhao Exine, upon catching sight of Su Jin's frosty beauty, discreetly edged away. Noticing Zhao Exine's retreat, Su Jin furrowed her brows slightly, and, with an irked tone, remarked, "Why are you moving away? If you keep this up, you'll find out what it's like to fly." Jingro leaned her head against Su Jin's delicate shoulder, feigning concern as she chimed in, "Rest assured, Brother Exin, once you take flight, I will be sure to care for you attentively." Zhao Exin, caught between laughter and exasperation, thought to himself, "You two are truly oppressive." Unable to move his body, feeling both vulnerable and cornered, he pondered what more he could possibly do. Ling Tian, having overheard their banter, chose not to intervene, understanding that their playful teasing lacked any malice. Yin Qianxue gently inquired, "I wonder if young Master Ling has any favorite foods? I excel at cooking and would ensure you have a delightful feast." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian turned to Yin Qianxue, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "As long as it is prepared by Miss Xue, I find all dishes to be delectable." His words rang true. The meals crafted by Yin Qianxue were indeed treasures of the culinary world, irresistible to anyone fortunate enough to taste them. The mere aroma of her cooking was enough to tantalize the senses, evoking an insatiable desire to indulge. The radiant smile blossomed on Yin Qianxue's exquisite face as she replied, "Then I shall prepare meals according to my own whims for young Master Ling from now on." A gentle breeze stirred, lifting her golden hair, which cascaded like silk down to her waist. A vision of ethereal beauty that captivated those around her, leaving them in awe. Many in the group were drawn in by her enchanting presence, their mouths agape in admiration. Ling Tian's gaze was fixated on the fluttering strands of hair. His crimson eyes locked onto the stunning Yin Qianxue, whose beauty was unparalleled. That a hazy visage flickered in his mind, accompanied by a voice that lingered like a whisper, elusive yet familiar. As Yin Qianxue caught the gaze of Ling Tian, a captivating blush instantly graced her exquisite countenance, rendering her appearance utterly enchanting. This bashful demeanor was profoundly moving, standing unparalleled and enchanting, causing those around her to fall deeply in love, their expressions lost in a daze. Simultaneously, these onlookers harbored feelings of resentment towards Ling Tian, each internally cursing him with fervor. What extraordinary fortune has this fellow stumbled upon? His life appears to have reached its zenith. Oh, my goddess, how could you blush for such a base man? My heart shatters into pieces. What is love in this world, that it compels one to lay bare their heart and soul? I must eliminate that pretty boy who dares to steal my love, so that my goddess may witness the profundity of my devotion. A straightforward man clad in a brown long coat turned to observe the enamored youths behind him, and with a swift motion, he slapped one of them on the face, exclaiming in anger, "Hey, you imbecile, your saliva is dripping onto my clothes." Su Jin and Jing Ro, witnessing the usually aloof lady blushing fervently, could not help but cover their mouths in astonishment, fearful that their unrestrained emotions might lead them to exclaim in surprise, behold, the lady's shy demeanor in their lifetime was indeed an unexpectedly momentous occasion. Zhao Exin, hastily averting his gaze, turned to the side, fearing he might become entrapped in Yan Qinshua's beauty. In this moment of distraction, he inadvertently locked eyes with Lang Qing, who was seated with Sano and his companions. Noticing Zhao Exin's handsome features directed towards her, Lang Qing shyly twisted her ample waist, her right hand shielding her eyes as she flirtatiously cast him sultry glances. Faced with this, Zhao Exin furrowed his brow, nearly losing his breakfast. Chapter 68. The river clears. Yet time stands still. Yan Qinshua's blushing visage swiftly regained its alabaster hue. She delicately pursed her rosy lips, her slender fingers clutching the hem of her skirt, saying, "If young Master Ling is troubled by any matters, this humble lady is willing to lend an ear." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, the clouds above drifting like ethereal smoke. The once indistinct visage in his mind now appeared completely blurred. As if it had never existed, a bittersweet smile graced his unparalleled features as he gently shook his head at Yan Qinshu, then reclined fully on the ground, exhaling deeply. Alas, it feels as though I harbor countless unsolvable enigmas within me, tossing and turning, my heart in disarray, ultimately remaining perplexed at times. I even feel as though my fate lies in the hands of others, an inescapable entanglement. Yan Qinshu, upon hearing this, furrowed her delicate brows, a chilling sensation brewing within her heart. Her expression darkened, yet she feigned a gentle tone. "Might I inquire who this person young Master Ling speaks of? This humble lady wishes to ease your worries." Ling Tian, resting his slender hands beneath his head, replied with an air of nonchalance, "It's nothing. In fact, it brings me a sense of ease. Moreover, there is an abundance of knowledge I can glean from her. Why not embrace it?" At his words, a cold glint flashed in Yan Qinshua's eyes, her elongated golden lashes seemingly encased in frost. Since Ling Tian had willingly accepted the situation, she chose not to press further. However, should he ever be harmed because of this, she would unearth the perpetrator, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground, and ensure their utter obliteration. The sun gradually ascended to the center of the sky. A flock of scattered birds flitted across the azure expanse, their chirping voices adding a vibrant vitality to the billowing white clouds above. In a tranquil moment shared among a few, Ling Tian lay upon the grass, feeling an overwhelming sense of ennui. Deep within, he called out, "Long Jia, Long Jia." A deep, resonant voice immediately echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian felt a surge of joy in his heart and promptly inquired, "Regarding Zhao Exin, whom I mentioned last time, do you have a way to help him overcome his internal conflicts?" Long Jia's tone sharply elevated, revealing a hint of displeasure. Such trivial matters could pose a challenge for this king. Ling Tian's lips curled into a slight smile, his voice tinged with self-reproach. "Indeed, how could I utter such superfluous words to Long Jia? I should have directly sought your guidance." Long Jia, upon hearing this, softened her tone. "If you wish to assist him in breaking free from his current predicament, you must gather several specific materials and then refine them into a 3rd-grade divine separation pill." Ling Tian, puzzled, asked, "What materials?" "Shadow leopard stone, zhuyi grass, violet rhinoceros horn, heavenly sweet water, and the last one is a rather rare Yenyue flower," Long Jia replied without hesitation. Ling Tian gasped, astonished. "So many materials? Where on earth am I to procure them?" Long Jia spoke gently. "This is quite simple. This afternoon, you shall go to the bounty hall, and I will ensure you gather these materials within half a month." Ling Tian's heart soared with joy as he thought excitedly. "Really?" Long Jia responded with a tone that implied the obvious. "Do not ask unnecessary questions. This is not your concern." Ling Tian, pondering anew, was still perplexed. Then how shall the crucial matter of alchemy be handled? Long Jie answered solemnly. Of course, it will be crafted by me. Do you intend to attempt it yourself? Ling Tian smiled nonchalantly, realizing Long Jie was correct. He had indeed overthought. He could not help but feel awed. Not only was Long Jie a master of weapon forging, but she also possessed the ability to concoct pills, a talent so rare and formidable that it was truly beyond his comprehension. As time swiftly passed, noon arrived, and the majority of the class proceeded towards the dining hall. Yin Qianxue called out to Ling Tian, producing a prepared lunch from her unique storage bracelet, crafted from hard blossom stone, which could alter the internal temperature based on the strength of infused mystical energy. Observing this, Su Jin and Jing Ro quietly departed, while Zhao Xian accompanied Zui Yi and others to the dining hall. Ling Tian and Yin Qianxue shared a table, enjoying their lunch in pleasant conversation, a truly delightful and fulfilling experience. Ling Tian could not fathom why, but time spent with Yin Qianxue always seemed to ease his mind. After finishing their meal, he nodded with a gentle smile at Yin Qianxue and turned to leave. As Ling Tian's figure gradually melded into the shadows of the trees, he inwardly queried, "Master, please guide me to the route for the bounty hall." The crisp voice of the master resounded in his mind that a vast map suddenly manifested within Ling Tian's thoughts, detailed and precise, indicating his location and the path to the nearby bounty hall. With a powerful push of his legs, he propelled himself forward, vaulting over the stone wall surrounding the courtyard. The courtyard was lax in vigilance, with only a few guards stationed at the main entrance. The guards at the are merely superficial, lacking genuine concern, existing purely for monetary gain. For Ling Tian, the prospect of leaving the facility seems almost effortless. Under the blazing sun, its rays warm and inviting. The desolate street before him is nearly devoid of life, casting a melancholic shadow over the otherwise cheerful brightness. Long Jie speaks in a light tone. "Please extend your hand." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian immediately raises his hand, spreading his palm, and inwardly urges, "All right, Long Jie, please give it to me." A flash of purple light suddenly darts above his palm, and almost instantly, a set of black attire materializes, accompanied by a golden orb resting upon the garments. Ling Tian gazes at the object in his hand, his excitement plummeting in an instant. He swallows hard, filled with confusion. "What on earth is this?" Long Jie explains in a calm voice. "This is a transformation technique I have specially prepared for you. Change into this black attire and consume this 9th grade spiritual transformation pill I have meticulously crafted." "What is the purpose of this transformation pill?" Ling Tian continues to inquire. "This high-grade pill will alter your hair color to silver and your eyes to purple. Once consumed, for a duration of 3 years, you will be able to change your hair and eye color at will." After hearing this, Ling Tian's face reflects boredom, thinking to himself, "Did you really go through the trouble of crafting such a high-grade transformation pill? Sister, I'm not a chameleon. That aren't you just being unnecessarily convoluted?" Though dissatisfaction lingers in his heart, he merely grumbles internally and helplessly surveys his surroundings. After changing into the new attire and consuming the pill amidst the trees of the, Ling Tian leaps over the walls once more, emerging revitalized. Wasting no time, he follows a clear path, arriving effortlessly at the entrance of the bounty shop. The establishment boasts 3 stories, resembling a church, with a small patch of soft, sponge-like lawn outside, providing a sense of comfort and ease. A brown sign hangs above the main entrance, inscribed with Imperial Capital Bounty Department, branch, and below it, the words Suspended Moon Hotel are elegantly displayed. The voice of authority resonates in Ling Tian's mind. According to system analysis, this bounty establishment is the closest to you, albeit merely a branch of the Imperial Shadow Capital's Bounty Department. It is closely connected to the headquarters, allowing you to ascertain the identity of the bounty issuers. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian steps forward and gently pushes the door open. Inside, the floor gleams with cleanliness, with numerous round tables neatly arranged. A brown counter stands directly opposite him, behind which several attractive women in uniform skirts are stationed. The counter and surrounding walls are adorned with shelves brimming with fine wines sourced from across the realms. A veritable treasure trove. Had he not seen the large characters of the sign, Ling Tian might have believed he had mistakenly entered a hotel. As he enters, the uniformed man with black hair approaches him. His right hand rests upon his left shoulder as he slightly bows, a smile gracing his face. "Welcome, dear guest. How may I assist you today?" Ling Tian, with his slender hands tucked into his pockets, responds nonchalantly. "I wish to become a bounty issuer. Could you guide me on how to proceed?" The green-haired beauty at the counter beams. "Welcome. The lady's surname is Zhua. and her given name is Xiang. She is the elder sister of Zhuo Yi. Chapter 69, titled Exchanging Wealth for Goods. A uniformed man softly spoke to Zhuo Xiang, saying, "This esteemed guest wishes to become a bounty hunter." Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xiang smiled gently at Ling Tian and explained, "Bounty hunters undertake various tasks to earn luo coins and acquire precious materials and herbs. To become a novice bounty hunter, one must possess a cultivation level above Xianming and pay a fee of 700,000 luo coins." Ling Tian's brows furrowed at this. "You must be bandits, aren't you? 700,000 luo coins. Do you take me for a miner?" As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden inspiration struck him. Had he not experienced a bountiful harvest of crystals in the cave last time? He then inwardly inquired, "Master, could you assist me in locating a crystal worth 700,000 luo coins from my previous haul in the cave?" Upon hearing this, Ling Tian extended his right hand, and a piece of black sediment stone radiating dark light materialized in his palm. The several uniformed women at the counter, along with the uniformed man beside Ling Tian, were captivated by this luminescence. They were all connoisseurs and recognized the value of the precious black sediment stone. Crystals are commonplace, yet valuable in the realm of Luo Shun, where many cultivators would go to great lengths, even resorting to violence, to obtain such rare crystals, while the affluent in the capital are willing to pay handsomely for lustrous and high-grade rare stones. Consequently, most residents of the capital are well acquainted with crystals and their worth. A black-haired woman clustered around Zhuo Xiang exclaimed, "Wow! A black sediment stone of such high quality can undoubtedly be forged into a divine-grade weapon. The black sediment stone is an advanced crystal used for forging weapons and armor, with the quality of the forged items varying based on the stone's luster and purity." The uniformed man also expressed his admiration. "This is the brightest black sediment stone I have ever seen." Observing the astonished expressions on their faces, Ling Tian's violet, exquisite pupils brightened. He held the stone in his palm, his silvery, lustrous hair gently swaying. With a slight upward curve of his lips, he stated in a soft tone, "This black sediment crystal should indeed be valued at 700,000 luo coins, correct?" Zhuo Xiang nodded in affirmation, confirming that the esteemed guest's high-quality black sediment stone was indeed worth that price. If the guest's cultivation level reaches Xianming, he would qualify as a formal novice bounty hunter. Ling Tian placed the black sediment stone on the counter, his extraordinary, chiseled face displaying an air of calm confidence. "Rest assured, my cultivation level has already surpassed Xianming." Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xiang used her inner energy to probe Ling Tian's cultivation level and then spoke with a warm smile. "Congratulations, esteemed guest. You have fully met the requirements." As she spoke, a uniformed girl standing beside Zhuo Xiang handed a notebook to Ling Tian, and Zhuo Xiang added, "Please write your name in this book. After the bounty headquarters sends the token tomorrow, you may come to collect it." Ling Tian accepted the notebook, took a pen from the corner of the counter, and after a moment of contemplation, inscribed the two characters Yu Tian. Upon seeing this, Long Jie expressed a hint of approval, saying, "Not bad. You understand the importance of altering your true name." Ling Tian felt a surge of indignation upon hearing the thoughts in his mind. "I am not foolish. How could I be unaware of such common knowledge?" He then pushed the notebook towards Zhuo Xiang. Sister Long voiced a reminder. "When hunting the earth-tier shadow leopard, one must utilize stag's blood. You should exchange some crystal stones for luo coins now, and then purchase stag's blood at the market. This will significantly reduce the time we take to hunt the shadow leopard." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian silently spoke in his heart, "Master, procure for me a crystal worth 10 million." Instantly, a glimmering crystal radiating a yellow light materialized in Ling Tian's mind, its oval form adorned with a pale green translucence. Its brilliance was dazzling, shimmering with an enchanting glow. This crystal, known as the Eternal Crystal, was of the 7th rank and 3rd grade, with a market value exceeding 15 million luo coins. Having grasped the general information about the crystal, Ling Tian opened his palm, and the resplendent eternal crystal suddenly appeared in his hand, emitting a blinding yellow light. The onlookers were once again taken aback, and the male attendant standing beside Ling Tian gaped in astonishment. He slapped his own face, the fiery, tingling sensation prompting a cry of shock. Clutching his reddened, tingling cheek, he exclaimed in excitement, "I am not dreaming. This is indeed the Eternal Crystal." The Eternal Crystal is a rare gem in the world, possessing a high grade and infused with immense life force. Not only can it forge sacred artifacts with spirit, but it can also be used to concoct spirit and divine pills of the 8th grade and above. demonstrating unparalleled efficacy in enchanting and cultivating. In summary, its applications are vast and effects remarkable. The women clustered around Ling Tian gazed in awe, their eyes sparkling as they exclaimed, "Wow, what a dazzling luster! This powerful life aura is undoubtedly that of the eternal crystal. I can't believe I am fortunate enough to witness the eternal crystal, which is only recorded in ancient texts. It truly broadens my horizons." Usually calm and composed, Zhuxiang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the radiant eternal crystal in Ling Tian's palm. Her delicate, petite face betrayed her surprise, before her gaze turned towards Ling Tian's exquisitely chiseled features, causing her eyes to wander. His perfect, captivating peach blossom eyes were striking, and his deep, alluring violet gaze was mesmerizing. His silver hair shimmered like a celestial river in the night sky, enchanting and ethereal, while the tight black attire he wore accentuated his mysterious and transcendent aura. She scrutinized Ling Tian closely. Apart from discerning his extraordinary and otherworldly charm, she could not ascertain which noble family from the imperial capital he hailed. Perhaps he was a person of power from another realm. Certainly, she could not believe that an ordinary individual could possess such a high-grade eternal crystal. She questioned Ling Tian with curiosity, wondering what intentions he had in presenting such a precious gem. The others present were equally astonished by Ling Tian. To a cultivator, a single eternal crystal was invaluable, especially in the auction houses of the imperial capital, where it commanded a hefty price. Yet, Ling Tian casually offered it at this establishment, inevitably leading to speculation. A few uniformed women huddled together, exchanging glances, commenting, "Fortunately, there are no other customers around. Otherwise, this eternal crystal would surely incite a great commotion. What is this person's background? He must be a wealthy and handsome individual, right? I believe he is a noble scion. Just look at his flowing attire and gallant demeanor. He could rival the ancient heroes of a millennium ago, perhaps even surpass them. Yet why would he exchange an eternal crystal for luo coins? Perhaps wealth allows for such whims." A few minutes later, Zhuxiang descended the staircase and called out to Ling Tian, "Esteemed guest, the curator requests your presence on the second floor." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian grasped the eternal crystal and ascended the stairs alongside Zhuxiang. She halted at a corner in the corridor on the second floor, opened the grand door beside her, and courteously gestured. "Esteemed guest, the curator awaits you within. Please enter and converse with him." As Ling Tian stepped through the doorway, he raised his hand to draw aside the draping curtain, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a flowing yellow robe. Reclining in a chair, a pipe, billowing wisps of white smoke that curled like delicate threads, was held between his lips. This man, surnamed Deng and named Chong, was a renowned and influential merchant in the vicinity. In addition, he served as a branch administrator for the Imperial Shadow Bounty Hall. Upon noticing Ling Tian's arrival, Deng Chong extracted the pipe from his mouth, extinguishing the ember against the bowl. Chapter 70, Commercial Transactions. Scaling the city walls, Ling Tian seated himself in the armchair opposite Deng Chong, gently placing the eternal crystal upon the table. Observing the radiant brilliance emanating from the crystal, Deng Chong's face instantly brightened with delight. He turned his gaze to Ling Tian, expressing his admiration. "Indeed, young hero, you possess a discerning EYE. Crescent Moon Hotel is a well-known acquisition hub in the area, and it shall surely fulfill your desires." Ling Tian leaned back in his chair, his exquisitely chiseled visage betraying no emotion. In a calm tone, he replied, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Whether this eternal crystal remains in your possession depends solely on your offer." Deng Chong chuckled amiably, nodding in agreement. I, Deng Chong, am a seasoned merchant, well aware of the principle that rarity commands a price. Thus, according to your standards, what sum do you propose for this item? He harbored considerable aspirations regarding the crystal, for it was an exceedingly rare treasure, immensely beneficial to the cultivation of immortals. Although he was a practitioner at the Xinling realm, he had no intention of utilizing this extraordinary artifact for himself. Rather, he planned to transport it to the grand auction house in the imperial capital. Based on past precedents, the minimum price would be around 20 million luobi, a sum irresistible for a man of commerce. Ling Tian paused for a moment, then spoke with a measured tone. "Today seems to be your lucky day. I have pressing matters to attend to, and to avoid unnecessary disputes, I shall grant you a bargain, 15 million luobi." Though Deng Chong recognized the profit in this price, he was reluctant to accept it outright. With a calculated shift in demeanor, he feigned difficulty in acquiescing. "This that I feared may be somewhat excessive in other places." The highest acquisition price for this eternal crystal barely reaches 10 million. Might I persuade you to lower your offer a tad? Before Deng Chong could finish his sentence, Ling Tian interjected. Are you indicating your unwillingness? In that case, I shall seek another buyer for this eternal crystal. With that, he reached for the crystal on the table. Deng Chong, sensing the gravity of Ling Tian's action, felt a surge of anxiety. He hastily changed his tune, exclaiming, "Deal? I shall immediately provide 15 million to you, esteemed guest." Deng Chong was taken aback by Ling Tian's resolute demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the merchants he was accustomed to dealing with. This individual seems to have penetrated the depths of understanding, fully cognizant of the bidding price for this eternal crystal, his voice imbued with an undeniable air of authority. As the saying goes, good things fear not the marketplace. They resonate universally. Should this item be presented at the auction house in the imperial capital, a price of 15 million would likely incite a fervent bidding war among the affluent and influential. Deng Chong raised his hand to signal the secretary in the black dress standing nearby, instructing her to fetch 15 million without delay. Deng Chong poured half a glass of red wine from the jade pot onto the table before Ling Tian, a satisfied smile blossoming on his face as he cast a sidelong glance at the eternal crystal. After pouring another half glass, he lifted his glass and exclaimed to Ling Tian, "Come, let us toast to our transaction." After a brief exchange, the secretary approached Deng Chong with a briefcase in hand. Deng Chong gave her a knowing glance, prompting her to place the briefcase on the table before Ling Tian and open it. The neatly arranged stacks of cash immediately caught Ling Tian's EYE.IN response. Ling Tian placed the eternal crystal on the table before Deng Chong, then took his leave, preparing to depart with the briefcase. Observing Ling Tian's hurried demeanor, Deng Chong instructed the secretary to escort him to the door. Upon exiting the Xianyu Hotel, Ling Tian stepped into the warm embrace of sunlight. The street bustled with activity. People moving to and fro with hurried steps, each seemingly engrossed in their own pressing matters. Ling Tian was taken aback by the system's unexpected functionality, according to the route provided by the overseer. His journey required him to head outside the city of Diying to minimize travel time. He leapt onto the roof beside him. The crowded streets made movement cumbersome, but traversing the rooftops would significantly reduce his travel time. His figure darted across the neatly aligned rooftops with incredible speed, his dark attire billowing behind him like a shadow. Many passers-by on the street were cultivators. They remained unfazed by the fleeting silhouette above. And even ordinary folk were unperturbed, as this was a common mode of travel for those of their ilk. Ling Tian navigated smoothly to the city gates of Diying. The city walls towered at a height of 10 meters, enclosing the entire metropolis impenetrably. The sole point of entry was the heavily guarded city gate. Attempting to leap over the walls with sheer strength alone would be akin to scaling the heavens. Even the mightiest would find it arduous to surmount such imposing barriers without the ability to float or fly. A spark of inspiration ignited within Ling Tian, a radiant smile gracing his lips. He quietly activated the second tier of the Tian Xianju, manifesting 4 resplendent golden swords around him. With his weight shifted downward, he propelled himself forward, soaring toward the city wall point. One of the golden swords shot from beneath him, embedding itself into the wall that he landed atop this sword, then kicked off again. Another golden sword sliced through the air from below, firmly anchoring itself into the solid wall, with one foot planted on this sword. He leapt once more, ascending upward with each thrust. In a matter of moments, he had reached the top of the city wall. Ling Tian was indeed an exception, for in this world, any seemingly insurmountable challenge could be transformed into a trivial task with a bit of ingenuity. Chapter 71. The Emergence of the Demon. The path of atonement. Ling Tian arrived at the opposite side of the city wall, from which several shimmering golden swords shot forth from his surroundings, each striking the wall at an angle. He leapt gracefully off the wall, landing on one of the golden swords with a single foot, and then propelled himself towards the other swords arranged in a diagonal line. Each time his foot made contact with one of the blades, the other 2 swords seemed to spring to life, piercing through the wall with purpose. The golden sword shimmered like a cascading staircase of light, allowing Ling Tian to descend rapidly as he danced between the blades, ultimately reaching the ground outside the wall with both speed and grace. Observing the vast, desolate expanse before him, Ling Tian noticed clusters of flowers and grasses sporadically dotting the barren earth. While the remaining patches were merely parched soil, the ground bore no sign of life, marred by numerous alarming cracks, and this peculiar sight inevitably stirred a sense of unease within him. Looking up, He beheld distant mountains rising majestically, their peaks competing for prominence in a harmonious display of curves and elegance. After traversing several lofty mountains and weaving through dense, shadowy groves of trees, he finally arrived at his destination. The terrain here was uneven, marked by an array of colossal footprints imprinted upon the ground. These tracks were chaotic and intertwined, as if a fierce battle between wild beasts had recently taken place. The surrounding area was littered with broken branches and fallen leaves, creating a scene of utter disarray. Ling Tian wandered about for a while before arriving at a densely wooded thicket. This place exuded danger, with the occasional roar of monstrous beasts echoing around, asserting their dominance over their respective territories. Avoiding these treacherous areas, Ling Tian found himself in a more open space, encircled by towering trees and tall grass. Offering ample opportunities for concealment, he sprinkled a pouch of deer blood onto the open ground and then ascended a large tree, his gaze fixated on the blood-soaked earth below as he awaited the arrival of the shadow leopard. In a forsaken little village, Beijing Southming stepped upon the blood-soaked ground, surrounded by the grotesque sight of lifeless bodies, each expression contorted in rage and disbelief. Many of the village's houses lay in ruins. Moreover, there exists the hidden calamity level, a rank that corresponds to leadership among the demonic beings. Following this are the annihilation level, then the catastrophe level, and lastly, the calamity star level. The final three tiers hold significant status within the demon clan, second only to the demon god. Among all ranks of demons, with the exception of the mortal level, which lacks the capacity for self-reflection, all other levels possess the ability to think. However, should a demon harbor thoughts of betrayal, the latent power of the demon god within will consume them, ultimately rendering them as nourishment for the demon god. Ling murmured softly. Was this intentional? Suddenly, several shadowy figures sprang forth from the unscathed houses surrounding them, positioning themselves before the two individuals. Upon witnessing this, they halted in their tracks. Beigong Nanming, with his violet eyes glinting coldly, tucked his hands into his pockets, his long purple hair billowing gently to in a low, resonant voice. He remarked, "So you finally decided to show yourselves. I was beginning to ponder whether I should invite you out. It appears I was overly concerned." The figures before him glimmered with a greenish light, their expressions twisted in malice, emanating a black mist akin to flames. Ling, seeing this, was about to step forward, but was halted by Beigong Nanming's raised hand. "I will handle this personally," he said with a calm tone. Mu Ling, her lips pressed together, replied with a tone laced with entreaty. "Please, allow me to take this one that we've been running about these past few days, and you have faced every challenge alone. This time, let it be my turn." Beigong Nanming narrowed his eyes slightly, a gentle breeze lifting the fine strands of hair before his face. He spoke firmly. "This is my responsibility and my path to atonement. You should not be involved." Several demons, growing impatient, surged forward, intending to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Beigong Nanming's mind sharpened, and an overwhelming wave of arcane energy surged from his body, expanding rapidly. The advancing demons were immediately swept away by the force, tumbling to the ground. With a subtle movement of his slender fingers, a chilling aura radiated from his feet, spreading like lightning. The demons who had just begun to rise were caught unawares, as the frigid air enveloped them. Their bodies swiftly froze, transforming into gleaming ice sculptures. A blue-clad demon, hiding behind a large tree, gritted his teeth in frustration and muttered under his breath, "Who on earth is this person? Such formidable strength. I must inform Lord Quan Shilao at once." With that, he turned to flee. This individual also possessed green eyes and belonged to the hidden calamity level. His blue attire was stained with fresh blood, revealing him as the orchestrator of the recent massacre. Beigong Nanming stepped forward, speaking with a detached tone. "I have a particular disdain for those who lurk in the shadows, for it is the mark of a coward." Upon finishing his words, his tall figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before the hidden calamity level demon. The demon, having taken only a few steps, was met with the sudden presence of Beigong Nanming. His face contorted with terror as he staggered backward, his green eyes wide with disbelief. A sly smile danced upon Beigong Nanming's lips, and with a teasing lilt in his voice, he asked, "Do you agree with my assessment?" Little demon, the hidden calamity level demon continued to glare at Beigong Nanming, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "What do you intend to do?" Beigong Nanming, with both hands tucked into his pockets, slightly tilted his head and inquired. "It is nothing much. Merely a question regarding the whereabouts of the one you referred to as the Fist of Azura that I wish to treat him to a grand feast, as the foremost of the seven gods. Beigong Nanming's prowess not only far surpassed that of his fellow deities, but was further amplified by his possession of the heavenly eye and various elemental powers, earning him the reverent title of Celestial Emperor among the other gods. The heavenly eye is an immensely formidable ability, ranking second on the list of supernatural powers. With years of honing and application, Nanming has mastered the full extent of the heavenly eye's power, rendering all things around him unable to escape his gaze. As the demon of hidden calamity attempted to utter a word, an eerie, green luminescence erupted from his body and mouth that he clutched his throat in agony. Crying out in torment, his body convulsing against the sturdy tree, Beigong Nanming narrowed his eyes, a chilling aura radiating from him, instantly transforming the green glowing demon before him into a mere ice sculpture. With a sigh escaping from his elegantly shaped nose, his expression revealed a hint of exasperation. The demon before him was on the verge of being consumed by the infernal power within, likely cursed to death by the individual known as the Fist of Azura. Regrettably, he could not ascertain the whereabouts of this Fist of Azura in the final moments. Beigong Nanming stepped forward, and the frozen demon shattered into countless tiny ice fragments, scattering across the ground. Approaching Mu Ling, she gazed at the surrounding corpses with confusion and asked, "Why did these demons slay so many innocent lives?" Her short skirt swayed gently, and a touch of sorrow graced her exquisite features. Beigong Nanming lifted her delicate chin, directing her gaze towards him, and with an alluring tone remarked, "A sorrowful woman is not appealing." Mu Ling's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes fixated on Beigong Nanming's handsome visage, her heart racing wildly. He then focused his thoughts, unleashing a powerful surge of mystical energy from beneath his feet that radiated outward. Igniting the scattered corpses in a fierce blaze, that he resolved within himself that he would unearth this Fist of Azura, even if it meant delving 3 feet into the earth, and risk his life to thwart the Demon King's plans to break free from his seal. For only then could he protect his younger brother and the alluring Ice Empress. In the heart of the forest, Ling Tian reclined on a sturdy branch, gazing at the clouds drifting through the gaps in the leaves, his exquisitely chiseled face reflecting a sense of ennui. He had been waiting here for over an hour, yet the elusive shadow leopard had yet to arrive, just as he was about to voice his grievances to Sister Long. A thunderous roar echoed from a distance. Upon hearing this sound, Ling Tian sat up, his long form straightening as a smile curved his lips. "It's here." Chapter 72. Waiting for the right moment. Guarding the tree stump for a rabbit, a rather large black beast sprang forth from the thicket opposite Ling Tian, and a commanding voice resonated in his mind, identifying it as a spectral tiger, at the pinnacle of Earth-tier cultivation. Notable characteristics included its imposing size and preference for sharp claws in combat. With a special attack known as the Mystic Roar Wave, Ling Tian, upon hearing this, voiced his discontent. After all this time waiting, it turns out to be a tiger rather than the shadow leopard? Sister Long urged in Ling Tian's mind, "Xiaolingzi, this spectral tiger has a particular fondness for deer blood. You must descend immediately to prevent it from approaching the blood. The shadow leopard will soon arrive at this location." Ling Tian took flight, leaping down from the towering tree, as 4 shimmering golden swords manifested and circled around him. With a thought, the swords surged forth with the swiftness of the wind, hurtling towards the spectral tiger that was nearing the deer blood. Upon sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy, the spectral tiger let out a fierce roar, unleashing a powerful shockwave of energy that erupted from its formidable form. Several of the golden swords, propelled by their momentum, were repelled by the overwhelming force of this energy, spiraling chaotically through the air. Ling Tian's striking violet eyes were deep and profound as he muttered to himself, "This spectral tiger's energy is overwhelmingly dominant. I fear I am no match for it." Sister Long's gentle voice echoed in his mind, "Your objective is not to vanquish this spectral tiger, but to buy time. When its natural enemy, the shadow leopard, arrives, you can sit back and reap the benefits of their battle." The master joined in agreement. Weighing the options, the master has already learned several introductory techniques of divine emperor-level martial arts. This spectral tiger does not pose a life-threatening danger. However, to eliminate it would require a significant expenditure of the master's energy and stamina. Ling Tian suddenly comprehended. Sister Long was urging him to wait for the right moment. Once the tiger and leopard were locked in combat, he could swoop in to claim the spoils. Such a long-term strategy was indeed brilliant, leaving Ling Tian in awe. Upon seeing Ling Tian emerge from the dense thicket, The spectral tiger immediately bared its fangs in a menacing snarl. Its body coiled slightly, and powerful energy erupted from its robust frame. With a forceful push of its limbs, it lunged at Ling Tian with the swiftness of a gale, sending dust and debris swirling in its wake. Ling Tian swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the tiger's ferocious charge. As the tiger missed its target, it swiftly swung a paw towards Ling Tian. Quick to react, Ling Tian evaded, the razor-sharp claws slicing through the air mere inches from his chest. Enraged by its failure to land a single strike, the spectral tiger bellowed in fury. It opened its jaws wide, gathered the tumultuous waves of air that surged upwards, spread outwards with great force, startling the blades of grass into a frenzied dance. While the earthy dust swirled chaotically, Ling Tian, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, gazed at the snarling shadow tiger before him, as the swirling dust enveloped him like a delicate veil. For radiant golden swords materialized around his form, and with a swift command, they shot forth, creating a series of piercing sounds as they violently cut through the air. The shadow tiger let out a thunderous roar, its potent energy radiating outward in waves. The four swords, slicing through the air, collided with the energy waves, unleashing a chilling force that expanded in all directions. Undeterred, Ling Tian focused intently, and several golden runes suddenly appeared around the swords. With a slight furrow of his brow and a subtle movement of his fingers, a rich golden energy erupted around the swords, fiercely resisting the shadow tiger's powerful energy. The raging winds howled indiscriminately, sending leaves flying and dust swirling as the two forces clashed, creating a scene of utter chaos. That moment, several shadowy figures sprang forth from the surrounding thickets. These figures were the shadow leopards Ling Tian had been eagerly anticipating. They typically appeared in organized packs. The shadow leopards, cloaked in black with striking blue eyes and elongated bodies, had a penchant for hunting long deer, while the shadow tiger was their sworn enemy. Hidden within the concealing foliage, Ling Tian observed the fierce confrontation between these earth-tier beasts with keen interest. Information about the dominant creatures flashed in his mind, revealing that there were 4 shadow leopards, 2 at the mid-level of the profound realm and 2 in the early stages of the earth realm. A glimmer of excitement played at the corners of Ling Tian's lips. Although the shadow leopards held a numerical advantage, they were up against the formidable shadow tiger at the peak of the earth realm, a foe not to be underestimated. The outcome of this battle was uncertain. A voice echoed in Ling Tian's mind, reminding him, "Don't just watch the spectacle. Seize the opportunity to take down a shadow leopard and acquire its stone before making your swift exit. Otherwise, if the leopards set their sights on you, escape will be exceedingly difficult." The shadow leopards circled the shadow tiger, their expressions fierce and filled with a palpable animosity, as if they had sworn a blood feud against their adversary. The shadow tiger, on high alert, crouched low, ready to spring into action at any moment. The atmosphere hung heavy with tension. The very air seemed to cease its flow. Everything stood still, silent as the grave. With not a whisper to disturb the stillness, the few leaves drifted lazily past the shadow tiger's gaze, when one of the shadow leopards suddenly let out a long, piercing howl. In an instant, the other leopards lunged towards the shadow tiger, igniting the battle. In response, the shadow tiger raised its head and unleashed a deafening roar, sending forth a powerful wave of white energy that surged outward. The leopards that had leapt forward were hurled away by this overwhelming force, while the one that had howled seized the moment to pounce. Enveloped in a torrent of white energy, the shadow tiger angled its body slightly, striking out with its forepaw, successfully hitting one of the leopard's mid-leap, sending it crashing to the side. Ling Tian, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of delight within his heart. He withdrew the Genesis divine sword from the 9-spirit pearl and swiftly turned to dash toward the direction where the shadow leopard had been propelled. Chapter 73. The fisherman reaps profits. Confronting the demon, the shadow leopard, having been struck by Xian Bo, collided forcefully with a robust tree, producing a muffled thud as its body plummeted to the ground. After regaining its footing and shaking its dazed head, it resumed its frantic flight. Suddenly, a slender black figure flashed before the fleeing shadow leopard. Ling Tian, wielding the Genesis divine sword, his violet eyes gleaming with a chilling beauty, silver hair billowing gracefully, and his dark attire fluttering high. His exquisite visage bore a frostiness akin to ice. Before the shadow leopard could react, his right hand moved with lightning speed, unsheathing the sword in a blur. A golden sword light swiftly sliced through the air, striking the shadow leopard, causing emerald blood to splatter in all directions. Its body crumpled to the ground like a feeble sponge, ultimately succumbing to death after a few desperate struggles. He turned to approach the lifeless shadow leopard, and a brilliant white light suddenly erupted from its corpse, revealing a purple crystal that floated ominously above. Ling Tian murmured to himself, "Is this the shadow leopard stone?" Long Jia softly clarified, "This is a crystal, not a stone. Beasts of the earth grade and above give rise to such crystals upon death. They are the essence of the beasts and are typically used to concoct high-grade elixirs. A small amount of this essence can also be used for enchantments." Suddenly, a massive sphere of white light soared past Ling Tian and struck a nearby tree, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. Reducing the tree to a mass of splintered debris, the shattered fragments shot out in every direction, a powerful shockwave surging forth, enveloping the area in a whirlwind of dust and swirling leaves. Ling Tian felt a shiver of trepidation. These few shadow leopards had even forced out the ultimate move of the spectral tiger, indicating their formidable nature. A series of anguished cries from the shadow leopards resonated from the battlefield, as several spheres of white light darted in from all directions. Seeing the spectral tiger cornered and wildly unleashing its profound energy, Ling Tian secured the shadow leopard stone and swiftly leaped away, narrowly avoiding a white light sphere that zipped past the spot where he had just stood. The surroundings erupted with incessant explosions, the white light spheres careening chaotically. The spectral tiger had been driven to madness. Ling Tian's dark figure darted between the dense trees, retreating from the perilous area with the speed of a racing thunderbolt. After nearly an hour, he paused atop a large tree. He retrieved a water pouch from the nine-spirit pearl and tilted his head back. Taking a hearty gulp, gleaming droplets trickled down from the corners of his mouth, dampening his black attire. After quenching his thirst, he wiped his mouth dry and silently inquired, "Master, what time is it now?" Upon hearing the question, Ling Tian raised his gaze to the setting sun, which was about to dip behind the mountain peak. The evening glow painted the sky in hues of crimson, casting a breathtaking radiance upon the surrounding mountains, transforming them into a spectacle of vivid beauty that captivated the eye. He could not help but reflect on the swift passage of time, the fleeting nature of all things, the scenic splendor that flowed like a river. While he himself was preoccupied with pressing matters, rarely finding the opportunity to savor such moments, with a soft sigh, he resumed his leap. After a while, he emerged from the thicket into an open expanse. Suddenly, a piercing shriek sliced through the air from a diagonal direction. His heart tightened, and he swiftly turned to race toward the source of the sound. Three demons loomed before a woman who knelt on the ground, clutching a young girl of merely a few years in her arms. The child's face was a mask of terror, her small hands gripping the woman's garment with desperate intensity. Before the woman lay the lifeless body of a man, his eyes wide open, etched with hatred, a clear sign that death had not claimed him peacefully. With a voice choked by tears, the woman implored the three demons, "I beseech you, spare my daughter, grant her a chance at life. I would willingly toil like a beast for it." Hearing this, the little girl burst into tears, exclaiming, "Mother, I don't want to. I want to stay with you." The woman, with trembling resolve, pushed the child away, her voice quaking. "Hurry, run." The demons, their faces contorted with malice, raised their long blades, preparing to strike down upon the woman. She tore her gaze from the despairing face of her daughter, casting it instead upon the blood-soaked figure of the man. And with a heart-wrenching cry, she shouted, "Husband, what sins have we committed?" In unison, the demons swung their swords toward the woman, and the little girl screamed, "Mother!" Three gleaming golden swords pierced the air, embedding themselves within the bodies of the demons. The force propelled the demons into the air, halting their lethal descent. Ling Tian's tall figure suddenly materialized before the woman. The little girl dashed to her mother, clinging to her in a fit of tears. "Mother, I don't want to leave. Please don't abandon me." Ling Tian turned his head slightly, observing the heart-wrenching scene of separation. His heart inexplicably heavy with sorrow. It was as if he had once endured a similar soul-crushing calamity. His striking violet eyes narrowed, and the silvery cascade of his long hair swayed in the chilling wind. Suddenly, a surge of bizarre and formidable power erupted from the fallen demons, causing the golden swords lodged in them to be violently flung away. Sensing this strange and overwhelming force, Ling Tian's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he watched the prostrate demons with wary eyes. As their elongated black garments began to flutter, the demons stiffly rose from the ground, their faces twisted in malevolence, each engulfed in a dark, ominous aura. Long Jia's voice echoed in Ling Tian's mind, "I never expected to encounter demons here." It seems the dark forces are growing stronger. Ling Tian, filled with perplexity, inwardly inquired, "What are demons?" Long Jie replied in a low tone, "I will explain once you finish this fight that I will immediately activate a formation to temporarily help you overcome the rejection of your mystical powers and innate abilities. You must unleash your full strength against these demons. Be exceedingly cautious. They are many times more powerful than the ordinary foes you are accustomed to." Ling Tian's exquisite features turned icy as he declared with chilling resolve, "Wicked beings, though far, shall be eradicated." A brilliant beam of golden light flashed from his left hand, and the Genesis divine sword manifested, firmly grasped in his grip. The sword crackled with golden lightning, its electric energy crackling loudly. A powerful wave of force radiated from his tall frame, causing the surrounding flora to sway and dust to swirl. The woman, witnessing this spectacle, hurriedly embraced her daughter and fled into the distance. Ling Tian's black long robe billowed wildly, producing a sharp whoosh that pierced the air. Suddenly, a radiant golden sword seal manifested on his right hand, emanating a dazzling brilliance that a massive, blinding beam of golden light erupted from the sky before him. And as the luminescence gradually faded, a resplendent giant sword, adorned with an intricate array of runes, materialized in the AI art in a whimsical interlude. Characters had words to share. Zhao Exin, "Hey, author, do not shout. Go eat dirt." Zhao Exin, "Damn, so heartless," that he muttered under his breath. "You old rascal, quite wicked." Author. Action. Wang Qi. With the new year approaching, are there any men seeking a girlfriend? This gentleman will personally deliver. Ergo, count me in. Zhuang Han. No, thank you. Wang Xiang. Too much for me. Zijiang. Brand name. Guizhong. Airplane. Banjin. I explode. Zhao Exin. 3 for 1. Jiang Tao. 3 for 2. Kaijia. Royal flush. Zhang Long. Count me in. Ming Wang. No, thank you. Rienyo. Too much for me. Sano. Hurry up. The flowers I've been waiting for have already wilted. The crowd stared at Sano in shock, then quickly applauded in congratulations. Sano, suddenly enlightened, hurriedly covered his mouth, but alas, it was too late. The tomboy had already turned her back on him. Chapter 74. Awe-inspiring might. The genesis of accumulation. Several demons roared in unison, charging fiercely toward Ling Tian. With a flicker of thought, several golden long swords around him shot forth like arrows piercing the wind. He propelled himself forward, swiftly arriving before one of the demons. The demon, startled, swung its long knife, unleashing a black blade mark that cleaved through the air with terrifying speed. In an instant, Ling Tian drew his divine sword, its golden light flashing brilliantly. The clash of blade against blade resonated like the sound of a thunderous bell. A powerful shockwave surging around them. Ling Tian silently urged the enhancement of his Tian Xinju. A rich golden aura erupted from his body, like a volcanic explosion, intricate golden runes materializing on the sword. The divine sword radiated several dazzling golden beams, and around Ling Tian swirled fierce and majestic multicolored sword chi. A formidable force erupted from his divine sword, pushing the long knife that opposed it aside. Seizing the moment, Ling Tian swiftly swung his sword, causing the demon's face to pale as it retreated rapidly, narrowly evading the swift strike. Ling Tian advanced, pressing his advantage as he thrust his divine sword fiercely, which roared forth like a golden dragon, parting the surrounding air. The multicolored sword chi enveloped him, the aura swirling ominously, creating an overwhelming presence that could instill fear in gods and spirits alike. After withdrawing a few steps, Ling Tian's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that his several Tian Xian swords could not withstand a mere few minutes against the two demons, revealing their overwhelming and defiant strength. His violet eyes gleamed with a chilling light, and he raised his elongated left hand, a golden long sword suddenly gleaming in his grasp. As the evening wind stirred, a slight chill mingled with the air, heralding the approaching frost. The sun had fully dipped below the mountains, and the fiery red clouds of twilight had vanished. Ling Tian's robe billowed, his silver hair fluttered, and his visage remained stern and resolute. In his hands, the dual swords were wielded with a sudden, sharp flourish, creating fleeting afterimages that instantaneously tore through the fabric of space with radiant, multi-hued waves of light. These waves surged forth like majestic eagles in flight, exuding an overwhelming aura of might and the sharpness of sword intent. Several demons nimbly leaped and darted, deftly evading the onslaught of slicing sword waves. their distances from one another inadvertently widening. Observing the considerable space that had formed between the demons, Ling Tian sprang forward with a powerful push of his legs, his tall figure shooting forth like a blinding flash of lightning. Arriving before one of the demons in an instant, he unleashed a synchronized strike with both swords, their brilliance flickering and leaving mere traces in the air. The demon engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with Ling Tian, but soon found it impossible to match his speed. Retreating, the demon prepared to evade. Sensing the demon's withdrawal, Ling Tian's lips curled into a sinister smile that he thrust his golden sword into the ground, and an immense, irresistible force erupted from the blade, akin to a powerful vacuum cleaner. The surrounding dust and fallen leaves were irresistibly drawn towards the sword, surging violently towards Ling Tian. The retreating demon was inevitably caught in this vortex, and as it was pulled helplessly toward Ling Tian, he swung his creation's sword with all his might. Dark heaven, blade of annihilation, he intoned in a deep voice that a wave of golden light erupted from his sweeping sword, engulfing the ground in a tumultuous upheaval. As roaring winds rose and the earth cracked with a thunderous sound, that a shadowy, elongated hand erupted from the demon's body, swiftly plunging into the earth, causing it to vanish underground. Ling Tian's sweeping wave of swords fell short, and two demons suddenly appeared beside him, preparing to flank him. Dark heaven, Earthblade, Ling Tian uttered coldly that a golden wave of energy surged from beneath his feet, spreading like a tidal wave, enveloping the ground within several meters in a thick layer of golden essence. Countless golden spikes erupted from the ground, sharp as swords, leaving no room for escape. Those struck were assuredly doomed. The two demons, sensing imminent danger akin to Ling Tian's own, leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding his unexpected lethal strike. With a flicker of his mind, several golden swords shot forth from the ground around him. Dark heaven, evil sword array.as he spoke. The sword soared skyward like a meteor shower, aimed at the two airborne demons to ensure their effectiveness. Ling Tian activated the runes of the heavenly profound art, which manifested around him like a vast constellation. His eyes narrowed as countless runes transformed into a multitude of golden bats, swarming like a granary full of grain, following the swords in a cacophony of flapping wings toward the demons. Just as Ling Tian believed the two demons could not escape, several shadowy, elongated hands descended from above, crashing down like meteors, scattering the flying swords and bats with their chaotic grasp. The multitude of shadowy hands plunged into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Ling Tian's heart raced as a deep, thunderous rumble echoed from beneath the earth, reminiscent of a bulldozer rampaging underground. That a powerful, eerie black mist erupted around Ling Tian, encircling him in a formidable barrier. Countless elongated shadows, dark as night, surged upwards from the surrounding black mist, fervently reaching for the heavens. In the air, a multitude of hands intertwined, pulling at one another with relentless intensity, thus forming an impenetrable prison. With Ling Tian ensnared at its center, before him lay an expanse of utter darkness, every glimmer of light swallowed by this boundless abyss. A sudden, excruciating pain erupted from within Ling Tian's body as several heavy iron fists rained down upon him. In a moment of distraction, he endured dozens of blows as weighty as mountains. Swiftly, he summoned the mystical energy within, and a golden shield of power materialized around him, casting a small circle of radiant light in the surrounding gloom. The dark, elongated hands collided violently against the golden barrier, as if attempting to shatter this luminous shield into oblivion. Suddenly, he dropped to one knee, his exquisitely chiseled face betraying a look of profound distress. Blood surged in his throat, crimson droplets spilling from the corner of his mouth. The voice of Long Jie, filled with frustration, echoed in his mind. After all this time, you have yet to discover a path to victory. What use are you? Long Jie, exasperated, retorted. Are you idling away your time? Carelessness could cost you your life. Ling Tian was acutely aware that the solution to defeating the trio of demons lay in the fusion technique of the mystic god and the celestial sword. A single, decisive strike would annihilate all three simultaneously. Otherwise, they would remain trapped in this endless cycle. Long Jie had anticipated this necessity from the outset, which is why she had temporarily alleviated the conflict between his mystic god and innate abilities. His gaze sharpened, and he tightened his grip on the sword. A powerful surge of energy erupted from his form, golden lightning flickering across his elongated physique. Suddenly, a resplendent golden dragon erupted from Ling Tian's body. its presence cataclysmic and awe-inspiring. The golden dragon crackled with electricity, its roar resonating through the air, and wherever the lightning struck, dark smoke billowed forth, the scent of charred earth wafting through the atmosphere. The imperial dragon's roar shattered the silence, colliding with the obsidian prison, while golden lightning surged from the point of impact, radiating outward with tremendous force. The overwhelming energy of the imperial dragon surged forth, fissures rapidly spreading from the impact site, causing the once unyielding black cage to tremble violently. In mere moments, the dark prison disintegrated with a deafening roar. The golden sword in Ling Tian's left hand vanished instantaneously, replaced by the sheath of the Genesis sword that he swiftly rotated his wrist, causing the Genesis sword in his right hand to spin rapidly before him like a wheel. The sharp, multicolored sword aura emanated from his tall figure, sending surrounding dust and leaves swirling through the air that he grasped the hilt firmly, sheathing the Genesis sword, then positioned his right hand on the hilt, stepping forward slightly with his right foot. His lithe form bent slightly, as golden lightning rained down violently around him. Garbed in flowing robes, his eyes icy and resolute, he tilted his chin upward, poised to draw his sword. Chapter 75. The swift shadow vanishes. Establishing a sanctuary, the swirling golden dragon spiraled back into Ling Tian's body, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy that surged from his tall frame, reminiscent of a tempestuous tide, grand and overwhelming. His entire being was suddenly enveloped in a flash of golden lightning, as the ground around him was mercilessly struck by bolts of electricity. The cacophony of thunderous roars filling the air, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The celestial gate divine sword materialized abruptly in the air before him, its massive blade adorned with mottled golden lightning, radiating a dazzling brilliance, akin to countless flickering serpents entwined upon its surface. The fierce gust of wind surged upward from beneath Ling Tian's feet, his silver hair billowing wildly, while his violet eyes glimmered with a chilling coldness. A golden sword imprint gradually emerged upon his smooth forehead, and with each flicker of the mark, half of his flowing silver hair transformed into a lustrous gold. His unparalleled visage bore an expression of icy severity. Celestial gate divine sword, swift shadow annihilation, he uttered softly. Suddenly, magnificent wings of resplendent light unfurled from either side of the colossal sword, reminiscent of a great rock soaring majestically through the skies. Golden radiance continuously streamed from the sword into Ling Tian's body, illuminating his tall frame with a brilliant golden glow. Several demonic figures charged forth, their bodies coalescing into a massive cloud of black mist as they rushed towards Ling Tian. Leaning forward, blinding golden light emanated from the Genesis divine sword he wielded, and waves of vibrant, multicolored sword energy unfurled from its blade, while a slender sword imprint upon the back of his left hand gleamed like a luminous pearl in the night. With a surge of intent, his golden glimmering form shot forth like a bolt of lightning, the ground beneath his feet fracturing instantly, sending shards of earth flying with an ear-splitting roar. His figure transformed into a stream of light, ascending directly towards the three torrents of dense black mist that drew ever closer. The surrounding winds howled, swirling dust and debris into chaos, while withered leaves and fallen flowers danced anxiously in the air, unable to find peace. Ling Tian abruptly drew his sword, golden lightning erupting from the Genesis divine sword in a frenzy, a thunderous flash racing forward. His form instantaneously split into three phantoms, each striking towards the three clouds of black mist with their divine swords. The speed of his sword strikes was blinding, and in an instant, several sword marks glimmering with golden light sliced through the black mist, etching deep gashes into the earth below. Dazzling arcs of electricity suddenly radiated from the black mist, blindingly bright like the sun suspended in the sky. Moments later, deafening explosions erupted from the clouds. Waves of energy laced with golden lightning surged outward, causing the ground to tremble in terror. Ling Tian's dark garments billowed as his golden white hair danced in the wind, embodying an ethereal elegance and a striking charisma. Behind him lay a river of black blood, scattered corpses strewn across the ground. Turning to behold the gruesome scene before him, the disarray did not stir the icy composure of his countenance. The demons were evidently once human, and the black blood signified their loss of humanity. That he raised his right hand, and pitch-black hellfire surged forth from his arm, like ravenous wolves pouncing upon the remnants of chaos, swiftly reducing the carcasses to nothingness. The Genesis divine sword in his hand vanished in an instant, The sky has become adorned with an infinite expanse of stars, while the bright moon casts a delicate veil of pure white over the earth, rendering all things nourished and bathed in its light, evoking a sense of tranquility. Ling Tian shrugged his shoulders, surprised by the duration of his skirmish with several demons. However, after this fierce battle, he had gained some understanding of the demons' attack patterns and combat habits. Undoubtedly, from any perspective, demons were far more formidable than ordinary cultivators. Ling Tian, with his slender hands tucked into his pockets, wore an expression that seemed to convey, "You're right, my esteemed leader." Indeed, Long Jie was correct. Fortunately, they were not dealing with a more powerful demon, or else he would have inadvertently led Long Jie to her demise as well. Foolish Lingzi, Long Jie chided in a tone of mock indignation. Is it so easy to extinguish my life? A mere handful of demons, and with but a thought, I could annihilate their very souls. Ling Tian smirked slightly, pondering what else she could possibly do besides offering her sarcastic remarks. If she were truly capable, he mused, she ought to deliver a live demonstration. Yet, despite his thoughts, he lacked the courage to voice them, for he feared that a mere glance from Long Jie could spell his end. Benefactor, wait. An urgent call compelled Ling Tian to pause in his tracks. Turning towards the voice, he beheld the two women, mother and daughter, who had narrowly escaped death, rushing forth from behind a grand tree. He had assumed that they, having been fortunate enough to evade their dire fate, would have long fled to safety, yet their emergence from the tree instilled in him a surge of admiration. Upon reaching Ling Tian, the two were breathless, and the woman, after taking a few moments to catch her breath, grasped his right hand with tears of gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, noble hero, for saving our lives. I, Shuehua, would willingly toil like a beast in return." Ling Tian felt the coldness of her hand and gently shook his head, his voice softening as he replied, "You flatter me that it is only natural to assist those in distress. Moreover, my passing through this place was not by design. It was merely your good fortune that if thanks are to be given, let them be offered to fate for its benevolence." Shuehua, upon hearing this, broke into sobs, tightening her grip on his hand. Her voice choked with emotion. "My home has been destroyed by these vile men, and my husband cruelly slain. Now I possess nothing that I in recent days. Such wicked individuals have proliferated, lurking with danger at every turn that I beseech you, noble benefactor, to escort my daughter and me to the capital. Even if we must beg, I shall find a way to repay your kindness," the little girl added, her voice quivering. "Big brother, please help us." Seeing the mother and daughter, who were utterly dependent on one another, Ling Tian could not bear to abandon them, and thus earnestly replied, "Very well, I shall assist you until the end. You may accompany me. Once we reach the imperial capital, I will procure a home for you, ensuring you a stable life." Upon hearing this, Shuehua immediately knelt, weeping with gratitude. "Thank you, noble benefactor. You are truly my savior." The little girl, witnessing her mother kneel, followed suit and joined her on the ground. Ling Tian, noticing their actions, hurriedly helped them to their feet, a relaxed expression on his face as he said, "It was but a trivial effort. There is no need for such formality." After Shuehua rose and wiped away the tears from her face, Ling Tian buried her husband's remains and then set off towards the capital with the two women. As the night grew colder, the chilly breeze stirred up fine dust from the earthen ground, enveloping the trio in a delicate shroud that a few withered leaves danced gracefully from the grave mound, swirling and twirling through the sky, bidding farewell to the departing figures. Chapter 76. Cherish the present. Unusual beings. Ling Tian, accompanied by two delicate ladies, traversed for several hours, finally catching a glimpse of the city gates of the imperial capital. Outside the gates, a multitude of soldiers stood guard, flanked by tall wooden barriers on either side. Had Ling Tian been alone, he would have effortlessly chosen to scale the walls. However, with two frail women by his side, he had no choice but to enter through the main gate. Upon reaching the entrance, the soldiers stationed there barred their passage. One soldier, with a fierce demeanor and hair like dark clouds, stepped forward to question them. "What is your business?" Shuehua, sensing his hostile intent, instinctively tightened her grip on her daughter's hand. Ling Tian, maintaining a calm countenance, gazed at the imposing soldier and replied nonchalantly, "Having come this far, we naturally intend to enter the city." The soldier scrutinized them closely, and upon noticing the dirt-stained garments of the mother and daughter, his face contorted with disdain that he coldly remarked, "You lot? Entering the city requires payment. Do you think it's free?" Ling Tian responded bluntly. How much? Seeing Ling Tian's composed demeanor, the soldier stroked his chin and declared, 30,000. Ling Tian retrieved a substantial stack of cash from the Jiuling pearl and counted it out before the soldier. The surrounding guards widened their eyes at the sight of the thick wad of currency. After counting to 30,000, Ling Tian tossed the money into the soldier's hands. The soldier, now visibly excited by the bills, continued, I didn't finish my sentence. It's 30,000 per person. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian's brows furrowed slightly, and he proceeded to count out an additional 60,000, slamming it into the soldier's hands. The soldier, feeling the weight of the substantial notes, was euphoric. Indeed, the regulations of the Imperial Shadow City mandated a fee of 10,000 for those entering from the outer gates. Yet this soldier had audaciously inflated the price to 30,000 per individual. In recent years, he had amassed a considerable amount of ill-gotten gains. Knowing the upper echelons would turn a blind eye, allowing him to act with impunity, he flashed a congenial smile at Ling Tian. Bowing slightly to make way, my esteemed guest, please proceed. We welcome you back to the gates of the Imperial Shadow City. Ling Tian tucked the remaining cash into his pocket, casting a nonchalant glance at the soldier before leading the two women through the gates of the imperial capital. He was acutely aware of the soldier's unscrupulous actions and exorbitant demands, yet considering he needed to assist Shui Hua and her daughter in finding accommodation, he decided to momentarily allow the soldier his fleeting triumph. Reserving a more fitting retribution for a later time, as they stepped into the bustling city, the little girl marveled at the vibrant, illuminated streets, exclaiming, Wow, how beautiful! Shui Hua, upon witnessing the lively market, felt a pang of heartache. She recalled the man she once cherished, who had boldly proclaimed his desire to provide her a life in this flourishing metropolis. Yet now, she found herself unable to reunite with him, separated by the chasm of life and death. Their bond extinguished by fate. This anguish was profoundly etched in her heart. Ling Tian pondered for a moment. If he were to allow Shui Hua and her daughter to adapt to life in the grand city, it might prove to be a challenge. Since the little girl was so enchanted by this place, perhaps they should find a home here. He led the two individuals to a neighborhood situated far from the city gate. A locale adorned with a profusion of flowers and trees, offering a splendid ambience reminiscent of the countryside. Ling Tian, understanding the moment, crouched down, and the little girl approached him for an embrace, then tilted her head to plant a gentle kiss on his exquisite face, expressing with a hint of reluctance, Big brother, you are so kind. My name is Lu Lin. Please remember to visit me often. Ling Tian, noticing the girl's delicate features and her large, sparkling eyes, responded with a smile. Of course I will visit frequently. With a little girl as adorable as you, what if someone tries to tease you one day? My name is Yu Tian, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Lu Lin beamed with joy, her laughter ringing like a melodious chime. Yes, I will certainly remember, big brother. Upon seeing Shui Hua standing at the doorway, tears streaming down her face, Ling Tian comprehended the pain of her loss and advised Lu Lin. You must listen to your mother and not cause her too much worry. That if you do, I shall bring you some candies on my next visit. How does that sound? The little girl clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, Yes, yes. With her enthusiastic agreement, he rose and withdrew a substantial sum of money from his pocket, placing it gently in Lu Lin's hands, softly stating, This is a prepaid reward. Give this money to your mother so she can buy you something delicious. Integrating into a new life is indeed a formidable challenge, and for a woman left alone and destitute, it can be an overwhelming calamity. Thus, he offered her a measure of support, fulfilling a small part of his deceased partner's legacy. Upon witnessing the large sum in her daughter's hands, Shui Hua was at a loss for words to convey her profound gratitude, and in front of Ling Tian, she knelt and bowed deeply. Her speech mumbled, while tears cascaded from her face like scattered pearls, the sound distinct and poignant. Thank you, thank you. Seeing Shui Hua weep with such heart-wrenching sorrow, Ling Tian refrained from interrupting her actions. To him, this was a manifestation of her genuine feelings for her lost partner. Should he intervene now, Shui Hua might bury her anguish deep within, for she must remain strong before her daughter. Striving for a new life amidst her struggles, some beauties are fleeting, some words are irreversible, and some individuals are lost forever. Only by cherishing the present can one avoid the torment of regret. Ling Tian reached out to stroke Lu Lin's soft hair, then turned to depart, murmuring, I shall return to see you both. With that, he leaped away, vanishing from their sight in the blink of an eye. A stunning figure stood atop a high-rise building, her eyes closed, silver hair billowing in the wind, a white skirt swirling dramatically, and her fair, slender legs captivating to behold. Waves of golden mystical energy radiated from her form, enveloping the surrounding area like invisible electric currents, undetectable to others. Suddenly, as if she had discovered something, she opened her eyes and communicated with clarity. I have detected Ling Tian's presence with my spiritual sense. Jingro, standing atop a tall tower, was elated upon hearing Su Jin's good news, exclaiming, "Really? After all, she has been searching around for several hours this week. If she does not find Ling Tian soon, she will truly be driven to madness." The ability of spiritual awareness can only be utilized by those who have attained a divine level of cultivation. Its function is to detect all movements and objects in the vicinity. And as one's cultivation level increases, the range and intricacy of this awareness will further enhance. Amidst the bustling rooftop of a bar, a mysterious figure clad in a pitch-black long robe and wearing a hooded garment gazes with sinister eyes. He parts his terrifying purple lips, extending a purple tongue to lick his lips, his voice low and menacing. The goddess of the angel clan. Is it? She appears quite delectable. This individual possesses pale purple skin, with a dense, dark red aura swirling around him. Behind him stands a multitude of mysterious figures in black attire, all sharing the same distinctive features as he does. In a little narrative, at the front lines of the Heavenly Gate's divine illusion against the virus. Author. With the rampant spread of the virus, Shuiyue stands united with everyone on the same front line, hoping we can join hands, unify our thoughts, and extend our best wishes for the defeat of the novel coronavirus. Wuhan, stay strong. The nation, stay strong. White-clad angels, stay strong. The barrage of support is about to reach the battlefield. Nanming, press on. Ling Tian, press on. Eternal glory. Yiqing, press on. Yin Qianxue, press on. Forge ahead. Elf Facier, press on. Dragon Sister, press on. Strive forward. Heavenly Gate Divine Sword, press on. Aim high. Archangel, press on. White-clad angels. Reinu, press on. Zhuanghan, press on. Carry the weight forward. King of Hades, press on. Unfaltering in toil. Muling, press on. Fight for love. Zijiang, press on. Fight for the nation. Guanglang, press on. Fight for victory. Sujin, press on. Unyielding. Jingro, press on. Persevere. Guizhong, press on. Keep striving. Campus Team Barrage incoming. Dengchong, press on. The brave fear not. Banxiang, press on. The undefeated people. Qinwan, press on. The undefeated nation. Wenqin, press on. Never give in. Sano, press on. Forge through thorns. Wangxiang, press on. Grind the iron needle. Haoquan, press on. Row against the current. Yin Biao, press on. Strive for self-improvement. Kaijia, press on. United in purpose. Jiang Tao, press on. Never admit defeat. Zhonglong, press on. Life everlasting. Zhu Yunxing, press on. Steadfast and unyielding. Hu Xiaowen, press on. Tirelessly day and night. Zhang Jiawen, press on. For the nation's honor. Ma Shi, press on. United like tigers. Wang Qi, press on. United in resolve. Lang Qing, press on. Together through thick and thin. Divine Hull Barrage, press on. Endure humiliation and bear burdens. Never abandon or forsake. Divine Realm Barrage, press on. The Dragon Clan is undefeated. Eastern might prevails. Human Realm Barrage, press on. The nation stands united. 100 million hearts in unison. Subhuman Realm Barrage, press on. United in sincere purpose. Heavenly Gate Sect Master. Deming Tian, press on. Resounding across all directions, victory is assured for our people. Xue Yue Tienga, eternal glory of the East, united in spirit. We face adversity together. A collective heart beating as one. Over 1 billion citizens await the triumph of the white-clad angels. For those yet to emerge, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. In Chapter 77, the Divine Command Tablet of the Imperial Clan, Ling Tian galloped swiftly across the rooftops, while Yin Qianxue hurried to the coordinates relayed to her by Su J. In mere moments. She spotted Ling Tian's shadow darting across the rooftops. Yin Qianxue gracefully trailed behind, silently shadowing Ling Tian. The night wind howled, and the starry sky twinkled with brilliance. The streets bustled with life, illuminated by the vibrant glow of streetlights, filled with a dazzling array of colors and revelry. Ling Tian traversed the thoroughfare interwoven with starlight, surmounting the ornate edifices, and, following the path dictated by the sovereign, arrived before the outer wall of the courtyard without pause. The sovereign's voice reverberated in Ling Tian's mind. It is 10:15 in the evening. Ling Tian stretched lazily, his hair color and eye hue returning to their original state. He reflected deeply, realizing that human plans often falter against the whims of fate. Indeed, the affairs of this world rarely align with one's desires. As he had unexpectedly encountered a demon along the way, causing a significant delay. Resolving this, he leapt over the courtyard wall. Yin Qianxue stood under the dim glow of a street lamp, when suddenly, blinding golden light flared from the lamps on either side, revealing the silhouettes of Su Jin and Jing Ro. Jing Ro turned her gaze toward Yin Qianxue, inquiring with a keen intuition, "Miss, what shall we do next?" Within a resplendent villa, its exterior aglow with golden brilliance, a young man with azure hair reclined in a plush armchair. With a strikingly handsome visage, he adorned a golden robe, and before him lay several jade goblets. He poured a glass of red wine from a bottle into one of the jade cups, raising it to his deep, beautiful azure eyes, allowing the wine to shimmer enticingly to tea that moment. A crisp knock echoed from the door. He parted his lips slightly, his voice low and inviting. "Come in." As he spoke, the doorknob turned. Dressed elegantly and exuding affluence, Long Hai stepped inside, approaching the table across from the young man, and greeted warmly, "Brother, did you summon me for something?" The individual before Long Hai was none other than Long Tao, the eldest son of the imperial Long family, that a prodigy among his peers. He stood unrivaled in strength, reigning supreme within the Divine Moon Academy. Long Tao set his jade cup down on the table, nodded toward the chair opposite him, and suggested in a gentle tone, "Let us sit and converse." Long Hai nodded in understanding and took a seat across from him. Long Tao poured red wine into another jade cup, placing the filled goblet before Long Hai. His face instantly brightened, radiating warmth and gentility that in truth, there is little of great consequence. It has simply been a while since we last communicated. Seizing this opportunity, you may freely share any recent troubles with me. Long Hai cast his gaze upon the serene, crimson surface of the wine in the cup, then forced a smile, saying, "There is no need for concern. Brother, I have grown, and many matters I can handle with care, so you need not trouble yourself on my behalf. Moreover, my brother bears the heavy responsibility of entering the Divine Realm Academy. These trivial matters are hardly worth mentioning." Long Tao lifted his wine cup, savoring a sip, his expression revealing a hint of gravity. With his eyes slightly narrowed, he mused, "The Divine Realm Academy, you say? If I truly attain this qualification 4 years hence, the name of the Imperial Dragon Clan shall resound magnificently in this world teeming with myriad races, and our family status will undoubtedly soar, becoming a prestigious imperial clan that reaches for the heavens." He then sighed deeply and continued, "Regrettably, there are only 30 slots available for entry into the Divine Realm Academy across the entire mortal realm. One must rank among the top 30 to possess even a glimmer of hope. Although I am ranked first in the Imperial Capital's Academy, I am certain that there exist individuals far more formidable than I in other cities, and they will surely emerge victorious." Long Hai also lifted his jade cup and took a sip, his tone resolute as he declared, "I have faith in your strength, for you are the pride of our family. The God Moon Academy is renowned in the mortal realm, and its standing in the Academy rankings is quite formidable. With your current prowess, you will undoubtedly be among those 30. Upon hearing this, Long Tao smiled, reclining against his chair with a sense of comfort, stating, "Hearing such words from my younger brother truly puts my heart at ease. Recently, I have noticed you wearing a troubled expression, burdened by concern that I have been preoccupied with my training and team battles at the Academy, leaving me little time to converse with you. Should you encounter any insurmountable difficulties, do not hesitate to report to Father that I believe he will certainly assist you in alleviating your worries." Outside, the evening breeze brushed against the window, producing a low and lingering lament. The solitary leaf spun and drifted down from the transparent pane, adding a dynamic illustration to the sorrowful melody. Long Hai, after listening, downed the red wine in his jade cup in one gulp, then clenched the cup tightly in his right hand. He recalled the scene of Ling Tian and Yi Qing engaged in lively conversation. Wishing he could shatter the pristine jade cup into fragments. Concealing his emotions, he forcefully swallowed his anger and said, "Rest assured, brother, you should devote yourself entirely to your training. Our Imperial Dragon Clan's ascension to the ranks of mortal imperial families is just around the corner. The so-called mortal imperial families are those that hold the highest status in the realm. Members of these families have all successfully undergone the selection assessments conducted by the divine race. And only after passing through numerous trials in the Divine Realm Academy are they granted such family honors. Families bestowed with such a title receive a divine decree token, symbolizing the presence of an emperor. For over a millennium, few families have achieved this honor, with perhaps only a handful emerging every century. The prerequisite for entering the Divine Realm Academy is to defeat members of the Divine Elite Team, a feat that is akin to scaling the heavens for a mortal. Should one be unfortunate, they may very well lose their life. Long Tao rested his hand upon the armrest, his voice soft and unassuming. I shall do all within my power that in just a few days, the annual founding celebration of the God Moon Academy will take place. How far have you progressed with your childhood sweetheart? Long Hai's heart jolted suddenly. After a brief moment of contemplation, he bit his lip and replied, "Fear not, brother. Yi Qing will eventually be mine." Long Tao sat up, his expression turning serious. "Then you must seize the moment. Otherwise, she may well change her heart." Long Hai's lips curved into a sinister smile as he said, "If it comes to that, I shall have to resort to forceful measures." As two individuals indulged in libations and engaged in lively conversation, a few delicate, withered leaves drifted past the window, almost unnoticed. Ling Tian, upon observing the dimly lit upper floor of the building, leapt onto a towering tree within the forest and began to savor his bread. He admired the resplendent moon hanging in the sky, felt the cool breeze rustling around him, and inhaled the fresh, moist vitality of the woods. Before him, the fallen leaves cascaded softly, vibrant like butterflies, their shadows gathering in spirited clusters, creating a delightful commotion. As the saying goes, raise a glass to invite the bright moon, and with our reflections, we become three. The scene unfolding before him was indeed a captivating one, embodying the essence of this moment. A gust of wind surged forth, causing the leaves to dance and rustle in a symphony of sound. The strong breeze made the trees sway, and it caused Ling Tian's fiery red hair to billow and twirl. The wind howled and surged, and in the blink of an eye, leaves filled the sky, creating a harmonious rustling that resonated throughout the air. After finishing his bread, Ling Tian leaned his back against the sturdy trunk of the tree, his consciousness shifting into a realm of illusion. Upon entering this ethereal domain, the familiar voice of the sovereign arrived with customary greetings, yet Ling Tian chose to remain indifferent, resolutely making his way toward the violet halo. Important content supply, a brief narrative. Characters have words to share. Shewa. Here, I shall elucidate the matters pertaining to the imperial lineage. The prerequisite for becoming part of the imperial family is to enter the Divine Realm Academy. Once admitted, one must undergo the trials of the devil, culminating in a battle against the elite cultivated by the Divine Realm. Success in vanquishing these elites grants one the Divine Decree token. Families possessing this Divine Decree will henceforth be recognized as the imperial lineage of the mortal realm, akin to emperors, wielding absolute authority and power among mortals, with the Divine Decree in hand. One can command all non-imperial families, establishing themselves as the paramount force in the mortal realm. Should any resist, they shall be eradicated from existence. Furthermore, this token can summon aid from the divine clan, the rulers of all realms, overseeing human and subhuman races alike, embodying the unassailable order of the world. Chapter 78. Pouring tea, the chill pierces through. Upon stepping into the violet halo, the world around him transformed dramatically. And Ling Tian found himself at the abode of Sister Long the Sprite, Fei Shi, who was busily chasing bees. Upon seeing Ling Tian, joyously fluttered toward him as always, her charming face beaming with delight. "Brother Tian, you've come." Ling Tian gently grasped her hand, a soft sensation rippling within his heart, and spoke in a light tone. "I was worried about you, so I came to take a look. Seeing you so full of life and vitality brings me peace." A satisfied smile spread across the delicate face of the sprite Fei Shi as she playfully twisted in his grasp, exuberantly declaring, "I'm having a splendid time here. The female demon you spoke of pays me no mind. I'm free to do as I please, so you need not worry about me at all." Ling Tian, upon hearing this, managed a bittersweet smile, pondering that if Fei Shi were to witness Sister Long's true power, she would likely wish to escape. For now, Fei Shi's carefree existence could be deemed a form of happiness, and it would be best to keep her here for the time being. He released her hand and softly said, "Then you shall stay here for now, and when I am free, I will take you out to enjoy the fresh air." The sprite Fei Shi, harboring a bubbling excitement within her heart, asked in a hushed tone. Really? Ling Tian nodded to Fei Shi, noticing her expression that was on the verge of bursting forth with joy. He gestured for her to remain silent, lest Long Jia overhear and create obstacles. Understanding, the sprite Fei Shi covered her mouth with her hands, her inner elation surging like a tumultuous wave. Ling Tian inadvertently realized that Fei Shi had grown a little taller and felt a noticeable increase in her weight when he had held her earlier. This indicated that she was in a prime stage of growth, and taking her out more often would aid her development. Long Jia opened the door and beckoned to Ling Tian, saying, "Come in." Upon hearing her voice, Ling Tian quickly responded, "I'm coming." With that, he rose and walked into Long Jia's room. The sprite Fei Shi, hovering in the air, placed her hands on her hips and puffed up her adorable little face. Exclaiming in indignation, "What does this she-devil want to do to my Tiange?" Following Long Jia into the room, Ling Tian observed as she reclined on a tiger-stripe armchair. She commanded, "Pour me a cup of tea." Ling Tian, displaying an unwilling countenance, protested, "Isn't that inappropriate? After all, I am a guest." Long Jia frowned, her voice low, "Pour the tea and stop the unnecessary chatter." Recognizing her unyielding tone, Ling Tian shot her a covert glare, then picked up a teapot from the low table beside her and poured a cup of tea. He handed the cup to her, speaking in a subdued tone, "Here is the tea you requested." Long Jia, though Ling Tian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he understood that in the face of overwhelming power, he had little room for protest. Long Jia resided within the nine-spirit pearl. Should she become enraged and damage it, the consequences would be unfathomable. After all, the pearl was a rare treasure, and he could not afford to waste such a precious item. Weighing the pros and cons, he had no choice but to set aside his pride and comply with Long Jia's orders. As the saying goes, one cannot control their fate in the martial world. There are those who drift through it, yet none can evade the blades of adversity. Thus, this trivial matter seemed insignificant as long as one possesses thick skin. No needle can pierce through. This principle was firmly entrenched in his mind. Long Jia took a sip of the tea, her voice low and cutting as she addressed Ling Tian, "Seeing that you faced a bitter struggle against the demon today, I am quite concerned for you, especially considering that it was merely the lowest class of demon K. I end to enlighten you about the current situation. I shall impart some knowledge regarding demons." Ling Tian fetched a wooden chair and sat beside Long Jia, responding calmly, "Understood, Long Jia, I will listen attentively." Although it was his first encounter with a demon, the formidable nature of their confrontation had left him astounded. Now learning from Long Jia that the demon he faced was of the lowest rank piqued his interest even further. Noticing Ling Tian's eager expression, Long Jia's demeanor turned serious as she warned, "This pertains to your life and death. You must remember what I tell you. Otherwise, if you encounter a demon of a more insidious level next time, you will be inescapably doomed." Seeing the stern expression on Long Jia's stunning face, Ling Tian assumed a serious demeanor and assured her, "Rest assured, Long Jia, I will engrave this in my heart." Upon hearing this, Long Jia crossed her legs elegantly, her crimson eyes strikingly beautiful and profound. The ranks of demons are classified into several tiers: the ordinary, the hidden calamity, the annihilation, the catastrophe, and the disaster star levels. The demon you encountered today belongs to the lowest tier. Ling Tian straightened himself, his exquisite visage clouded with gravitas, and inquired, "Is there truly a distinction in their ranks? Does that mean the other tiers of demons are capable of defying the heavens?" After hearing this, Ling Tian cast a stoic glance at Long Jia, then feigned despair, lamenting, "Alas, I am but a natural-born waste. How could I possibly compare myself to those extraordinary beings endowed with exceptional talents? I shall remain a humble, ordinary person, lest I bring disaster upon Long Jia as well." With that, he poured himself a cup of tea from another vessel and drank it in one gulp. His words were an attempt to gauge Long Jia's attitude towards himself and the demons that a few vividly colored butterflies fluttered past the open door, while outside, the joyous sounds of Fei Shi chasing bees occasionally drifted in. Long Jia regarded Ling Tian with a calm gaze, and after a moment's contemplation, she spoke, "You need not be overly sentimental. For a practitioner at the Xianling realm, simultaneously slaying 3 demons is akin to scaling the heavens. Moreover, the demon you encountered today is a rare exception among the ordinary tier." Ling Tian leaned slightly forward in his chair, refilling Long Jia's nearly empty cup with tea, while expressing his confusion. "How am I to distinguish between so many levels of demons? Ling Tian's face was a portrait of perplexity as he pressed further. Is this truly the only classification? Long Jie replied with resolute authority. Indeed, this is the only classification. Let us leave the matter of demons here for now. Further information would be of no benefit. Ling Tian, having been observant thus far, had drawn a conclusion. Long Jie wished for him to steer clear of demons. Suddenly, a bright orange light flashed outside the open door, revealing a man clad in a crimson robe. This individual was none other than Long Jie's personal guard, Gui Zhong. That he knelt on one leg, bowing his head respectfully, and inquired, "My queen, there have been signs of unrest outside the capital. How should I proceed?" Long Jie maintained an impassive expression, her tone cool and detached. "You may act as you see fit. I have entrusted you with the authority to manage this matter. Do not disturb me with trivialities in the future." Gui Zhong acknowledged her command, stating, "Understood." He then raised his gaze to glance at Ling Tian, his eyes suddenly revealing a chilling intensity. Chapter 79. Stepping into battle. Xian Shui, please proceed. Ling Tian, feeling the piercing gaze of Gui Zhong, found his own crimson eyes sharpening slightly. "If I may be so bold, who is this individual beside the queen?" Gui Zhong inquired, clasping his fists. Long Jie, with her enchanting and captivating eyes, replied lightly, "He is my little Ling Zi. From now on, you are to treat him as an old acquaintance." Understood. Gui Zhong cast a sharp glance at Ling Tian, who, upon receiving yet another of those searing looks, furrowed his brow in distress, thinking to himself, "How can this be a reunion of old friends? It seems more like a meeting of rivals." The reason Gui Zhong regarded Ling Tian with such a frosty demeanor was due to Ling Tian's favored position beside Long Jie, which left him feeling envious and distanced. As the saying goes, jealousy breeds animosity, arising without cause. The reason Gui Zhong remains steadfastly devoted to Sister Long, accompanying her through life and death, is not due to her formidable power that commands respect across the realms, but rather because of this profound love that emanates from the depths of his heart. Yet, due to the disparity in their statuses, Gui Zhong has always refrained from openly expressing his feelings. To others, it may appear as though a toad yearns for a swan's flesh. However, his desires are modest. He simply hopes to reach the day when he can muster the courage to confess his love. Sister Long, with an air of indifference, remarked, "If there is nothing else, you may leave. I require rest." "Yes, my queen." Gui Zhong cast a piercing glance at Ling Tian, his eyes sparkling with a cold light. Before his body emanated an orange glow, and he vanished from sight. Ling Tian squinted slightly, feeling a sense of bewilderment within that he had not provoked this individual, yet the latter continued to regard him with disdain, as if warning him to keep his distance. "Sister Long, I overheard your subordinate mention something about a kingdom. Does that mean you are a queen?" Ling Tian inquired, curiosity piqued. Sister Long turned her gaze towards him, her enchanting visage maintaining its composure. "These trivial matters are not worth discussing. You should focus on practicing the Xian Long Yin I taught you yesterday." Understood. Ling Tian chose not to press further and rose to leave the room. After all, this was Sister Long's affair. If she wished to keep it private, why should he pry? Fei Shi, being the descendant of the fairy king, possessed a dazzling brilliance and an endearing appearance. If she were to make a casual appearance in the outside world, she would likely attract the attention of formidable foes, which is why he had always hesitated to take her out. When he eventually becomes a powerful figure capable of shattering the heavens, he would no longer conceal the fairy Fei Shi. Exhausted from play, the fairy lay on the soft sand and soon fell into a deep slumber. Ling Tian continued his tireless cultivation, focusing primarily on the Tian Xianju and Gui Yujiyan. The process of cultivation is akin to the human sleep cycle, where the fatigue of the day gradually dissipates. Thus, most cultivators choose to meditate throughout the night to elevate their cultivation level. As time passed, the next day's sunlight pierced the earth like a golden sword, bathing the land in a warm, golden hue after a night of enduring darkness. Ling Tian opened his eyes, stretching luxuriously before rising to loosen his limbs. The melodious chirping of birds resonated, infusing the thicket with vitality and vigor. The morning breeze gently blew away the world's anxieties, ushering in a refreshing start to the day. Ling Tian's fiery red hair flowed like a banner, and his strikingly handsome features were nothing short of breathtaking. Donning his white attire, he stepped out from the thicket. Upon emerging from the forest, he took in the bustling crowd outside the teaching building. Ling Tian blended into the throng, making his way directly to his classroom. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Zui Yi and the others gathered at the back of the room. Approaching them, he was incensed by the sight that met his eyes. Zhao Xian's face was marred with bruises, swollen and battered, a pitiful sight indeed. Upon sensing Ling Tian's icy gaze, Zhao Xian looked up and was met with Ling Tian's face, filled with wrath. Shock coursed through him, and a myriad of emotions flickered across his features. Who did this? Ling Tian's fists clenched, the sound of cracking knuckles reverberating. His strikingly beautiful visage bore an icy chill, and his crimson eyes brimmed with murderous intent, causing those nearby to shiver in fear. Sano felt a bone-chilling coldness rush towards him, akin to a torrential waterfall, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Ling Tian, however, would not take anything at face value, for the bruises on Zhao Xian's face were clearly the result of a fist's impact, complemented by a vivid red handprint adorning his cheek. Perhaps even Zhao Xian himself was oblivious to the deep crimson, blood-stained imprint left by 5 fingers on his visage. Rest assured, Brother Xian, as long as you reveal the identity of the one who has left you in this state, I shall ensure he suffers injuries far worse than yours, and then confront him before you to demand an apology, Ling Tian declared, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity. He understood Zhao Xian's apprehension. The latter feared that he might resort to lethal measures against the perpetrator, thus keeping silent about the origins of his injuries. Zhao Xian's expression was a tumult of conflict, hesitation coursing through him. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Sano spoke candidly to Ling Tian. Brother Xian's injuries were inflicted by Hao Wei, the chief overseer of our dormitory building. He is considered a veteran within the realm of the academy. Despite his capabilities being sufficient to advance to the outer academy, he chooses to remain in the inner academy, serving the head of our faction. His name has been omitted from the strength rankings due to his long-standing tenure. Yet his power is undoubtedly formidable. Ling Tian's gaze darkened, his voice icy. How can I locate this individual? Though he might willingly embrace mediocrity, it did not grant others the right to trample upon his principles, especially when it came to harming those he cherished. Such an affront was akin to setting fire to his very eyebrows. In the face of this transgression, he would ensure retribution manifold. One should exercise restraint when possible. But I will not permit anyone to bully those I hold dear, especially my brothers. Lang Qing placed a hand upon his face, twisting his waist in indignation, exclaiming, Alas! Just last night, they threatened us, saying that if you did not go to the plains behind the dormitory this morning, we would all meet the same fate as Brother Xian by nightfall. These scoundrels are utterly tyrannical. Do they truly believe that the 6th class has no one left? As he spoke, he placed his hands on his hips, his voice rising in fervor. Zhonglong shot Lang Qing an exasperated glance, retorting, Then why were you so timid last night, your face awash with fear? Lang Qing quickly adopted a playful demeanor, saying, What do you know? I simply embody the notion that a true hero does not recognize imminent danger. Ling Tian's gaze was piercing, his lips curving into a subtle arc, his expression concealed, yet sharp as a blade. Very well, I was indeed troubled by my inability to find him at that moment. Yan Xinxue, Su Jin, and Jing Ro approached, and as they neared Ling Tian, Yan Xinxue, with a smile enchanting as 1,000 charms, asked, What matter is young Master Ling discussing? May I perhaps join in? Ling Tian slightly turned his head, his gaze intense and his tone frosty. It is nothing of consequence. I simply intend to settle a score with someone. Miss Xue, it would be best if you refrained from involving yourself in such coarse affairs. Yan Qinshua's golden, clear eyes flashed with a cold light as she stepped forward, placing her delicate hand on Ling Tian's arm with unwavering resolve, stating, I can assist you. Ling Tian turned his head away, his long red hair obscuring his eyes, responding, Miss Xue, given your esteemed status, there is no need for you to concern yourself with such trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Su Jin and Jing Ro were utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. They exchanged wide-eyed glances, marveling at the extraordinary performance of the young lady. It was a seamless blend of emotion, laughter and tears, a captivating display of charm and fury. Surrounded by those who could hear her, they were all moved by the enchanting presence of such a graceful woman. With her vividly alluring expression and heart-wrenching voice, she evoked a sense of compassion that stirred the blood. The icy demeanor within Ling Tian began to thaw as he hesitantly spoke. But the class is about to start. If you accompany me and delay the lesson, the teacher will surely reprimand us. Yan Xinxue, with her bright and captivating eyes, exuded confidence as she replied, You need not worry. The teacher will turn a blind eye to this. Ling Tian, upon hearing her words. Appeared taken aback, yet he chose to trust her, nodding in agreement. Chapter 80. Empty-handed, King of Combat. Seeing Ling Tian's ascent, Yan Qinshue's face lit up with joy as she bestowed upon him a sweet smile. Zhao Exine struggled to rise from his seat, calling out softly, "Brother Tian, I want to go too." Observing this, Sano assisted Zhao Exine, supporting him as he stood. Then, Sano resolutely addressed Ling Tian, "I will accompany you as well." A simple leave of absence will suffice. His motivation stemmed from the guilt of his cowardice the previous night. When Hao Wei and his group confronted them, he, as the dorm leader, had failed to step forward. While Zhao Exine had bravely taken the lead, standing resolute. He had witnessed Zhao Exine being knocked down repeatedly, yet he had also seen him rise from the ground unflinchingly. Zhao Exine's composure was as steady as a mountain, never betraying a hint of fear or retreat. That moment, Sano had shrunk back in fear, his mind blank, but now he was genuinely plagued by guilt. Lang Zheng and Zhong Long, like Sano, were equally moved by Zhao Exine's bravery the night before, and they exclaimed in unison, "I will go too." Ling Tian shook his head slightly, his gaze sharp and his expression calm as he declared, "You need not accompany me. That I understand that this matter arose from my actions against that group of thugs the night before. Since it is my responsibility, I shall resolve it alone. Please take care of Brother Exine. I will ensure that the individual responsible comes before you to acknowledge his wrongdoing." Zhao Exine opened his mouth to speak. "Brother Tian, but Ling Tian raised his hand in a timely manner, halting the words that were about to escape Zhao Exine's lips. In a clear voice, he said, "Focus on your recovery. It is because of me that you have been injured again. I have dragged you into this." Having said this, he cast Zhao Exine a reassuring glance, indicating that he should not worry, before turning on his heel and striding away. Yan Qinshui released her hold on Ling Tian's arm and instructed Su Jin and Jing Ro, "You two need not follow me." After giving her instructions, she promptly followed Ling Tian out of the classroom. Su Jin and Jing Ro had no choice but to comply with Yan Qinshui's orders. Watching her graceful figure depart, a look of disappointment crossed Zhao Exine's face as he turned to Sano, expressing his grievances. "Brother Yi, how could you let the truth slip? I had deliberately concealed it. Your actions have jeopardized everything." Sano helped Zhao Exine back into his seat, speaking with a melodic tone. "Brother Exine, I understand your good intentions. However, you can hide the truth for a moment, but not for a lifetime. He will eventually learn of this matter, and with his strength, that group will not be able to gain the upper hand. Trust your brother Tian." Zhao Exine found Sano's words reasonable, letting out a sigh as he said, "I hope Brother Tian can return safely and triumphantly." With that, his bright eyes turned somber, his expression pensive. If only he were strong enough, he would not have allowed Ling Tian to face such turmoil. The eradication of evil has always been a saying of his clan, yet he finds himself compelled to rely on Ling Tian's strength. Whenever he reflects on this, sorrow inevitably arises within him. Ling Tian and Yan Qinshui arrived at the open plain behind the dormitory building, where indeed a gathering of over a dozen individuals awaited. Upon their arrival, a disheveled man with a malicious demeanor stepped forward with a mocking grin. "Oh, you actually came, and even brought along a breathtaking beauty." The group behind him erupted in raucous laughter, yet Ling Tian remained unfazed. He halted his steps and addressed the gathered crowd with a chilling tone. "Who is Hao Wei?" The man who had spoken tilted his head back, sneering as he replied, "I am he." "What, do you wish to beg for mercy?" Ling Tian's gaze sharpened, his exquisite features cutting like a blade. That a crescent smile curled at the corners of his lips, as a fierce and bone-chilling aura radiated from him. "Since you have harmed my brother, you must be prepared for the consequences. I shall grant you a few seconds to reflect, after which you may obediently lie on the ground." Hao Wei, perceiving the glint of menace in Ling Tian's starry eyes, dismissed it with disdain. "You think you can intimidate me? Do you understand what it means to be isolated and helpless? Today, I will let you experience that firsthand, and then I shall embrace the beauty behind you." Yan Qinshui regarded Ling Tian, feeling once more enveloped by a familiar sense of security and excitement. A radiant smile inadvertently gracing her delicate features. In that case, let us dispense with idle chatter. Ling Tian's gaze was piercing and frigid. He then stepped forward, his long hands slipping into his pockets. The cream-colored trench coat billowing dramatically, creating a sharp sound as it cut through the air. Hao Wei's eyes flashed with ferocity as he bellowed, "Charge!" Upon hearing the command, the others behind him exchanged sinister smiles. Rising to their feet, and launching themselves forward like arrows released from a bow. These individuals were practitioners of the Xian Master Realm, and they surged toward Ling Tian, delivering kicks and punches. Ling Tian swiftly retreated, evading their chaotic strikes. Two of them pressed on, unleashing powerful blows that as their fists, enveloped in white Xian energy, surged forward with formidable force. Ling Tian stood resolute, calm as a mountain. In an instant, he lifted his right foot. Conjurer Hao Wei bellowed at the two timid individuals, "You two, get moving. Do you wish to perish?" Upon hearing Hao Wei's incitement, the pair trembled in fear. The alternative to advancing was to face a brutal demise at the hands of the merciless Hao Wei. While stepping forward would undoubtedly result in serious injury, it offered a chance to escape death. Thus, they resolved to confront the challenge head-on. After exchanging a glance, they each swallowed hard and shouted in unison. Charging recklessly towards Ling Tian, one of them launched a whip kick at Ling Tian, who, with an expression as impassive as stone, effortlessly caught the incoming leg with precision. In a swift motion, he lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the assailant's forehead. Observing Ling Tian's formidable prowess, Hao Wei turned to the 7 black-clad practitioners behind him, commanding them coldly, "Eliminate this man." He harbored intentions of torturing Ling Tian to death, thus avenging his brother, who had been rendered crippled by Ling Tian the previous night. Furthermore, should he succeed in vanquishing Ling Tian, he could boast of his accomplishment before the leader of the courtyard and reap rewards, given that the one incapacitated was the leader's favored disciple. With these thoughts, a sinister pride spread across his face. Chapter 81. The Mercenary Band. Battling alone, the 7 black-clad practitioners behind Hao Wei were all peak Xian masters. Unlike the previous assailants, these individuals possessed purple-blue tier techniques. In the realm of cultivation, strength is primarily determined by one's cultivation level, followed by the techniques and treasures one possesses. It is not uncommon for those of lower cultivation to utilize techniques or artifacts to turn the tide against their opponents. A phenomenon well documented and irrefutable. The black-clad practitioners drew long blades from their storage spaces, and a gaunt man raised his blade, addressing Ling Tian with a low voice. The sword sweeps across the sky. The others followed suit, sweeping their blades in unison, unleashing a barrage of white blade waves that surged towards Ling Tian like a tidal wave. Ling Tian's heart raced, and a golden longsword materialized in his hand in an instant. A rainbow of sword energy emanated from the blade, entwining itself around the golden sword like tendrils of ivy. With a swift motion, he swept the sword horizontally, releasing an enormous wave of 7-colored sword energy that surged forth with the grandeur of mountains and rivers. The surrounding air roiled, fierce winds whipped about, and clouds of dust billowed. In an instant, the colossal wave of rainbow sword energy collided with the oncoming blade waves, resulting in a deafening explosion that a powerful shock wave erupted from the point of impact. Cascading outward in all directions, Ling Tian's hair, as radiant as dawn, was swept about by the rushing winds, while his cloak billowed dramatically amidst the swirling dust. Hao Wei and the black-clad practitioners gazed in astonishment at this unbelievable spectacle. The techniques they employed were of the purple-blue tier, and when combined, their power soared. Yet, the man before them had effortlessly dissipated their united attack with a mere wave of his sword, rendering them speechless. In truth, Ling Tian had utilized a fusion of 2 divine emperor tier techniques, the 7-colored sword energy of the Heavenly Gate sword and the evil sword slash of the Lord of the Dark Sky. That last strike had been executed with all his might. Although his expression remained composed, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief internally. The distinction between the divine emperor level martial arts and the purple-blue level techniques is indeed as vast as heaven and earth. Unless the opponent possesses overwhelming strength or martial arts of the same caliber, they pose little threat to Ling Tian. After all, these individuals are not demonic beings, lacking the formidable power of the ancient demons. Hao Wei, biting his lip in concentration, understood why this person displayed such audacity. It was clear he had prepared a backup plan. However, the mercenary group he took pride in was far from trifling. With a condescending smile, he regarded Ling Tian and arrogantly declared, "Unleash your power and show him what you're capable of. Without any reservations, the price will be doubled afterwards." Upon hearing this, several black-clad cultivators were filled with fervor and enthusiasm. Their previously intimidated expressions transformed into radiant confidence, as if victory was inevitable as long as the price was right. Even gods could be slain. This was a maxim upheld in the realms of mercenaries and assassins. earning them the moniker of death servants among the populace that in this world. Wealth could smooth over all matters that a gaunt, black-clad cultivator standing at the forefront proclaimed recklessly. Rest assured, young Master Hao, I will bring his head before you. These individuals were bounty hunters. As long as they were offered a satisfactory price, the commission would be fulfilled without fail. With a voice resonant as a bell, he announced, employ the shackling kill technique. No sooner had he spoken than a sharply dressed black-clad man struck the ground with both hands, intoning, Ice Piercer. This individual was a practitioner of ice elemental magic, and as his words fell, numerous sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground surrounding Ling Tian, hurtling towards him with lethal speed. Ling Tian thrust the golden sword in his hand fiercely into the earth, unleashing a powerful wave of profound energy that surged outward like a tidal wave. Dark heaven, demon annihilation. As he uttered these words, the expanding energy wave collided with the incoming ice spikes, creating a thunderous roar that shattered the ice into a storm of fragments. Unbeknownst to him, a black-clad cultivator had stealthily approached Ling Tian's side, raising his long blade for a downward strike, the sound of slicing wind echoing ominously as the white profound energy billowed around the blade like ethereal smoke. Ling Tian, agile as a deer, sidestepped the vertical slash and countered with a left hook that connected solidly against the man's side. The tremendous power surged from Ling Tian's arm, striking the man down to the ground like a wild bull in a charge. Another assailant lunged at Ling Tian from behind, his blade glinting ominously with a surge of profound energy. In an instant, Ling Tian pivoted, deflecting the long knife with his sword, then flipped the blade in his hand, unleashing a flash of golden light that zipped past the attacker. Blood gushed forth as the man collapsed to the ground. The remaining three surrounded Ling Tian in a tight circle, each of them plunging their long knives into the ground and, in unison, bellowed, death shackles. As their voices echoed, a circular deep blue formation suddenly appeared beneath Ling Tian's feet, and several black chains erupted from the formation, wrapping around his body and rendering him immobile. Seizing the opportunity, the emaciated black-clad cultivator raised his long knife before him. A dense orange profound energy erupted from his body, and a towering warrior, clad in orange armor and wielding a massive blade, materialized above him. A blinding orange light flashed from the warrior's sword. He felt a surge of tension as the massive warrior transformed into orange profound energy, violently enveloping the blade before him. With a sinister smile, he hurled his long knife with ferocious intent. The penetration of 10,000 origins, the long blade in his hand shot forth like an arrow released from a bowstring, creating a majestic arc that pierced the heavens. A formidable aura emanated from the sword, capable of shattering stone and toppling mountains. The warrior clad in orange battle armor materialized from the blade, raising his great sword in preparation for a sweeping strike. The man with disheveled hair summoned the energy within him, lifting his right hand, whereupon several sharp ice arrows coalesced in the air around him. With a swift motion of his arm, a barrage of ice arrows was unleashed, their piercing sound echoing throughout the arena. Upon witnessing this earth-shattering assault, Hao realized that this individual was undoubtedly doomed, and a sense of triumph swelled within him. This was the fate that befell those who opposed him. Yin Qianxue, perceiving the perilous situation, contemplated invoking her divine powers, while Ling Tian instantly activated his inner energy, golden runes swirling around him. With a sudden exertion of his arms, a robust and rich golden energy erupted from his body, simultaneously reinforcing the Tian Xianju technique. The overwhelming force radiated from him, causing the chains that bound him to yield and shatter, scattering chaotically. Several black-clad cultivators, who had embedded their long blades into the ground, were violently thrown back by the expanding energy waves, blood spurting from their mouths. Ling Tian's heart tightened as a dense golden energy spread from beneath his feet, enveloping the ground within several meters in a thin golden carpet. Dark heaven, evil sword array, Tian Xianju, transforming golden bat, he declared coolly that a multitude of golden swords, as numerous as the stars in the galaxy, erupted from the golden carpet surrounding him. The fierce winds generated from below tousled his crimson hair and billowed his cloak. The golden runes encircling him swiftly transformed into intricate golden bats, accompanying the soaring swords on their flight. In the blink of an eye, several powerful energies collided, uprooting the grass beneath them and stirring a tempest. A deafening roar, akin to thunder, reverberated as the opposing energies detonated, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward, causing flowers and grass to sway violently and debris to scatter. Before the dust could settle, Ling Tian sprang forward, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos to swiftly approach the emaciated black-clad cultivator. The black-clad cultivator, taken aback by Ling Tian's sudden appearance before him, could not help but be astonished. He hastily swung his long blade at Ling Tian, who deftly sidestepped the strike. Seizing the moment, Ling Tian grasped the cultivator's hair with his left hand and pulled back, prompting a cry of anguish from the black-clad man. Ling Tian swiftly kneed him, releasing his grip as his knee connected forcefully with the cultivator's abdomen, compelling him to bend over in pain. A white liquid spilling from his mouth. Moments later, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, unconscious. Prologue. The three great imperial families of the mortal realm and their rankings. The foremost family is the Ice Radiance Imperial family, which has held its position for 3 years, located in the nation of Shinji. The second is the Imperial Sword Sun and Moon family, which has held its rank for 2 years, situated in the city of Snow Shadow. The third is the 10,000 Holy Chi Tian Imperial family, which has held its status for 1 year, located in the city of Imperial Shadow. Chapter 82. A Kind Heart, an End to Affection. Several ice arrows pierced through the swirling dust, rushing towards Ling Tian that he raised his slender right hand, golden energy radiating from his arm, and a massive golden vortex gathered before his palm. Crackling with electric intensity, several icy arrows were unleashed with great force, striking against the golden vortex, and the sound of shattering ice reverberated through the air as the arrows dispersed without exception. He abruptly turned his raised arm, and the golden energy vortex in front of his palm swiftly converged upon it, coalescing into a massive sphere of radiant golden energy. With a vigorous flick of his right arm, the grand golden energy sphere shot forth towards the man with disheveled hair like a bolt of lightning. He gritted his teeth, desperately resisting, yet the ice wall proved unyielding. Under the immense pressure of the golden energy sphere, the ice wall ultimately succumbed and shattered. The golden sphere mercilessly collided with him, sending him hurtling backward, his body crashing to the ground like a sparrow with broken wings, rolling several times on the grass before succumbing to unconsciousness. Hao Wei, witnessing Ling Tian single-handedly obliterate his heavily hired mercenary group, was seized by a wave of panic that he finally comprehended that the man before him was not an ordinary being, but a monstrous Rakshasa of the highest order. Without uttering a word, he turned and fled, his face a mask of terror. Ling Tian propelled himself forward, a white shadow cutting through the wind, racing past Hao Wei in an instant, in the blink of an eye. Ling Tian appeared before Hao Wei, lifting his foot and delivering a powerful kick to Hao Wei's abdomen. Before he could react, the weighty blow sent him flying backward. He landed awkwardly on the ground, rolling several times, clutching his stomach and howling in agony, his expression a portrait of suffering, his face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a fiery sunset. He squinted his eyes open slightly, stammering, "Yuda, what do you want?" Ling Tian's gaze was sharp, his voice clear as he replied, "What do you think I should want?" A golden sunbeam illuminated his profile, casting a radiant glow upon half of his face, enhancing the allure of his already handsome features. "Do not get too arrogant. Pao Hui is one of the 5 great kings of Pingyuan. He will soon find out about this. Don't let it go to your head." Hao Wei exerted every effort to keep his voice steady against the pain and terror. But the more he tried to suppress it, the more pronounced it became. He exhaled heavily at the end of his words. The intense pain in his abdomen caused his eyes to squint shut once more. Ling Tian smiled faintly, his eyes icy. "Very well. Then you can inform him that I await his arrival, and also warn him that if he dares to harm my friends, I will make him wish he were dead. As for you, you will go before the valiant hero you assaulted last night and apologized. I shall let this matter rest if you do so. But if you fail to apologize, I will ensure you vanish from this world." At the end of his words, Ling Tian reached out and patted Hao Wei's flushed face, questioning, "Do you understand?" Hao Wei managed to force out 2 words through jar. He turned his body towards the azure sky, where beams of radiant light cascaded upon him, enveloping him in a warm and affectionate embrace. That a searing golden ray gently caressed his face, possessing the ability to dissolve the coldness of the blazing sun. Soothing to the heart, that he closed his eyes, surrendering to the sun's embrace. As crystalline tears began to spill from the corners of his eyes, it turned out that the world was not as dark as he had imagined. Every shadowy corner was touched by a warm sunbeam, a truth he had previously overlooked and been reluctant to believe, that if this man were to lead, Perhaps he could truly alter the long-standing atmosphere of decay in Pingyuan. But he pondered when he had transitioned from a dashing young gentleman to this misguided path. Ling Tian walked directly to Yan Qianxue, who greeted him with a radiant smile, her ethereal beauty captivating and enchanting. Ling Tian raised his hand to massage his shoulder and replied softly, "I am not injured, just a bit stiff in the shoulder." Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback by her words, but upon seeing her shy demeanor, he nodded and said, "Then I shall trouble you, Miss Xue." Although this was not his original intention, he felt compelled to accept her suggestion out of courtesy. After all, one must extend a modicum of grace to others. And this feeling of being treated with such honor was rather pleasant. Ling Tian maintained a serene expression, tilting his head to regard Yan Qianxue, and with a gentle smile, he inquired, "Is that so? I am not entirely certain myself." With that, he turned his gaze forward, his eyes narrowing slightly. This indeed was his purpose, but whether that person would awaken to it was subject to fate. He chose this course of action to offer that individual a chance for redemption. For from the moment he beheld that person's innocent and anxious eyes, he recognized the innate kindness that lay within. Yan Qianxue smiled faintly, utterly captivating. "Though you may speak otherwise, I perceive that you are kinder now than at any other time. If this is the life you desire, then I shall accompany you through these years at this juncture." Yan Qianxue had relinquished most of her extravagant hopes, for in 5 years, the temple of the blazing god would reemerge. And by then, her bond with Ling Tian would reach its inevitable end. She understood that she could not remain by Ling Tian's side forever, and the amnesiac Ling Tian was the true self that Yan yearned for. Therefore, she should feel happiness for Yan, wishing that in the years to come, without her presence, Ling Tian would discover a woman far more deserving than herself. Contemplating this, a hint of bitterness crossed her face. Perhaps Beigong Nanming was right. All of this was predestined, and Yan's amnesia was undoubtedly intertwined with her own fate. Whether she lived or died in the coming years would not cause Ling Tian unbearable grief. For he had lost his previous memories and should embrace a fresh start. As for the matter of the Divine Gates illusion, I encourage everyone to collect it. The Divine Gates illusion updates the fastest in Shu Bao Chinese. Chapter 83. The Pursuit of Kingship and Special Treatment. Lang Qing lifted Ling Tian's arm, examining it with concern, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my brother, are you uninjured?" Ling Tian, upon hearing this, widened his eyes and politely declined, "I think I'll pass on that. My bones are quite supple." Sano pushed Lang Qing aside, his face twisted in disdain, always fussing over trivial matters. "What our brother Tian needs is proper recuperation, so stay out of it." Upon uttering these words, he turned to Ling Tian with a grave expression and inquired, "Brother Tian, has Hao Wei caused you any trouble?" Beside him, Zhang Long chimed in, "Indeed, Hao Wei has become quite tyrannical and unreasonable lately. He used to assist me on numerous occasions. I hope he did not resort to violence against you." Ling Tian, maintaining a serene countenance, casually placed his hands in his pockets and replied, "Do not worry. At this moment, he is likely still sprawled unconscious on the plains." At this revelation, the others were left speechless, their eyes wide with shock, unsure of how to respond. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao rose from his seat and approached Ling Tian. "Perplexed that I have heard that Hao Wei is accompanied by a black-clad mercenary group, composed entirely of cultivators at the Xian master level. It is said that their captain has even reached the Xian spirit level and possesses formidable Xian gods. The most formidable aspect of this mercenary group is that they have a Xian master specializing in ice attributes. Did you truly defeat all of them, Brother Tian? The Xian masters are a rather unique class among cultivators, capable of unleashing a series of attacks imbued with special effects derived from their respective attributes." Jiang Tao continued, "Your words are a tad exaggerated, Brother Tao. Some matters become fearsome in rumor, but appear quite different upon personal confrontation." Ling Tian stated in a calm tone that a resounding clap echoed among the group, drawing their attention. Banjin stood, his head slightly bowed, the white shirt he wore gaping open, revealing his strikingly white collarbone. He adjusted his glasses, a brilliant glint reflecting off the lenses, momentarily blinding the others. Indeed, the most effective way to conquer fear is to confront it. Believing in oneself is the key to victory. Upon hearing this, Lang Qing, Zuyi, and Zhonglong could not help but twitch their lips in response. Ling Tian, however, remained composed and expressed his agreement with Banjin's statement. "What you say is entirely accurate, my friend." Banjin then approached Ling Tian, extending his hand for an introduction. "Greetings, I am Ban Jin, and I hope to forge a friendship with you." Ling Tian reciprocated the handshake, his refined features breaking into a smile as he replied, "I am Ling Tian. I look forward to your guidance, Brother Jin." Ban Jin adjusted his glasses with his other hand, his handsome visage radiating enthusiasm. "It is my honor." The onlookers could not help but murmur in astonishment. Wow, the aloof and solitary tyrant has taken the initiative to seek friendship. Is the sun rising from the west? I must still be dreaming. Has the tyrant taken leave of his senses? Realizing the mixed sentiments surrounding Ban Jin, Ling Tian understood that his reputation might indeed be less than favorable, likely due to his demeanor. Jiang Tao leaned against a table, gazing intently at Ling Tian's profile, contemplating how Ling Tian could possibly defeat Hao Wei's mercenary group. What kind of earth-shattering power does he possess? With this thought, Jiang Tao's gaze shifted to the enchanting Yin Qianxue, her voluptuous figure stirring his mind. Could it be that Ling Tian's victory over the mercenary group was aided by this beauty? To everyone in the class, Yin Qianxue was an enigmatic goddess. Merely gazing upon her exquisite features could brighten one's day and elevate one's spirits. As for her strength, it was evidently overshadowed by her alluring appearance, rendering it seemingly insignificant. Such exquisite beings in this world ought to be cherished and delicately nurtured, which naturally draws the admiration and pursuit of other men within the class. Jiang Tao's eyes instantly sparkled with brightness as she approached Ban Jin, praising, "It seems that Bai Wang possesses a discerning eye, recognizing talents like Tian Xiong Ti O Ling Tian." The enigmatic figure remained perpetually unfathomable, for the aura of grandeur surrounding him irresistibly attracted others, causing them to gravitate toward him unwittingly. Ban Jin, with keen eyes, replied in a serious tone, "Indeed, this is only natural." As Ling Tian and Yin Qianxue made their way to the back of the classroom, Su Jin and Jing Ro stepped forward to Yin Qianxue, respectfully addressing her, "Mississippi Xing Xiong, please take a seat. Your injuries have yet to heal, and you must rest adequately," Ling Tian remarked with a gentle smile. Zhao Xian's gaze wandered over Ling Tian's tall figure. His voice filled with urgency as he asked, "Brother Tian, you weren't injured, were you?" Ling Tian raised an eyebrow at Zhao Xian, his bright eyes glimmering, and replied, "Do I appear to be in any distress? As for those who attacked you, I have dealt with them thoroughly. Before the day concludes, the instigator will personally seek your forgiveness. How you choose to resolve it will be entirely up to you. Should you still feel unsatisfied, I am more than willing to give him another lesson." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's taut nerves relaxed, and he smiled warmly at Ling Tian, saying, "As long as Brother Tian is unharmed, that is all that matters." He then clasped his hands in salute, his expression earnest. "Thank you, Brother Tian, for allowing me to regain my dignity. I am at a loss for how to repay you." Ling Tian, his slender hands tucked into his pockets, spoke with a resonant voice. Zhao Xian gazed at him with admiration, expressing his aspirations. "For Brother Tian, I would willingly stand firm. Even unto death I shall strive to rise and, like Brother Tian, punish the wicked." A smile graced Ling Tian's lips as he assured Zhao Xian, "I have never doubted your capabilities, Xian Xiong. I believe that day will arrive soon. Once you gather the necessary materials and successfully concoct the elixir, your strength will undoubtedly soar, and I eagerly await the day you transform." "Thank you, Brother Tian. I shall be sure to repay you in due time," Zhao Xian said, his face alight with gratitude. Ling Tian nodded lightly. Accustomed to Zhao Xian's tendency to feel indebted, as if he must repay every kindness received, the two settled into their seats. Yin Qianxue, with her delicate hand propped against her leg, playfully said to Ling Tian, "Young Master Ling, turn your back. Allow me to massage your shoulders." Recalling this special treatment, Ling Tian tilted his head to glance at Yin Qianxue, teasingly responding, "But Miss Xue, do be gentle. I am quite sensitive to pain."